Chapter 240, Singing a Dissonant Tune. Lao Wang and the others expressed their sympathy for the plight of women, yet they did not exhibit the same fervor as the younger individuals. Observing that the emotions of the majority of the educated youth had been stirred, Lao Wang subtly furrowed his brow. After a moment's contemplation, he returned to the vehicle to retrieve a few buns purchased in the county town along with some coarse grains, which he placed gently into the woman's hands amidst her bewilderment, softly uttering, "Sister, your foot has not injured the bone. While there is still light, take a moment to rest. Once you have recuperated, hurry back. Take this grain with you. We must continue our journey." While he felt sympathy, he nonetheless maintained his fundamental vigilance. Having traversed the roads for many years as an experienced driver, they had encountered numerous deceptive schemes, some of which were genuinely difficult to discern. In such moments, what was the most prudent course of action? Simply to disregard them. Out of compassion for the woman's predicament, he nonetheless offered her some grain. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Weidong, indignant, interjected, "Isn't it so, Master Wang? This sister is injured. Can we not take a detour to escort her home?" After all, their village was still a considerable distance away, and with nightfall approaching, unforeseen incidents could easily arise. "Indeed, Master Wang, her foot won't heal immediately, will it? Moreover, nightfall is indeed imminent, and the rural roads are quite perilous." Someone initiated this sentiment, and others found it quite reasonable, resulting in a cacophony of voices. At the center of attention, Su Weidong felt a sense of satisfaction. Without waiting for Lao Wang's response, he beckoned a few of his close companions among the educated youth, assisting the woman toward the vehicle. "Comrade, I am fine." The woman attempted to refuse, but Su Weidong interrupted. "Sister, having another person is of no burden. The vehicle will arrive in just a few minutes. How long will it take you to walk back with your injured foot? Surely, you do not wish for your family to worry, do you?" "Thank you." The woman seemed swayed by his final remark and uttered a soft thank you before silently allowing herself to be supported by two female comrades. "Comrade Su, please do not rush. Let the masters and the security personnel decide before allowing the sister to board the vehicle." In the crowd, Shun Yiru observed Su Weidong taking matters into his own hands, bypassing Master Wang and Captain Zhao to assist the woman onto the truck, and quickly intervened. Lao Wang's expression, somewhat darkened by the ruckus, improved slightly as Zhao Deshun gently nudged Liang Zhenguo with his shoulder, deliberately probing him with a calm inquiry. "Zhenguo, how do you think we should resolve this situation?" In his view, Liang Zhenguo was quite capable but lacked experience, being only 18. Thus, he sought to impart some wisdom. Liang Zhenguo, not overthinking, replied directly, "We must prioritize the task at hand. Besides, providing some grain is already an act of considerable kindness." He did not possess the sentimentality of those educated youth. Rather, he perceived these individuals as overly naive, likely having seldom ventured beyond the confines of the capital, easily swayed by others' words without awareness of the world's perils. Of course, he could not ascertain whether the woman was feigning distress, for her injuries indeed appeared as she had described. Nevertheless, even if her claims were genuine, he still endorsed Lao Wang's cautiousness. And in these times, providing grain to a stranger was already the utmost expression of goodwill, far superior to any flowery verbal reassurances. Zhao Deshun nodded in satisfaction, patting Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder, his voice rising slightly. "Indeed, in such circumstances, we can offer assistance within our means, but must be confined to the present situation, and we must ensure there is no danger in the vicinity before departing. After all, you are not alone. With so many in the convoy, the consequences of any mishap would be untenable." He spoke not only to Liang Zhenguo, but to the assembled youth as well. Lao Wang then called out, "Have you all heard Captain Zhao's words? This matter is settled. Let this comrade rest for a bit, and I assure you she will be able to return home. We must not waste any more time." The atmosphere fell silent for a few moments as the other drivers and security personnel began urging everyone to board the vehicle. Assisting someone was indeed more troublesome than delivering goods, and unexpectedly, some were inclined to oppose their decision. Shin Yiru also stepped forward, clapping her hands to capture everyone's attention. "Everyone should heed the words of our esteemed mentors. They have ventured forth for many years, and their experience undoubtedly surpasses our own. Moreover, Comrade Fenghua has just inspected her and stated that this elder sister's injuries are not severe. After a brief rest, she should be able to walk without issue. Let us not burden our mentors further. Let us all board the vehicle." Old Wang and the others quietly acknowledged her wisdom, recognizing that this young woman possessed remarkable clarity of thought and did not simply follow the crowd. Su Weidong remained unmoved. What trouble could a woman possibly present? Wasn't it merely a matter of avoiding extra hassle? However, he did not dare to continue opposing old Wang and the others, choosing instead to direct his ire toward Shinjuru. Shinjuru, do you truly wish for this elder sister to traverse the darkness alone? Have you no compassion whatsoever? Is someone like you truly an intellectual? We cannot simply abandon her. The education we received at school forbids us from neglecting the injured members of society. I am utterly ashamed to be your classmate. Shinjuru, a mere girl, felt her face flush crimson at his reprimand, yet he stood upon a moral pedestal, leaving her momentarily at a loss for a retort. The other young individuals could not help but nod in agreement. Although Su Weidong had initially sought the spotlight on the first day, it now appeared his ideological awareness was quite commendable. However, they had also observed Shinjuru's conduct throughout the journey, so while they recognized Su Weidong's current stance, they were unwilling to join him in targeting Shinjuru. Noticing that nearly all the youths were in accord with his statements, Su Weidong felt a surge of pride. Seizing this rare opportunity to shine, he spoke once more. The instructor has also articulated that the people are one family. Should we allow a woman to embark on her journey alone? If she encounters any difficulties along the way, could we truly find peace in our hearts? Liang Zhenguo looked at Su Weidong with some surprise. Previously, he had deemed him lacking in emotional intelligence, finding his actions somewhat childish, even foolish at times. Yet now, it seemed as if he had gained insight, recalling the instructor's words with surprising clarity. Chapter 241. Such words should not be spoken. It is uncertain how much of what he said was sincere and how much was merely for show. Aimed at performing for the crowd and simultaneously belittling comrade Shinjuru, Liang Zhenguo cast a glance at Su Weidong, contemplating the matter. It was no wonder he thought this way. The man had left an unimpressive first impression on him. Noticing Liang Zhenguo's gaze, Su Weidong straightened his chest, wore a composed expression, and gestured towards the fork in the road where the woman had just turned back. It's just so close. What's the harm in us escorting her home? If it gets late, we can simply find a place to rest near their village. Old Wang and the others exchanged glances, taken aback by Su Weidong's obstinacy. Moreover, he grew increasingly animated, disregarding the potential dangers they had mentioned. Comrade Su Weidong, you may act as you wish on ordinary days. But at this moment, please do not indulge your whims. The outside world is not as simple as you perceive. We must consider your safety. Zhao Deshun shot a stern look at Su Weidong, his expression grave. Comrades, let us all board the vehicle and heed the advice of Master Wang and Captain Zhao. Shinjuru, though slightly disheartened by Su Weidong's rebuke, stepped forward to support Zhao Deshun's call. Seeing Shinjuru still contesting with him, combined with repeated rejections from Lao Jebi and Zhao Deshun, Su Weidong could no longer contain his dissatisfaction and shouted, "Fine. You all are so concerned about this and that. Since none of you wish to assist, we'll take her back ourselves. Lu Rome, come lend a hand." He called over a fellow student who was closest to him. Lu Rome, without much hesitation, stepped forward to help. They were not only classmates but also neighbors, and he felt it was only right to support Su Weidong. Believing he was in the right, the two of them assisted the somewhat bewildered woman and turned towards the fork in the road. "Comrades, listen to the masters. I'll rest a while and return on my own," the woman hurriedly urged, but Su Weidong and the others shook their heads, resolute in their decision. Witnessing this scene, a few enthusiastic youth called out, "I'll join," and then jogged to catch up with Su Weidong. Others exchanged glances, ultimately looking towards Zhao Deshun and the others. Having interacted with them over the past few days, they felt Zhao Deshun and his group were quite decent, considering that not many would share their food with others, making it difficult to put them in an awkward position now. However, having been educated in the spirit of mutual assistance, instilled in them during their studies, they found it challenging to simply stand by and watch. Zhao Deshun and Old Wang's expressions grew grim. If, during wartime, there were individuals who disobeyed orders, leaving would be the lightest consequence. They too noticed the hesitation among the youth who remained, and could not help but sigh. Before the situation escalated further, they quickly conferred. And finally, Old Wang, representing them, called out loudly to Su Weidong and the others. "All right, you all hurry and get in the vehicle. And take that female comrade with you. However, once we return her, we must leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Liang Zhenguo, who had been quietly observing, smiled gently, glancing at the now grinning Su Weidong, allowing him to viscerally sense the most classic phrase from apocalyptic or disaster novels in later generations: to create chaos, one must first slay the saint. Before him stood a quintessential saint, the authenticity of which was yet to be determined. Regardless of Su Weidong's motives, should any mishap occur, it would plunge everyone into peril. Su Weidong, upon hearing old Wang's words, felt a swell of pride. Unable to suppress the smile that crept across his face as he helped the woman towards his vehicle. As they passed Liang Zhenguo and old Wang's vehicle, he expressed a hint of regret. Master Wang, I acted out of impulse because I have an older sister at home, of a similar age to this female comrade. I did not mean to oppose you. It was simply hard for me to ignore her plight. His words garnered a newfound respect from those who had yet to board the vehicle, shedding light on the motivations behind his earlier actions. Some female comrades even had their opinions of him significantly altered, casting him a more appreciative glance. Meanwhile, on the other side, a moment of confusion washed over him. Having been neighbors for many years, how had he never heard of Su Weidong having an older sister? Wasn't he the eldest in his family? Furthermore, his aunt was only in her 40s. The age difference between his sister and his aunt could not be substantial, could it? Though aware that Su Weidong was spinning tales, he felt it inappropriate to call him out at that moment. Perhaps she was a cousin? I see. Let us board the vehicle quickly as night approaches. Old Wang internally scoffed, waving him on. You've done your good deed and spoken your piece. What more could he say? At this juncture, Su Weidong was surprisingly compliant, promptly nodding in agreement, then assisting the woman aboard with the others. The woman expressed her gratitude to old Wang and the driver of the vehicle, offering several thanks. Once everyone was on board, old Wang climbed in, started the engine, and remarked to Liang Zhenguo, who had taken the passenger seat. Transporting people is exhausting. It's not as easy as hauling pigs. Where in this day and age can you find 200 pigs to cart around? Liang Zhenguo chuckled. Old Wang rolled his eyes, replying, Is this about pigs? What I mean is that hauling pigs is far less troublesome. It's much simpler than dealing with people. Let us hope that nothing else goes awry after we drop them off. Releasing the brake, old Wang followed the lead vehicle down the fork in the road, then sighed in a manner suggesting weariness. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhenguo turned his gaze sharply towards him. Old Wang, puzzled, asked what's wrong. Did you notice something amiss? With a wry smile, Liang Zhenguo shook his head, saying, Not particularly, but old Wang, you ought to refrain from uttering such things. Generally, in situations like this, such words have a high probability of coming true. Old Wang's eyes widened in surprise. Is that really a belief? Who knows? Liang Zhenguo shrugged and laughed heartily. He, like old Wang and the others, detested complications, yet with extraordinary abilities and the existence of a spatial realm, he felt confident in facing any unforeseen circumstances. As long as he did not act foolishly, he believed that few could contend with him, even in the face of a missile strike. He could simply retreat into the space. Chapter 242, Lijiagu. Just 2 miles away, after the convoy turned onto the side road, it wasn't long before they caught sight of the village, faintly visible in the distance. Just beyond the village loomed a mountain peak, positioning it quite favorably. Liang Zhenguo leaned out, noting that the location of their village was quite similar to that of Xiling village. There should be plenty of game to hunt in the mountains. The convoy did not rush directly to the village entrance, but came to a gradual stop in a clearing not far from it. After parking, Liang Zhenguo and the other security personnel were the first to disembark, armed. Following them were old Wang and the drivers, who, upon exiting, instructed those in the vehicle to remain still, emphasizing that they would leave immediately after dropping off the passengers. Old Wang and Zhao Deshan approached the fourth vehicle, the one Su Weidong occupied, and directed the male comrades to help the woman out of the car. Sister Min, what is the name of your village? Su Weidong also got out and casually inquired. While in the vehicle, they had exchanged a few words with the woman, though she had spoken little, revealing only that her surname was Huang and her single character name was Min Lijiagu. Huang Min replied softly, noticing old Wang's gaze. Lijiagu, the village, named after the Lu surname, suggests that most of its inhabitants share this surname, or perhaps all descend from the same ancestor. Lao Wang and Zhao Deshan exchanged glances. In such sparsely populated areas, many villages tend to be insular and unfriendly, particularly this type of settlement. Hence, Lao Wang, adhering to his prior intentions, had no plans to engage with the residents of Lijiagu. Comrades, this must be your village ahead. We shall escort you here, he announced. Thank you, esteemed drivers. Huang Min replied softly, nodding in gratitude before turning to Su Weidong and the others beside her, signaling her intention to return. However, after taking a few steps, a grimace of pain crossed her face as she bent down to rub her foot, then, with a heavy heart, continued her journey into the village. Liang Zhenguo stared intently at the woman, failing to detect any deceit. From the outset, she merely appeared somewhat fragile and had not explicitly requested their assistance in returning her home. She had neither accepted nor rejected their help, and he had observed her legs closely. While her bones were unbroken, a significant area was swollen and bruised, undeniably genuine. Noticing her condition, Su Weidong promptly stepped forward, volunteering to assist her. Master Wang, Captain Zhao, please Please wait a moment. I'll help her over and be right back. The village is just ahead. We should see this through. The accompanying Lu Rong and others nodded in agreement, eager to assist. We promised to escort her back, and we intend to fulfill that promise. What are you all up to now? Zhao Deshun frowned, unable to suppress his reprimand. Captain Zhao, look at how difficult it is for Min Jie to walk on that injured foot. Is it not reasonable for us to help her home? We're nearly at the village entrance, and nothing has happened thus far. You all fret about this and that. I'm not afraid. Just give us 5 minutes. We'll return right after, Su Weidong asserted, his expression revealing a sense of compassion as he recognized the scrutiny from those inside and outside the vehicle. Our village is just an ordinary mountain settlement, devoid of danger, Huang Min interjected, seemingly unable to tolerate Lao Wang and the others regarding Lijiagu as a perilous place. Her face reflecting a hint of grievance. Comrades, I apologize, but we are on a mission. Caution is prudent, Zhao Deshun clarified. Lao Wang cast a sidelong glance at Liang Zhenguo, feeling somewhat helpless. He regretted his earlier remarks, realizing that such thoughts only stirred up unnecessary trouble. After a shared glance with Zhao Deshun, he ultimately chose to compromise. However, they were reluctant to let the youths venture alone, especially with someone like Su Weidong among them. Thus, they decided to leave Lu Yang and the others from the grain station to keep watch. Bring your firearms, and ensure you have ammunition, Zhao Deshun instructed. After confirming everyone was prepared, he hastened to catch up with the already departing Su Weidong and the others. Upon reaching the village entrance, they were perhaps startled by the commotion of the convoy, as a group of villagers was approaching the village's entrance. Who are you? And what brings you to our village? The leader, a middle-aged man with a complexion reminiscent of a sun-kissed farmer, called out loudly even before reaching the entrance. As he drew nearer, he noticed Huang Min being supported by someone, and upon seeing Liang Zhenguo and the others armed, he became somewhat wary and inquired again. What are your intentions? Everyone, please remain calm. Huang Min hurried to explain upon observing the wariness in the villagers' eyes. Master Wang and the others mean no harm. Did you injure your foot? What happened? The middle-aged man frowned at Huang Min's limp, scrutinizing Lao Wang and his companions. Brother, here's the situation. I was in town exchanging goods when some ruffians attacked me and injured my foot. I later fainted on the road. And it was Captain Wang and these young men who came to my rescue. As Huang Min explained, Liang Zhenguo and the others watched the villagers. Noticing that while they were numerous, they were unarmed, which eased their tension slightly. Liang Zhenguo expanded his mental awareness, detecting no concealed weapons among them, thus confirming their lack of threat. Moreover, nothing seemed amiss in his range of perception, though it appeared that the village's women and children were somewhat scarce. While Huang Min refrained from discussing the matter of being bullied, she recounted everything else to the man opposite, aligning closely with what she had shared with them. She was reluctant to divulge certain details, knowing that they pertained to a woman's reputation within the village, and it remained uncertain how her in-laws would react to such an incident. Upon completing Huang Min's narrative, the middle-aged man visibly relaxed, and the others abandoned their prior tense demeanor. Master Wang, Captain Zhao, I am immensely grateful for your assistance with my sister-in-law. Had she been left alone to faint there, who knows what might have transpired? Thank you for bringing her back, and to these young comrades as well, I extend my heartfelt thanks. The man clasped the hands of Lao Wang and the others, nodding appreciatively to Su Weidong and the rest before seemingly recollecting something. He slapped his forehead. Everyone, let us head into the village to rest and enjoy some warm water together. Comrades, there is no need for courtesy. We must continue our journey. Lao Wang and Zhao Deshun replied politely, realizing that Lijiagu was not as inhospitable as they had imagined. On the contrary, the middle-aged man appeared quite amicable. Although they felt somewhat overly cautious, they intended to exchange a few pleasantries and depart. However, before they could take their leave, jubilant cheers erupted from the village. Liang Zhenguo looked up to see several villagers dressed as hunters carrying a large, bound wild boar toward the center of the village, evidently just hunted from the mountains. Those who had been conversing couldn't help but glance over. Haha, it seems Lao Er and the others have had a fruitful hunt, the middle-aged man exclaimed with evident excitement. Lao Wang cast an envious glance at the wild boar, but noticing the villagers' apparent plan for a communal feast, he wisely remarked, Comrades, it is getting late. We should not impose on your festivities. Master Wang, there is no need to rush at this hour, though I'm unsure how many of you there are. The open space is ample enough for everyone to rest tonight, the middle-aged man insisted, firmly grasping Lao Wang's hand. Well, we do have a mission, Lao Wang replied, attempting to extract his hand, only to find the man's grip surprisingly strong, rivaling that of seasoned truck drivers. Master Wang, trust me. Since the village has just caught a wild boar, let us all share a grand feast together to express our gratitude. You see, you saved my sister-in-law today. She is my third brother's wife. Unfortunately, he had an accident in the mountains 2 years ago, leaving her and the children alone. If anything were to happen to her, the children would lose their mother. This is a tremendous favor. The middle-aged man spoke earnestly, a hint of sorrow crossing his features. Yet he unceremoniously pulled Lao Wang toward the village. He then turned to another middle-aged man beside him, instructing Lao Han, "Have Lao Er slaughter the wild boar and prepare more food to host Master Wang and the others." The man named Lao Han, aptly named, bore an amiable demeanor, and upon hearing Lu Dajiao's words, he scratched his head in agreement and hurried into the village. "All right, village chief." Lao Wang was momentarily taken aback, not by the fact that the man was the village chief of Lijiagu, but rather by their overwhelming hospitality. Simultaneously, a sense of embarrassment washed over him, for their initial intention had been to refrain from sending Huang Min back. And it was only due to the persistent concessions made by Su Weidong and his companions that they found themselves in this situation. Upon hearing this, Su Weidong and his friend's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Was there truly pig slaughter soup to be enjoyed this evening? "Comrade Su, you must stay for a meal as a token of gratitude from your elder sister," Huang Min said, her face finally breaking into a smile as she addressed Su Weidong and the others. "Sister, it is my duty to assist. We could not bear to leave you alone." Su Weidong replied hastily. "Thank you, young comrade." The middle-aged man shook Su Weidong's hand warmly, clearly harboring a favorable impression of him. Su Weidong nodded politely, his gaze occasionally darting toward the center of the village. "Village chief, we truly cannot stay for a meal. The convoy awaits us. In these times, it is difficult for everyone. We cannot accept your rations and pork." Although Old Wang felt somewhat tempted by the prospect of pork, he still declined, as did Liang Zhenguo and the others. Nonetheless, they were warmly ushered into the village by the villagers and soon found their eyes fixated on the wild boar. "It's perfectly fine. I will have the villagers call them over. You need not worry about any objections from the villagers, as the village chief. My words carry weight here." Village Chief Lu waved his hand, instructing two individuals to summon the convoy, pride swelling in his chest. "Our village is nestled by the mountains, and we have no shortage of hunters. We often have meat to eat. Furthermore, within a 10-mile radius, our village is the most affluent, with an abundance of grain. Please, eat to your heart's content tonight. Indeed, rest assured, esteemed masters, we are all descendants of the same ancestor in Lijiagu. You saved a villager from our community, making you benefactors of Lijiagu. A meal is but a small gesture of gratitude," chimed in other villagers, adding their voices. Old Wang and his companions were taken aback. Was the village truly this prosperous, even before reaching the outskirts? Even if it was merely a relative improvement. Liang Zhenguo's expression remained calm. His spiritual perception had been active, and upon entering the village, he had already observed the ample grain supplies of the Lijiagu villagers, confirming Village Chief Lu's words that every household had ample reserves, enough to last until the next harvest. However, he pondered a pressing question, glancing at Huang Min, who was being assisted by two women as she departed. "Elder brother," as Village Chief Lu spoke, a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to him approached, wielding a brilliantly polished slaughtering knife. "Second brother, go and slay the pig. These comrades saved a mean. Let us treat our guests well tonight, lest anyone think Lijiagu is ungrateful." Village Chief Lu commanded his younger brother, exuding a sense of grandeur. "Understood, brother." Lu Er nodded with a smile, though the sight of the slaughtering knife was somewhat unnerving. After exchanging greetings with Old Wang and the others, the wild boar was swiftly dispatched on the stone slab of the village canteen, its throat cut and blood drained, ultimately severed from its head. Witnessing this scene, coupled with Village Chief Lu's continued invitations, Old Wang and his companions finally consented, albeit feeling a touch of discomfort. By a twist of fate, they found themselves partaking in a meal. Upon seeing Old Wang and the others agree, Su Weidong could not help but smile, feeling a swell of pride within. Had he not insisted on bringing them back, the prospect of enjoying pig slaughter soup tonight would have been impossible. Soon, the rest of the convoy arrived in the village, and upon hearing that there would be pig slaughter soup for dinner, their joy was palpable. They had anticipated a difficult journey, yet the past few days had proven to be far more bountiful than at home. Having feasted on wild chicken and hare just days before, now they were to enjoy pork. "Zhenguo, what are you pondering?" Old Wang, chatting amiably with Village Chief Lu, approached Liang Zhenguo after exchanging a few words with Zhao Deshun and the other educated youth. "Oh, nothing much. I merely noticed the villagers are quite hospitable." Liang Zhenguo replied, shaking his head. He was contemplating a realization he had just come to. Lijiagu appeared to be thriving, with every household seemingly well stocked with grain. Yet Huang Min's perpetual state of hunger was undeniable. A day or two of hunger would not result in such a condition. Yet, observing Huang Min's demeanor with Village Chief Lu, their family seemed to maintain a good relationship. Thus, One would expect that even in the absence of her family's breadwinner. As the elder uncle, village chief Lu and Lu heir would offer some assistance. After all, the villagers were not lacking in grain, and as the village chief, Lu heir would certainly not be short on provisions, especially when they were so warm and welcoming to outsiders. Surely they would not be unkind to their own kin? Was it possible that Huang Min's connection to them was not as close as it appeared? Or was there some underlying issue? Chapter 244. Intrigues. However, since Huang Min lived quite a distance from the village canteen, her situation remained beyond his perceptual reach, leaving Liang Zhenguo without grounds for unfounded speculation. Zhao Deshan, observing Liang Zhenguo's expression, chuckled and pointed toward old Wang, who was engaged in conversation with village chief Lu and a throng of curious villagers. Caution is wise. But there's no need to be overly vigilant. While it's prudent to minimize contact with strangers during travel, such situations are not uncommon, especially in rural areas. Many villagers are simply curious about those driving large trucks and have a keen interest in experiences from various parts of the country. Those with ill intentions are ultimately a minority. Zhao Deshan patted Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder and continued, "Moreover, we returned their villagers, and notably, a family member of their village chief. It's entirely reasonable for them to be welcoming. Of course, their village truly appears to lack for nothing in terms of grain." While he was unsure of the exact quantities of grain each villager possessed, he had closely observed the villagers' complexions, which did not bear the pallor of those from regions he had encountered previously. The villagers here did not seem to suffer from the pangs of hunger. Furthermore, they were willing to present an entire wild boar to host them. A gesture of hospitality that implied not only gratitude but also an assurance that their village must indeed have an ample supply of meat. "Let us go over and see if there's anything we can assist with," Liang Zhenguo agreed, setting aside further contemplation of the matter. Upon entering the large canteen, the atmosphere was a cacophony of chatter. Su Weidong and his companions were encircled by a group of educated youth, engaged in animated discussions. Understanding that their opportunity to dine on pig slaughter soup arose from their act of returning Huang Min, Su Weidong's previous actions were now viewed with newfound admiration. A broad smile adorned Su Weidong's face, indicative of his swelling pride. After all, he had also managed to partake in the pig slaughter soup, surpassing even those who aided the drivers. He thought to himself, casting a triumphant glance at Shin Yuru amidst the crowd. "Villagers, those who live nearby should return and fetch some benches. Silly Jin, take some people to the village office and bring over the long benches," village chief Lu, unable to linger with old Wang for long, instructed the villagers to prepare for the meal as the convoy members arrived. Spotting the crowd of eager faces, he directed villagers to assist with the slaughtering and meal preparations. Liang Zhenguo, feeling a surge of motivation, called out to village chief Lu, and Deng Haihua and others eagerly offered their assistance. Village chief Lu graciously accepted their help, allowing their willingness to aid, while Liang Zhenguo sought to explore Lijiagu and observe the conditions of other villagers' homes. Liang Zhenguo, accompanied by several individuals, followed a villager known as Shajin towards their village headquarters. Along the way, Liang observed the conditions of other villagers' homes, noting that they were quite affluent, not only in terms of grain, but also in an abundance of cured meats. It was no wonder that the villagers bore no grievances against village chief Lu for treating them with a wild boar. Furthermore, he discerned that most households were equipped with firearms, indicating that hunting was a common practice in their village. After moving a long bench out from the village headquarters, Liang Zhenguo unexpectedly handed the bench to Niu Shan and turned to Shajin, saying, "Brother, you all go ahead. I need to step away for a moment." "Oh, the fields are that way. You go ahead," Shajin replied, noticing Liang's urgent demeanor, and pointed him in the right direction. "All right, thank you." Once Niu Shan took the bench onto his shoulder, Liang hurried towards the fields as directed by Shajin. In a short span of time, he returned after relieving himself. But the seeds of doubt he had previously harbored began to sprout. The arable land in Lijiagu was far too limited. Having worked in the fields himself, he could estimate the yield based on the size of the cultivated area. After the grain taxes were submitted, how much would be left? Unless Lijiagu was exempt from paying taxes, where could they possibly acquire such a surplus of grain? There were certainly some underlying issues with Lijiagu. Upon returning, Liang chose to remain discreet. After all, he could not openly question others simply because they appeared to possess more grain than he expected, especially since he had no evidence to support his suspicions. Moreover, most of the grain was likely stored in cellars, and he certainly could not inform Lao Wang and the others that he had detected the scent of grain. Upon arriving back at the communal dining hall, the villagers had already brought over a substantial bag of grain. When the contents of the bag were poured out, not only were Lao Wang and the others astonished, but the youth present widened their eyes in disbelief. Liang Zhenguo raised his eyebrows in surprise. Once again, Lijiagu's generosity took him aback, for the large sack contained flour, pure fine flour. Although it did not quite match the quality of his own, it merely bore a slight tint of yellow from the bran particles. Village Chief Lu. This is truly extravagant. Lao Wang exclaimed in astonishment, unable to contain himself. My family can barely afford to consume fine grains once or twice a week. Yet Lijiago has brought such a large quantity to host us. It was worth noting that when they departed from the city of Sijio, the higher-ups hesitated to provide such quality grain to the youth. Brother Wang, it's no trouble at all. Village Chief Lu waved dismissively with a smile. If it were anyone else who had rescued the people of our village, we would feel the same gratitude. It is merely a few dozen pounds of grain. Our village can easily bear this expense. The individuals beside Village Chief Lu exchanged pleasantries, suggesting that they would compensate the villagers once they finished eating, but were met with a direct refusal from Lu. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, with the youth casting envious glances towards the villagers of Lijiagu. If only their families were as prosperous as these villagers, they would not have had to leave Sijio and venture outside the city. As the grain arrived, the villagers methodically prepared dinner. The wild boar meat was expertly deboned and sliced by several burly men, and soon the enticing aroma of the meat wafted through the air. Liang Zhenguo sat on a bench, somewhat disinterested, engaging in idle chatter with Deng Haihua and Jean Daba, while his mental faculties remained attuned to the surroundings, particularly the kitchen. Due to the numerous guests, it was not until dusk that all the dishes were finally ready. Comrades, it's time to eat, a woman shouted cheerfully, prompting the eagerly awaiting villagers and youth to brighten up as the previously subdued atmosphere erupted into lively chatter once again. Everyone, please be patient. Let the guests serve themselves first. Tonight's meal is plentiful, Village Chief Lu announced loudly, instructing the serving lady to prioritize the youth. Turning to Lao Wang and the others, he added, Masters and comrades from the security detail, please do not hold back. Tonight's wild boar is substantial, and everyone will receive a generous portion of meat, with plenty of buns to go around. Village Chief Lu, we need not express further gratitude. Let us all eat together. Otherwise, we would feel remiss, Lao Wang responded, stepping forward as a representative. After conversing for some time, his strongest impression of Village Chief Lu was his hospitality, sincerity, and unparalleled generosity. All right, let us dispense with pleasantries and eat together. I shall assist in serving. Village Chief Lu laughed heartily, nodding in agreement, and rolled up his sleeves to help with the serving. Seeing this, everyone lined up orderly to receive their portions. Liang Zhenguo and the other youths utilized their own bowls and chopsticks, as the village did not have enough spare utensils for their numbers. This evening's wild boar weighed over 200 pounds, accompanied by an abundance of vegetables, so everyone was able to fill their bowls to the brim. Liang Zhenguo joined the line behind Zhao Deshan and the others. Regardless of the potential intricacies within Lijiagu, the meal was still a necessity. After receiving his portion, they all returned to their original seats. After sampling a piece of the wild boar, Liang nodded in approval. The village chef had prepared the meat exceptionally well. Nearly devoid of any gamey odor, with a robust aroma of spices, likely foraged from the mountains. Zhenguo, wait a moment before eating, Zhao Deshan, having just finished serving, sat beside Liang Zhenguo and whispered urgently. He glanced over to see Lao Wang and the others at another table, already served. Yet they were engaged in cheerful conversation with the villagers, sharing amusing anecdotes from their past driving experiences. It seemed these seasoned drivers, with their thick eyebrows and bright eyes, were still vigilant, wary of any potential tampering with their food. Uncle Zhao, I was observant while they were cooking, Liang Zhenguo quietly replied to Zhao Deshan. Everything was normal. He had scrutinized the entire cooking process. Otherwise, he would not have been as carefree as the other youths. Though he possessed a robust constitution, he was not immune to the fear of being drugged. Zhao Deshan furrowed his brow. You have never been in the kitchen. It is better to err on the side of caution. Be more vigilant in such matters in the future. He did not suspect any wrongdoing on Lijiaga's part, but their habit of scrutinizing food stemmed from numerous past experiences, and they were accustomed to confirming safety before consuming anything. Then Uncle Zhao, we should have left earlier. Staying here was somewhat risky, Liang Zhenguo remarked. If it were him, he would not have lingered for this meal. Zhao Deshan shook his head and glanced over at Su Weidong and the others, who had already been served and were relishing their food with satisfied expressions, alternating between bites of steamed buns and meat. While he did not vocalize his thoughts, Liang understood the implications. They were not greedy for the meat, but it did not mean others could resist the temptation. Coupled with Village Chief Lu's initial enthusiasm, they could only go with the flow and accept the hospitality. If the factory arranges such tasks for us again, it would be prudent to grant us the authority to restrain people, Liang Zhenguo jested. Indeed, such a provision is necessary. Zhao Deshan shrugged, observing as the villagers of Lijiagu settled down to eat. He began to partake in the meal himself. The dinner concluded amidst a joyful atmosphere, with everyone feeling satisfied. After the meal, it was already late, and when Lao Wang suggested returning to the designated resting area for the convoy, Village Chief Lu did not press them to stay any longer, as their village lacked sufficient space for over 200 individuals to rest. Brother Wang, I shan't delay your rest any further. Should you require anything in the morning, feel free to let me know, Village Chief Lu said warmly. Ha. Tonight's meal has been more than sufficient. We have no further requests. Brother Lu, you two should get some rest, Lao Wang replied, amiably patting Village Chief Lu on the shoulder. He glanced at the villagers who had yet to return home and suddenly inquired, Village Chief Lu, why didn't Comrade Huang Min join us for dinner this evening? I had a villager knowledgeable in medicine tend to her wounds, as her leg was quite inconvenient. I sent over some vegetables for her and her child to enjoy at home. So that was the case. After exchanging polite farewells with Village Chief Lu and the others, our group returned to the convoy, the youth's faces still radiating joy. They had feasted well tonight. They were even more satisfied than when they had dined on wild chickens and hares in the past few days. After satisfying their appetites, they ventured into the nearby woods to relieve themselves. Once it was confirmed that everyone was present in the convoy, Zhao Deshan arranged for the night watch as usual. This time, Liang Zhenguo and Niu Shan were assigned the shift from midnight to 3 o'clock. They felt a bit awkward about always having others take the latter half of the night, so they opted for the least strenuous time slot. After organizing the schedule, Liang Zhenguo climbed into the back of their vehicle, wrapped himself in a coat, and dozed off leaning back. Zhenguo, he was awakened by Lu Yang's call, and it was already past midnight. Everything quiet, right, Brother Lu? Liang Zhenguo stretched lazily and casually inquired. All is well. Lu Yang made no effort to shift positions. When he climbed atop the vehicle to sit, he took over Liang Zhenguo's place and lay down. Niu Shan had risen earlier than him, waving at him from another vehicle. Thankfully, the light from the campfire illuminated the area. Otherwise, he might have mistaken it for a bear waving at him. After observing the surroundings with his mental acuity for a few minutes, Liang Zhenguo grew bored and turned his attention to his own space. He fed the fish in the pond with some fodder, then checked the crops he had planted. There was already a substantial pile of various grains, but he had no immediate avenues for selling them, so they had to be stored temporarily. His family alone could not consume all of it. Currently, his grandparents' home was well stocked, but he would have to make another trip to his grandmother's house soon, as the last time he provided food, he had been too conservative. Now that he had the convenience of work, he could afford to send more provisions to the elderly couple next time. After an indeterminate amount of time, there came a gentle but urgent knock on the car roof. Liang Zhenguo withdrew his consciousness from his space and discovered Niu Shan had arrived beneath the vehicle. Deshan, what is the matter? There seems to be something over there. Zhenguo, stay alert. I'll go take a look. Niu Shan directly informed Liang Zhenguo, concerned about potential trouble. Hence the warning. Something? What is it? I can't tell if it's a person or an animal. Niu Shan pointed towards the direction of the entrance to Lujiagu village. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhenguo extended his mental detection, and a shadow flitted across his scanning range before vanishing from sight. Although fleeting, he was certain it was a figure. Without hesitation, Liang Zhenguo stopped Niu Shan. You stay here and keep watch. I'll go investigate what it is and take a restroom break. Although Niu Shan was tall and strong, even a couple of men would struggle against the darkness of an ambush. With his mental detection, no one could catch him off guard, especially as the night appeared as bright as day to him. Within a radius of 200 meters, nothing could escape his mental grasp. All right, but remember to call me if anything happens. If Liang Zhenguo were merely going on his behalf, Niu Shan might have disagreed. But the mention of needing to relieve himself made it acceptable. Understood, just stay vigilant. After giving his instructions, Liang Zhenguo jumped down from the vehicle and walked into the darkness. Chapter 246, more terrifying than a bandit Denver. He did not enter Lujiagu directly from the village entrance, but rather took a slightly circuitous route, crossing through a nearby fallow field to enter the village. Lujiagu was eerily quiet. Liang Zhenguo employed his mental detection but found no one wandering in the darkness. The few households under his mental influence were all asleep. However, he firmly believed he had not been hallucinating, so he treaded softly to re-examine Lujiagu. During dinner, some villagers had been unable to escape his presence, but now there was no one to hinder him. After examining about 10 households, he discerned a problem. Several houses were empty, while others contained only women and children. It was clearly suspicious for them not to be sleeping at home in the dead of night. Liang Zhenguo heightened his vigilance and continued deeper into the village. After enveloping Lujiagu's village center with his mental power, 7 or 8 figures suddenly appeared before him. Old Han, are your eyes blind? Didn't you say this convoy had at most a few dozen people? Damn it, there are several times more. In a dim room within the village center, Village Chief Lu scolded Old Han with discontent. At that moment, he was no longer the jovial and friendly figure from dinner. Instead, his narrowed eyes radiated a sinister intensity. Old Han, Though bulkier than Lu, lowered his head in fear of Lu's scolding and murmured, "I was a bit far away at the time. Only about 10 people got off the vehicle before, and I didn't expect them to be carrying all these people, with no other cargo." After speaking, Old Han glanced at Lu and cautiously asked, "Chief, with so many of them, should we still proceed with our plan?" The men present turned their gazes towards Lu, their eyes glinting with ferocity. They no longer resembled the simple villagers before, but appeared as a band of fierce bandits. Lu, not responding immediately, lit a cigarette and sat down, his gaze flickering unpredictably. After finishing the cigarette, he revealed a ruthless expression. "Humph, having consumed so much of our meat and grain, how could we possibly let them go? However, with so many of them, if even one escaped and reported to the authorities, we would face significant trouble." None of the villagers present showed any signs of retreat. They were all in this together. Yet, they were not reckless, one villager cautioned. "They only have a dozen guns among them, and they're not well prepared for us now. As long as we strike first, it's still possible to overpower them." Lu tapped the table dismissively. "As for those inexperienced youngsters, if we point guns at their heads, they'll likely be so frightened they won't even think of escaping." Lu was quite confident. Their village had dozens of guns. If they struck preemptively, coordinating their men accordingly, a single volley could likely wipe out the unsuspecting dozen or so people. Then, if they encircled them in time, those 200 youths would be akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. His only concern was that once the gunfire erupted, the educated youth might panic and flee. With their numbers, if they failed to encircle them in time, they would undoubtedly let some slip away. "Xiaozi, are you sure there are people on night watch?" Lu directed his gaze at a short youth beside him. Though small and thin, he was swift and had keen eyesight in the dark. "Yes, there are two." The short youth nodded assuredly. "All right, but I had no intention of striking tonight." Lu chuckled nonchalantly. Realizing the number of over 200 people made him abandon the plan for a night assault. The darkness was too thick. Once chaos ensued, they would struggle to capture everyone. "Brother, should we strike before they leave tomorrow?" Lu Laosi inquired. However, Lu shook his head, indicating that they might not even take action. Seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Lu continued, "Before they depart tomorrow, we'll continue to offer them breakfast. At that time, I'll suggest they stay in our village. Is that even possible? How can we know without trying?" Lu's eyes sparkled with confidence. During dinner, he had conversed with some of the educated youths, and they had left the city due to heavy family burdens. As long as they realized the abundance of Lijiagu and that they could eat well, coupled with our invitation for them to stay, do you think any of them would resist? As long as there are enough individuals willing to stay, those drivers will be unable to deter them. They will only be able to escort the remaining individuals away. This way, we need not resort to violence, yet we can still secure our numbers. Luer's sudden realization illuminated his understanding. No wonder the elder brother insisted on having us slaughter pigs and procure flour. If one does not extend a generous hand, how can one entice them to remain? Lu village head paused momentarily, his expression darkening into a sinister smile. "Village head, what if they refuse to stay?" Lao Han inquired at that moment. "Then we shall act." Lu village head declared without a hint of hesitation, his ominous demeanor morphing into one of ferocity. "Should they refuse to stay, or if their numbers are insufficient, or if those drivers stubbornly refuse to release them, we will take immediate action, first eliminating those drivers and guards, then pursuing those who attempt to flee." "Excellent." Liang Zhenguo, stationed several dozen meters away in a shadowy corner, absorbed their conversation in its entirety. Were these people mad? His brow furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that, beneath the surface of what appeared to be a normal village, Lijiagu harbored a terror greater than that of a den of bandits. Bandits typically sought only to plunder, yet Lu village head spoke of murder with chilling ease. The excitement etched on their faces when discussing killing was grotesque, akin to butchers reveling in the slaughter of livestock. What was their motive for murder? Was it for food? Yet their convoy did not transport grain. That much was already clear to them. Even if they had been oblivious at first, they must have sought clarification from Huang Min by now. Furthermore, why were they intent on keeping those educated youth? This, too, puzzled Liang Zhenguo. Yet he was certain it boded no good. With a mind swirling in questions, Liang Zhenguo continued to eavesdrop. However, he gleaned little of use. Only realizing that the entire village was a den of thieves, devoid of virtuous souls, and that Lu village head had devised a plan for a raid the following day. "Enough. This is the plan. Return and ensure your men are adequately prepared. Once this operation is completed, we shall have no worries for the next 2 months." Lu village head concluded, gesturing for them to depart. As they exited, he called out to Lao Han, who was walking ahead. "Lao Han, tonight, keep an eye on Huang Min, ensure she does not encounter any issues." "Understood." Lao Han accepted the task with eagerness. Liang Zhenguo, concealed in the shadows, observed as they departed the village office. Lu village head eventually entering a courtyard adjacent to the office, presumably his residence, while Lao Han veered in another direction. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Zhenguo chose not to rush back to inform Old Wang and the others, but rather to follow Lao Han. Chapter 247. So, you are a dead man then. From the implications of Lu village head's words, it was evident that he was wary of Huang Min, suggesting she was not the sister-in-law he had previously mentioned. At the very least, their relationship was far from amicable. Moreover, he sought to ascertain why the people of Lu Jiago intended to harm them. Huang Min was undoubtedly aware of this, as she was the one who had lured them to Lu Jiago. Following closely, Liang Zhenguo trailed Lao Han to a secluded courtyard at the far edge of Lu Jiago. It was no wonder he had failed to notice Huang Min's residence before dinner. This was indeed the most distant location from the village center. In stark contrast to Lu village head's house, Huang Min's dwelling appeared small and dilapidated. As Lao Han arrived at the door, he did not knock, but instead pushed the door open and entered unceremoniously. Who is it? Huang Min's voice emerged from within, tinged with apprehension. It's me. The once humble middle-aged man now bore a lewd grin. What skilled actors they are. Liang Zhenguo marveled at the transformation, recalling how he had initially perceived this middle-aged man to be more naive than a mountain fool, only to discover that it was all an act. Not just Lao Han, but Lu village head and the other villagers were also adept at deception. Within a mere dinner hour, they had concealed their true malicious intentions, masquerading as virtuous individuals. As Liang Zhenguo pondered these thoughts, Huang Min cracked open the door slightly, glancing at Lao Han's hands, and, somewhat resistant, said, "What do you want? Didn't you promise us provisions? Of course, I'm here to check on your well-being, Sister Min, and to assess the condition of your injuries." Lao Han feigned concern while forcefully wedging himself through the door. "You get out. Didn't you all injure my foot?" Huang Min retreated a few steps, casting a wary glance around the room. Unperturbed by Huang Min's fiery gaze and her attempts to shrink away, Lao Han strode forward, seizing her arm with one hand while tearing at her clothing with the other, leering, "The village head instructed me to keep an eye on you, to prevent you from whispering anything to outsiders. However, standing guard is rather dull. I might as well have some fun with you, and if you satisfy me, I may provide you with a bit of food. Get away." Huang Min struggled to push Lao Han away, but her frail body, weakened from years of starvation and being a woman, proved no match for his strength. Nevertheless, her resistance only fueled Lao Han's rage. He forcefully shoved her onto the table, snarling, "You stubborn woman, do you wish to be beaten into submission?" Pain etched across Huang Min's face, and the push aggravated her injured foot. Initially intent on fighting back, she succumbed to resignation, closing her eyes and lying still on the table. She feared not for herself, but for her son, worried that he might suffer the same fate if she resisted. "Don't hit my mother." Seeing Huang Min's compliance, Lao Han's satisfaction grew, and he prepared to unfasten his trousers, but just then, a small figure emerged from the bed, grabbing onto his leg. The figure was a frail boy, his cheeks sunken, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years of age, resembling a younger version of Zhou Ziyuan. "Get lost, you little brat." Lao Han attempted to swat the boy away, but Huang Min quickly intervened, grasping his outstretched hand. "Don't hurt him." Lao Han, irritated, shook off her grip but refrained from retaliating against the boy. His hesitation stemmed not from compassion, but rather the knowledge that harming the child would cause Huang Min to resist him fiercely, ruining his enjoyment. "Send him to bed. Don't waste any more time." "All right." Huang Min acquiesced, limping toward the boy and gently ruffling his hair. "Sure to. You go to bed now. Mother has some matters to attend to. Be good." The boy released Lao Han's leg, but shook his head silently. Huang Min continued to softly reassure him. Yet the boy stubbornly clung to her leg, refusing to leave. Impatient, Lao Han shoved the boy aside and yanked Huang Min back onto the table, hastily disrobing himself before attempting to remove Huang Min's clothing. "If you're not going to sleep, then you can watch. Child, don't touch me." Huang Min, already repulsed by Lao Han, was even less willing to engage in such acts before her child, prompting her to struggle anew. Smack! A resounding slap landed on her face, the force ringing in her ears and leaving her cheeks stinging. "Don't hit my mother." Upon seeing Huang Min struck, the boy charged forward, biting Lao Han's arm. "Ah!" Lao Han yelped in pain, glancing at the bite mark on his arm, fury boiling within him. He abandoned Huang Min and turned to the boy, raising his foot to kick him in the stomach. "Stop. Please don't hit him. He's just a child." Huang Min disregarded her disheveled clothing and hurriedly attempted to restrain Lao Han, but her injured foot hindered her movements, making her far too slow. As the formidable old Han's foot was poised to land a heavy kick on the boy's abdomen, the slightly ajar door was suddenly thrust open, and old Han was sent flying out as if struck by a train, crashing into a wooden stool. It was none other than Liang Zhenguo, who made his entrance at that moment. Although he had come to realize that Huang Min was not a virtuous person, He had no inclination to stand idly by while old Han coerced a woman, especially when he was about to assault a child. Given the stature of this robust man, a kick like that could easily take half the boy's life. Damn, who is this scoundrel? Liang Zhenguo retaliated with a kick to old Han's midsection, causing him to kneel on the ground, retching a few times before he painfully rubbed his abdomen and staggered to his feet, cursing under his breath. Illuminated by the flickering light of the kerosene lamp within the room, he looked up to see Liang Zhenguo's impassive face, a visage that was both unfamiliar yet vaguely recognizable. It's you. Upon closer inspection, old Han exclaimed in surprise. Although Liang Zhenguo had been relatively quiet in Lijiaga that day, not engaging much with the other villagers, old Han had been keenly observing everyone in the convoy armed with guns, which allowed him to identify Liang Zhenguo without difficulty. So, comrade, what brings you to the village at this late hour? I apologize for the domestic strife you've witnessed involving my wife and child, old Han said, his eyes flickering momentarily before he reverted to his previous guileless demeanor, scratching his head sheepishly as he slowly approached Liang Zhenguo. Oh, is that so? Liang Zhenguo replied, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, such matters are best left unexamined by comrades. Old Han continued. However, Liang Zhenguo suddenly erupted into laughter. So, does that mean you're a dead man? For today, the village head Lu mentioned that her husband had perished on the mountain. Chapter 254, The Hunt. Moreover, they were part of a fully armed unit, indicating that those in command took this matter very seriously and were intent on exterminating the butchers of Lijiagu. Captain Tan. Just as Liang Zhenguo and his companions reached the entrance, Ma Hongtao, who had gathered the personnel, emerged and nodded towards them before shouting to the soldiers disembarking from the lead truck. Old Ma, are all your men here? If so, let us board the vehicle. Ma Hongtao had clearly articulated the situation over the phone, prompting Captain Tan to act decisively in response to Ma Hongtao's summons. Given their extensive dealings, both men understood the urgency of the situation and exchanged no pleasantries. All present. While Ma Hongtao spoke, over a dozen armed police officers emerged, including familiar faces like Old Chun and Guangzi. The police force in a small town was limited, and the station chief had summoned all available personnel. All right, let us board the vehicle. Ma Hongtao directed the officers of Beijing Police Station towards the last truck. Comrades, may I ask who will guide us? We are ready to depart. Ma Hongtao politely addressed Liang Zhenguo and the others. In response, Liang Zhenguo raised his hand and stepped forward. Zhao Deshun glanced at the fully armed soldiers on the truck and remarked to Ma Hongtao, Director Ma, do you require our assistance? We are all security personnel from the steel plant in Shijiao City, and apart from the two younger ones, the rest of us have military experience. Zhao Deshun gestured towards himself and Lu Yang. They had casually discussed their willingness to lend a hand should Ma Hongtao need it. Thank you, Captain Zhao. But with Captain Tan and his fellows present, we are sufficiently staffed. Your assistance is not necessary. Ma Hongtao expressed his gratitude before declining, aware that Zhao Deshun and his group had their own responsibilities. If they were injured during the capture, it might hinder their subsequent tasks. Moreover, the current manpower was indeed ample. Very well, I wish you all success. Zhao Deshun nodded solemnly. He was willing to assist, but would not impose if they did not require it. All right, Comrade Liang. I would appreciate it if you could take the lead in the first vehicle. Ma Hongtao agreed, whispering to Captain Tan before addressing Liang Zhenguo, who received a nod of acknowledgement from Captain Tan. Not a problem. Liang Zhenguo signaled his assent and promptly took his place in the passenger seat of the first truck. Observing this, Captain Tan rapped on the door of the first vehicle. Let us set off. He then sprinted alongside Ma Hongtao to the last truck, climbing aboard with agility. The journey to Lijiagu was not as swift as Old Wang's departure. Back then, he had disregarded whether the educated youth on board could endure the jolting, fixated solely on alerting the police. However, this time, the mission was to obliterate Lijiagu, necessitating a cautious approach to maintain combat readiness. Yet the speed was not significantly reduced. Within an hour, they reached the open space in front of Lijiagu village, the site where Liang Zhenguo and his companions had previously rested. Once the truck came to a halt, Liang Zhenguo leaped down, checked his watch, and noted that it was nearly 5 o'clock in the morning. This is it. Ma Hongtao and Captain Tan approached, and upon seeing the familiar sight of Lijiagu in the distance, Ma Hongtao nodded in confirmation. Comrade Liang, will you remain here, or? Ma Hongtao inquired, looking towards Liang Zhenguo. I will join you in the operation, Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile. Pulling out an identification document to indicate his role, I am also part of the police force. Ma Hongtao glanced at the familiar document in surprise. Although he found it curious that Liang Zhenguo was both a factory security guard and a police officer, he did not dwell on it. Captain Tan, on the other hand, eyed the young man with intrigue, noting the dual roles he held. This young comrade was no ordinary individual. Could he be a scion of the prominent families in Shijiao City? Since he was one of their own, they decided to proceed together. Ma Hongtao showed no intent to scrutinize Liang Zhenguo's credentials, trusting that if he had the confidence to present them, they were undoubtedly legitimate. After all, they in the police force could discern authenticity at a glance. Once everyone disembarked, Captain Tan swiftly organized the personnel to encircle Lijiagu from 3 directions, advancing step by step. Although they speculated that the inhabitants of Lijiagu had likely fled, they dared not be complacent until they had thoroughly surveyed the village. Liang Zhenguo followed Ma Hongtao and the others into the main entrance of the village, initiating his mental reconnaissance. The 2 individuals he had previously incapacitated at the village entrance had already been removed, which was as he had anticipated. Those dispatched by Lu Dajiao to monitor were undoubtedly core members. If they had escaped, they would not have neglected to act. As they pressed forward, Liang Zhenguo observed that the houses ahead were deserted, the food and dried meat that had once been stored in the cellars now absent. However, Ma Hongtao and his team were unaware of this, compelling Liang Zhenguo to accompany them as they searched each dwelling. Just as Liang Zhenguo assumed that the entire village had evacuated, shadows appeared in a few of the houses. He tightened his grip on his weapon. But upon completing his reconnaissance, discovered that these individuals were merely elderly men and women, devoid of any firearms. Moreover, at 4 or 5 in the morning, they sat quietly within their homes, seemingly awaiting something. There are occupants in this household. As they reached a dwelling that was inhabited, Liang Zhenguo cautioned. Ma Hongtao and his team had no time to question how he knew this and immediately heightened their vigilance. Ma Hongtao signaled, and 2 soldiers forcefully kicked open the door. Don't move. Put down your weapons. As the door swung open, flashlights illuminated the interior, revealing a couple of elderly individuals who had been calmly seated. Now startled into a state of shock. "We1T move." The elderly man gently patted his chest before replying with a tremulous voice, "Director Ma." There are only 2 old men. Despite their advanced age, the 2 did not dare to let their guard down. They stepped forward and directly bound the elderly individuals tightly, while the others continued their thorough inspection. Throughout this process, the 2 men offered no resistance, allowing the officers to secure them without protest. Once it was confirmed that only 2 individuals remained, Guangxi reported back to Ma Hongtao. "First, bind them, and then proceed." Ma Hongtao cast a brief glance at them, refraining from immediate interrogation, and continued with the search. Each time they discovered someone in a house, Liang Zhenguo promptly alerted his comrades. This was to prevent any sudden resistance from those inside that might result in injury, and to ensure that Ma Hongtao and his team were psychologically prepared, avoiding an overly aggressive reaction that might lead to gunfire. After all, although these individuals were not the core masterminds, having lived alongside Lu Dajiao and his band of butchers for so long, they were hardly normal citizens anymore. Their fates were well deserved. The primary concern was that gunfire would incite resistance from other villagers. As the search progressed, Liang Zhenguo realized that a considerable number of people had not left Lijiagu. In fact, most had remained behind. It dawned on him that Lu Dajiao and his cohorts had deemed them a liability and had chosen only to bring the able-bodied young men to the mountains for concealment. Moreover, the larger their numbers, the harder it would be for them to hide. These individuals were all essentially abandoned. Chapter 255, Into the Mountains. For Lu Dajiao and his followers, the presence of the elderly, the weak, and women served primarily to lend Lijiagu the semblance of a normal village. Their utility was quite limited. It was only after searching every house in the village that they discovered 3 individuals who offered some resistance. The others complied obediently as the soldiers and police bound them. The escape of Lu Dajiao and his group had made it clear to the villagers that the police would eventually come, and in the dead of night. They were uncertain where to flee. Thus, they chose to surrender without a fight. Perhaps they believed that by doing so, the police would not treat them harshly, especially since, in their view, the murderers were Lu Dajiao and his men, and their connection to the crime was tenuous at best. The ease with which Ma Hongtao and Captain Tan were able to manage the situation brought them a quiet sense of relief. If these individuals had resisted, they would have been forced to open fire, but the group numbered over 100, even if they deemed them unworthy of life. They were reluctant to cause such widespread slaughter at that moment. If their thoughts were to be heard by Ma Hongtao and his comrades, they would surely scoff. What were they thinking? Their crimes were no less grave than Huang Min's, perhaps even more so. At least Huang Min had acted under duress. "Comrade Liang, I appreciate your assistance today," Ma Hongtao said with a smile, patting Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Liang Zhenguo truly possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing. He could always discern whether there were people in a house beforehand. The other officers and soldiers regarded him with admiration. Liang Zhenguo smiled modestly without uttering a word. Subsequently, Ma Hongtao and Captain Tan began to interrogate the villagers of Lijiagu, confirming that Lu Dajiao and his group had fled into the mountains with a total of 42 individuals. Both men furrowed their brows. This number exceeded their expectations. The remaining 42 were the true desperate fugitives, all armed, posing a far greater threat than the over 100 villagers. Captain Tan, perhaps we should rest in Lijiagu for a while and enter the mountains at dawn, Ma Hongtao suggested. Agreed, replied Captain Tan, offering no objections. The number of adversaries was significant, and they were more familiar with the mountainous terrain than the officers. Entering the mountains now would undoubtedly be an unwise decision. They would wait for daylight to leverage their numerical advantage. While some personnel were assigned to guard the villagers of Lijiagu, the rest took a brief respite in the village. And Liang Zhenguo found a spot to close his eyes and gather his strength. As dawn approached around 6 o'clock, the sky began to brighten. Yet Captain Tan did not rush to depart immediately. Instead, he allowed the comrades to eat the rations they had brought, ensuring their stomachs were filled, before meticulously checking their gear and assigning tasks in preparation for their venture into the mountains. Liang Zhenguo had eaten a few steamed buns before approaching Ma Hongtao and the others. Comrade Liang, I heard from Director Ma about your performance last night. Would you be willing to accompany us into the mountains? Captain Tan inquired expectantly as Liang Zhenguo approached. He found it remarkable that Liang Zhenguo could always accurately report the presence of people inside the houses. Such extraordinary hearing seemed almost exaggerated. It would be a pity for him not to serve as a scout, and thus, during this mission to capture Lu Dajiao, Captain Tan was eager to enlist Liang Zhenguo's assistance. Certainly, Captain Tan, Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile and a slight nod. If he had no intention of entering the mountains, he wouldn't have approached them. Before serving as a guard and police officer, I was a hunter. Often venturing into the mountains, I am quite familiar with the terrain. Oh, that is splendid. Captain Tan and Ma Hongtao exclaimed in delight. They had entered the mountains before, but they could not compare in familiarity with someone who had lived as a hunter. It would have been ideal to have a local hunter with them, but there was no time to seek one out now. Nonetheless, having someone experienced lead the way was far better than stumbling blindly through the mountains. After all, seasoned hunters would track their prey based on the signs left in the wilderness, and the same logic applied to tracking humans. With Liang Zhenguo's keen hearing, no sound in the mountains would escape his notice. I will lead the way, Liang Zhenguo said eagerly. He had trained in tracking skills before, and it posed no challenge for him, as long as they were not up against professional counter-tracking experts. Furthermore, the sooner they captured Lu Dajiao and his crew, the sooner they could leave this place and accomplish their mission. Having been away from the capital for 5 days, he began to miss his wife and 2 adorable sisters. All right, I'll assign a few people to accompany you, Captain Tan said, his eyes brimming with admiration for Liang Zhenguo, a truly commendable comrade. Once arrangements were made, the group set off in the direction Lu Dajiao had taken into the mountains. Upon entering the mountains, without needing Liang Zhenguo's guidance, they quickly discovered the disordered footprints left by Lu Dajiao and his group. Over 40 individuals had fled in a state of chaos in the dead of night, and the traces were remarkably clear. Following the tracks deeper into the mountains, for the first hour, the signs remained unmistakable. However, as they pressed on, the evidence left by Lu Dajiao's group suddenly diminished. It appeared they had fled for quite some time, and their panic had subsided. The path they took thereafter was evidently more orderly. Yet, at this point, they found themselves in an area devoid of any clear trails. Comrade Liang, Captain Tan said as he reached Liang Zhenguo's side. Before he could inquire further, Liang Zhenguo had already set off in another direction. Captain, they VE changed direction. Liang Zhenguo explained as he turned back. Understood. Captain Tan followed closely behind, while carefully observing the surroundings. He vaguely detected faint signs of human activity. It seemed someone had indeed passed through here, and he felt reassured that trusting Liang Zhenguo to lead had been the right choice. However, after more than an hour of walking, his confidence waned. Liang Zhenguo had changed directions at least 4 times during that hour. Yet, seeing Liang Zhenguo's composed demeanor, he chose not to voice any doubts, especially since he could not discern the rationale himself. Their pursuit required them to establish a general direction and then sweep through the area, a process that would consume considerable time. Moreover, dispersing their forces meant increased risk, potentially leading to greater casualties. Therefore, since Comrade Liang was confident in his sense of direction, Captain Tan opted to place his trust in him. At this moment, Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but internally criticize Lu Dajiao and his crew for their remarkable agility. Their evasive maneuvers were convoluted. Had it not been for his modest expertise in tracking and the enhancement of their trail through mental detection, their antics would have indeed complicated the pursuit. Furthermore, it was evident that they were not panicking but had already premeditated their escape route, executing a methodical retreat. It seemed they had psychologically prepared for their current predicament long ago. After walking for another 10 minutes, as the following Captain Tan was about to inquire, Liang Zhenguo abruptly gestured for silence. The others obediently halted, and Captain Tan approached him, whispering, "Comrade Liang, Have you made a discovery? Approximately 80 meters to the northwest. There are two individuals. Liang Zhenguo confidently indicated a direction. In that very spot, two men were smoking, engaged in a lackadaisical conversation, and coincidentally, these were the same two fools Liang Zhenguo had previously incapacitated at the village entrance. It appeared their purpose was to act as lookouts and observers. Despite being less than 100 meters apart, their low position created a significant slope, combined with the cover of the woods, which rendered them oblivious to Liang Zhenguo and his team. In fact, they had entered Liang Zhenguo's detection range 200 meters ago, but the distance had prevented him from immediately informing Captain Tan. It would have been rather absurd to claim he heard their conversation from such a distance. However, Captain Tan was already struggling to believe it. Was this truly his keen hearing? Apart from the occasional chirping of insects and birds, he had heard no voices. Moreover, the wind direction was unfavorable, seemingly not in their favor. Yet, Liang Zhenguo's unwavering demeanor compelled him to believe. Then I will arrange for several sharpshooters to eliminate them, Captain Tan said promptly after glancing in Liang Zhenguo's indicated direction. Advancing further would inevitably place them within sight of the two sentinels, making a stealthy approach to subdue them unrealistic. As for calling out to persuade them to surrender, that thought had never crossed their minds. They could only resort to gunfire. Even if it meant revealing their position prematurely, there was no other option. As Captain Tan prepared to instruct the marksman, Liang Zhenguo interjected, "Captain Tan, do you have any daggers? Please provide me with two." He added, "I have practiced throwing darts for a time, and my accuracy is quite respectable." He was not seeking to show off, but to avoid prematurely alerting Lu Dajiao and his crew to the arrival of the authorities, which could complicate matters further. Given that these two were on lookout duty, it indicated that the others were not far off, even though his mental detection had yet to pick them up. However, the sound of gunfire would undoubtedly be heard. Was it not more advantageous to capture them all in one fell swoop? Captain Tan and Ma Hongtao, who had come forward, appeared somewhat bewildered. Even if he was skilled at throwing darts, would a flying dagger be effective in broad daylight? According to Liang Zhenguo's own assessment, the edge of the woods was still a considerable distance from the observers, and a dart was not a firearm. There would certainly be time to evade if there was a distance buffer. Captain Tan, how about this? You proceed with the plan to prepare the sharpshooters, while I attempt my method first. If I fail, then you can open fire, Liang Zhenguo suggested, having noted their skepticism. Very well. Comrade Liang, you may proceed. Captain Tan readily agreed to this proposal. Although allowing Liang Zhenguo to act first would likely draw the attention of the two men, he had confidence in his soldiers. If necessary, they could fire additional shots. After all, once gunfire erupted, they would undoubtedly be exposed. However, if Comrade Liang's flying daggers proved effective, they could maintain their element of surprise for the ensuing ambush. Chen Lu, Li Jin. Captain Tan quietly named a few, quickly selecting the 4 soldiers with the most precise shooting skills, and handed Liang Zhenguo 2 military daggers. Follow Comrade Liang. Should he miss, you are to eliminate the foes across from us. Yes, sir. The 4 nodded solemnly in agreement. Liang Zhenguo took the daggers and motioned for the 4 to follow. Upon reaching the edge of the woods and spotting the 2 fools several dozen meters away, the soldiers regarded Liang Zhenguo with newfound respect for his abilities, given his adeptness in distance control and the precise assessment of numbers. After exchanging glances, the 4 each found suitable positions for sniping. Regardless of whether Liang Zhenguo's flying daggers were accurate, his extraordinary auditory discernment was enough to earn their admiration. As Liang Zhenguo approached a large tree, he weighed the daggers in his hand and looked to the 4 to confirm they had secured their spots. While he felt confident internally, he maintained a facade of humility to avoid appearing overly arrogant. Once Chen Lu and the others nodded to him, he turned his gaze back to the conversing fools. Squinted slightly, and with blinding speed, one of the daggers was hurled, piercing the neck of one of the men with pinpoint precision. The remaining fool, startled by the sudden event, scrambled to his feet, but had no time to react before Liang Zhenguo's other dagger similarly struck his neck. He clutched his bleeding throat tightly before collapsing. This was 2. The 4 soldiers, poised to fire at the moment the fool stood ready to shoot, were left slack-jawed, utterly astonished by Liang Zhenguo's dagger-throwing prowess, ultimately uttering an awestruck wow, while collectively giving him a thumbs up. Not to mention the accuracy. The sheer speed had left them completely captivated. They had barely caught sight of the dagger's trajectory. Although Liang Zhenguo was not one to seek the limelight, he felt a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing the expressions of the 4. As for the deceased men, the soldiers regarded their demise with indifference. Had it not been for the lack of prior communication with the authorities, Liang Zhenguo would have preferred to snap their necks the previous night at the village entrance. Now, having allowed them to live a few more hours, it felt like a significant gain. Following this, one individual went to report to Captain Tan, while Liang Zhenguo and the other 3 checked on the 2 fools. In truth, Captain Tin did not require anyone to report to him, having observed his 4 sharpshooters finding their positions. Only to see them exchange glances and lower their weapons mere seconds later, he surmised that Comrade Liang had indeed resolved the situation with just 2 daggers. When he and Ma Hongtao arrived, the 2 fools were already lifeless. Comrade Liang, they are from Lijiagu, correct? Captain Tan inquired uncertainly after inspecting the 2 on the ground. He was somewhat concerned about having mistakenly killed innocent people. From their attire, they bore no difference from local villagers, save for the 2 guns at their sides. Upon Liang Zhenguo's affirmative nod, he felt reassured. Yet, upon reflection, they had set off at dawn to enter the mountains. While these 2 had evidently been here for some time, no ordinary hunter would venture into the mountains before dawn. Captain Tan, since there are lookouts here, Lu Dajiao's hideout must be nearby, Liang Zhenguo remarked. Indeed, we shall begin to expand our search radius from this point. Captain Tan nodded, promptly issuing orders. Liang Zhenguo had no further suggestions. It was clear that Lu Dajiao and his crew often operated in this vicinity, leaving behind numerous human traces, which made it difficult for him to discern their exact location, especially as they were not within a 200-meter radius. However, they were certainly close by. They remained relatively well-organized, dividing into 3 groups that fanned out to search inward. Liang Zhenguo, as a member of the public security forces, naturally joined Ma Hongtao's group. To their anticipated surprise, after scouring just a few dozen meters, 2 natural caves emerged within his line of detection. The locations of these caves were rather concealed, easily overlooked if one did not search deliberately. Within one of these caves, Lu Dajiao and his companions were taking refuge, perhaps exhausted from their night-long journey. They lay scattered within the cave, resting, while 2 guards at the entrance were also dozing off. It was ironic, considering their supposed vigilance, that they had assigned 2 unreliable sentinels. However, this proved advantageous for Captain Tan and his men. Liang Zhenguo consciously led Ma Hongtao's group towards the cave, and it wasn't long before Ma Hongtao was the first to spot its entrance. It seems to be a cave. Comrade Liang, is there anyone inside? Ma Hongtao instinctively inquired. Liang Zhenguo feigned listening for a moment before confidently affirming, indeed, there are. Ma Hongtao's spirits lifted. He had merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting a confirmation of presence. Yes, there are. Guangzi, go inform Captain Tan and the others to come over. Although Ma Hongtao was eager to act immediately to redeem himself, he hesitated upon realizing there were dozens of individuals inside. The lives of these soldiers and his fellow officers were far more precious than those of the vile criminals. It would be an utter waste if they fell into the hands of the latter. Understood, sir. Guangzi promptly went to summon the others. Soon, the other 2 groups converged on Ma Hongtao's position, a movement of over 100 individuals unnoticed by the 2 guards at the cave entrance. These thugs, transformed from ordinary villagers, were woefully less competent than bandits. Calling them mere scattered fighters would be generous. Were it not for their possession of firearms, Captain Tan and his team would not have mobilized so decisively. This time, they had made no elaborate plans, merely providing Liang Zhenguo with 2 daggers as they stealthily approached the cave entrance. As they neared, the guards finally detected their arrival, their faces draining of color as they hastily reached for their weapons. Yet, before they could even touch the triggers, they were struck down by a barrage of darts, collapsing with a thud. At that moment, Captain Tan and his men surged into the cave, fully aware that there was no time to commend Liang Zhenguo's marksmanship. Though the sound of the guards hitting the ground was not loud, Lu Dajiao, on high alert, could be awakened by the slightest sound. Hearing the noise, he bolted upright, turning towards the entrance. Upon seeing the 2 guards down, he instinctively reached for the gun beside him, shouting, "Get up, damn it! The public security is here. Surrender." Crouch down. But before he could finish, Captain Tan and Ma Hongtao had already charged in, immediately commanding, "Drop your weapons." Upon noticing Lu Dajiao had armed himself and was disregarding their warnings, Ma Hongtao decisively fired his weapon. Bang! Bang! The 2 gunshots rang out as Captain Tan fired as well, both bullets finding their mark in Lu Dajiao's chest, resulting in the notorious village chief of Lijiagu collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yet, the sound of the shots did not intimidate the remaining assailants, especially Lu Laer and his cohorts, who, upon witnessing Lu Dajiao being shot, unhesitatingly grasped their weapons in preparation for resistance. Without needing Captain Tan's orders, all those who raised their guns were swiftly turned into a veritable hive of bullets. The deafening gunfire echoed throughout the cave. Liang Zhenguo, who had just entered, was engulfed by the cacophony of gunfire. The villagers of Lijiagu, who had yet to arm themselves, could hardly fathom such decisive action from the public security and soldiers. When they glimpsed the bodies of their companions riddled with bullets, their faces turned pale with terror. It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over them, instantly awakening them to reality. They hurriedly raised their hands and knelt. no longer daring to resist. Comrades of the public security, do not shoot. We surrender. As the remaining individuals relinquished their resistance, the soldiers at the back lunged forward, kicking their weapons aside and forcefully pinning them to the ground. Thus concluded the pursuit in the mountains. Liang Zhenguo glanced around, realizing that nearly all those who had accompanied Lu Dajiao to the village entrance had perished in the gunfire. Of the 40 or so individuals, fewer than 20 remained alive. Once all were bound and let out, Captain Tan and Ma Hongtao both exhaled deeply, relieved. Although Lu Dajiao, the ringleader, had been killed, the numerous captives, especially the core figure from the local police station, Lao Han, were sufficient to clarify all the heinous deeds committed by Lu Jiagu over the years. This was the most flawless capture. Comrade Liang, thank you. Though they had expressed their gratitude multiple times as they exited the cave, Ma Hongtao sincerely thanked Liang Zhenguo once more. The smooth operation was entirely dependent on Liang Zhenguo's assistance. Liang Zhenguo shook his head, stating, "It was merely my duty." The two nodded, their gazes towards Liang Zhenguo imbued with fervor. He was indeed a talent. Regrettably, he was not one of their own. However, neither spoke of it. For Captain Tan, Liang Zhenguo was part of the public security system, and he felt it inappropriate to poach from them. As for Ma Hongtao, Liang Zhenguo belonged to the public security of the capital, and his prospects far surpassed those of a mere small-town police chief like himself, especially considering that his position was likely to be precarious. Captain, Director Ma, we have discovered another cave nearby. After retrieving the firearms and the supplies from Lu Jiagu, a soldier who had gone to scout another cave rushed back with a report, his expression slightly grim. Chapter 258, The Dust Settles. These beasts. Upon arriving at the new cave, Captain Tan and his team were met with a horrifying and chilling scene, the lingering stench of blood unmistakable. It dawned on them that this was a slaughterhouse for the people of Lu Jiagu. Enraged, they cursed vehemently, their eyes ablaze with fury. Were it not for the fact that the culprits were bound outside, they might have been unable to restrain themselves from executing them on the spot. Liang Zhenguo furrowed his brow, a surge of unbridled rage swelling within him. He had initially focused on locating people, and after confirming their presence in the adjacent cave, he had merely glanced over this one, failing to uncover the appalling crimes concealed within. In the center of the cave lay a large stone slab, conspicuously devoid of anything. Yet the indelible dark red stains told all who beheld it of the bloodshed that had once occurred there. However, this was not the most significant aspect. What truly ignited their fury were the numerous skeletal remains unearthed in the cave's dim corners. Some had already turned to bleached bones, while others still showed hints of red, crawling with repulsive maggots, indicating they had not been buried long. Most notably, the skulls within left no doubt that these were human remains. To have simply killed Lu Dajiao is too lenient. Ma Hongtao seethed through clenched teeth. There must be missing persons from Beijing town among these. Captain, there are also firearms and ammunition hidden inside. Once their emotions had settled, the soldier who had reported earlier pointed towards the depths of the cave. Firearms and ammunition? Captain Ten queried, proceeding deeper into the cave. Upon reaching the farthest recess, he discovered 5 large crates stacked inside. Liang Zhenguo recognized them. They resembled the weapon crates found in the secret chamber of the enemy couple in Suzhou City. However, it appeared these had been there for quite some time. After meticulously opening each box, it became evident that, aside from one that was empty, the remaining 4 contained an assortment of items. Some were filled with bullets. Others housed the infamous Type 38 and Type 99 rifles used by the enemy, and there were also explosive packages, albeit thoroughly damp. Clearly, these were remnants of the enemy's arsenal, left behind at an unknown time. It was no wonder that Lu Jiagu was so heavily armed. They had stumbled upon a cache of weapons previously abandoned by the enemy, and most of the firearms remained in good condition, suggesting they had been well preserved. Let us relocate everything. Also, have someone strip those corpses and ensure that they are properly handled. As he surveyed the weapons and ammunition, Captain Tan exhibited no outward emotion. The standard-issue rifles were not in short supply for the country, yet they could not remain here. Perhaps it was the unexpected acquisition of these arms that had sown the seeds of malevolence in the hearts of Lu Jiagu's villagers. Looking at the enemy insignia on the weapon boxes, Captain Tan felt a wave of displeasure. Indeed, let us take the remains back. Regardless of whether their identities can be confirmed, they deserve a proper burial elsewhere. Ma Hongtao sighed, his heart heavy, as the fleeting joy of having apprehended the villains dissipated. Upon receiving the orders, the soldiers sprang into action. Liang Zhenguo followed silently, wholeheartedly agreeing with the 2 commands. Such a vile place could not be allowed to bury these remains again. Upon exiting the cave, his mood was not as somber as that of Ma Hongtao and the others. They had, in a sense, served justice for these wronged souls. However, As they passed by the villagers of Lijiagu, he inadvertently collided with a villager whose malevolent visage led to a severe beating. Feeling unsatisfied, he then delivered a few hard slaps to the two individuals beside him. Witnessing the pain etched on their faces brought him some comfort. A few soldiers tasked with escorting them looked up at the sky, feigning ignorance. These wretches, if not for discipline, would have relished the opportunity to kick a few times themselves. It was needless to say that they would not intervene to restrain Liang Zhenguo, given their own earlier misdeeds. As for Captain Tan and Ma Hongtao, they merely glanced over without comment. The young man was filled with rage, but as long as he didn't seriously injure anyone, it was acceptable. After all, Comrade Liang knew how to maintain decorum. Once everything was gathered, a soldier stepped forward and inquired, "Captain, should we transport the bodies of those who perished in Lijiagu down the mountain? Let them remain there forever to atone for their sins." "There is no need to waste effort on that," Captain Tan replied coldly, his gaze shifting to the line of bound individuals, signaling, "Take them, we shall descend the mountain." Understood. There was no need for humanitarian discourse regarding these individuals, for they were scarcely deserving of the title. The descent was markedly quicker than the ascent, and after a little over an hour, they returned to Lijiagu. Captain Tan assigned a contingent of soldiers to guard the subdued villagers, while the main force escorted the captured individuals back in vehicles. A few vehicles drove directly back to the military compound on the outskirts of the town, for the local police station could not accommodate so many from Lijiagu. Once everyone was brought back, all would be settled. As soon as they disembarked, Captain Tan briefed his soldiers before leading Liang Zhenguo to a modest room in the compound. Unlike the more lavish accommodations at Sister Qin's on Qingdao, this compound consisted solely of simple bungalows, with the room located to the left of the main hall, appearing rather austere. Upon entering, Liang Zhenguo had barely taken his seat when Ma Hongtao walked in. "Comrade Liang, I understand you haven't rested all night. We should have sent you directly back to Beijing town, but there is a matter that cannot be overlooked, and I hope for your understanding." Captain Tan took the foremost chair, regarding Liang Zhenguo as he continued, "Aside from you, do your comrades in the convoy know about the events in Lijiagu?" Liang Zhenguo had a sense of what Captain Tan was about to discuss. He nodded. If he did not explain upon arriving in Beijing town, he was uncertain how the educated youth would react. Though they could manage the situation, he hadn't overly contemplated it at the time, thinking it would serve as a lesson for them, thus withholding little information. They understood why they had left Lijiagu, yet they knew little of what Huang Min and that old fool had disclosed. Liang Zhenguo added, fully aware that Captain Tan had summoned him primarily for matters of confidentiality. As anticipated, Captain Tan nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor grave as he articulated, "What they know is sufficient. However, when Director Ma arrives, he will instruct them not to spread rumors. Yet, I implore you not to divulge the specifics of the situation on the mountain once you return." Captain Tan earnestly outlined the potentially dire repercussions should this information circulate. The personnel stationed at the police station were only aware of the general situation, oblivious to the scale of the massacre in Lijiagu, thus minimizing the potential fallout. After concluding his remarks, Captain Tan handed Liang Zhenguo a prepared document and turned to Ma Hongtao. Ma Hongtao nodded, understanding that Captain Tan was referring to the need for him to accompany Zhao Deshun and the educated youth at the police station to ensure confidentiality. The police officers who had also journeyed to Lijiagu would naturally be included in this agreement. Liang Zhenguo glanced at the document, which bore a red line indicating the military district to which Captain Tan and his men belonged, followed by the confidentiality clauses. This was indeed a non-disclosure agreement. Chapter 259, Returning to Beijing Town. Liang Zhenguo read through it with curiosity. The penalties for any breach of confidentiality were stark, with the potential for execution looming large, not a trivial matter. Nevertheless, he promptly affixed his signature, well acquainted with such agreements, having signed many in the past. Though this was his first under these circumstances, upon exiting the compound, Captain Tan reiterated, "Act as though this matter never occurred, understood?" Given Liang Zhenguo's youth, Captain Tan treated this as his first encounter with such a clause, thus feeling compelled to offer a final admonition. To prevent any misunderstanding, Captain Tan hastily added, "Rest assured, when reporting to higher-ups, I will ensure your contributions are fully acknowledged. Leaders, I comprehend all of this. In truth, accolades are of little importance. What matters is that we did not allow those individuals to escape." Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "Well said." Captain Tan praised as he patted Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder, then addressed both him and Ma Hongtao. "Let us go. Everyone has worked hard on this trip. You should dine with the officers from the police station. Old Ma will join as well." "Very well." The two did not hesitate, exiting the room together to head to the mess hall. Upon arriving at the mess hall, they found Old Chun and Guangzi already present, both bearing signs of fatigue. This operation had not been particularly arduous, but the hours of heightened tension had left them drained, especially Old Chun and those who had pulled the night shift. Liang Zhenguo himself felt somewhat fatigued. Having only slept a couple of hours the previous night, he had been busy ever since, particularly with the mental exertion of maintaining vigilance. The food in the military was decent, an ample bowl of mixed vegetables, including cabbage, radish, and vermicelli, with a sprinkle of minced meat, accompanied by a basket of slightly yellowed steamed buns. This was the first time Old Chun and the others had expressed distaste for meat in their dish, as it reminded them of the corpses in the cave. Liang Zhenguo, however, had a hearty appetite due to his hunger. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Ma Hongtao and Liang Zhenguo declined Captain Tan's suggestion to rest before returning. The former was hastily returning to address the aftermath of the Lujiagu incident, while the latter remained at the police station, naturally accompanying Director Ma back. Observing this, Captain Tan had no choice but to promptly arrange a vehicle for them. As they were about to depart, he suddenly called out to Liang Zhenguo, "Comrade Liang, you aren't in a hurry to leave today, are you?" "Captain Tan, what's the matter?" Liang Zhenguo inquired, though he was unsure whether they would continue their journey, even as noon approached. "Good news. I will immediately report this matter to the higher-ups. Predictably, by tomorrow at the latest, we shall receive directives, and your commendation will follow. If you leave now, the accolades will be directed to your unit instead," Captain Tan remarked with a smile. "Oh, I wasn't aware of that," Liang Zhenguo replied candidly, though in truth, he was not overly concerned. Now part of the public security system, he was confident that his contributions would be acknowledged by the authorities in Sijio City, rendering local commendations less significant. "Very well. I shall consult Old Ma later. If Liang Zhenguo and his team depart Beijing town, Ma Hongtao will surely be informed. He has a telephone there. So a simple inquiry will suffice." Liang Zhenguo nodded, confirming that there were no further matters to address before climbing onto the truck. Upon returning to the police station, he exchanged pleasantries with Director Ma. Once Ma was occupied with his duties, Liang Zhenguo proceeded to the designated courtyard arranged for them by the station. "Zhenguo, how did things go in Lijiagu? What was the situation inside?" Zhao Deshun and the others had evidently been aware of his return, as Deng Haihua hurriedly inquired upon his entrance. "Everything went smoothly," he replied succinctly, choosing to remain tight-lipped about further details. Bound by confidentiality agreements, he dared not divulge any information, particularly to Comrade Deng Haihua, whose propensity for loose lips could lead to his own misfortune. Seeing Liang Zhenguo's reticence, Deng Haihua was about to probe for more details when Zhao Deshun's gaze silenced him. With a broader perspective, he understood that Liang Zhenguo's silence indicated the presence of a confidentiality agreement. Others, slower to catch on, quickly grasped the situation after noticing Zhao Deshun's expression, realizing that further inquiries were unwise. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a police officer from the station instructed them to keep matters regarding Lujiagu confidential, although no formal agreement was requested. However, given Liang Zhenguo's full involvement, it was presumed that such an agreement had been signed. Thus, even if curiosity lingered, they could only speculate in their minds. Once the police had departed, Liang Zhenguo shifted the conversation. "Uncle Zhao, are we leaving this afternoon?" Zhao Deshun shook his head. "After this incident, we shall rest in the town for a day and set off tomorrow instead. You haven't slept since last night. You should rest." Seeing Liang Zhenguo's fatigue, Zhao Deshun urged him. "All right." Liang Zhenguo felt the weariness settling in and returned to the police station, unceremoniously requesting an empty resting room. He was not keen on sleeping in the truck today. The officers at Beijing police station treated Liang Zhenguo with the same respect they afforded their own director, readily accommodating his modest request and promptly finding him a resting room. Once inside, he closed the door, combined a few empty tables to fashion a makeshift bed, retrieved 2 garments from his space, one to serve as a makeshift pillow and the other as a blanket, and lay down to sleep. When he awoke again, he found the resting room shrouded in darkness. Chapter 260, Recruitment. Rising and neatly arranging his clothes, Liang Zhenguo stretched luxuriously. He had enjoyed a particularly refreshing slumber. After shaking off the remnants of sleep, he opened the door to find the police station illuminated by kerosene lamps. Had he truly slept from midday until nightfall? It was no wonder he felt revitalized after such a lengthy rest. However, he was puzzled by the dimness of the station. It had been electrified the previous night. So why were the lights off tonight? Perhaps the area suffered from insufficient power supply? Yet, considering the remoteness of the location, he could understand. Interestingly, the large courtyard where he resided in Sijio City had yet to receive electricity, relying on kerosene lamps for illumination at night. Fortunately, he had recently procured several flashlights, which had proven immensely convenient. However, he had heard that the coverage would soon be complete, as the east and west cities were the core urban areas. Lost in thought, Liang Zhenguo walked outside. "Comrade Liang." As he exited, a police officer on duty greeted him. Liang Zhenguo recognized him as one of the officers who had entered the mountains with him that day. So he politely nodded in return and casually inquired, "Brother, is Director Ma still in the station?" "Director just left a short while ago. He saw you resting and chose not to disturb you," the officer replied. "Ah, understood." He had borrowed someone else's resting room, so it was only polite to say farewell before leaving. Since Director Ma was absent, he let the matter rest. After exchanging a few casual words with the officer, he departed, returning to the courtyard arranged by the police station. He found old Wang and the others had already set up their bedding in an orderly fashion, with their numbers being too large. The station lacked sufficient space for everyone to sleep, but the courtyard was a significant improvement. They had endured worse conditions while camping in the wilderness. Thus, no one voiced any complaints. "Zhenguo, you're awake? We saved a few steamed buns for you." Zhao Deshan waved him over as he entered the courtyard. Although the police station lacked sleeping quarters, they had access to a small kitchen, making meal preparation considerably more convenient. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." Liang Zhenguo accepted the buns without hesitation and began to eat. He had originally planned to inform Zhao Deshan and the others before stepping out to find a place to enter his space and prepare something delicious. However, since Zhao Deshan had specifically saved them for him, he decided to make do with the meal. "Zhenguo, did you achieve any notable accomplishments this time?" Although specific details about Lijiagu were off-limits, Deng Haihua was still quite curious about whether Liang Zhenguo had earned any accolades. Zhao Deshan and the others shared his curiosity. If his sole role had been to guide them to Lijiagu, there would have been no need for any confidentiality agreements. It was evident that Liang Zhenguo had been fully involved throughout. Perhaps, Liang Zhenguo pondered for a moment before nodding. Captain Tin mentioned that directives from above would likely arrive tomorrow. "You truly are impressive." Deng Haihua gave him a thumbs up, and they tacitly refrained from pressing further. Feeling a tinge of envy, if only they hadn't had sufficient manpower the previous day, they too might have earned some minor recognition. "Just luck," Liang Zhenguo laughed, waving his hand dismissively. With the resolution of the Lijiagu situation, a weight had been lifted from their hearts. And the remainder of the evening was spent engaged in light-hearted conversation until fatigue eventually claimed them. "It's rare not to have to keep watch. Let's all rest. Tomorrow, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall reach our destination." Zhao Deshan yawned, noting that no young person could stay awake through the night as they used to. Fortunately, they were in the safety of the police station's courtyard, allowing them to finally enjoy a secure night's sleep. Liang Zhenguo, however, remained quite alert. But as the others prepared for slumber, he too sought a place to lie down, idly immersing his consciousness into his space to pass the time. The following day, Liang Zhenguo awoke early. After freshening up, he noticed that Zhao Deshan and old Wang had yet to stir, prompting him to consider taking a stroll. Having spent considerable time in Beijing town, he had yet to explore beyond the confines of the police station. However, as he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered Captain Tan, who had just arrived at the station. "Captain Tan, what brings you here so early?" Liang Zhenguo approached him in surprise. "Comrade Liang is quite early, isn't he?" Captain Tan first chuckled and then replied, "Firstly, I came to discuss the matters concerning Lao Han and Huang Min, and secondly, to bring you some good news." "Good news?" Liang Zhenguo was momentarily taken aback, only to recall the commendation he had mentioned the previous day following his report. However, was it necessary to rush so early? The dawn had barely broken. As for Lao Han and Huang Min, or Huang Min's son, he had little concern. Those matters would naturally be arranged by higher authorities. Captain Tin scrutinized Liang Zhenguo, noticing his momentary distraction. With a faint smile, he placed a hand on his shoulder as they walked towards the police station. "Indeed. Let us discuss this inside." Upon entering the office area of the police station, they found numerous officers already engaged in their duties. Although the affairs of Lijiagu were now overseen by the military, there were still plenty of issues to attend to, ensuring their days were far from idle. Ma Hongtao had arrived at the station before dawn. "Old Tan, old Ma." Seeing Captain Tan arrive so early, Ma Hongtao was not surprised. After inquiring with Zhao Deshan about their departure that morning, he had intentionally called Tan. Observing the busy officers, the three of them proceeded to the lounge where Liang Zhenguo had rested the day before. "Ever since this matter was reported to the city, our phones have been ringing off the hook," Captain Tan remarked with a wry smile as they entered the lounge. Ma Hongtao's expression reflected a hint of bitterness. He had received a considerable reprimand from his superiors yesterday, but fortunately, the situation had been handled well, salvaging some reputation. This incident had sparked significant internal reactions, becoming a classic case, and the higher-ups were taking it very seriously, likely leading to a series of subsequent measures. Liang Zhenguo listened intently, nodding occasionally. However, he felt little impact. Were it not for the presence of the others, he might have scoffed. The fundamental issue of food supply remained unresolved, rendering any plans or measures largely ineffective. He understood well that the situation in Lijiagu was not an isolated case. Setting that aside, you are largely responsible for this matter. If only you were in the military, a second-class merit would be guaranteed. What are your thoughts? Captain Tan inquired, looking at Liang Zhenguo with admiration. Ma Hongtao glanced at Captain Tan but remained silent. Liang Zhenguo was taken aback by Captain Tan's words. Was he subtly suggesting he join the military? Captain Tan indeed had that intention during his report yesterday. His superiors had discovered that Comrade Liang had significant connections in the city, and he had hinted at the possibility of drawing this talent into the military. Thus, he felt compelled to probe further. However, Liang Zhenguo had no thoughts of rejoining the military. He had a large family to care for, making it impossible for him to leave. Moreover, he had no desire to be merely a foot soldier. What chance did he have of attaining the ranks of a division commander or brigade leader? Chapter 261, Donations. So, he feigned ignorance of Captain Tan's insinuations, responding, "What thoughts could I possibly have? I shall simply follow the arrangements of my superiors." Seeing this, Captain Tan raised an eyebrow and, with a hint of exasperation, said, "Comrade Liang, your observational skills are exceptional, and your endurance is commendable, having ascended and descended the mountain without breaking a sweat. You are undoubtedly a promising candidate for military service. Would you be interested in honing your skills in the army? I could reserve this merit for you until you enlist. Oh, and your remarkable dart-throwing skills. With such talent, mastering marksmanship should be a breeze, and I believe your shooting will be exemplary in the future." Thinking this over, he became even more eager. He felt that Liang Zhenguo's prospects in the military would far exceed those within the police system, especially with a second-class merit already to his name upon entry. Captain Tan, I appreciate your kindness, but my parents have passed, and I have 2 younger sisters at home who depend on me. Moreover, my wife has only recently joined the family. I am the only male in the household." Liang Zhenguo shook his head firmly, recognizing that the military's constraints were far stricter than those in the police system, and that he would be away from home for extended periods. His reasons for refusal were indeed compelling. His mother had passed away, and his father was virtually absent, making his claim of parental absence valid. While the recent marriage to his wife might seem trivial, the continuation of the family line was a significant matter. Captain Tan fell silent, unable to find other persuasive arguments, and finally sighed, saying, "Well then, it is ultimately your decision. If you manage to enlist, I will apply for a second-class merit for you. If not, I can only offer you 200 yuan as a reward." "I'll take the 200 yuan," Liang Zhenguo replied without a moment's hesitation. Captain Tan nodded, understanding Liang Zhenguo's intentions from his demeanor. He remained silent, retrieving an envelope filled with cash rewards he had prepared in advance, and handed it over with a smile. "I anticipated you would likely decline, so I had this ready for you." "Thank you, Captain Tan," Liang Zhenguo said with a grin as he accepted the envelope. At this moment, Ma Hongtao chimed in, pulling out another envelope from his pocket and patting Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder. "Your unit will record your merit, but our station also has a joint reward for you. However, we aren't as affluent as Old Tan, so it's only 100 yuan. And in truth, we owe our gratitude to you." Ma Hongtao referred not to a steel mill, but to the Gulu police station. Liang Zhenguo accepted the money before responding with a smile, "This is nothing. In the face of such events, as law enforcement, we cannot stand idly by. Even our convoy members regretted not being able to assist. Ha ha ha, we are all good comrades." Ma Hongtao and Captain Tan laughed heartily, knowing well that the anticipation in the eyes of the security personnel and drivers when Captain Zhao sought their assistance was genuine. "By the way, are you all leaving soon?" "Yes, we should set off after breakfast," Liang Zhenguo nodded, shaking the envelope containing 300 yuan as he looked at Ma Hongtao. "Director Ma, please take this money." "What do you mean?" Ma Hongtao blinked in surprise, looking at him quizzically. "I am donating this money. Once the identities of the remains are clarified, it will be used to support their families," Liang Zhenguo stated plainly, placing the envelope into Ma Hongtao's hand. He was not in need of funds at the moment. He had nearly 2,000 to 3,000 yuan in cash alone. While he was still far from being a millionaire, cash was the least significant part of his assets. Within his space, he possessed resources valued at 1 to 2 million yuan in gold and countless other assets, making this 300 yuan a mere trifle. The resources in his space lacked reliable channels and could not be exposed to light. However, using the money earned from rewards for charitable deeds felt like putting it to good use. "Comrade Liang, are you certain?" Ma Hongtao and Captain Tan exclaimed in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Liang Zhenguo's generosity in donating his newly acquired bonus entirely. Earlier, when he had eagerly accepted the reward without a hint of reluctance, they had assumed that he might have a fondness for money. It now appeared that their assumptions had been rather shallow. 300 yuan was no small sum. It represented the wages of an ordinary worker for 8 or 9 months without food or drink. "This is certainly no jest. I have sufficient savings, and this money will serve as a good deed," Liang Zhenguo explained with a smile. "Undoubtedly, you have done a great service, Comrade Liang." I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of those families. I assure you that this money will be properly allocated. Ma Hongtao nodded emphatically, glancing at the young man before him, a surge of admiration welling up within him. To be candid, had he been rewarded 300 by the higher-ups, he would have generously donated the sum. However, whether he would have relinquished it entirely without hesitation was something he couldn't confidently assert. In this regard, he found himself lacking compared to Liang Zhenguo. Nevertheless, he certainly would not refuse this money. Firstly, it was a gesture of goodwill from others, and secondly, he genuinely needed the funds, as the families could benefit from additional subsidies. Liang Zhenguo smiled in response to Ma Hongtao, finding the director's character trustworthy. "You are quite the lad," remarked Captain Tan, his rugged visage breaking into a warm smile as he patted Liang Zhenguo's shoulder with vigor. "Competent, with excellent character, truly a commendable comrade. It's a pity you are not in the army." 300 was no trifling matter. Thus Liang Zhenguo provided Ma Hongtao with a signed document, ensuring that the funds would reach those in need without impediment. As their departure loomed, Ma Hongtao and his companion offered Liang Zhenguo words of encouragement. 20 minutes later, Liang Zhenguo stood at the door of the lounge, waving farewell to Zhao Deshun and Old Wang, who had come to bid adieu to Director Ma, as they left the police station together. Now in possession of a small parcel, this had been prepared for him by Ma Hongtao and his companion, knowing he had yet to have breakfast, consisting of steamed buns and provisions for the journey. "It seems the two leaders hold you in high regard," Old Wang quipped, lightly bumping into him with his shoulder, a playful smile gracing his face. "That is certainly the case," replied Liang Zhenguo, raising an eyebrow as he retrieved a bun from the parcel, patting it lightly. "The implication clear. You're showing off," Old Wang teased. Unfazed, Liang Zhenguo took a bite of the bun and then offered it to Old Wang and the others. Having had their fill the previous day, they had not intended to eat breakfast that morning. However, seeing the generous supply of buns in Liang Zhenguo's paper bag, they graciously accepted. After all, it was a gift from their superior, and they were happy to partake. The three of them laughed and made their way to the roadside, not far from the police station, where their convoy was parked. At this point, the rest of the group had already gathered their belongings and were idly chatting as they awaited their arrival. "Get on the bus. Everyone, be swift. We need to make good time today, and we should reach our destination by evening." Old Wang and several seasoned drivers began to rally the young intellectuals. Upon hearing that they might arrive at their destination today, the group of young intellectuals, filled with anticipation and dreams for the future, helped one another climb aboard the vehicle with eagerness. Once everyone was accounted for, a series of deep, resonant horn blasts echoed through the streets, as the convoy slowly set off under the watchful eyes of curious onlookers. Chapter 262, The Natural Sect Du Wu. As Liang Zhenguo's convoy departed from Beijing town, within the office of the Deputy Director at the Public Security Bureau of Sijiacheng, Bai Yadu expressed her frustration. "I've already told you. He has been gone from Sijiacheng for several days. Your inquiries are futile." In Tang Qingshan's office sat Bai Lin and Huang He, two individuals with whom Liang Zhenguo had previously crossed paths. Tang Qingshan regarded the persistent young visitors with a sense of exasperation. They belonged to a special department outside his jurisdiction. However, typically, they would not dare to impose upon him so brazenly, given his higher rank. Yet, Bai Lin was the daughter of a comrade of his. In professional matters, she treated him with formality, addressing him appropriately. However, this time, she was intent on probing into Liang Zhenguo's background, hoping to recruit him into their department if circumstances proved favorable. She had already visited his office multiple times over the past few days. "Uncle Tang, I inquired about him yesterday. He is indeed absent, but when he returns, perhaps you could facilitate an introduction for us," Bai Lin said, her demeanor softer than usual, a rare smile gracing her lips as she gently implored. With their intelligence network, acquiring information about an individual was typically straightforward. However, given Tang Qingshan's close ties with Liang Zhenguo, she knew she could not conduct her investigation indiscriminately. She would not dare to pursue it without his knowledge, as that would be disrespectful, not only to herself but to her superiors as well. Had it not been for Uncle Tang's reluctance to share information, she wouldn't have had to visit the Gulu police station the previous day. Moreover, their interest in Liang Zhenguo stemmed from two motives. First, to verify whether her assessment had been accurate, that he was indeed a remarkable individual, though she was quite certain that he was the masked figure from that night. Secondly, she had reported to her superiors, who displayed considerable interest in him. Their department was particularly attentive to exceptional talents, whether they possessed unique abilities or were masters of martial arts, especially if they were young. Following her preliminary inquiries the day before, their curiosity had only intensified. Even if one were to dismiss the possibility of Liang Zhenguo being the masked figure from that night, his extraordinary marksmanship and his remarkable auditory acuity, which allowed him to pinpoint enemies with just his keen hearing, were sufficient to attract their attention. Such talent was on par with that cultivated within the military and their own training programs. Tang Qingshan sat in his office chair, feeling a slight headache. I cannot ascertain whether that lad truly possesses the formidable skills you claim, but I can vouch for his competence. However, he is rather lethargic in nature, and may not align with your requirements. He spoke truthfully. When he had initially attempted to persuade Liang Zhenguo to join the police force, the young man had been evasive, eventually concocting a notion of a part-time role. He only offered assistance with challenging cases, and it was inconceivable for him to fulfill regular duties at the police station. He preferred to serve as a bodyguard, idling in the factory during downtime, and only venturing out when assignments arose. He had seen through Liang Zhenguo's intentions and sought to gently dissuade Bai Lin and her colleagues from pursuing him, recognizing that his inherently laid-back disposition might not be conducive to interactions with their department. Yet, he could not deny the young man's remarkable abilities. He had received news the previous day that Liang Zhenguo had accomplished significant feats during his recent outing, garnering interest from the military as well. This brought him a sense of satisfaction, affirming his discerning judgment and validating his efforts to advocate on Liang Zhenguo's behalf. With that thought, a smile crept onto Tang Qingshan's face. "Uncle Tang, please do us the favor of facilitating an introduction. Moreover, Master Du has specifically expressed a desire to meet him." Bai Lin pressed on, undeterred by previous setbacks. Whether for the sake of her assignment or her own intrigue, she was eager to engage with Liang Zhenguo. Despite having deduced from his swift departure and the circumstances surrounding the investigation that Liang Zhenguo's skills surpassed her own, she yearned for an opportunity to spar with him. Previously, she had thought him merely youthful in appearance, but upon learning from Uncle Tang that he was only 18, a few years her junior, her competitive spirit was piqued. How could she resist the temptation to measure her abilities against a younger, yet seemingly superior, adversary? Not only Bai Lin, but Huang He too harbored similar intentions. "Master Du? Are you referring to Du Wu?" Tang Qingshan hesitated, having initially intended to decline. "Yes," Bai Lin affirmed eagerly, sensing an opening. Does that young man still capture his attention? While Tang Qingshan was acquainted with Du Wu, their relationship was not particularly intimate. However, he was close friends with Du Wu's elder brother. Their bond akin to that between him and Niu Shan's father, Niu Da. As for Du Wu, he had met him during visits to the Du family in his youth. But Du Wu had been absorbed into the natural sect from a young age, becoming a martial arts fanatic. Apart from his training, he showed little interest in the outside world. Since joining the national department, his focus had remained unwavering, dedicated solely to martial arts and his duties, returning to the Du family only on rare occasions. How could such a person possibly harbor any interest in Liang Zhenguo? Could it be that their curiosity was piqued by hearing Bai Lin refer to him as being superior to Liang? After all, he had heard that Bai was indeed his prized disciple. Was it truly the case that her master wished to meet him? Tang Qingshan regarded Bai Lin with a puzzled expression, attempting to discern whether this girl intended to leverage her master's reputation to persuade him. "I assure you, Uncle Tang, I am not deceiving you," Bai Lin reiterated with a nod. It appeared her words were genuine. Observing her countenance, Tang Qingshan silently nodded, affirming that it was not merely a pretext. He then reclined in his chair, his fingers absent-mindedly toying with a pen on the table. Given his connection to old Du, and considering that Du Wu had once assisted him during the war, it seemed he had no choice but to offer his help. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "Very well. Once he returns, I shall convey your request and arrange for you to meet him. How you choose to converse is entirely your decision. But should he refuse, you must not resort to threats regarding that matter." The issue he referred to was the incident Bai Lin had mentioned, where Liang Zhenguo had taken the lives of 2 Japanese soldiers one night. This could be construed as justifiable self-defense or an act of heroism, yet if pursued, Liang's actions were somewhat questionable, as he had concealed his identity under a mask, leaving his intentions ambiguous. However, given the boy's astuteness and composure, he would undoubtedly deny any wrongdoing in the absence of evidence, particularly in matters that could potentially cause him trouble. "Rest assured, Uncle Tang, I understand the boundaries." A smile graced Bai Lin's face as she nodded, for they did not intend to trouble Liang Zhenguo. They merely sought to ensure he was a worthy individual. "As long as you comprehend," Tang Qingshan replied, waving his hand dismissively, signaling that their conversation had concluded. "Now, if you have nothing further, you may take your leave. I still need to check on my 2 little girls." Chapter 263, The Little Fish Crying at the Door. Today was Monday, but after several days of relentless activity, he found himself with fewer tasks at hand. He had addressed everything early in the morning, eager to spend quality time with his wife and 2 goddaughters. Following Liang Zhenguo's departure from the city, Lin Shu had visited the little fish the very next day, and by the 3rd day, she had packed her belongings and moved in with them. This clearly indicated her deep concern for the 2 girls. Were it not for Lin Shu consistently delivering meals to him during mealtimes, he might have thought she had forgotten about him entirely. He was quite pleased with Lin Shu residing at the girl's home, as her solitude during his busy hours had been rather dull, given her previous injuries. Her health was not particularly robust, and she had sought employment in the city primarily to avoid the tedium of being alone at home without companionship. Now, having accepted the two girls, she had little interest in her previous job, yet her spirits were markedly brighter each day. He was naturally delighted by this transformation, albeit he found it quite an adjustment to sleep alone these past few nights. Thus, after completing his official duties, he planned to visit the girls' home to take them fishing at Shikahai, a promise he had made to Lin Shu the day before. Observing Tang Qingshan dismissing them, Bai Lin remained unfazed, politely taking her leave alongside Huang He, feeling satisfied with the outcome. At last, Uncle Tang had acquiesced, and now they awaited the return of that person. After Bai Lin and her companion departed, Tang Qingshan tidied his desk before exiting the Public Security Bureau with Wu Zhong. Shortly thereafter, a small car pulled up in front of the gate of number 12 Dongbikyo Hutong. Tang Qingshan and Wu Zhong entered the backyard, carrying pastries and cookies. The residents of number 12 were accustomed to seeing cars arrive at their courtyard, and immediately recognized the visitors as relatives of Liang Zhenguo. Since Lin Shu had also been residing in the courtyard for several days, their curiosity was tempered, no longer viewing the situation as an unusual occurrence. Before Tang Qingshan could step into the backyard, he was met with the sound of little fish weeping. Upon entering, he found the child crouched on the ground, her tear-streaked face a picture of innocence and distress. "Oh dear, what has caused this little one to cry this morning?" Tang Qingshan quickly handed the pastries to Wu Zhong and rushed over to scoop her up, awkwardly attempting to comfort her. He had no experience in soothing children. Little fish did not respond immediately. It took a while before her sobs began to subside, burying her small nose against his shoulder. "What is it, little one? Who has upset you?" Wu Zhong observed, surprised to see the typically stern Deputy Director Tang gently patting the child's back, his rugged features softened. He had not anticipated this tender side of his superior, except when in the presence of Madame Lin. Little fish shook her head, her voice quivering with emotion as she stammered, I miss my second brother. When will he return?" As she spoke, the urge to cry returned. There. Do not weep. Your second brother will be back very soon," Tang Qingshan reassured her, feeling somewhat helpless. He had heard Lin Shu mention that the child had been yearning for her brother, which was why he had planned this fishing trip for the two girls. He had not expected to arrive only to find her in tears. "But, little fish, your sister Xiaoyu and your godmother are here too." Once the child had calmed down, he held her with one arm while wiping her face with the other, gesturing to Wu Zhong for some pastries and cookies. "My sister is at home, and my godmother, along with Sister Xiaohua, went to the outdoor restroom," she replied. It was clear why the little girl had chosen to cry alone at the door. She had sneaked away to express her longing for her second brother. Tang Qingshan felt a pang of sympathy mixed with amusement. And once he received the cookies and pastries from Wu Zhong, he set her down on the ground. "Look what your godfather has brought you." Since pastries were readily available at home, little fish's bright eyes immediately gravitated toward the unfamiliar cookies. Indeed, food held the greatest allure for this child. With a smile, Tang Qingshan unwrapped one, presenting her with a large butter cookie. This particular treat was typically reserved for festive occasions or special guests in the city. Considered a luxury snack that most households would hesitate to buy due to its scarcity, Liang Zhenguo was quite generous when it came to buying treats for his sister. Although he did regulate their consumption, the household was never lacking in sweets and pastries, but Tang Qingshan had specifically instructed Wu Zhong to procure these cookies that morning. Little fish curiously examined the patterned cookie, inhaling its delightful aroma. Without hesitation, she broke it in half, bringing one piece to her lips. First licking the sugary surface with her tongue before slowly taking a bite. The texture crumbled delightfully under her teeth, and her eyes sparkled with joy. Clearly, she was enamored with the cookie's flavor, and the deliciousness temporarily alleviated her longing for her second brother. As she savored the treat, a smile spread across her cherubic face, and she turned to Tang Qingshan, exclaiming, "Thank you, godfather. It's delicious." "Ah, I'm glad you like it," Tang Qingshan responded, his heart warming as he ruffled her hair. Her words brought him great delight, reaffirming that this child was indeed quite easy to please. "Godfather," just as he pinched her cheek affectionately. A cheerful voice rang out from behind him. Tang Qingshan turned around and saw his wife entering with two little girls. The one who called out to him was naturally his other goddaughter, Xiaoyu. As for the curious little girl gazing at him, she must be Xiaohua, the sister Xiaoyu had just mentioned. Xiaohua blinked her eyes, glancing at Tang Qingshan several times, pondering that this must be the godfather of Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu, who appeared less amiable than Aunt Lin. Secretly in her heart, Xiaohua thought, and sweetly called out, "Hello, uncle," although he seemed as old as her father. Aunt Lin was younger than her mother, so it was only appropriate to address him as uncle. Tang Qingshan, unaware of the girl's thoughts, smiled and returned her polite greeting. Xiaoyu, your godfather has brought you some cookies, and yes, Xiaohua, you have some too. He gently patted the heads of the two girls and handed each of them a cookie. Thank you, godfather. Thank you, uncle. They expressed their gratitude, clearly understanding the gesture. Tang Qingshan nodded in satisfaction, conceding that Liang Zhenguo had indeed raised his sister well. When did you arrive? Why didn't you come in? Lin Shu inquired with a smile after observing the interaction between Tang Qingshan and the girls. She recognized Tang Qingshan's presence upon seeing the car at the gate. Tang Qingshan glanced at Xiaoyu, who was happily chatting with her two sisters while munching on a cookie. Had it not been for the redness around her eyes, one would hardly suspect she had just been crying. Chapter 264, A Day Out. Noticing that Xiaoyu was oblivious to his presence, Tang Qingshan quietly informed Lin Shu about witnessing the little girl in tears upon entering. Lin Shu felt a pang of concern. This little girl was genuinely attached to her second brother. No wonder Xiaowan had previously suggested she visit Xiaoyu and the others more often. With Qinwei working at the state-run restaurant, there were generally 4 children at home. If Xiaoyu were to cry for her second brother, Xiaowan would struggle to manage them alone, especially since she had heard that Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu used to wait at the village entrance for their second brother. It would be troublesome if they sneaked out in the bustling city and got lost. Observing the redness in the little girl's eyes and recalling her previous act of secretly crying at the door, Lin Shu felt a mix of heartache and helplessness as she gently patted her little head. Feeling someone pat her hair, Xiaoyu first shook her head and then looked up to see her godmother. With a squint and a smile, Xiaoyu offered her the remaining crumbs of her cookie. Godmother, would you like to have some? This gesture melted Lin Shu's heart. No need, dear. You enjoy it yourself. Lin Shu wiped the cookie crumbs from her mouth. The little girl was simply adorable. Every time Lin Shu saw her smile, it felt like a soothing balm, lifting her spirits immensely. Oh, this little one, Tang Qingshan chuckled, noting how quickly the little girl's mood shifted. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Xiaohua, seeing their sister share, quickly asked Lin Shu and Tang Qingshan if they wanted some cookies as well. Once they were told no, they happily continued eating. After the couple provided them with more cookies, they led the 3 sisters inside. Upon entering, they spotted Qin Wan leading another little girl outside. Auntie and uncle are here, Qin Wan exclaimed, momentarily startled upon seeing Tang Qingshan, but quickly regained her composure. Upon noticing Xiaoyu happily snacking beside them, she felt relieved. Zaya's Heelin had just gotten her clothes wet, and after changing her, she realized Xiaoyu had disappeared from the courtyard. She was just about to check the central courtyard or outside. Recently, the little girl had started yearning for her second brother, which made Qin Wan more anxious. Fearing she might wander off unnoticed, Xiaowan, Tang Qingshan acknowledged with a nod, then curiously glanced at the little girl she was holding by the hand. How come there's another little girl here who looks much like Xiaoyu? With Xiaohua, that makes 4 of them. Tang Qingshan looked towards Lin Shu. Lin Shu smiled and took a cookie from his hand to give to Xiaolan. Xiaolan shyly thanked her aunt before retreating behind Qin Wan, feeling intimidated by the unfamiliar presence of Tang Qingshan. Unlike Xiaoyu, she was a bit more timid. At that moment, Xiaoyu dashed over to her side, chattering excitedly about how delicious the cookies were. Watching Xiaolan gradually relax as Xiaoyu diverted her attention, Lin Shu introduced, this little girl is the daughter of Zhenguo's aunt, Xiaowan's daughter, named Chun Zhilan, and this is Xiaohua, Zhenguo's little cousin, who will start school with Xiaoyu next year. She has come early to get accustomed to living here. Tang Qingshan nodded in understanding. He had previously heard Lin Shu mention that Liang Zhenguo's aunt was staying with them, especially since Qin Wei had dined with them at Lao Mo's when she first arrived in the city. However, he hadn't anticipated the presence of another little girl. It seemed Liang Zhenguo was quite capable, able to hunt and barter for food and money. Otherwise, how could he support such a large family on the meager salary and rations from working as a security guard at the steel mill? Moreover, even his aunt's service quota was exchanged by him. This young man was indeed loyal and caring, treating both his sisters well and not neglecting Qin Wan and her family. As for the abundance of fine grains at home, both of them speculated that he likely had connections in the pigeon market or black market. Neither of them was concerned about it. As long as it wasn't obtained through unscrupulous means, it was merely his ability, not something to probe further. After chatting with Qin Wan for a while in the courtyard, Lin Shu clapped her hands and called out to the girls playing outside. Little girls, shall we go out to play today? Yes. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu and the others rushed over joyfully. Even the previously shy Xiaolan was pulled along by Xiaoyu, her eyes gleaming with a hint of hope. Having been in the courtyard for so long, aside from the previous outing with her uncle to eat, she had only played around with Xiaoyu and the others, feeling quite curious about the outside world. Godfather, I want to ride in the car, Xiaoyu exclaimed, releasing Xiaolan's hand and scampering over to Tang Qingshan, wrapping her arms around his leg and sweetly expressing her desire. She had just heard her two sisters mention that Tang Qingshan's car was parked at the entrance, which reminded her of the last time she rode in a car. Xiaohua and Xiaolan looked at Tang Qingshan with eager eyes, as they had only heard about cars from Xiaoyu and the others and had never ridden in one themselves. Before today, they had never even seen a car. The cars of this era were not as ubiquitous as those in later years. Ha ha ha, all right. Tang Qingshan's eyes sparkled with delight, his heart swelling with joy at the little girl's affection and closeness. Auntie and uncle, why don't you take Xiaoyu and Xiaolan with you? Qinwan felt slightly embarrassed about asking them to take all four girls out to play. It was perfectly fine for them to take their daughters. But Xiaohua and Xiaolan were not theirs, and although the four girls were obedient, she worried about whether they could manage them while they played outside. Oh, these two girls are your niece and little cousin. They are all family. Let's take them all along. Tang Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Although he hadn't anticipated the addition of two more girls, it was not a significant issue. Moreover, he had just observed that these young ladies shared a remarkably close bond, making it all the more delightful for them to embark on an outing together. Such merriment would undoubtedly provide a welcome distraction for Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yu, diverting their thoughts from their elder brother. Upon hearing Tang Qingshan's suggestion and witnessing the eager glances from Xiao Hua and her companions, Qinwan found herself unable to refuse any longer. With a smile, she graciously replied, "Then I shall trouble you, uncle. It's a trifling matter." Hooray! While Xiao Hua and Xiao Lan were overjoyed that their sister-in-law, or aunt, had consented, it was Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yu who erupted in cheers, clearly thrilled that their friends would join them for a day of fun. Lin Shu gazed fondly at the beaming young girls. Previously, she had found children rather boisterous. But during her stay at Liang Zhenguo's residence over the past few days, she had begun to appreciate their lively spirits. In Chapter 265, Lin Shu noted that although the four girls possessed distinct personalities, they were all well-mannered. Even though Xiao Yuer tended to be more spirited, she was obedient towards both Qin Wan and her elder sister, Xiao Yu, unlike the mischievous little rascal she had heard about, who would continue to cause trouble even when scolded. Turning to Qin Wan with a smile, Lin Shu suggested, "Little Wan, you should join us as well. There's no need to stay cooped up at home all day." "Dear aunt, I must admit that I would prefer to remain at home. I often engage in household chores or read in my spare time." Although they were now relatives, she felt somewhat uneasy in front of Tang Qingshan, the deputy director, and after contemplating, she declined, "Aunt, with so many children in the car, it wouldn't be suitable for me to join." Lin Shu considered this and acknowledged the practicality of her reasoning. With her husband in the passenger seat and herself in the back, they would already have 5 people. And given that Xiao Yuer and Xiao Jilan were quite small and could be held, it would indeed be cramped otherwise. However, she couldn't bear to leave Qin Wan alone at home, so she suggested, "It's not a big deal. We're just going fishing. I'll ride my bicycle behind. And you can keep an eye on the children in the car." No. Qin Wan shook her head emphatically. She couldn't possibly allow Lin Shu to ride a bicycle alone, especially considering the distance. After spending time together, she was aware of Lin Shu's health issues and ongoing recuperation. "I can ride the bicycle. It will be a good way to exercise." Tang Qingshan, having thought of the same, softly concurred. Qin Wan felt reluctant to let such a high-ranking leader ride a bicycle, especially as a junior. Noticing Lin Shu's earnest desire for her to join in the outing, she glanced at Xiao Yuer and the others. Going fishing meant being close to the water, and it would indeed be somewhat risky for Aunt to supervise them alone. "Aunt, I will go, but you and Uncle should stay in the car. I will follow behind." Seeing the determination on Qin Wan's face, Lin Shu nodded in agreement, relieved that she wouldn't be cooped up at home. With his wife's approval, Tang Qingshan said nothing further, deciding he would find a nearby spot later on. Xiao Yuer and her friends were even more delighted that Qin Wan would be joining them. Among the three, it was undoubtedly Qin Wan who made them feel the closest, especially Xiao Lan and Xiao Hua. After deciding to have fun, Qin Wan and Lin Shu quickly packed a few essentials and followed Tang Qingshan out of the backyard. The girls had already dashed excitedly to the gate. As they emerged, Wu Zhong, who had been waiting, opened the car door for them. One by one, they climbed into the vehicle without needing his assistance. "Godfather, godmother, sister, hurry up." Xiao Yuer eagerly poked her head out of the window, calling to them. Understood. "Don't move around too much, Xiao Yuer," Lin Shu said with a doting smile. Xiao Yuer nodded and playfully withdrew her head. "Qin Wan, please keep an eye on the road. Be cautious. I'll instruct Xiao Wu to drive slowly." "All right," Qin Wan replied with a smile, and after Lin Shu and Tang Qingshan got in, she mounted her bicycle to follow. Inside the car, Tang Qingshan occupied the passenger seat. Turning to observe Xiao Yuer nestled in Lin Shu's embrace, her little head bobbing as she looked around curiously. Xiao Lan, cradled by Xiao Yu, was a bit quieter. But both girls were intrigued by the car's interior, exploring everything with wide-eyed wonder. "Little one, Where do you wish to go? Tang Qingshan inquired of Xiao Yuer. Without hesitation, she replied, to the place we went fishing last time with second brother. Very well, where did your second brother take you fishing? Tang Qingshan almost mistakenly echoed her words. Upon hearing his question, Xiao Yuer blinked her bright eyes in confusion and replied, I don't know. Turning to her sister for help, she sought guidance. I know. Xiao Yu chimed in, not wanting to disappoint her sister. It's at Shikahai. She had heard her second brother and Grandpa Zhang mention it several times, so it stuck with her. Then it is settled, Tang Qingshan affirmed with a smile. It's south quite close. It won't take long to walk from your home. Indeed, within just a few minutes, they were nearly there. Although the car could not drive directly to the fishing spot, Tang Qingshan preferred to avoid drawing attention, so Wu Zhong parked in a relatively secluded area. And they proceeded on foot. At Shikahai, most people fishing were not merely hobbyists. Many sought to supplement their household income or add to their meals. Arriving in a car would certainly attract undue attention. Once Wu Zhong parked the vehicle, Qin Wan arrived, and the group made their way towards the water's edge. Xiao Yuer, unaware of their destination, recognized the familiar surroundings and eagerly volunteered to lead the way. This is the spot, Godfather. Shikahai was expansive. Yet Xiao Yuer confidently navigated them to the same location where Liang Zhenguo had previously taken them. Good, Tang Qingshan said with a smile, affectionately patting her little head. Having fished before himself, he was genuinely interested, even though he primarily aimed to bring the little ones for a day of enjoyment. What are you doing here? Little girl? A voice came from a fishing spot about 10 meters away. Oh, Grandpa Zhang. Xiao Yuer turned her head and recognized Grandpa Zhang from the courtyard. However, since he had teased her the day before, she opted not to call him that, instead referring to him as Old Zhang, much like she did with second brother. Beside him was another elderly gentleman whom she couldn't recall the name of. In chapter 266, Tang Qingshan was momentarily taken aback by her exclamation of Old Zhang. In his memory, this little girl, though occasionally quirky, had always been exceptionally polite. How could she call an elder so disrespectfully? Yet, it seemed the old man found her playful moniker amusing, his face breaking into a smile. At this moment, Zhang Lao noticed Tang Qingshan and the others approaching. It was clear that Liang's young relative had brought them to fish, and having heard Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yu refer to Lin Shu as their godmother in recent days, he deduced that this gentleman must indeed be their godfather. Leader, Zhang Lao greeted, a touch of formality in his tone. Though uncertain of Tang Qingshan's exact position, it was evident that traveling by car indicated he was not an ordinary individual. Hello, uncle, Tang Qingshan replied with a warm smile. Qin girl, and the little ones. What brings you all here? Zhang Lao, feeling more at ease with Tang Qingshan's friendly demeanor, waved cheerfully at Qin Wan and the children. In contrast to Tang Qingshan, he was far more familiar with the various neighbors, including Qin Wan. Uncle Zhang, you're fishing here too? Today. The girl's godfather is bringing a few of them out to play. Qin Wan greeted with a cheerful smile, offering a brief remark. Old Zhang nodded in understanding, casting a glance at Tang Qingshan, and then fell into an awkward silence, unsure of what to say next. Despite his boisterous nature, he felt hesitant in the presence of someone in a leadership position. However, Tang Qingshan adeptly picked up the conversation. Uncle, I heard from little Yuer that your second brother had quite the fishing haul here before. Have you caught anything today? Old Zhang glanced at his empty bucket, feeling even more embarrassed, for it contained nothing but water. I'm not lying, Godfather. Last time, the second brother caught a lot of big, fat fish right here. Little Yuer insisted, gesturing with her tiny hands to illustrate the size of the fish. Indeed, what my sister says is true. It was here that my second brother caught the fish and even shared some with the public security officer. Xiao Yu chimed in from the side. All right. I believe you. Tang Qingshan chuckled, momentarily distracted by the two little girls and oblivious to old Zhang's discomfort. Noticing Zhang's silence, but not dwelling on it, he proceeded to take out his fishing gear. Unlike old Zhang and the others who were busy digging for worms, he had come prepared with bait, knowing he was primarily there to fish. As he prepared, little Yuer curiously trotted over to old Zhang's side, peering into the bucket. Uncle Zhang, where have your fish gone? Upon seeing the empty bucket, her disappointment was palpable. She had hoped to play with the fish for a while longer. With her bright, expressive eyes fixed on old Zhang, she innocently remarked, You said you were better at fishing than my second brother, yet you haven't caught a single fish. How embarrassing. Old Zhang's face flushed with extreme embarrassment, feeling cornered by the little girl's playful taunts. You little rascal, I just got here. I only caught 2 small fish yesterday and bragged a bit in front of you, and now you've held on to that. But Uncle Zhang, you've been fishing for an hour. Old Mo interjected without hesitation, adding fuel to the fire. You old coot, how dare you talk about me? Old Zhang retorted angrily, his cheeks puffing up as he glared at old Mo, but he refrained from cursing, knowing the little girl was present. In the midst of their banter, Little Yue dashed over to Old Mo's bucket, only to find it empty as well. Yet, this time, she was not disappointed. Instead, she proudly lifted her little head adorned with 2 pigtails and declared, "My second brother is still the best. You're just feeding the fish, haha," she added, puffing out her chest and strutting back to Tang Qingshan's side. Old Zhang remarked, while Old Mo chuckled, "This little girl is on a rampage." Unable to discern friend from foe, has she picked up what Liang Xiaozai once teased about Old Zhang, that he is either feeding fish or catching fry in the lake? Tang Qingshan rubbed her head, bemused. They were close enough to overhear the dialogue between the little girl and the 2 old uncles. He hadn't expected this side of her personality. "Uncles, the little girl means no harm. It's fine, Old Zhang replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Old Mo, though unfamiliar with Tang Qingshan, clearly understood that he was addressed as a leader by Old Zhang, and they were not bothered by the child's innocent remarks. "Godfather, hurry and catch a fish. We want to play?" Little Yue urged, clinging to Tang Qingshan's leg and shaking it impatiently. Xiao Yu and the others looked at him with eager anticipation. "All right, you all go play for a bit. I'll call you when I catch a fish. Remember, don't go near the water," Tang Qingshan replied, sensing the situation was precarious. His fishing skills were average, and with the 2 old uncles having fished for over an hour without a single bite, he felt uncertain. However, he couldn't afford to lose face in front of the younger generation on his first outing with them. Thus, Tang Qingshan decided to take it seriously and called Wu Zhong down to fish alongside him. With 2 of them, surely one would catch something, right? Old Zhang and Old Mo ceased their banter and began to fish earnestly, not out of embarrassment from the presence of others, but because it was a rare occasion for Little Yue and Xiao Yu to be there. Previously, Liang Xiaozai had claimed that fishing was more successful with the 2 girls around, and they had indeed caught the most fish that day. This made them skeptical, and now they had the opportunity to verify it. "Little girls, let us not disturb your godfather. Uncles will fish over here. Why don't you go play over there?" "Yay." Lin Shu clapped her hands, leading the girls to a grassy area not far away to play. However, Little Yue remained preoccupied with the fishing, frequently pulling Xiao Zhilan to the lakeside to check if Tang Qingshan had caught any fish, which left him feeling quite anxious. Chapter 267. The Disdained Deputy Director Tang. "Godfather, haven't you caught any fish yet?" Little Yue asked, having run back countless times, her little face reflecting a hint of disappointment. Tang Qingshan chuckled helplessly and reassured her, Soon. Go play a little longer. I'll catch a fish shortly." "Yes, but next time we come, you'll have to wait a bit longer before coming, okay?" He was truly at a loss with this little girl, who always came back to inquire. "All right." Little Yue nodded, turning to pull Xiao Zhilan away, muttering softly, "Clearly, my second brother caught a lot of fish in no time before. Why is Godfather taking so long? He is not feeding the fish like Uncle Zhang, is he? Is my uncle really that good at fishing, Little Yue?" "Yes. My second brother is amazing. He catches so many fish we can't eat them all, unlike Godfather, who hasn't caught a single one in so long," she replied. Tang Qingshan and Wu Zhong exchanged glances, their lips twitching as they turned to watch the 2 little girls gradually walk away, only to hear Little Yue's youthful sigh, as if she were genuinely concerned. Little did he know, he had ultimately been dismissed by this little girl. Perhaps due to excessive disappointment, or perhaps remembering Tang Qingshan's words, Little Yue took over 10 minutes before returning to the waterside, only to find the bucket still empty. Her big eyes immediately turned to her godfather. At that moment, Tang Qingshan felt inexplicably guilty. Before Little Yue could voice any heartfelt remarks, Old Zhang and Old Mo's exclamations interrupted the moment. "Wow, finally caught something. And it's not small. Haha, mine is hooked too." Tang Qingshan turned to see the 2 old uncles, each proudly pulling up a crucian carp. "Old Mo, you're not doing so well," Old Zhang said cheerfully, unhooking his fish and placing it into the bucket, his smile widening upon seeing Old Mo's catch. Though his fish was under a pound, it was still larger than Old Mo's, which barely weighed half that. However, these 2 fish were the largest they had caught in days. Therefore, even though Old Mo felt a tinge of envy, he was still pleased, ignoring Old Zhang's teasing as he happily placed his fish away. "Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa Mo, can we play with those 2 fish?" Little Fish and Little Zhilan had unknowingly approached the bucket where they stood side by side. "Oh, why aren't you calling me old man anymore, you little rascal?" Elder Zhang chuckled as he looked at Little Fish, who displayed no sign of embarrassment, maintaining a sincere gaze alongside Little Zhilan. "You stubborn old man still holds a grudge, huh? Here, take this fish from Grandpa Mo to play with." A teasing voice from Elder Mo chimed in nearby. "Cough, do you understand the jest? Am I that kind of person? Here, little girl, take it to play. But be careful of the fish bones." It seemed rather inappropriate to argue with a small child. So Elder Zhang cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness and pushed the bucket towards the 2 girls. "Thank you, Grandpa Zhang. And thank you, Grandpa Mo." Little Fish expressed her gratitude to both elders. The two then giggled and crouched down, eagerly reaching into the bucket to play with the fish. They had no intention of taking the fish away. Despite their youth, they understood the importance of not taking others' belongings, especially food. Moreover, although their home lacked fresh fish, they still had plenty of dried freshwater and saltwater fish, so there was no need to claim someone else's catch. They simply wished to enjoy the experience of playing with live fish. Tang Qingshan silently observed his two little girls, who had seemingly abandoned him. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He had thought that little fish would start nagging him again. Oh, a voice from the side drew his attention. It was Wu Zhong, who had also caught a fish. Unbeknownst to Tang, Wu Zhong had switched to a double hook. And this time he had managed to catch 2 crucian carp, albeit each weighing only 3 or 4 tails. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased. Leader. Wu Zhong cheerfully placed the fish in the bucket beside Tang Qingshan, fully aware of how impatient the leader was due to the 2 little ones. Having spent considerable time with him, he had never seen him in such a state before. Quite amusing indeed. Ha ha, well done. Tang Qingshan patted Wu Zhong on the shoulder, his smile reflecting satisfaction. He then called out, "Little girls." At that moment, Xiaohua and Xiaoyu, who were playing on the grass, turned to look. Upon seeing Tang Qingshan waving, they hastened towards the lakeside. Lin Shuqing, who was chatting with Qin Wan, smiled at the sight. Typically, Tang Qingshan maintained a composed demeanor in public. It was rare to see him smile so broadly. Bringing his 2 daughters out to play was indeed a wise decision. In the future, he should often take them out. Lin Shu thought to herself. By the time Xiaoyu and the others arrived at the lakeside, Little Fish and Little Jilan had already reached Tang Qingshan's bucket. Hearing his voice, the 2 little ones abandoned the fish they had been playing with and rushed over. "Wow, Godfather, you're amazing. You caught 2. Yes, that's incredible." Little Fish generously praised him, with Little Jilan nodding in agreement. When Xiaoyu and her friends arrived, they too complimented him enthusiastically. Actually, one was caught by your godfather, and the other by your brother Wu Zhong," Tang Qingshan chuckled, his heart filled with inexplicable comfort as the 4 girls showered him with compliments. No wonder old Nio said that having a daughter was far better than having a son. Look how sweetly the girls speak. The foolish boy is either a dullard or a cheeky monkey, not a bit as charming as the little girls. At that moment, he had entirely forgotten Little Fish's earlier quiet murmurings. However, he still felt a bit shy about taking all the credit for the fishing. Well, just half of it is fine. Chapter 268, They Overate. Yes, brother Wu Zhong is also quite impressive. The little girls continued to giggle and praise Wu Zhong, then squatted down to play. The 2 fish were indeed small, but they clearly preferred them. Although Elder Zhang and the others had caught larger fish, those came with bigger bones, making Little Fish and her friends cautious as they played, fearful of getting pricked. Smaller fish were simply more fun to handle. After a while of playing in the bucket, they decided to take the fish to find Qin Wan and Lin Shu. These little ones are quite a handful, Tang Qingshan thought, feeling relaxed as he watched them head off with the fish. Now that he was free from distractions, he turned to Wu Zhong. "Let us continue fishing." After tending to Little Fish and her friends, he certainly wasn't going to head home just yet. On the contrary, his enthusiasm for fishing had only intensified. After the 4 of them had caught fish on both sides, they eagerly cast their lines again. However, it seemed as if their luck had run out. Apart from the occasional nibble, there was no sign of any more fish. Little Fish only came over once to check if there were still fish, and then returned to her play. Sigh. After more than an hour of fishing, Tang Qingshan decided to reel in his line. It had been a rather unremarkable experience. Elder Zhang and Elder Mo, on the other hand, were unfazed, accustomed to such occurrences. Not catching fish is quite normal, right? Besides, we did manage to catch a decent crucian carp today. It's likely that Little Fish and Xiaoyu weren't watching, otherwise we would have had an even better haul, the 2 elders murmured to themselves, conveniently finding an excuse. They hadn't considered that Liang Zhenguo had been catching fish earlier, which had kept the girls' interest piqued. Otherwise, with their childish nature, how could they have remained patient? Godfather, are you not fishing anymore? Little Fish and her friends, who were busy stuffing grass into the mouths of their fish, looked up curiously. Godfather is tired. Let's call it a day, Tang Qingshan replied, awkwardly smiling as he silently handed his fishing rod to Wu Zhong upon noticing his wife and Qin Wan looking over. Lin Shu, knowing him well, could tell what was happening just by observing him. All right, the little girls had no objections. They had played enough for the day. After placing the fish in the bucket, the 2 fish immediately flipped over, exposing their round bellies. "Sister, why aren't the little fish moving?" Little Fish poked at the fish's belly, noticing they remained motionless, their innocent big eyes staring at Xiaoyu and Xiaohua. "They must be stuffed," Xiaoyu said, feeling a bit shy to mention that they might have overfed the fish. Having seen their sister feed chickens at home, they thought to do the same with the little fish, using grass to feed them instead of sharing their own snacks. which they were reluctant to part with. Tang Qingshan glanced at the bucket. Aren't these fish dead? However, he wouldn't voice such a disheartening thought. Lest the little ones demand he catch more fish, which would be quite the challenge. You all must be tired from playing. Go wash your hands. And let us head to the restaurant owned by little Ji Lan's mother, shall we? Tang Qingshan exchanged glances with Lin Shu, who smiled and then addressed the girls. Okay. The little ones obediently agreed, and the prospect of eating at a restaurant, especially one owned by their mother and sister-in-law, excited them. Shortly after, the little girls generously gifted the 2 overstuffed fish to Elder Zhang and the others, washing their hands by the lakeside before scampering off happily. When the car stopped at Manager Lu's state-run restaurant, Aunt Lu at the counter and Sister Qin both curiously looked outside. Upon seeing little fish and her friends disembark, Sister Qin was momentarily stunned, only regaining her composure when she spotted Lin Shu. A group of young girls, their eyes sparkling with excitement, immediately spotted Sister Qin and rushed towards her with joyful cheers. Sister, Mother, Aunt, what brings you here? Sister Qin, slightly bewildered, turned to Lin Shu, wondering why she had brought several girls along. Xiao Wei and Xiao Yu's godfather took them out for a day of fun and decided to stop here for a meal. Lin Shu explained, gesturing toward Tang Qingshan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing Qin Wei, Tang Qingshan felt a twinge of surprise, musing internally about how Liang Zhenguo had allowed his sister-in-law to reside with them without concern for gossip. Previously, he had thought little of it. But the sight of Qin Wei, who was both youthful and strikingly beautiful, made him ponder the implications. After all, such circumstances often drew attention in this day and age. Nonetheless, Tang Qingshan was one to mind his own business, preferring not to meddle in such matters. Sister Qin had heard Liang Zhenguo mention Tang Qingshan on multiple occasions. Yet this was her first encounter with the esteemed leader, leaving her feeling somewhat tense. Just address him as you would Xiao Wan, Lin Shu said with a smile. Uncle Tang, Sister Qin hesitantly attempted, feeling shy to call him uncle outright. Indeed, we are here simply for a meal, Tang Qingshan replied with a warm smile, turning his gaze toward Lin Shu. In truth, he was perplexed as to why his wife had specifically chosen this state-run restaurant, where Liang Zhenguo's sister-in-law worked, for their dining experience. Neither he nor Liang Zhenguo were ostentatious individuals, and there seemed little reason to make their family's connection publicly known. Yet, since Lin Shu had decided to come here, he refrained from asking further questions. Noticing the curiosity in Tang Qingshan's eyes, Lin Shu felt compelled to clarify, though the moment was not opportune. Yes, we are simply here for a meal. Oh, Xiaowan should have arrived by now. Just as she finished speaking, Qin Wan arrived on her bicycle. Sister, Xiaowan, Aunt, come inside quickly. Let me know what you'd like to eat, Sister Qin called out enthusiastically. Relieved to see her sister, Sister Qin welcomed them warmly into the restaurant. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu led the way, having frequented the restaurant numerous times before. Aunt Lu, I will attend to my family, Lin Shu announced. Oh, yes, go ahead, Aunt Lu replied, her mind racing as she contemplated the unexpected background of Liang Zhenguo. She had encountered many dignitaries, but none who traveled in private cars and had security detail. As she discreetly observed Tang Qingshan, who was seated with Xiao Yu, Aunt Lu recognized the 2 girls, recalling their charming demeanor. However, she had never seen this middle-aged man before. The restaurant bustled with patrons, including Director Sun and a few of his superiors, as well as several officials from the local supply cooperative, all of whom had dined there before. Yet, none of them held a stature comparable to Tang Qingshan's. Why had I never heard of this from Zhenguo? She pondered. Miss, I see the restaurant isn't busy right now. May Xiao Wei join us for the meal? After placing her order, Lin Shu approached Aunt Lu with the request. Without hesitation, Aunt Lu agreed, of course. There is hardly any work to be done at the moment. Thank you, Miss, Lin Shu said politely, returning to her seat and gently guiding Xiao Wei to sit beside her. Aunt Lu noticed Xiao Wei looking back at her for confirmation and smiled, nodding in agreement. This girl is particularly diligent in her tasks. Such a pity, Aunt Lu mused, shaking her head in regret. During the meal, Qin Wan occasionally glanced at her aunt, who was deep in conversation with her sister. The dining experience concluded swiftly, given that Qin Wei still had to return to work. Tang Qingshan led them out of the restaurant shortly thereafter. Not long after they departed, a young man entered, looking rather dapper with a flirtatious smile that gave him a rather superficial air. Both Qin Wei and Aunt Lu frowned upon his arrival. The young girls, usually weary after a morning of exuberant play, seemed unusually energetic today. Tang Qingshan, recognizing he had ample time that day, took them to a nearby park, where they played for over 2 hours before returning them to the 12th courtyard. They waited briefly at the entrance until Qin Wan returned on her bicycle. Xiao Wan, please take the girls home now. They must be tired after such a long day, Lin Shu advised. All right, it has been a whirlwind of a day, and I'm not sure how the girls have managed to keep their energy up, Qin Wan replied, sensing that Tang Qingshan and Lin Shu wished to speak privately. "Uncle, I'll take them inside now." "Yes," Tang Qingshan responded. The girls, still lingering at the gate as they examined the car, obediently followed Qin Wan inside after waving their goodbyes to Tang Qingshan. The final farewell came from little Ji Lan, the youngest among them, who, unsure how to address Tang Qingshan, simply echoed her friends and called him uncle. Tang Qingshan, oblivious to their interactions, waved goodbye with a smile. Once they had entered, Lin Shu turned to him and inquired, "Why not come inside for a while? Aren't there matters at the bureau you need to attend to?" "Not particularly. However, today old Nio and the others are free, so I'll head back to share a couple of drinks with them," Tang Qingshan replied, shaking his head. "Shall I prepare something for you when you return?" Lin Shu offered. "There's no need. I wouldn't want you to run around unnecessarily. Besides, we will be dining at old Nio's today," he replied dismissively, recalling their earlier meal. "You brought me to Zhenguo's sister-in-law's restaurant intentionally, didn't you?" Lin Shu nodded with a smile and explained, "A few days ago, Xiao Wei mentioned casually that manager Lu's nephew has been persistently bothering her, which has caused her considerable distress. While she did not ask for my assistance, I felt it was inappropriate to ignore the situation, especially given the connections with Zhenguo and Xiao Wan. I thought it prudent for you to make an appearance at the restaurant, to remind that family that she is not without support, thus discouraging any inappropriate behavior. It was merely a small gesture on our part." Although Xiao Wei had mentioned that the manager's sister had been protective of her, and that the nephew merely attempted to engage her in conversation occasionally, the fact remained that even a distant relative could pose a risk, as familial loyalty often superseded reason in these times. In consideration of their association with Zhenguo, she hoped that her man would lend support to Qin Wei, believing that the young lady would be mindful of their social standing and consequently caution her nephew against further harassment of Qin Wei, thereby preventing him from potentially engaging in any egregious behavior. Otherwise, given Liang Zhenguo's temperament, this matter would not easily be brushed aside. Having resided in the No. 12 courtyard for several days, she had become quite familiar with the happenings surrounding the family, including the incident where a previous neighbor had pilfered from them, only to be met with Liang Zhenguo's wrath and substantial financial restitution. Thus, the situation unfolded. Tang Qingshan nodded in understanding, reflecting that it was indeed reasonable for Liang Zhenguo's sister-in-law, with her striking appearance, to attract attention. However, for them, it was merely a trivial matter, hardly deserving of significant concern. After exchanging a few more words, and following Lin Shu's repeated admonitions against excessive drinking, Tang Qingshan took his leave in a small car. The time spent on their excursion passed swiftly, and upon returning to the courtyard, the young girls were still wide awake, chattering about their ongoing merriment. Conversely, Liang Zhenguo, who had endured a long day of travel, felt that time had dragged on interminably. The roads beyond the Great Wall were far inferior to those surrounding the 49 city, leading to a bumpy ride. According to Old Wang, they had arrived within the boundaries of Lin province, yet were still not at Yin City. Acknowledging the nearly full day spent traveling, and observing the poor spirits of the educated youth, Old Wang decided to make an impromptu stop for over an hour to allow them to recuperate. After their brief respite, the convoy resumed its journey, and by 7 o'clock that evening, they finally reached Yin City. Chapter 270, Yin City. What is the situation with the government compound? Upon arriving at Yin City, the convoy drove with headlights ablaze towards the government compound, only to soon find themselves halted once more. By protocol, upon arrival, local government officials were expected to receive them, yet the compound appeared shrouded in darkness, leaving them uncertain if anyone was present. Thus, they opted to proceed directly to Old Wang's grain station in Yin City instead. Had they foreseen this, they would not have taken that hour-long break. Although their spirits had improved, there was no one to greet them. However, it was not entirely their fault. According to standard timing, they should have arrived much earlier. But delays caused by the Lijiagu incident had resulted in their late arrival, making the absence of a welcoming party understandable. Old Wang merely expressed mild frustration without further elaboration. Nevertheless, since grain stations were prevalent across the regions, and they had journeyed from the grain station in 49 City, they were assured of temporary lodging. Some members of the convoy had previously visited Yin City, and whether at the government compound or the grain station, they had a rough idea of the locations, negating the need to inquire for directions, especially at this hour when finding someone to ask would be challenging. A mere 10 minutes later, they arrived at the grain station. It was curious that no one had reported returning from a mission at this hour. "Who are you?" When Liang Zhenguo's convoy arrived at the grain station entrance, the security guard on duty muttered in confusion. He approached with his firearm slung over his shoulder and a flashlight in hand, peering into the driver's seat and expressing his bewilderment upon seeing the driver, who seemed unfamiliar to him. "Greetings, comrade. I am Li Dazue, representing the grain station in 49 City. We have been tasked by our superiors to transport some young people to Yin City. Since it is late, we seek a place to rest for the night. Dazue called out loudly from the driver's seat, even offering a cigarette to the guard. From 49 City? The guard accepted the cigarette, somewhat taken aback as he recognized Dazue, but recalled the station master had mentioned that comrades from 49 City might arrive in Yin City over the next few days to deliver personnel to various communes, advising them to be vigilant should they come to their grain station. He was surprised to find that they had indeed arrived, and at night no less. He circled around to the rear of the vehicle, where the light revealed a multitude of youthful faces, all laden with luggage. Very well, masterly. Allow me to make the necessary arrangements for you. Confirming the identity of the driver from 49 City, and recalling the station master's prior instructions, the guard quickly opened the grain station's gates, permitting them to drive inside. The courtyard of Yin City's grain station was considerably larger than that of the Beijing police station. After parking their vehicles, they were directed by the guard to settle down. They even provided a stove to enhance their comfort during rest. After ensuring the educated youth were settled, Old Wang quickly consumed some dry rations before retiring for the night. Typically, upon arriving at a new location, they would not miss the opportunity to explore the local black market for food or regional specialties. However, after a long day of travel, fatigue rendered them disinclined to engage in such endeavors. Even Liang Zhenguo felt too weary to participate, finding an excuse to slip away from the group and retreat into their private space for a proper meal. His appetite exceeded that of an average person. A mere handful of dry rations could hardly satisfy him. In the private space, where food was abundant, he certainly had no reason to endure hunger. The following morning, after exchanging pleasantries with the station master at the grain station, Old Wang and the others departed once more. Unlike the previous night, which had been cloaked in darkness, upon entering the city, they could now rely on their headlights to observe their surroundings, leaving them with little impression of Yin City. The educated youth in the vehicle also peered around, taking in the unfamiliar sights. Although they had all been assigned to rural areas, Yin City would likely be the closest urban center to them in the future. Liang Zhenguo glanced out the window, noting that as a key province for Soviet support in construction, even the development in Yin City appeared commendable. The presence of numerous public-private partnership shops on the streets was indicative of this progress. The pedestrians on the streets seemed to exhibit a healthy demeanor, curiously eyeing the slowly passing convoy. Although they had witnessed numerous convoys before, none had transported a group of young people, and while curiosity lingered, the pedestrians instinctively stepped aside to allow passage. Liang Zhenguo observed the surroundings. Beyond the public-private partnership shops, he noted a plethora of factories. Almost every street featured them. There were breweries, leather factories, grain and oil processing plants, machine tool factories, and even bicycle manufacturing facilities, although he was uncertain about their output. Apart from bicycles, many factories bore signs indicating their respective numbers, suggesting that similar establishments were not in short supply. It was no wonder that Lin province appeared relatively prosperous. With Yin City boasting such a wealth of factories, one could only imagine the greater abundance in the provincial capital, Chun City, where factories would surely be even more numerous and thriving. A higher concentration of factories signified a greater availability of job opportunities. While it could not compare to 49 City, where the population was dense and resources scarce, it was evident why these educated youths were determined to venture here. The lower population here likely meant dual-income households were commonplace. The development here is indeed impressive, far superior to many places I have previously traversed, Old Wang remarked as he drove, noting the vitality of the pedestrians. Liang Zhenguo, though he had not ventured to as many places as Old Wang, had heard enough to nod in agreement, smiling as he commented, while it may not rival Chun City, it is certainly commendable. It seems that Shun Yuru and the others made a prudent choice. Perhaps, Old Wang replied without further elaboration. Cities and rural areas were inherently different, and even among rural regions, disparities existed. Not every location could be affluent, as fate dictated allocations. After a considerable time, the convoy gradually came to a halt beside the government compound. From an external perspective, Yin City's government compound appeared far less impressive than that of 49 City. Yet it was still satisfactory. Since they had arrived early without notifying the personnel at the grain station, the government compound staff was unaware of their identity. At the entrance, the guard observed the convoy's arrival with a hint of perplexity. His confusion dissipated upon noticing the large group of young intellectuals disembarking from the vehicles, each burdened with their luggage. It was evident that they had received prior instructions from their superiors. Once Old Wang presented the official document from the leadership to the guard, any lingering doubts vanished, and the guard courteously escorted them into the government compound, while another individual went inside to make an announcement. As Shun Yuru and her companions stepped into the compound, they felt a twinge of anxiety, surveying their surroundings closely following Liang Zhenguo and his team. Don't be so tense. Let's show the spirit of our new generation. Old Wang, seizing the moment while the government staff had yet to emerge, turned to Shun Yuru and her group with a reassuring smile, encouraging them to bolster their confidence. With Old Wang's uplifting words, Shun Yuru and the others managed to calm their nerves. At that moment, 3 individuals, a man and a woman, both dressed in formal white shirts and black trousers, emerged, all wearing warm smiles. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, flanked by a younger man and woman, presumably his assistants. Esteemed colleagues and comrades, thank you for your hard work. The middle-aged man greeted warmly, then introduced himself. I am Wu Jiqiang, primarily responsible for liaising with these young comrades. By the way, I assume none of you have had breakfast yet? Zhangyu, please make arrangements for everyone. We have a large group, so prepare accordingly. Certainly, Director Wu, responded the 2 assistants, nodding to Liang Zhenguo, and promptly heading off to make the necessary arrangements. Director Wu, you are too kind, Old Wang exclaimed, surprised but graciously accepting the gesture. He extended a handshake to Wu Jiqiang and introduced himself, while Zhao Deshun also approached with warm greetings. As both he and Old Wang were the leaders in charge, after familiarizing himself with Old Wang and Zhao Deshun, Wu Jiqiang shifted most of his attention to the young intellectuals, nodding in satisfaction as he observed their vibrant spirits. Comrades, on behalf of Yanshi, I extend a warm welcome to you all. Please follow me to the cafeteria. After breakfast, the various communes should have arrived, and we will allocate your work assignments accordingly. I trust you are all prepared, Wu Jiqiang conveyed directly, addressing the group without lengthy speeches. After delivering his message, he glanced around and approached Old Wang and Zhao Deshun. Whispering a brief note, Old Wang and Zhao Deshun quickly signaled for everyone to follow, and the 200-odd individuals made their way toward the cafeteria, which was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate them all. The cafeteria of the government compound was indeed quite large, making it easy for more than 200 people to sit without feeling crowded. Liang Zhenguo, the security personnel, the drivers, Wu Jiqiang, and Zhang Yu, who had arrived earlier, all seated themselves together. As it was their first meeting, there was little familiarity, and the conversation primarily revolved around the arrangements for Shun Yuru and her group. However, it became clear from their discussions that Wu Jiqiang was only privy to the previous plans regarding distribution and did not elaborate further. Nevertheless, the required number of individuals for each commune and village had already been determined, and they had dispatched personnel to notify them. Once the commune representatives arrived, the young intellectuals would be allowed to form their own groups before being assigned to various locations. This approach certainly exhibited a sense of humanity, as these young individuals were already leaving their homes and venturing into unfamiliar territory. Being able to accompany familiar companions would provide them with mutual support and alleviate some of the strangeness. Wu Jiqiang added, they will not be scattered too widely. Moreover, each group will consist of at least 10 individuals traveling together. His words suggested that Shun Yuru and her group were not the first young intellectuals to arrive in Yanshi, albeit in smaller numbers than the previous ones. That's reassuring. Is there anything further you require from us? Old Wang inquired. No, not at all. You all may prepare for your return shortly. Should you need any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Wu Jiqiang replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Very well. They had nothing further to request from Wu Jiqiang, so the conversation turned to light banter. After finishing breakfast, although they had no responsibilities, they did not leave immediately. After all, these young individuals were entrusted to their care, and Old Wang felt uneasy leaving until they were properly assigned. They had formed favorable impressions of many of them, especially the young women like Shun Yuru. However, they ended up waiting until after 5 in the afternoon, when another meal was shared at the government cafeteria. The various communes were at different distances, and some had already arrived by the time they finished breakfast. The government did not wait for all communes to gather before making assignments. Those who arrived first were allocated first, and the assigned young intellectuals departed with their respective commune representatives. By the afternoon, there were still 30 individuals yet to be assigned, primarily due to their remoteness, including Shun Yuru and her group. Director Wu, is the area they have been assigned to particularly challenging? Old Wang discreetly inquired of Wu Jiqiang, feeling the boredom of waiting. Generally, the more remote the location, the poorer the conditions. Wu Jiqiang glanced at his assistant, clearly unaware. The woman beside him checked her notes and smiled, saying, Master Wang, I have some recollection of the remaining assignments, and the conditions are not poor. They are among the best of the available options. Old Wang nodded with a smile, neither confirming nor denying her statement. Liang Zhenguo, overhearing, chuckled softly. While he might believe one positive report, he found it hard to accept that all 3 of the farthest locations from the city were exceptional. The assistant then briefly discussed the village assigned to Shun Yuru and her group. Before long, the last 3 commune representatives arrived in succession. Shun Yuru was assigned to a village called Mingshui, along with 6 young men and 3 young women, all of whom she knew or had conversed with on the journey. However, after the assignments were complete, the commune representatives hesitated before approaching Wu Jiqiang. Leader, we cycled here, and with so many people walking back, we fear it will be quite late. Would it be possible for us to use the transport vehicles? The representative gestured toward the parked transport vehicles outside, their meaning clear. They were in a difficult position. The notification had come late, and in their haste, they had ridden the commune's bicycles without provisions for carrying their luggage. Unlike other nearer communes that usually had ox carts available for transporting belongings, Wu Jiqiang furrowed his brow, understanding their predicament. However, since the task of the drivers was complete, he felt it inappropriate to ask for assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Old Wang glanced at Shun Yuru and her companions and took the initiative to speak up. Director Wu, since these comrades require assistance, we can offer them transportation to their village. We currently have no pressing matters at hand. He then jested with the commune leader who had made the request. If we delay, we hope our comrades will be well fed and comfortably settled upon our driver's return. Absolutely, absolutely. The leaders of the communes and the village chief responded with joy, their faces lighting up at the unexpected willingness of the drivers to assist. Wu Jiqiang, feeling slightly embarrassed, remarked, "Thank you, Master Wang." Old Wang waved his hand dismissively, then approached the drivers to discuss arrangements, requiring only 3 vehicles, the specifics of which they would negotiate among themselves. Liang Zhenguo, feeling a sudden urge, stepped closer to Zhao Deshun and asked the question that had been on his mind. Uncle Zhao, now that our task is complete, how long can we stay here? And when do we plan to return? Chapter 272, Preparations to Enter the Mountains, Mingshui Village. Zhao Deshun remarked, "It is certain that we will not depart today. Currently, I am in discussions with Old Wang to either leave tomorrow afternoon or, if we wish to exchange more goods in the local black market, we could return the day after tomorrow morning. We might as well stay an additional night and explore the black market further to see if we can acquire more provisions for our journey back. It is a rare opportunity that we cannot afford to miss." Indeed, Liang Zhenguo nodded slightly in agreement. "What is it? Do you wish to linger here longer? If so, we can confirm to leave the day after tomorrow. This mission has consumed a considerable amount of time. Even an additional day of rest would likely not provoke any objections from above." Zhao Deshun turned his head with a smile. "Then let us set our departure for the day after tomorrow." Liang Zhenguo responded without hesitation. Although he missed his wife and sister at home, as Zhao uncle said, it would be a pity not to seize this rare chance to obtain some goods. Moreover, he had just overheard Assistant Wu mention that the Mingshui village assigned to Shun Yuru was not far from Changbai Mountain. "Uncle Zhao, might I accompany the vehicle to Mingshui village? I wish to venture into the mountains tomorrow to hunt and perhaps gather some mountain goods to bring back. I have also heard that ginseng is quite abundant in these mountains. There are places where hunting is permissible, but we can simply explore the black market to exchange goods." Zhao Deshun chuckled, shaking his head. "Ginseng is indeed a precious commodity, but it is not easy to find. However, I will not discourage your desire. If you wish to go, then by all means, do so. I will also keep an eye out for good items here to trade for you, as you cannot return empty-handed. As for leaving the day after tomorrow, that should pose no problem. I will just inform Old Wang and the others. The resources here are relatively abundant, and the drivers will surely be pleased with a delayed departure." "Great. Thank you, Uncle Zhao," Liang Zhenguo exclaimed with a smile. "I will join too, to accompany Brother Zhenguo," Niu Shan chimed in, raising his hand. "Very well. There is no need to feel obliged." Liang Zhenguo thought to refuse on Zhao Deshun's behalf, believing it would be easier for him to act alone without Niu Shan's presence. However, Zhao Deshun agreed without a second thought, and he refrained from voicing any objections. Deng Haihua, who was beside Niu Shan, also considered accompanying them into the mountains. Yet he believed that exchanging food in the black market was of greater importance than hunting. The others shared this sentiment. Old Wang had also finalized the list of participants. The 3 drivers, while not very familiar with Liang Zhenguo, had grown accustomed to him over the past few days. Once the commune leaders and village heads completed the necessary procedures at the government compound, Zhao Deshun approached and said, "Comrades, we have 2 individuals who wish to accompany the vehicle to Mingshui village and hunt in the mountains tomorrow. Would it be possible for them to stay overnight?" Although he suspected they would not refuse, Zhao Deshun still asked politely. Of course, Mingshui village's head, Hu Mingliang, nodded immediately, noting that accommodating 2 extra individuals merely required 2 additional bowls of rice. Furthermore, they had rendered significant assistance. "Thank you, comrades," Liang Zhenguo and Niu Shan expressed their gratitude. The 3 drivers went to start the vehicle, while Zhao Deshun turned to Liang Zhenguo and Niu Shan, saying, "We will head to the guest house shortly to secure your accommodations. Tomorrow, you can come back and find us there." "All right, Uncle Zhao, you are heading into the mountains?" Old Wang was taken aback, feeling that since it was a rare opportunity, venturing into the mountains was less appealing than scavenging for goods in the black market. He naturally assumed that Liang Zhenguo would share his sentiments, as he did not lack for supplies, but was rather interested in the mountain products. Particularly as he was short of the main ingredients for brewing medicinal wine. He wondered if this trip would indeed yield ginseng, or perhaps even a tiger. As for Niu Shan, he simply followed his father's advice, believing Liang Zhenguo would need assistance in the mountains, hence his eagerness to join. Moreover, given his family's circumstances, they were not lacking in provisions. When the vehicle arrived, Liang Zhenguo and the others boarded, while Hu Mingliang and the commune leaders loaded their bicycles onto the truck for a free ride. Liang Zhenguo relinquished the front passenger seat to Hu Mingliang to guide the driver, while he and Niu Shan settled in the back. Comrade Liang, Comrade Niu. Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo and Niu Shan, Shen Yuru and her companions were evidently delighted, their prior anxieties dissipating significantly. Mingshui village was indeed quite remote. Much further than Liang Zhenguo's home in Xiling village to Sizhou city, and the road conditions were subpar. They traveled for nearly 2 hours. Hu Mingliang and the commune leader must have been pedaling their bicycles to the point of exhaustion. When the vehicle finally halted, Liang Zhenguo and Niu Shan disembarked, curiously surveying their surroundings, while the commune leader exited the vehicle before it reached their commune. However, it was already past 7 o'clock, although the moonlight was bright. The distant areas remained unclear, and thus Shin Yuru and her companions could not discern the full scope of Mingshui village. Upon stepping down, Liang Zhenguo instinctively activated his spiritual sensing, believing caution was necessary in unfamiliar territories after the incident in Lijiagu. To his surprise, the situation in Mingshui village was quite favorable. Not far off lay the cultivated fields, but the visible area seemed to encompass only a small corner of the farmland. It appeared that, barring a poor harvest, the villagers' lives were likely to be satisfactory. Moreover, several households had ample supplies in their cellars, and judging by their expressions, they did not appear to be frequently suffering from hunger. It seemed Assistant Wu's words were not entirely exaggerated. At least a preliminary assessment indicated that the conditions in Mingshui village did not align with the hardships described. Within his sensing range, a few villagers appeared to have heard the vehicle's sounds and curiously opened their doors. Given the time, they had likely finished dinner not long ago and were not yet ready for bed. After disembarking, Hu Mingliang, fascinated, touched the transport truck's door, beaming with joy at having the opportunity to ride in such a large vehicle, far more comfortable than cycling. After a moment of fascination, once the driver had turned off the engine and exited the vehicle, he withdrew his hand and turned to the eagerly awaiting Shin Yuru and the others, warmly calling out, "Comrades, let us head inside. I will have my wife prepare some food for you, and afterwards, I will arrange a temporary place for you to rest well tonight." "Thank you, village head Hu." Liang Zhenguo and the others followed Hu Mingliang inside, where he turned back to say, "As for the specific arrangements, we can discuss them tomorrow. Please do not rush, comrades." Shin Yuru and her companions nodded, aware that Hu Mingliang was addressing them. Upon reaching a courtyard at the village's edge, Hu Mingliang announced it was his home and led them inside. Old Hu is back. The household of the village head was small, consisting of only 6 members, including his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and 2 grandchildren. They were all seated in the yard, chatting. Upon seeing Hu Mingliang enter, his wife immediately called out, while the grandchildren shouted Grandpa. As they noticed Shin Yuru and the others carrying their bags, their curious gazes shifted toward them. Chapter 273, Purchasing Ginseng. Hu Mingliang affectionately patted his grandchildren's heads and instructed his wife, "Don't just stand there. Prepare some food for these comrades. Damao, go to your Uncle Zhang's house. They have a spare room, and we will arrange for these comrades to rest there tonight." Hu Mingliang mentioned a few names for his son to notify in advance. While their family also had a spare room, with Liang Zhenguo and the 3 other educated youth, there were a total of 13 people. There would be no room, not even to squeeze in. Understood. Hu Damao nodded and stepped outside. Hu Mingliang's wife, upon hearing her husband request that they prepare a meal for Liang Zhenguo and the others, did not utter a word of protest. Instead, she smiled and suggested they wait a moment before lighting an oil lamp and leading her daughter-in-law to the kitchen. "Thank you, dear aunt." Liang Zhenguo and his companions expressed their gratitude in unison. The residence of village chief, who also fell within the vicinity that Liang Zhenguo had recently surveyed. It was among the wealthiest of a few households in the area, though the disparity was not significant. Hu Mingliang brought out some stools for everyone to sit on. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Liang Zhenguo took a seat and inquired about the nearby mountains. "The closest mountain to our village is part of the Changbai mountain range, located merely 600 or 700 meters away. If the young comrades wish to venture into the mountains, I can arrange for one of our village's hunters or mountain guides to accompany you." Hu Mingliang, perceiving Liang Zhenguo's youthful curiosity, assumed he merely wished to explore. Yet he understood that the mountains could be perilous and should not be approached lightly. "That won't be necessary. I was a hunter in the village before becoming a security guard," Liang Zhenguo quickly waved his hand, contemplating how to justify not needing a guide for his ascent into the mountains. Very well, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Hu Mingliang replied, recognizing that Liang Zhenguo genuinely did not require help, and thus did not press the matter further. He merely offered a few words of caution regarding the dangers of the mountains. Meanwhile, Shen Yuru and a few other young women, after sitting in the courtyard for a while and realizing they could not join the conversation, felt awkward remaining idle. They rose to assist the village chief's wife in the kitchen, and Hu Mingliang could not prevent them. Just as they entered the kitchen, several villagers arrived at the door. They had taken a stroll around the village and, upon noticing the large vehicle parked there, had returned to find the village chief's home wide open, several oil lamps lit, and the sound of conversation emanating from within. Old Zhang, you've arrived just in time. The educated youth assigned to our village have been brought back. Later, please tidy up the vacant rooms for our comrades to rest, Hu Mingliang called out. Oh, and this is the driver who has come to our village, along with 2 security guards. Hu Mingliang waved to them cheerfully, recognizing that they were city youths from elsewhere. All right, we'll head back to prepare. We must not let them think poorly of our village. After exchanging greetings with Liang Zhenguo, the villagers cast curious glances at the new arrivals. The news had already been announced in the village, so their interest was not unexpected. Thank you for your trouble, uncles. Thank you, comrades. Liang Zhenguo and the other male educated youths stood to express their appreciation. Though they were not educated youths themselves, they too required lodging. No trouble at all. Old Zhang waved off their thanks as they exited. It was evident that the villagers of Mingshui village were exceptionally hospitable. Their curiosity about the newcomers did not harbor any ill sentiments. As Liang Zhenguo settled back down, he suddenly recalled Hu Mingliang's mention of mountain guides in their village. Naturally, a small village near the Changbai Mountains would have such individuals. The so-called mountain guides were those who specialized in foraging for wild resources, a stark contrast to hunters, as they primarily did not engage in hunting. However, Liang Zhenguo was not concerned with their hunting practices. He was more intrigued by the potential for collecting ginseng. At this time, wild ginseng was not as scarce as it would become in later years, and its price was relatively low. Contemplating this, Liang Zhenguo shifted his stool closer to village Chief Hu. Chief Hu, are there many mountain guides in your village? Have any of them unearthed rare finds in the mountains, such as ginseng? A flicker of wariness crossed Hu Mingliang's eyes. Had he not confirmed that this young man was a security guard from the city, he might have suspected ulterior motives. However, regarding ginseng, Hu Mingliang cautiously replied, indeed, there is quite a bit of wild mountain ginseng in our village, and my family possesses 2 roots of considerable age. However, if the price offered is as low as that of the supply and marketing cooperative or the collection station, we would not consider selling. Oh, how is the purchase price determined by the supply and marketing cooperative? Liang Zhenguo inquired, genuinely unaware of how ginseng prices were calculated at local cooperatives and collection stations. There were many nuances involved, given the variations in age, quality, and weight, which would likely result in considerable price differences. Hu Mingliang scratched his head, clearly at a loss for an answer. I'm not quite sure either. Generally, for roots under 15 years old, the cooperative offers around 1 or 2 yuan, while the collection station's prices are even lower. Liang Zhenguo nodded. That price was indeed rather low. It was no wonder that Hu Mingliang and his family had not considered selling. Ginseng is a well-known tonic, and if the price is too low, families whose livelihoods are stable would generally not part with it, especially roots of higher age, which are considered treasures. However, from Hu Mingliang's words, it seemed that they might be willing to sell at a reasonable price. So what would be a fair offer? Liang Zhenguo found himself momentarily indecisive. He could only remain in Mingshui village for a day, and soon he would miss this opportunity. Young comrade, while I cannot speak for others in the village, I can assure you that the 2 roots I have are of excellent quality. However, if other villagers still have some, the quality should not be much inferior, as those with subpar quality would have chosen to exchange them for money at the cooperative, Hu Mingliang added. Liang Zhenguo nodded, pondering for a moment before finalizing his offer. He glanced around, aware that he was using the guise of purchasing for the pharmacy, yet it was clear to any discerning eye that something was amiss. And there was an implication of speculation in his approach. To avoid leaving a trace for the educated youths to scrutinize, he extended both hands towards Hu Mingliang, fingers splayed. 10 yuan. Hu Mingliang's eyes brightened instantly, and he lowered his voice to confirm, young comrade, are you speaking of ginseng around 15 years old? And are you offering 10 yuan for each? Indeed, Liang Zhenguo affirmed, the roots must be undamaged, free from mold and insect infestations. Having previously discussed ginseng quality with the pharmacist while foraging for medicinal materials in Sijio City, he had a general understanding of what to look for. Of course, Hu Mingliang replied, his face breaking into a broad smile, his voice raising slightly. 10 yuan was significantly more than what the cooperative offered. and it was certain that not only he but other villagers would be enticed by such an offer. Hu Mingliang was eager to inquire further, considering that the wild mountain ginseng he possessed was likely older than 15 years. Young comrade, if, just as he was about to continue, his wife emerged from the kitchen with a smile, calling out, "I've prepared a couple of simple dishes and some steamed buns. Everyone, it's time to eat." As she spoke, she, along with several young women, began to carry the food to the courtyard, as their kitchen was rather small, and dining outdoors would provide ample space for the 10 or so people. Upon witnessing the situation, Hu Mingliang could only momentarily swallow back the words on the tip of his tongue and proceeded to invite everyone to dine. Once they had all politely taken their seats at the table, he approached Liang Zhenguo. Without waiting for him to speak, Liang Zhenguo quietly remarked, "Village Chief Hu, let us discuss matters in detail later." Hu Mingliang immediately smiled, casually surveying the gathering around the table, aware of Liang Zhenguo's apprehensions. Naturally, he understood the need for discretion when discussing matters of speculation in front of others. Although medicinal herbs were not food staples, the repercussions could still be severe. Nevertheless, he had encountered such circumstances before and had devised ways to manage them. The meal progressed with joviality among the guests. Though Hu Mingliang's household did not offer extravagant dishes, the fare was ample and satisfying. As the moon ascended high in the sky post-dinner, Hu Mingliang instructed his son to lead the others to the pre-arranged accommodations with the villagers, leaving only Liang Zhenguo and Niu Shan behind. Hu Mingliang also had spare rooms in his home, and since he needed to continue discussions with Liang Zhenguo regarding the ginseng procurement, it was only natural for him to invite Liang Zhenguo to stay. Niu Shan had voluntarily chosen to remain as well. Since Liang Zhenguo intended to venture into the mountains the following day, it made sense for Niu Shan to assist him, allowing Liang Zhenguo to act independently. A win-win situation. Once he had brewed the medicinal wine, he planned to offer 2 bottles to Niu Shan. If he could procure a tiger whip, perhaps he would gift him a bottle of tiger whip wine. It was said that this tall fellow had been married for nearly 2 years without children. After everyone had departed, Hu Mingliang led Liang Zhenguo and Niu Shan to the vacant guest room. "Comrade Liang, regarding the purchase price for ginseng you mentioned earlier, what would you offer for a 30-year-old specimen?" As an experienced elder from beyond the borders, Hu Mingliang was straightforward. Glancing at Niu Shan and noting that Liang Zhenguo showed no signs of wanting him to leave, he directly posed the question. Liang Zhenguo, pleased by the candor, pondered briefly before replying, "For ginseng aged between 30 and 50 years, I would offer between 60 and 100. For those over 50 years, at least 100. And for a 100-year-old specimen. Brother Liang, it has been quite some time since we have laid eyes on a 100-year-old wild ginseng." Hu Mingliang interjected, bemused. "Goodness, this young comrade is quite the dreamer. Though we live near Changbai Mountain, 100-year-old wild ginseng is extraordinarily rare. If memory serves, only one specimen was unearthed during my father's generation, and it was acquired by a landlord of that era. Currently, the only potential location for such ancient ginseng might lie deep within the untraveled forests of Changbai Mountain. However, that area is perilous. If precise coordinates were available, someone might dare to venture forth. But to blindly search the depths of the forest would deter, most due to the lurking ferocity of wild beasts and the insidious threat of venomous creatures. The price offered by the procurement station would not justify the risks incurred by mountain dwellers. Yet, if this young man were to offer such a high price, it might just change that dynamic. Alas, Liang Zhenguo lamented. "I had hoped to acquire some rare treasures this time. But surely you have some 50-year specimens?" he inquired expectantly. "Indeed," Hu Mingliang reassured him. "I have 2 specimens, one 30-year-old and one 50-year-old. Additionally, Old Man Li in the village possesses a specimen aged between 50 and 60 years. As the village chief, Hu Mingliang was quite knowledgeable about the villagers' circumstances. "That is splendid." Liang Zhenguo clapped his hands and turned to Hu Mingliang. "Is the price I proposed satisfactory to you? Young brother, you are quite straightforward. I cannot act against my conscience. This price is already quite generous, regardless of location. So how could I not be satisfied?" Hu Mingliang smiled, feeling a tad embarrassed to haggle. While he wished to sell at a high price, he was not avaricious. "Then it is settled. Would it be convenient for you to present the ginseng for my inspection so we can finalize the specific price?" "That is certainly doable." Hu Mingliang cheerfully exited the guest room to fetch the ginseng for Liang Zhenguo. After Hu Mingliang stepped out, Liang Zhenguo turned to Niu Shan, who had been sitting idly on a stool. "Deshan, did you hear what was just said?" "I did. It concerns your procurement of ginseng for the pharmacy, correct?" Niu Shan replied, scratching his head in confusion. "Yes. The pharmacy in the city has entrusted me to help procure some medicinal herbs." Liang Zhenguo offered little further explanation, but looked at Niu Shan with hopeful anticipation. "Deshan, you know I am going into the mountains tomorrow. This matter is quite significant. Could you stay in Mingshui village to assist me with the procurement?" But I don't know anything about it." Why not ask Brother Su for help? I would prefer to accompany you into the mountains. Niu Shan protested, bewildered, shaking his head vigorously. He had no understanding of medicinal herbs and could not differentiate between good and bad ginseng. Alas, Brother Su and I are not very familiar, and I would feel awkward asking him for help. But you and I have a good rapport, don't we? Liang Zhenguo coaxed. The Brother Su in question was the driver who had come with them to Mingshui village. Liang Zhenguo's request for Niu Shan to assist him was partly to ensure Niu Shan did not accompany him into the mountains. Moreover, having worked together for a considerable time, he understood that Niu Shan would fulfill his task diligently, without unnecessary questions or gossip. Niu Shan was naturally a man of few words, which was paramount to Liang Zhenguo. As for Brother Su, having only interacted for a few days, Liang Zhenguo was uncertain of his character, although he appeared amiable. Still, they were not well acquainted. Moreover, one must offer something in return for favors, and thus, he naturally preferred Niu Shan, especially since Niu Shan had previously borrowed some of his father's treasured tea leaves. This would also serve as a means of reciprocation, as that tea was quite precious. Seeing that Niu Shan was swayed, Liang Zhenguo continued, moreover, you need not worry about understanding the specifics. I will ask village chief who to assist with the procurement from the villagers in Mingshui. You just need to follow his lead and ensure it is done properly. Once completed, you can take the ginseng back with Brother Su to Yen City without waiting for my return. With village chief whose help, the procurement should not take long, and it would be fine for Brother Su to wait a little before driving back. However, I wouldn't dare to keep him waiting for an entire day. By the way, if Brother Su inquires, simply tell him I am procuring ginseng for the pharmacy, and there is no need to elaborate. Though Liang Zhenguo was confident that Niu Shan would not speak indiscreetly, he still felt the need to reiterate. All right then. After Liang Zhenguo's persuasive arguments, Niu Shan ultimately acquiesced to remain and assist with the ginseng procurement. While Liang Zhenguo was finalizing matters with Niu Shan, Hu Mingliang had returned to his room. Under the curious gaze of his wife, he rummaged through a cabinet to retrieve 2 wooden boxes. What are you doing? She inquired. Fully aware of the contents of the boxes, the young comrade staying at our house wishes to procure ginseng. I find his price reasonable, so I intend to sell to him. After all, it serves no purpose for us to keep it. Hu Mingliang secured the cabinet and replied. What price? His wife had no qualms about selling the ginseng, as their son and daughter-in-law would not oppose it either, considering it had been unearthed by her husband in the mountains. At least 60 for the 30-year-old and a minimum of 120 for the 50-year-old, Hu Mingliang declared, his face beaming with pride. What nonsense? 60? 120? Are you pulling my leg? Hu Mingliang's wife raised her voice slightly, her eyes widening in astonishment. She was well aware of the purchasing price of ginseng. What use is it to deceive you, my dear wife? Hu Mingliang retorted with irritation. Undeterred by his tone, his wife immediately broke into a smile, mirroring Hu Mingliang's earlier expression. Well, at this price, it can certainly be sold. After saying this, she expressed some concern. But are you certain that young man has that much money? He looks younger than our son by a few years. Caught up in his previous excitement, he had not considered this point, yet he countered, he comes from the big city, so he must have plenty of money. However, his tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Upon hearing this, his wife nodded in agreement. That's true. That young man indeed resembles a child from a wealthy family, even more handsome than a girl. What are you? A matchmaker? Why are you judging people based on looks? Hu Mingliang thought of Liang Zhenguo's appearance and found his wife's reasoning oddly convincing. No. You continue your conversation with her. I shall take the ginseng over for him to inspect. With that, he pushed open the door and exited. Upon entering the innermost guest room, Hu Mingliang carefully placed 2 wooden boxes on the table, deftly unfastening the iron wire clasp and lifting the lid. Here, young brother. Take a look. Liang Zhenguo had been observing the boxes since Hu Mingliang entered, evidently taking great care of the 2 wild ginseng roots entrusted to him by the village chief. As Hu Mingliang opened the lid, the damp, spicy aroma of dried ginger mingled with the fragrance of ginseng wafted forth, particularly from the slightly larger wooden box. The aged ginseng, glistening with a rich golden hue, exhibited fine transverse lines, with the pearl-like root hairs clearly visible, each root intact and unbroken, the base neatly trimmed, the ginseng body free of cracks or mold. Although he was not a master, the quality was evidently several grades above any ginseng he had encountered at the pharmacy. After examining the ginseng, Liang Zhenguo nodded in satisfaction. Hu Mingliang, seeing this, smiled and inquired, young brother, does the quality seem acceptable? I could never offer the prices from the purchasing station or others. It's only because of your sincerity that I would even consider parting with it. Indeed, it is acceptable, village chief Hu. For 30-year-old ginseng, I can offer 70. For 50-year-old, 130. However, if you have any requirements, please feel free to express them. Liang Zhenguo paused. Hu Mingliang quickly interjected, clearly pleased with the offer, which exceeded what he had just discussed with his wife by 20 yuan. 20 yuan. That's nearly a month's wages for a worker in the city. However, I plan to enter the mountains tomorrow. Could you possibly accompany me to visit other villagers who might have ginseng? The prices will be as I mentioned earlier in the courtyard, but you must ensure that the quality meets the standards, as I cannot be deceived, Liang Zhenguo stated. Not a problem. Hu Mingliang, thinking there was no issue at all, readily agreed. After all, this price was unlikely to be deemed low in the village, and the villagers would likely be grateful for the opportunity. If you think the quality is lacking, feel free to bring it back to Mingshui village, and I will ensure a refund, Hu Mingliang assured him, confident that any ginseng the villagers had would meet Liang Zhenguo's previously stated standards. That has settled then. If it turns out to be subpar, I will indeed return it, Liang Zhenguo laughed, though he was serious about not being taken advantage of. Agreed. Hu Mingliang nodded earnestly, then looked expectantly at Liang Zhenguo. About the money, Liang Zhenguo smiled, retrieving his satchel and reaching inside. In the eager gaze of Hu Mingliang, he pulled out a stack of cash, quickly counting out 20 bills of renminbi. Village Chief Hu, then these 2 wild ginseng roots are mine, Liang Zhenguo stated as he handed over the money. Splendid, Hu Mingliang exclaimed, his face creasing into a smile that resembled crumpled paper, revealing a few yellowing teeth as he grinned widely. Now I can relax. This young man truly has money. Chapter 276, Walking Like a Ghost. Hu Mingliang, with fingers pinching a small stack of cash, could hardly contain his excitement. This was the largest sum of money he had ever received. Young brother, please take care of the ginseng. I shall take my leave now, so as not to disturb your rest. Tomorrow morning, I will bring this big brother along for the purchase, ensuring you do not suffer any losses. Hu Mingliang, filled with excitement, thought of hastening back to share this good news with his wife. Thank you, and I must also express my gratitude for your hospitality today, Village Chief Hu. You're too kind, Hu Mingliang replied. Now, I shall return to my room. By the way, young brother, tomorrow I will clarify that you are purchasing on behalf of the pharmacy, so you need not worry. With his smile unwavering, Hu Mingliang pondered. If this young man is from the nearby Yin city, he might not dare to do this, but with the 49 city being so far from our village, even if they return with doubts, no one will linger on the matter. Moreover, the villagers will all be beneficiaries. Village Chief Hu, you are very considerate. Liang Zhenguo expressed his gratitude. Hu Mingliang's words would indeed spare him a great deal of trouble. After inquiring about the situation of ginseng among the villagers of Mingshui village, Hu Mingliang waved them off and closed the door behind them. Upon leaving the guest room, his son happened to return after dropping off the educated youth. Seeing his father's face beaming with delight, he curiously asked, Father, what good news do you have? Go back to sleep. We will discuss it tomorrow. Hu Mingliang replied, turning without looking back and retreating to his room, leaving only the back of his head visible. How mysterious, his son muttered, and returned to his own room. In the guest room, Liang Zhenguo calculated the additional funds he would require based on the information he had gleaned from Hu Mingliang. A few minutes later, he retrieved 700 yuan from his satchel and handed it to Niu-shan. Before Niu-shan could speak, Liang Zhenguo declared, Dasha, this money is for purchasing ginseng. Tomorrow, Village Chief Hu will take you. Your task is to receive the goods and make the payment. Liang Zhenguo reiterated the standards and prices for the purchase, as well as the points to pay attention to. Understood, Niu-shan nodded, carefully storing the money. However, he thought to himself how bold Liang Zhenguo was to carry such a substantial sum on a mission. Remember, once you complete the purchases, return with Suga first, and I will send you a few bottles of good wine in a while. Liang Zhenguo patted his shoulder with a smile. Sure thing, Niu-shan grinned, his eyes lighting up at the mention of good wine. While he had little interest in tea, he certainly appreciated a good drink. He looked forward to the wine Liang Zhenguo had promised. After giving these instructions, the two squeezed onto a bed to sleep. Liang Zhenguo could only marvel at how Niu-shan could occupy the space of 2.5 people. His large frame was quite remarkable. If it weren't for the ample size of Hu Mingliang's bed, he might have found himself waking up on the floor. The following morning, Liang Zhenguo once again enjoyed breakfast at Hu Mingliang's home. After the meal, he bid farewell to Hu Mingliang and Niu-shan before departing the village. However, he did not leave without giving something in return for the 2 meals. Before he left, he slipped a handful of candies to Hu Mingliang's 2 children, a portion of which were the popular white rabbit milk candies, serving as payment for his and Niu-shan's meals. Upon exiting the confines of Mingshui village, Liang Zhenguo confirmed his direction and ensured that no one was around before swiftly entering his spatial pocket. In the next instant, he appeared 200 meters away. After testing his teleportation ability previously, he finally had the chance to put it to use. A few moments later, he arrived at the foot of the mountain as described by Village Chief Hu. The ability to traverse such distances was indeed convenient. Yet it exacted a considerable toll on his mental faculties, far exceeding the energy expended while utilizing his spiritual detection. Such a method of travel was ill-suited for prolonged journeys. However, he did not pause for this reason. The distance was not enough to deplete his mental reserves. Rather, he noticed several figures advancing along the path leading into the mountains. 3 men accompanied by 5 dogs, all of whom appeared to be relatively young, likely in their late 20s to early 30s. The dogs, all male, were notably vigilant, particularly the largest among them, a magnificent black hound whose glossy coat shimmered in the light, its eyes radiating intensity and strength. Upon noticing his approach, the dog's ears perked up, pressed back against its head, while its tail stiffened and tucked between its legs, adopting a stance indicative of readiness to attack. The dog's sudden movement caught the attention of the 3 men, who turned to face Liang Zhenguo with startled expressions, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. Only when they realized he was merely a young man did they exhale in relief. One of the men gently patted the head of the dominant hound and reassured it, no need to be tense. Calmed by his touch, the dog wagged its tail and sat down, subsequently nudging its companions with its nose. The other 4 dogs instantly relaxed, shedding their aggressive postures. Liang Zhenguo observed the imposing hound with some surprise. It displayed a remarkable intelligence, though he could not discern whether it was innate or a result of training. It was evident that all 5 dogs were hunting hounds, and the black one was particularly impressive. The 3 men, armed and clearly hunters, were undoubtedly skilled in their craft. Hunting in the mountains, a good hunting dog proved to be an invaluable ally, as their noses were far more sensitive than those of humans, serving critical roles in tracking prey and maintaining vigilance. Liang Zhenguo felt a surge of delight, not because he needed the dogs to assist in locating game, but rather because venturing into the mountains alone could be rather dull. Bringing a dog along would be the most suitable option. Yet, he pondered, without a proper connection, acquiring such a companion was beyond his reach. He had never encountered a dog in Shilling Village, as survival was paramount, and the notion of keeping a dog was utterly fanciful. Are you also heading into the mountains? After soothing the hound, the man cast a glance at the rifle slung across Liang Zhenguo's back and, with a hint of irritation, inquired, "What brings you here?" Fortunately, it was still morning, and they had yet to venture deep into the mountains. Otherwise, it would have been rather unsettling to have someone approach them silently from behind, only to be noticed when they were within mere meters. Had this occurred at night, and an instinctual reaction led to a gunshot, the situation could swiftly spiral into irretrievable chaos. In the Changbai Mountains, danger did not merely stem from venomous creatures or ferocious beasts. Sometimes, humans posed the greatest threat. Thus, the man's brusque tone was not directed at Liang Zhenguo in particular, but was merely a reaction to his sudden appearance. "Yes, I am indeed heading into the mountains," Liang Zhenguo replied. Given the presence of firearms and hunting dogs, coupled with a dialect reminiscent of that of village chief who, they were likely from a nearby village, he chose not to engage in further conversation, merely offering a brief response before proceeding onward. The 3 men, with their dogs in tow, stepped aside to let him pass, clearly preferring to avoid having him follow closely behind. His silent approach was unsettling, even in their numbers. Quite cautious, Liang Zhenguo mused with a smile, and as he walked alongside them, he casually inquired, "Do you gentlemen frequent the mountains often?" Indeed, a young man, around 27 or 28 with a distinctive mole on his chin, nodded slightly, furrowing his brow as he added, "Your accent suggests you are not from around here. Are you here to hunt, or perhaps to gather mountain goods?" Liang Zhenguo was momentarily taken aback by the question. It appeared that many outsiders had indeed come to this village seeking mountain products, which explained village chief whose nonchalance during their transaction. It was evidently not his first encounter with such dealings. However, in this era, mountain goods, including ginseng, had little value. It was surprising that anyone would still come to collect them. From what he understood, the trade in mountain goods had surged only after the reform and opening up policy, and seemed quite profitable. Yet, Liang Zhenguo did not dwell on this matter, acknowledging that if others could gather, so too could he. "I am here on business, and I thought I might take the opportunity to hunt today," he replied vaguely, not wishing to divulge too much information. He produced a few cigarettes, offering one to each of the 3 men before inquiring, "Since you often venture into the mountains, could you advise me on particularly dangerous areas, such as those frequented by mountain spirits or bears? It would be prudent to avoid such places to mitigate risks. From this entry point into the mountains, I have heard rumors of mountain spirits in the southwestern depths, though I cannot vouch for their veracity or exact location. It is best to steer clear of that direction." The leading man gestured towards a specific area. Perhaps out of goodwill, spurred by the cigarettes, he continued, "The Changbai Mountains are unlike other regions. They harbor significant dangers. If your curiosity is merely fleeting, it would be wise not to venture too far in." "Thank you. I merely intend to explore the outskirts." Liang Zhenguo expressed his gratitude sincerely, then veered away from the direction indicated by the man, continuing deeper into the forest. The three men, now silent, chose a different path and, accompanied by their dogs, entered the mountains. After walking for several dozen meters and confirming their departure, Liang Zhenguo altered his course, heading towards the area where the man had suggested there might be tigers. His aim was to hunt both tigers and ginseng, and he would not overlook any potential site of tiger activity. Even if the likelihood was slim, it was preferable to wandering aimlessly in the wilderness. Once inside the mountains, Liang Zhenguo refrained from utilizing spatial abilities for travel, as the energy expenditure was too great. He had no means of transportation to return to Yen City and needed to preserve some mental acuity for that journey. Moreover, the mountains held their own allure. Despite his purpose for entering, he did not wish to behave like a mere scanning automaton, for that would be dreadfully mundane. The Changbai Mountains were a stark contrast to the rear hills of Shiling Village. From the base, they loomed majestically, an endless expanse. Walking within the mountains, he felt the solemnity of Changbai, evoking a sense of reverence, yet simultaneously, the gentle embrace of nature instilled a profound sense of tranquility. After a moment of reflection, he stowed his rifle within his spatial realm, leisurely lit a cigarette, and continued deeper into the wilderness, hands tucked into his pockets. Should the three hunters from earlier witness this leisurely demeanor, they would undoubtedly perceive him as a naive city dweller. As his appearance suggested, he was merely enjoying a visit to the Changbai Mountains. Yet, indeed, he was treating this excursion as a form of recreation. Just months prior, he might have approached the wilderness with trepidation, but now, endowed with tenfold the physical prowess of an ordinary person and constantly monitoring his surroundings within a radius of over 200 meters, he was well prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. At the very least, he possessed the means to retreat into his spatial realm for safety. However, he believed such situations would be rare. Furthermore, being on the periphery, larger prey would not likely be present in this area. In the company of others, he could maintain a facade of modesty, but within the mountains, he could afford to be as audacious as he desired. As Liang Zhenguo ventured further, his observations aligned with his earlier expectations. Near the base of the mountain, he encountered only small birds, while other wildlife remained conspicuously absent. Even the withered, yellowed grass lay flattened, indicating that the area had been thoroughly scoured multiple times. Gradually quickening his pace, he walked for about 3 hours, and the surrounding forest grew increasingly lush. From time to time, he spotted small squirrels leaping among the branches, their wide eyes curiously observing this intruder. He held little interest in these diminutive creatures. They offered scant meat and were unworthy of even being kept as pets. As he arrived at a gentle hill, he paused for a moment. Firstly, he had consumed a modest meal that morning and had been walking for several hours, leaving him quite famished. Secondly, he had spotted something he desired, which was also one of the objectives of his journey: wild ginseng. The wild ginseng was nestled in the humus-rich soil, its tender crimson stems adorned with palmate leaves that curled slightly at the edges, gleaming a vibrant green, while the hint of tender yellow at the leaf's center shimmered enticingly in the dappled sunlight. Surrounding it were patches of low moss, making it relatively easy to locate, especially since he had been employing his mental probing the entire time. Liang Zhenguo crouched down to examine it. He had consulted both the apothecary and the village chief on how to ascertain the age of wild ginseng, and based on the ginseng's bulbous head, he estimated it to be under 20 years old. He pondered whether transplanting it into his own space would still classify it as wild ginseng. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to excavate it. He reasoned that ginseng cultivated in his space should possess medicinal properties at least as potent as those grown in the wild. After all, the animals and crops in his space had proven to be of superior quality compared to those outside. With his decision made, he set to work. Unlike the mountain folk who meticulously bound their ginseng with red strings, he simply marked a defined area and extracted both the ginseng and the surrounding soil into his space, ensuring the integrity of the wild ginseng remained intact. Subsequently, he found a suitable spot in the rich black soil of his space to transplant the ginseng. Once completed, he was left with a substantial hole in the ground. Chapter 278, The Black Bear. Liang Zhenguo then swiftly entered his space. Previously, when he could not access his space, he had grown accustomed to constructing a rudimentary cooking station outdoors, but now that he could enter the cozy farmhouse within his space, he naturally opted for that comfort. Convenience and comfort were paramount, and it also shielded him from external disturbances. In the kitchen, he first kindled a fire to cook a pot of white rice. The rice produced in his space was more fragrant than the finest varieties available, and the children in his household were not picky eaters, so rice had become their staple, with steamed buns and dumplings being occasional treats. While the rice simmered, Liang Zhenguo took a stroll around his space. Having consumed plenty of wild boar, wild chicken, and hare, he felt no desire for more. After some contemplation, he moved towards the saltwater lake, where he cultivated seafood. This expansive lake was designed to mimic a marine environment, complete with sandy beaches and rocky outcrops, but it was still not the sea, perhaps due to the limited area of the lake. The quantities of fish and shellfish had not increased significantly, though his occasional feedings had not resulted in many deaths, and the sizes of the creatures had grown considerably. While he was uncertain about the exact number of sea snails, he noticed a marked increase along the shore. He had a particular fondness for snails, so he selected several larger specimens, along with over 20 sizable shrimp and a few snapper, before returning to his courtyard. In the favorable conditions of his space, he prepared a sumptuous meal of shrimp sautéed in oil and a delicate snapper soup. The snapper's flesh was tender and nearly devoid of bones, exuding a mild, sweet flavor that made for an exquisite broth. He preferred the sea snails in their purest form, merely boiling them to preserve their essence. Once everything was ready, he took advantage of the space's automated functions to peel the shrimp and extract the snail meat, indulging in a delightful seafood feast. Satisfied and nourished, Liang Zhenguo reclined in a makeshift lounger in his courtyard, replenishing the mental and physical energy he had expended earlier. After about 20 minutes of rest, he stretched and rose, returning to the outside world to continue his trek into the mountains. Before long, it was past 2 in the afternoon. Although he had not encountered any game during this time, he had not returned empty-handed. Under his mental probing, the wild ginseng in the mountains was laid bare before him. Including the first plant, he had successfully transplanted 8 specimens into his space. However, none of these reached the age of 50 years. The oldest among them was nearly 40. Yet, Liang Zhenguo was easily satisfied. Any harvest was a victory. If necessary, he could cultivate them for another 2 or 3 years in his space, effectively aging them to the equivalent of a century-old ginseng. At the very least, their medicinal efficacy should rival that of century-old wild ginseng found in the wild. Despite the challenging mountain paths, he had encountered some wildlife during his hours of wandering. For instance, he had spotted 2 solitary wild boars, but he chose to ignore them, as he had more than enough of them in his space, with superior quality meat to boot. Other small animals were also abundant. He had seen more than one den of foxes, but hunters in the northeastern mountains often revered foxes as spiritual beings, avoiding them out of superstition. Respecting local customs, he had no intention of disturbing these taboo creatures, preferring to avoid unnecessary suspicions in the mountains. Besides, fox meat was scarce and gamey, and he had no need for the meager profits from their pelts. As for larger animals, he had not encountered any along the mountain trails he traversed. The Changbai mountain range was rich in resources, yet this was a reasonable situation, considering his current location was not deep within the heart of the mountains. If game were as plentiful as to be hunted casually within a few hours, as the saying goes, if praying to the gods were effective, the temple gates would be trampled by throngs of people. If hunting were so effortless, the mountains would be swarmed with eager hunters. Liang Zhenguo pressed onward until he found himself in a vast forest. Strictly speaking, the areas he had traversed earlier did not truly belong to the Changbai Mountains. Rather, this expansive forest marked the true boundaries of the mountain range, far larger than any woodland he had encountered before. Other regions had scattered trees, but here, they stood in contiguous clusters. After orienting himself, Liang Zhenguo continued deeper into the forest, realizing why ordinary hunters from outside the mountains struggled to navigate such terrain. Not only was hunting perilous, but simply wandering through the mountains could lead one astray. After half an hour of walking through the forest, Liang Zhenguo finally discovered a wild ginseng plant approaching 20 to 30 years of age. After transplanting it into his space, he searched for nearly an hour more, but found nothing further. Ultimately, he concluded that wild ginseng was considerably scarcer in dense forests compared to open woodlands or forest edges. Having walked for several hours, he decided to rest upon a large rock, retracting his mental probing. The number of wild ginseng plants in this forest appeared disappointingly low. He reasoned that he would likely gather sufficient specimens from Nyo Mountain. With only a day to spare in the mountains, he intended to leave before nightfall. So he resolved not to search as meticulously as before, as it was time-consuming and exhausting. Resting for less than 10 minutes, he was suddenly alerted by the distant howl of wolves. Liang Zhenguo sprang to his feet, immediately extending his mental energy. But he could not detect any wolves within his probing range. The howls persisted, interspersed with cries of distress. With no gunshots echoing, he deduced that a confrontation among beasts was unfolding. Without hesitation, he set off toward the source of the commotion. After a quiet stretch of time, the prospect of witnessing the unfolding drama was too enticing to resist. He walked forward for several dozen meters, and the scene that awaited him was vividly etched in his mind. As he had anticipated, 200 meters ahead lay the battlefield of ferocious creatures. On one side were 5 wolves, with one already sprawled on the ground, its head bloodied beyond recognition. breathing shallowly, clearly on the brink of death. On the opposing side stood an imposing black bear, measuring nearly 6 feet in height when upright. A bear indeed. Liang Zhenguo completely disregarded the 4 wild wolves prowling and growling around the massive black bear, his gaze firmly fixed upon the creature. More precisely, his eyes were transfixed on the bear's formidable paws. Chapter 279, The Struggle of Beasts. His attention fell upon the robust, hefty paw, its palm rough and unyielding, adorned with sharp claws. Yet, rather than contemplating the destructive potential of this paw, Liang Zhenguo found his mind wandering to thoughts of scallions, ginger, cinnamon, star anise, and honey. If this bear paw were to be meticulously prepared, simmered over a gentle flame for several hours, and seasoned with these spices, the flavor might well tantalize the taste buds to an extraordinary degree. He shook his head, scolding himself for his greedy thoughts. Although he was undeniably fascinated by the bear paw, it was evident that this was not the moment to indulge in such cravings. However, this formidable black bear had already secured a place on his list. Encountering it meant he could not let it slip away. A bear paw, offered as a gift, would be substantial enough to impress any leader. Yet, this notion merely flitted through his mind. The good things were better reserved for himself and his family to savor. In time, he could boast about it to others when he grew old. Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but smile, moving lightly closer, pausing only when he was over 100 meters away. At this distance, he could guarantee a fatal shot within 2 or 3 rounds, taking into account the bear's tough hide and thick flesh. But he was in no rush, preparing to bide his time and reap the benefits later. For in the interval of his approach, the standoff in the arena had already shifted. The 4 wild wolves were now digging their forepaws into the ground, bracing themselves, bellies pressed low, before suddenly lunging forward, baring their teeth in a fierce display, drool dripping from their fangs. After several probing attacks, the black bear was evidently becoming agitated by the relentless wolves. It abruptly raised its front paw and struck fiercely at the nearest wolf. The wolf reacted swiftly, dodging to the side just in time, yet still caught by the gust of wind from the bear's swipe, causing it to be struck by a flying stone and let out a piercing howl, stumbling backward. Another wolf seized the opportunity, leaping towards the bear's neck to bite. The bear, in pain, unleashed a thunderous roar, then violently shook its head, flinging the wolf clinging to its neck away. The wolf crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise, only to be met with the bear's paw descending upon its head, unable to evade in time. It was struck multiple times before collapsing, emitting faint whimpers that soon fell silent. In the blink of an eye, 1 wolf was down, and the remaining 3 bore injuries, yet they still refused to retreat. Their green eyes fixed fiercely upon the black bear, their frenzy intensifying. From a distance, Liang Zhenguo observed clearly. It appeared they were committed to the fight. Indeed, wolves were known for their grudges, and their ferocity was remarkable. He retrieved his gun from his space, loaded a bullet, yet refrained from firing. It was prudent to wait a moment longer, for he might acquire all 5 wolves without lifting a finger. Though he had no desire to consume them, he could certainly sell them for a tidy sum. The wild wolves, now taking the initiative, escalated the conflict. The black bear suffered a long gash on its back, blood streaming down its dark fur, pooling on the ground. Its movements, once fierce, had now slowed, each strike appearing increasingly labored as its stamina waned. Meanwhile, 1 wolf was caught by the bear's powerful jaws at the waist. The bear's bite was formidable, and with a swift motion, the wolf's innards spilled forth, collapsing in a convulsion before succumbing to death. The remaining 2 wolves gradually lost their fierce countenance, fear evident in their eyes, yet they did not flee, circling the black bear, occasionally baring their teeth, but hesitating to advance. Even as the bear gasped for breath, Liang Zhenguo noted the wounds on the 2 wolves still bled. One could barely stand, while the other had lost half its tail. Their refusal to retreat at this juncture intrigued him. Wolves were known for their cunning, typically avoiding confrontation with such formidable adversaries as the black bear. It was indeed rare to witness them persist under such dire circumstances. Once the black bear regained its composure, despite numerous claw marks adorning its body, its ferocity returned with a vengeance as it charged towards the short-tailed wolf, which hastily turned to flee. Smaller in stature, the wolves could outrun the bear, even the injured one, and after sprinting a short distance, they halted, circling for a full quarter of an hour. When the bear prepared to chase again, they glanced at the corpse of their fallen comrade, then at the bear. Ultimately, they could not muster the courage, tucking their tails between their legs and limping away in defeat, disappearing into the dense forest. They could not afford to continue this battle. It would only lead to their demise. From his position behind, Liang Zhenguo contemplated before lowering his gun aimed at the 2 wolves. He had no need for excessive slaughter, opting to let them go free. As for the black bear, he could only express his apologies, for he was truly tempted by its impressive paws. Once the wolves had vanished from sight, the black bear rose onto its hind legs, unleashing a victorious roar. After venting its triumph, it turned and suddenly noticed Liang Zhenguo, who had approached at some point unbeknownst to the bear. With a fierce growl, its eyes momentarily widened before it let out another low growl. A gust of wind swept through, and Liang Zhenguo could distinctly smell the metallic scent of blood and the foul odor emanating from the bear's mouth. Observing this colossal creature, he surmised that while it was indeed large, it was likely lighter than a wild boar of equivalent size, weighing around 300 pounds. Certainly, this was an exceptionally large specimen among black bears. Yet, weight did not equate to combat prowess. Should a wild boar and a black bear of the same weight engage in battle, it would undoubtedly be the bear that emerged victorious. The bear's fighting capabilities were vividly apparent, marking it as a true sovereign of the forest. After a moment of hesitation, Liang Zhenguo stowed his gun away and drew forth a dagger. With his physique enhanced tenfold, he had yet to test the limits of his newfound strength. Previously dispatching two small creatures had been akin to slaughtering chickens, devoid of any challenge. This was a rare opportunity to engage in a true contest before the bear, allowing him to stretch his muscles. Observing the sudden disappearance of the stick in Liang Zhenguo's hand, the bear's eyes flickered with confusion. However, upon witnessing the two-legged creature adopting an offensive stance, its innate ferocity and limited intelligence caused it to swiftly forget the earlier bewilderment. With another furious roar, it dropped to all fours and charged at the two-legged intruder. Chapter 280, The Little White Dog. As the massive black bear charged towards him, Liang Zhenguo remained unfazed. Lowering his center of gravity, knees slightly bent like a bow, ready to spring forth, adopting a battle stance. Even as the bear approached, he remained utterly still. The bear, indifferent to his lack of evasion, instinctively swung its meaty paw towards his head as it reached him. Facing that pancake-like, heavy paw, the gust created by its swipe could sting the cheek, and Liang Zhenguo finally understood why this massive bear could effortlessly kill a wolf with a single blow. However, instead of retreating, he advanced, swiftly transferring the dagger from his right hand to his left, while his right fist clenched tightly to evade the claws of the black bear. With a powerful punch, he met the bear's paw. In that instant of collision, a ripple of energy seemed to emanate between them, and in the next heartbeat, Liang Zhenguo was sent staggering back 10 steps by the bear's forceful strike. Nevertheless, the black bear did not emerge unscathed. It too wobbled back 2 steps. Having been struck by Liang Zhenguo's punch, quite impressive, this large black creature exhibited remarkable strength. Liang Zhenguo chuckled as he shook off the numbness in his right hand. Although he had been at a disadvantage in their exchange, he had sustained no injuries. Yet, for an ordinary person, a single blow from the bear would likely shatter an arm. From the bear's attack, he concluded that their strengths were comparable, though he had momentarily faltered under its charge. Having grasped the disparity between them, Liang Zhenguo took the initiative. The dagger in his left hand swiftly returned to his right, and in a blink, he closed the distance of several meters. At that moment, the bear had just regained its footing and swung another paw at him, simultaneously opening its massive jaws to bite. This time, Liang Zhenguo did not engage head-on. He sidestepped effortlessly to avoid the attack. While their strengths were nearly equal, he remained a mere mortal, unable to withstand the bear's claws and bites. Yet, speed was undoubtedly the bear's Achilles heel, and his enhanced physique encompassed more than just strength. After evading its assault, he launched a fierce kick into the bear's side. Faced with such a beast, he did not hold back. With all his might, the bear's colossal body was sent crashing sideways. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been left utterly astonished. Liang Zhenguo wasted no time. After the bear fell, he swiftly ascended its broad back and plunged the sharp dagger into its relatively soft neck. As it suffered a fatal wound, the bear began to roar and thrash about, its massive head swinging wildly in a desperate attempt to throw him off. Yet, Liang Zhenguo clung tightly to its back, his legs gripping firmly as his left hand pressed down on its head, the dagger relentlessly stabbing at its neck. The neck was its vital spot. But the damage inflicted by a single dagger was insufficient to bring down such a massive creature in the short term, compelling him to continually widen the wound. In that moment, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the scene of a slaughter. As he continued, Liang Zhenguo suddenly came to a halt, realizing the gravity of his actions. Observing his bloodied hands, he muttered, "It was just a fight. Why did I let myself be so foolish?" Cursing under his breath, he noticed that the nearly lifeless black bear had vanished, only to reappear in his spatial realm the next moment. Capturing it was akin to playing a game within his own space. Although his recent actions were not much different from play, he certainly did not wish to end up with bloodstained hands. Subsequently, he collected the 3 wolf carcasses on the ground into his space. They were all meat, and selling them could yield a tidy sum of 100 or 2. This would at least offset some of his previous losses. After all, If Dashin exchanged all the money he had given him for wild ginseng, he would have lost a substantial 8 or 900 in cash. Once he had finished, he retrieved a wooden bucket filled with water from his space to cleanse the blood from his hands. Just as he prepared to depart, a flicker of movement caught his eye from behind a distant boulder. Liang Zhenguo was taken aback. Although he had retracted his mental probing during his tussle with the bear, that boulder had previously been within his detection range and had appeared empty. He unsheathed his dagger and approached the boulder, activating his mental probing once more. A puppy? Upon spotting the small creature behind the boulder, Liang Zhenguo instinctively exclaimed. Then, he quickly realized that there were no puppies in this forest. Upon reaching the boulder, he pushed aside the bushes obstructing his view, revealing the small creature that was stuck. To his surprise, it was a little white wolf. Liang Zhenguo reached into the thicket and seized it by the scruff of its neck. Whimper. Suddenly gripped by its fate, the tiny white wolf emitted a soft, plaintive whimper. Yet it was deeper and more piercing. Its short legs struggled and squirmed, seemingly trying to resist, albeit with acute ferocity. Liang Zhenguo brought the little creature up to his gaze, finding it rather adorable. Observing its eyes and tail, he confirmed that this little white wolf was merely a recently weaned pup. However, distinguishing between a wolf pup and a domestic puppy at that age was quite challenging. He had momentarily failed to realize. If it were indeed a puppy, it would likely not survive a night in this forest. No wonder the previous wolves had hesitated to leave. It was not only due to the bear slaying their companion, but also because they were near their den, where there were pups. It seemed the bear had intruded upon their territory. Yet, such details were of little consequence. Liang Zhenguo gently stroked the little white wolf's head. Noting its striking beauty, its fur was as white as snow, and its eyes were blue. However, wolf pups typically possess blue eyes in their early stages due to the lack of developed iris pigmentation, which scatters light and creates a blue appearance. Their eyes would eventually change color after a few months. Perhaps sensing Liang Zhenguo's unfamiliar presence, the little white wolf, despite being held, remained restless, squirming about. With a thought, he retrieved a piece of pig head meat stored in his space, tearing it into shreds and placing a small piece beneath its nose. The little wolf paused its struggles, instinctively sniffing the air, and upon confirming the delectable scent emanating from the morsel, it eagerly opened its mouth and devoured it. Observing its desperate eagerness, Liang Zhenguo affectionately ruffled its fur, realizing the reason for its escape. It was evidently starving. It wouldn't have ventured out from its den, located several meters away, only to find itself pitifully stuck in the bushes. Chapter 281, The Little White and Little Black. However, it was fortunate for the pup, had he not intervened. It would have either been devoured by the bear or preyed upon by other beasts, with the best outcome being a slow death from starvation in the forest. After feeding the piece of pig head meat to the little wolf, he set it down. The pup licked its lips in lingering desire, then, like a playful puppy, began to circle around his feet, its tail wagging instinctively, shedding its earlier wariness and resistance, occasionally nudging against his calves, displaying its affection. This little fellow, clearly, has found a mother in me. Watching the little white wolf stumble about in an adorably clumsy manner, Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but smile. Squatting down to pet its fluffy head, momentarily enchanted, he had yet to decide how to handle this little creature, especially since he had little interest in the wolf meat from the 3 adult wolves in his space, let alone the meager flesh on this pup. However, seeing its affectionate demeanor, Liang Zhenguo resolved to keep it as a pet. Moreover, this little creature was undeniably beautiful, its pure white coat a rare sight among wolves. He had a penchant for exquisite and uncommon things. After giving it an affectionate stroke, he picked it up once more. Having noticed that there was another wolf pup not far from this location, he approached a cave formed by a pile of stones that stood half his height. This was the den of the wolves, and before he could bend down, a round, plump black ball promptly emerged from within. The black and white duo. Liang Zhenguo smiled as he lifted the creature and cradled it in his arms, perhaps sensing the presence of its companion nearby. The black cub struggled a few times before settling down in tranquility. Observing the 2 wolf cubs in his grasp, one entirely black and the other entirely white, he found the contrast rather amusing. It was curious that among the 5 wolves he had seen moments ago, all of which were gray, 2 cubs had emerged, one black and one white. He pondered whether it was a genetic mutation or perhaps a sign of infidelity on the part of the mother wolf. "You 2 shall accompany me from now on," he mused aloud, before tossing them into a small courtyard within his spatial realm. These 2 little creatures were meant to be his pets, and thus he could not subject them to the accelerated time of the grasslands. Opting instead to keep them in a quaint farmhouse where time flowed normally, he intended to train them well, hoping to surprise his younger sister by bringing them back home. However, he worried that by the time he returned to the capital, the cubs would have matured into adults, transforming what was meant to be a delightful surprise into a potential fright. Yet, It was evident that the bustling courtyard was not an ideal place for pet rearing. With so many eyes around and the pressing issue of hunger afflicting the populace, it was rather fortunate that his family could afford to keep pets. This could easily incite envy among others. There was a considerable risk that one day, someone might stealthily steal his dog for meat. Therefore, if he wished to bring these cubs home for his sister, he had to tread carefully. At the very least, it would be prudent to have a private courtyard of his own. After securing the little wolves in his spatial realm, Liang Zhenguo turned his gaze to a large tree situated 20 meters to the right of their den. Initially perplexed as to why two types of wild beasts would clash, he soon deduced the reason. Wild animals typically fought for territory or food, yet this area was clearly established as the domain of the wolves, and there was no apparent prey to incite conflict. However, upon spotting the beehive nestled in the tree, the cause became clear. The black bear had evidently been lured by the nearby honey and the wolves. Upon noticing another beast encroaching upon their territory, particularly during a time when they had cubs, naturally attacked the bear in an attempt to drive it away. It was evident that the allure of honey outweighed the threat posed by the wolves. Approaching the tree, Liang Zhenguo collected both the tree and the beehive, along with the bees and honey, transferring them into his spatial realm to be relocated to the small forest he had previously cultivated. He then entered his spatial domain. Upon his arrival, the two little wolf cubs, initially unsettled by the sudden change of environment, hastened toward him. The little white wolf was the first to reach him, followed closely by the black wolf, who was drawn to the strange two-legged creature's scent. Liang Zhenguo affectionately petted the little white wolf, then, without hesitation, brought the black wolf closer and patted it several times. He swiftly crafted 2 wooden bowls and a large doghouse for them in the courtyard. Noticing the black wolf whimpering from hunger, he produced some meat, prepared it slightly, and placed it in the bowls. The 2 cubs eagerly devoured the food, and as they ate, Liang Zhenguo stroked their soft fur. Perhaps due to their instinctual protective nature, both cubs turned to him, baring their teeth in a display of defensiveness. The black wolf even attempted to nip at him with its delicate teeth. In response, he delivered a light slap, enough to elicit a whimper from the cub. After several repetitions, the cubs learned to fear his reprimands, recognizing that he was not a threat to their food. They allowed him to pet them while quietly enjoying their meal. Clearly, I can't be too lenient with you 2 little rascals, Liang Zhenguo chuckled. Though he had never raised wolves before, he had experience with dogs and decided to train them as one would a puppy. He understood that when pets exhibit aggressive behavior towards their owner while eating, it was crucial to discipline them early on. Otherwise, they would become difficult to train in the future. Given the wolves' wilder nature, he knew he had to approach their training with even greater care. Fortunately, both cubs had recently weaned, making them more amenable to instruction. Once they had eaten their fill, he lifted them up again. Neither resisted, seemingly forgetting the earlier reprimands, and instead affectionately licked his hand. It seems you 2 can indeed be raised well, he thought to himself. Although the little white wolf had shown signs of affection earlier, he felt the need to further validate their bond, wary of any unforeseen mishaps when it came time for his sister to play with them. For now, the results appeared promising. After their feeding, they still sought his companionship. You shall be called Little White, and you, Little Black, he declared without hesitation, naming them based on their colors. Upon hearing their names, both cubs licked his hand once more, and he took this as a sign of their approval. He then lifted them again, casting a cursory glance between their hind legs. To his surprise, he discovered that Little White was a male cub, while Little Black was female. He had initially assumed the prettier Little White would be female, but it turned out to be a male with a more masculine disposition. As for Little Black, it was not surprising for a female wolf to exhibit a fiercer demeanor, especially when guarding food or young. After spending some time playing with the 2 cubs to strengthen their bond, Liang Zhenguo placed them in the doghouse to sleep. Before stepping out, he observed the beehive he had relocated to his spatial realm. Initially disturbed, the bees had swarmed out in a dark cloud, but now, seeing that all was well, most had returned to the hive. Noticing an ample supply of honey within, he decided to extract a significant portion, filling 2 jars with the sweet substance. Honey is renowned for its nutritional value, which was why he had gone to the trouble of bringing the bees into his spatial realm. He deliberately allowed them free access to crops and other planting areas to ensure a continuous supply of honey in the future. With children in the household, who generally had a penchant for sweets, he was certain they would enjoy honey-infused drinks. A nutritious, healthy, and delicious beverage was indeed a rarity. Moreover, honey could serve as a versatile ingredient for various dishes. Having secured the honey, Liang Zhenguo exited his spatial realm. His original intent had been to hunt tigers. Yet he had inadvertently encountered a black bear, captured 3 wolves, and acquired 2 wolf cubs as pets. Nevertheless, he had not lost sight of his primary goal. Now possessing wild ginseng, Albeit the oldest being only 50 years, it was still considered a prized medicinal material. However, he had yet to acquire tiger bones or tiger whip. According to old Li's prescription, tiger bone wine was beneficial for health and would make an excellent gift for the elders at home. As for tiger whip wine, he felt it would be unnecessary for himself. Given his current constitution, indulging in such a drink might lead to trouble for his sister-in-law and his young wife. Nonetheless, he recognized its potential value as a gift for acquaintances like Tang Qingshan and Sun Jiangwen. He also recalled promising director Lin from the canned food factory that he would bring him some wine. Glancing at the time, Liang Zhenguo noted that despite the unexpected encounter with the wolves and bear, only a little over an hour had passed, leaving him ample time to continue his search. Tigers were not ubiquitous. Even if they existed, they would not be easy to find. Carefully discerning the direction, he adjusted his course, continuing deeper into the wilderness as directed by the three hunters. As he ventured forth, he failed to spot any signs of tigers until, upon exiting the forest, he happened upon a pair of mountain goats near a pond. If he were indifferent towards wild boars, the same could not be said for goats, for they were absent from his space. Initially, he pondered ways to capture them and raise them within his domain. If he were to acquire both a male and a female, he could nurture them akin to wild boars, hoping to breed a flock of goats. However, the vigilance of these two goats was exceedingly high. Upon spotting him, they fled without a moment's hesitation. Consequently, he had no choice but to take them down with 2 shots. In a few days, as the weather turned cold, he would prepare to enjoy hot pot with goat meat at home. Liang Zhenguo approached, contentedly storing the 2 goats in his stasis space. Glancing upward, he noticed that outside the forest, the light had brightened considerably, yet the hour had reached 5 o'clock, and darkness would soon envelop the land. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to return just yet. He retrieved the steamed buns and braised meat he had stored earlier, munching on them while surveying the terrain, contemplating that this place did not seem to bear signs of the mountain god's presence. As he had anticipated, until dusk approached, he had not encountered even a single tiger hair. Those 3 older fellows wouldn't be deceiving this outsider, would they? Liang Zhenguo mused inwardly. Yet, he knew it was improbable. After all, he had inquired about places where the mountain god resided, not where he did not. If there were malevolent intentions at play, he should have been directed to a location where the mountain god dwelled. This was precisely what he sought. Shaking his head, Liang Zhenguo realized that the likelihood of success today was slim. The primary issue was time. With only a single day to spare and being a non-local hunter, he was blind to the circumstances of the mountains, relying solely on luck. Had he been able to stay for several days, he would have been confident in his ability to find what he sought, especially with a little luck on his side. Liang Zhenguo ventured deeper for a while longer, but eventually had to concede defeat and turn back. In a bid for another stroke of fortune, he chose not to retrace his steps along the same path. Instead, he set a general direction for his return, deliberately bypassing the areas he had previously scouted, and engaged in rapid mental probing as he made his way back. On his return journey, he merely conducted a cursory scan, leaving quickly if he encountered nothing of interest. Before long, he found himself back in the earlier forest. Here, he transplanted numerous trees into his space, intent on cultivating a proper woodland within. However, the trees he could transplant were quite aged, towering majestically and robustly. Soon, he emerged from the forest, and just as he accelerated up a steep hill, he suddenly retreated. He had seemingly caught a glimpse of several animal shadows flitting within his detection range. After moving right for a short distance, he beheld several deer-like creatures before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were not the elk he had previously hunted, but the rarer and more precious Sika deer. Moreover, he discovered a total of 5 of them, both large and small. Liang Zhenguo readied his long rifle, crouching low as he approached them, hoping to capture a live specimen. Just as he had with the goats, he inched closer, but the area near them was littered with dead branches. When he was approximately 20 meters away, the sound of his shoes cracking on the drywood caught the attention of 2 of the Sika deer, who immediately lifted their heads in alarm. Upon spotting Liang Zhenguo, they let out a shrill cry and bolted away. The familiar scene left Liang Zhenguo somewhat speechless. Had the prey in this mountain become so frightened? They fled at the mere sight of a human, as if encountering a vengeful spirit, without a hint of hesitation. Although these hunters bore little difference from such spirits. Chapter 284, Robbery. All right, cease your cries. Your master hasn't even had his meal yet, Liang Zhenguo said helplessly, observing the 2 hungry wolf cubs. No sooner had he spoken than his own stomach protested audibly. It seemed that the frequent use of his space drained not only his mental energy, but also his physical stamina. Otherwise, his belly would not be so vociferous. Wait a moment, little ones, you shan't go hungry. Liang Zhenguo placed little white back on the ground and affectionately ruffled little black's head, knowing that fostering intimacy required interaction. After a moment's thought, he decided to prepare a chicken stew for dinner. He would have the chicken while the two wolf cubs feasted on bones, a clear division of labor. The chickens in his space had multiplied considerably, thus he intended to use one of them for the stew. He captured a hen from the chicken farm, and without needing to boil water or pluck feathers, he deftly processed it using his space. Once the chicken was stewing, Liang Zhenguo organized the day's haul, then joyfully returned to the courtyard, followed by the two wolf cubs. He continued to interact with them, and with someone to play with. Little White and Little Black forgot their hunger until the aroma of the stew wafted from the kitchen. Woo! The two wolf cubs lost all interest in play, drawn by the scent towards the kitchen, and upon being restrained, they began to howl. You little gluttons! Liang Zhenguo chuckled as he lifted them up. Observing the location of the chicken farm, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he led them over. Once they arrived at the chicken farm, he released them. Whichever fat one you find, go for it, Liang Zhenguo said with a cheeky grin. Little White and Little Black, unable to comprehend his words, immediately bounced joyfully towards the lively chickens. They were smaller than the hens, and despite their ravenous hunger, their instincts prevented them from troubling the adult birds. As they headed straight for the chicks, these little ones are my advantage. The outcome was predictable. The two fierce wolf cubs, unrestrained by blood ties, were swiftly pursued by several hens before they could even reach the chicks, pecked at here and there. Little White and Little Black, squawking in protest from the pecks, took off in a panic, but they were clever enough to remember to flee in his direction. Whimper. Upon returning to him, Little White and Little Black emitted pitiful whines akin to those of a wronged puppy. Ha ha! Liang Zhenguo burst into laughter. If these two little creatures were as clever as humans, it would certainly become a rather embarrassing chapter in their history. Mighty wolves being chased by chickens, no less. How amusing it would be to witness them grow up. After this small prank, he waved his hand to shoo away the aggressive hens. Deciding that while a little play was fine, he could not allow them to actually harm the cubs, particularly their eyes. He did not wish to raise a pair of one-eyed wolves. All right, I've driven them off for you. Now let us head back. Having played the role of a good Samaritan, Liang Zhenguo comfortingly patted their heads before returning to the courtyard. Little White and Little Black promptly followed in his footsteps. Whether out of obedience or fear of the hens behind them remained uncertain. After resting a while in the courtyard, the chicken stew was ready. Liang Zhenguo scooped some white rice into bowls for Little White and Little Black, drizzling chicken broth over it to create a porridge-like meal. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, the moment he set the bowls down, the two wolf cubs dashed forward, burying their faces in the bowls and devouring their meals voraciously. As for the chicken bones, Liang Zhenguo deemed them too large for the young cubs, fearing they might choke. So he withheld those. In an effort to make amends for teasing them earlier, he tore off some chicken meat and tossed it into their bowls as a compensation. Afterward, he paid them no more mind and began to eat himself. The flavor of the domesticated chicken in his space was extraordinarily delightful, far surpassing that of wild fowl, at least in his opinion. By the time he finished his meal, Little White and Little Black were contentedly sprawled at his feet, each gnawing on a chicken leg bone. He dared not give them small pieces of chicken bones, but larger ones were acceptable, as their teeth had yet to fully develop and they could not chew them. It was quite beneficial for them to gnaw on something to strengthen their teeth. Although he treated the Little White and Little Black as puppies, he certainly didn't want them to grow up as mere dogs. A healthy set of teeth was essential, and he didn't want them to become so weak that they couldn't even fend off a dog when they matured. After cleaning the dishes in the space, Liang Zhenguo stretched out his hand to pet them. Seeing them roll over naturally to expose their bellies, he smiled with satisfaction and then rubbed their round, plump bellies. Little Black and Little White both squinted their eyes in comfort, neglecting the chicken bones in their mouths. The fact that they could trust him enough to expose their bellies demonstrated that these two young wolf cubs had developed a profound trust in him. After all, for most animals, particularly for wary creatures like wolves, the belly is the softest, most defenseless, and vulnerable part of their body, showing it signifies complete surrender of their vital areas. Thus, these two little wolf cubs now regarded him as a companion and a source of reliance. Come, let us give you a bath. You're far too dirty. Liang Zhenguo picked them up, one in each hand, and took them to the freshwater lake. Ignoring their vehement protests, he swiftly dunked them in the water for a quick wash. Previously, they had been sleeping in their den, which was far from pleasant in terms of odor. Therefore, it was no surprise how they smelled. While wandering in the mountains, he hadn't paid much attention to this. But now that he had some leisure, he certainly did not want his pets to remain in such a filthy state. Wow! Little White and Little Black scrambled onto the shore, as if they had just been granted a new lease on life, and began barking at Liang Zhenguo. Unappreciative little creatures. He playfully ruffled their foreheads, and then used the wind in the space to dry their fur before returning them to the little courtyard. Soon after, he vanished into the space. Upon returning to the outside world, the sky had grown darker, and not a soul could be seen on the streets. However, where exactly was the guest house? After taking a few steps, Liang Zhenguo remembered how unfamiliar he was with Yin City. He only knew that Uncle Zhao and the others were at the guest house, but he had no idea where it was located. If it were daytime, it would have been easier to ask someone for directions, but at this late hour, the streets were deserted. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Zhenguo walked into a nearby alley and eventually stopped near a latrine. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, he finally noticed a figure approaching from a distance. It was a woman, and Liang Zhenguo felt a surge of joy as he stepped forward to greet her, calling out loudly, "Sister." The moment his voice rang out, the woman halted mid-step, then suddenly crouched down and picked up a stone from the ground. "You little brat, learning to rob at such a young age. Do you believe I'll smash your head with this stone?" she shouted. "Who do you think you are, making noise at this hour?" Liang Zhenguo was taken aback. "I called you sister. How did that turn into a robbery?" Chapter 285, The Fierce Sister. Seeing the somewhat irate woman approaching him with a stone in her hand, Liang Zhenguo quickly raised both hands and took a few steps back, loudly explaining, "Sister, don't be rash. Why would I rob someone?" The woman paused, suspicion flickering in her eyes. "You're squatting here in the middle of the night. If it's not to rob, are you trying to be a rogue?" As she spoke, she glanced down and then raised her head, becoming even more vigilant. "I was once a beautiful matchmaker, and many sought to marry me. It's not impossible for a young man to squat here, but those stinky men can't help but ogle." Liang Zhenguo scrutinized the woman before him. She was indeed quite decent looking. While she might not compare to his little wife or sister Qin in terms of beauty, she had a certain charm. As her gaze shifted downward, he felt the intensity of her scrutiny and quickly averted his eyes. However, from that fleeting glance, it was clear that she had ample assets. No wonder she had such thoughts. Considering her fierce demeanor, those who dared to tease or act inappropriately towards her would likely face dire consequences. "Sister, it's a misunderstanding." Liang Zhenguo hastily waved his hands. If it had been during his military days, after spending so long in there, even a pig might appear attractive to him. And he might have flirted a bit, perhaps even fostering a fleeting romance, especially since the sister was genuinely not bad-looking and not too old. Just a few years older than Suya. Moreover, he himself was of a striking appearance, with a clear and handsome demeanor, and had some chance of success. Yet, his standards had been spoiled by the two women at home. He had little interest in anything less than extraordinary. So far, only Suya remained on his mind. With this thought, he recalled Suya saying that she would agree to be with him when he returned from his business trip and fulfill his wishes, joining him along with his little wife and sister Qin. Liang Zhenguo's thoughts momentarily drifted to that bustling courtyard. Misunderstanding? The woman studied Liang Zhenguo closely. From a distance, she could only tell he was young, but as she drew nearer, she noticed that he was quite well-proportioned, far superior to her useless husband. Moreover, his demeanor did not resemble that of the typical street loafers. However, he appeared somewhat dazed, and his smile carried a hint of lewdness, which made her suspect he might not be as innocent as he seemed. "But, what are you doing here at this hour, especially standing by the women's latrine? Be careful, you might get mistaken for a rogue." The woman shot him a flirtatious glance. Snapping back to reality, Liang Zhenguo caught the suggestive gleam in her eyes, causing him to shiver slightly. "Is this the women's latrine?" He turned to glance back at the latrine once more. He truly hadn't noticed that detail. Initially, he thought it more prudent to wait near the latrine than to knock on someone's door at this late hour to ask for directions. "Sister, I'm not from around here. I genuinely didn't know," Liang Zhenguo said with a wry smile, continuing to explain, "I just arrived in Yin City today. Took care of some business and returned late. I saw you and wanted to ask for directions to the guest house." "I see." The woman's demeanor softened as she was charmed by his respectful address of sister. She believed most of his earnest words. His accent was indeed not local, and if he were from nearby, the local aunties would have already spread the word about his handsome appearance. "You really should have found the guest house first before handling business. It's not far from here. Once you exit this alley, walk straight for 300 meters, then turn right, and after a little over 200 meters, you should arrive." With that, the woman dropped the stone she had been holding, lightly patted Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder, and warmly pointed him in the right direction after a gentle reprimand. "Sister, you're truly kind. I can't thank you enough. I won't keep you any longer at this late hour," Liang Zhenguo said sweetly in gratitude before bidding farewell. However, as he departed, he cast a strangely lingering glance at her, ultimately regretting not being able to admire her ample assets. If he hadn't misinterpreted earlier, when she had patted his shoulder, she had also squeezed his muscles, her fingertips brushing over his chest. Indeed, the fierce sister was unlike any other. Just moments ago, she had threatened to smash his head, and now she was engaging in such flirtatious gestures. Her audacity was remarkable. It seemed she was not the typical woman. Was this merely a whim to tease him? After a week of abstaining from meat, if it weren't for his steadfast willpower, Tonight he would undoubtedly have to return to discuss the significant matters of human reproduction with his elder sister. Very well, should the guest house have no available rooms. The younger brother could certainly seek refuge at his sister's home for the night. His sister had even taken the time to remind him of this. All right, sister. Liang Zhenguo quickened his pace as he departed. Following the path indicated by his sister, it wasn't long before he arrived at the guest house, where the lights still shone. And an elderly woman was manning the front desk. What brings you here, young man? She inquired after sizing him up as he stepped inside. Madam, I am here on a business trip, he replied. Just as he was about to continue, Deng Haihua descended from the second floor and spotted him. You're quite late. Zhenguo, we were about to send out a search party for you. Deng Haihua teased, then turned to inform the elderly woman that Liang Zhenguo was a colleague of theirs. Ah, so it's you. The woman nodded, not probing further, and allowed him to enter. Earlier in the afternoon, when she came to take over her shift, Zhao Deshun had mentioned that they had another colleague who would be arriving later, though she hadn't expected it to be quite this late. I hear there are plenty of game in the mountains. How did you return empty-handed, Zhenguo? As they ascended the stairs, Deng Haihua noticed that he carried only a shoulder bag and a rifle, which struck him as peculiar. They were aware of Liang Zhenguo's capabilities. If he encountered any game, it was hard to fathom how he could return without a single catch. I didn't venture too deep. I was merely searching for some wild ginseng, but found nothing. I had hoped to discover a few hundred-year-old specimens, Liang Zhenguo replied casually, knowing full well that both the game and wild ginseng were stored in his spatial pocket, leaving him to engage in idle chatter. Oh, there aren't that many hundred-year-old ginseng around. Besides, the local mountain folk have likely dug them all up before us, Deng Haihua laughed, fully aware of the rarity of such prized finds. Let us just say it was a matter of luck. If I find any, that would be splendid. Liang Zhenguo shrugged nonchalantly. You let the mountains help you gather quite a bit of wild ginseng already. Why bother with the effort? Deng Haihua remarked, somewhat exasperated. It would be more worthwhile to accompany them to the black market. They managed to procure plenty of good items last night, including a substantial amount of grain. Albeit all coarse. Their conversation carried a volume that caught the attention of Zhao Deshun, who emerged from the adjacent stairwell. Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo return, he let out a sigh of relief. Although he was aware of Liang Zhenguo's skills and past as a hunter, one could never predict the dangers of the mountains. Many hunters had met with misfortune. Zhao Deshun inquired about Liang Zhenguo's experience, and he recounted the same details he had just shared with Deng Haihua. Uncle Zhao, why is it that no one is resting so late? He asked, glancing at the few rooms on the second floor with doors ajar. In contrast to the future, where entertainment options abound, the evenings here were typically spent sleeping early after engaging in little more than the intimate company of one's spouse. Well, we were just preparing to head out, Zhao Deshun replied. The black market? Zhao Deshun nodded with a smile. Are you tired? If not, would you like to join us? There are still plenty of items to be purchased here. It would be a shame to return empty-handed. Certainly, Liang Zhenguo answered. Feeling somewhat fatigued despite having rested for over an hour, yet he was still eager to explore what the black market had to offer. You should go in and grab a drink. We'll set off in a few minutes. By the way, you and Daxian are sharing a room. It's the one at the far end on the right, Zhao Deshun indicated. Oh, I saw Zhenguo return and was so eager to bring him up that I forgot, Deng Haihua said, smacking his forehead before rushing downstairs. Liang Zhenguo then entered the room Zhao Deshun had mentioned. It contained merely a small bed, which would be a bit cramped for two, especially with one being Daxian. However, when away from home, few would be overly concerned about such matters. Having a place to rest was already a blessing. After all, they were not high-ranking officials, and accommodations of better quality were not typically afforded to them. In fact, if it weren't for the lack of guests in the guest house these past few days, many rooms were unoccupied, and it was common to house 3 or 4 individuals in a single room. Zhenguo, you've returned rather late. Uncle Zhao and the others were already considering venturing into the mountains to look for you if you didn't return soon, Daxian commented as Liang Zhenguo entered. I lingered a bit longer in the mountains, Liang Zhenguo admitted sheepishly. He hadn't realized his prolonged absence would cause such concern for Zhao Deshun and the others. Had he known, he would have refrained from spending so much time in his spatial pocket. After exchanging a few words, his gaze fell upon several packages by the bedside. Before he could inquire, Daxian pointed to the packages, saying, Zhenguo, these are the wild ginseng collected from Mingshui village. This one is 50 years old. Daxian indicated the smallest package, which contained 2 boxes, one purchased from village chief Hue's home, and the other presumably belonging to old man Li, as the chief had mentioned. Daxian pulled out 10 bills and handed them to Liang Zhenguo, continuing, for the 50-year-old, as you suggested, I paid only 120. I acquired 8 pieces of the 30-year-old variety for 480, and 9 pieces of the 15-year-old for 90, totaling 690. As Daxian spoke, he shook his head in disbelief. Although he was merely assisting Liang Zhenguo with the procurement for the apothecary, he had never personally spent such a significant sum before, despite his family never lacking for necessities. So many? Liang Zhenguo was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated acquiring 8 pieces of the 30-year-old variety, only one less than the 15-year-old. It appeared that the villagers of Mingshui, seeing the low prices, were reluctant to sell to the procurement station, resulting in a fortunate deal for him this time. However, this transaction was undoubtedly satisfactory for both parties. Given that the prices for ginseng over 30 years had all been set at his lowest rate of 60, it was clear that the villagers were quite willing to accept it. Moreover, village chief, who was a fair man, he had taken advantage of the situation to inflate the prices for his fellow villagers, calculating in his mind. Aside from the ginseng he had cultivated in his spatial pocket, he had amassed a total of 19 pieces of wild ginseng from Mingshui village, sufficient to last him a considerable time. Daxian, thank you, Liang Zhenguo said, accepting the remaining notes. Knowing Daxian's character, he understood that he would not accept the remaining 10 as a reward for his efforts. Not at all, I merely helped with the payment. It was all village chief who negotiated with the villagers, Daxian replied, bashfully scratching the back of his head. It seemed that those 20 bills had not been given to village chief, who in vain. By the way, Daxian, are you going to the black market with Uncle Zhao and the others? I'll join you to take a look. Liang Zhenguo assumed Daxian would decline. Considering his family lived in a separate compound, with neighbors like Tang Qingshan, surely, their family was not lacking in resources as they were not like ordinary households. He had thought Daxian could stay behind to watch over the wild ginseng packages. Well, if you're going, then I'll go too, Daxian replied. Uncle Zhao said they are getting ready to set off now. Liang Zhenguo nodded in agreement, then placed the packages beneath the bed. Daxian had brought back several bundles, and many were aware of them. He couldn't simply store them in his spatial pocket, but had to carry them back honestly. After a brief tidying up, the two of them exited the room. As they emerged, Old Wang and Zhao Deshan, along with their entourage of drivers and security personnel, had nearly all gathered, seemingly eager to venture into the black market. Liang Zhenguo exchanged nods with the others, engaging in polite conversation with Old Wang and Lu Yang, as their camaraderie was well established. Having spent an entire day in the mountains, it was natural for them to inquire about the situation. Observing that everyone had assembled, Zhao Deshan led them downstairs. Sister, we have a matter to attend to briefly, he informed the matron seated at the front desk. Very well, she responded with a knowing smile. Her thoughts crystal clear. What could possibly require their attention at this hour, if not a trip to the black market? However, such matters were understood among them, and no one would be foolish enough to state the obvious. Having previously visited, Zhao Deshan and his companions navigated the route with ease. After a 10-minute journey filled with twists and turns, they finally arrived near an archway. Liang Zhenguo, with vision far superior to the average person, spotted a few individuals guarding the area from a distance, thus confirming the presence of the black market in Yen City. The group deftly donned their gear, concealing their faces and revealing only their eyes. As yesterday, let us enter in batches. We will regroup here afterward, he advised, with a party of over a dozen. Entering en masse would likely raise suspicion among the guards. Although the local police station seldom intervened in black market affairs, otherwise, such establishments would not openly operate within the city. They were still wary of attracting undue attention. The sheer number of Zhao Deshan's group could easily provoke a random police sweep, resulting in numerous arrests. The prospect of such an outcome loomed heavily over them. Hence, discretion was paramount, and they aimed to remain inconspicuous. Observing that everyone had covered their faces, Liang Zhenguo mused that, whether security personnel or drivers, they were all quite imposing figures. This unified disguise made them resemble a band of rogues, even if they were not law enforcement. The sight of such a formidable group advancing toward the black market would certainly instill trepidation in the gatekeepers. If they were armed, the market's inhabitants might even mistake them for bandits come to pillage. As he contemplated this, Old Wang and the others had already begun entering the black market in intervals. Liang Zhenguo, along with Niu Shan and Zhao Deshan, constituted the final group. After paying the entrance fee and stating their intent to purchase, they successfully gained entry. The regulations here were akin to those in Sijiacheng and Shin City. Once inside, Liang Zhenguo nodded at Niu Shan and Zhao Deshan before they dispersed to pursue their respective interests. In the black market, individuals typically sought goods independently, as congregating could be counterproductive. Liang Zhenguo cast a cursory glance around the market, although he had yet to visit the black market in Sijiacheng. It was evident that this venue paled in comparison to the bustling pigeon market. Nevertheless, the variety of goods was impressive, predominantly featuring mountain products. Friend, do you require tickets? Approached a vendor, breaking his reverie. He shook his head in refusal. He had no need for tickets, especially not local ones. Instead, He made his way toward the primary area where mountain goods were sold, as those were the only items that piqued his interest at present. "Comrade, what do you wish to buy?" inquired a similarly masked vendor as he reached a stall. "How much for your hazelnut mushrooms?" "I've heard they make an exquisite chicken soup in the Northeast," he responded, noticing the dried hazelnut mushrooms on display and wishing to try his hand at making soup. $2.50 per pound. If you have grain to exchange, I can offer a discount. These hazelnut mushrooms are robust, with clean gills. They are genuine autumn hazelnuts. Smell them. There's no off odor, and they will surely enhance your chicken soup, the vendor enthusiastically extolled. Liang Zhenguo took a whiff and, satisfied with the absence of any foul scent, promptly nodded. "Wrap them all up for me. How much do they weigh? I will trade with grain." The vendor's eyes lit up. Her household was faring reasonably well, but who wouldn't appreciate more grain? "I have 3.2 pounds, for grain. The exchange rate is 1 pound for 5 pounds of grain. Just provide 15 pounds of grain." Liang Zhenguo agreed to the purchase, and the vendor generously allowed him to pay 1 pound less. Once the vendor efficiently packaged his purchase, Liang Zhenguo retrieved a slightly lower quality cornmeal from his bag, presenting it to her. "Here are 12 pounds. This should suffice for your hazelnut mushrooms." The vendor's eyes widened in surprise. Hadn't they agreed on 15 pounds? She felt he was pressing her too hard on the price. As Liang Zhenguo handed her the grain, she opened the bag for a glance, her eyebrows raised in astonishment, a smile breaking through her mask. Swiftly, she secured the grain and handed him the mushrooms, repeatedly assuring him, "This is fine, 12 pounds will do." Her actions were so quick, it seemed she feared he might change his mind. Liang Zhenguo understood well. Although the cornmeal was slightly inferior to what he typically consumed, it was still considered a refined grain. This 12 pounds could easily equate to 20 pounds of coarse grain. "Are these black fungus?" he asked, turning his attention to a smaller assortment of dark brown dried goods nearby, uncertain. "Indeed, comrade," the vendor replied cheerfully. "These were personally foraged and dried by my husband in the mountains. While they may not impart the same flavor as hazelnut mushrooms in chicken soup, black fungus is far more nutritious, especially for women. If you have a wife at home, you might consider purchasing some for her to prepare." Based on his voice, she deduced that he was relatively young, probably not much older than her son. "Very well," Liang Zhenguo nodded, requesting that she wrap those up as well. The nutritional benefits of black fungus were undeniable, and while he was in excellent health himself, he could certainly share it with his family. Though black fungus was relatively expensive, the quantity was modest. The vendor only requested 3 pounds of grain. Liang Zhenguo did not haggle further, pretending to rummage in his bag before handing over 3 pounds of cornmeal. Feeling a bit guilty for having gained too much from the transaction, the vendor offered him all of the few pine nuts at her stall. "Thank you, dear lady," Liang Zhenguo responded graciously. Pine nuts made for a delightful snack, and he had intended to purchase them anyway, so her gift was fortuitous. After departing from her stall, he continued to scour other vendors selling hazelnut mushrooms, black fungus, hazelnuts, pine nuts, and mountain walnuts, acquiring all available goods, again through grain exchanges. Whether in the black market or the pigeon market, he endeavored to transact with grain whenever possible, for it was his most abundant resource. However, he did not foolishly extract grain from his bag every time. If the adjacent stall was close, he would bring grain from other sources to facilitate the trade. After acquiring most of the mountain goods available, Liang Zhenguo continued to wander through the market. As he strolled, a look of surprise crossed his face. He soon gravitated toward a particular stall, where he was greeted by a familiar voice issuing from beneath the vendor's black cloth. "What would you like to buy?" The voice belonged to a woman, and as Liang Zhenguo instinctively glanced at her chest, he noted that despite her loose clothing, it did little to conceal her impressive curves. This woman was none other than the fierce sister who had directed him earlier, the same one who had playfully flirted with him before his departure. Chun Meifeng furrowed her elegantly arched brows. Where was this man's gaze directed? Were it not for their current location in the black market, she would certainly have chastised him for failing to hold his head high in public. How dare he gaze so brazenly at women? When Liang Zhenguo noticed that the elder sister was glaring at him with discontent, he cleared his throat softly to mask the momentary awkwardness. He then shifted his attention to the goods displayed at her stall. Although encountering her here was somewhat unexpected, it was not her alluring figure that truly captivated him. Rather, it was the wares she had for sale. Chapter 288, An Unexpected Windfall. "Sister, what is this?" Liang Zhenguo inquired, somewhat uncertainly. Chun Meifeng scrutinized the man before her with a hint of puzzlement. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Liang Zhenguo, speaking without any attempt to disguise his tone or appearance, soon revealed his identity to her. Just moments ago, in the dim light, she had only caught a fleeting glance of him and had not noticed that his attire and physique were identical to that of the man she had encountered in the restroom. Did he recognize her? "Sister, what kind of bone is this?" Liang Zhenguo asked again, seeing that she seemed lost in thought. Her stall did not offer any ordinary mountain goods, but was instead adorned with a collection of blood-streaked bones and various trinkets. This piqued his interest, for ordinary bones would hardly warrant a sale in the black market. This is tiger bone. Initially, she had overlooked his address of sister, but upon hearing him call her that again, she realized that this young man had recognized her long ago. How sharp his eyes were. After all, she had changed clothes after leaving the restroom. Little brother, what brings you to the black market? Chen Meifeng asked a rather superfluous question, as it was evident one would come to the black market to buy or sell goods, especially in the dead of night. Regardless, Liang Zhenguo was unfazed by her trivial inquiry and replied casually, "My friends are coming, so I accompanied them." "Sister, how long has this tiger bone been here? And what is the price?" He swiftly followed up with his most pressing concern. "This was hunted yesterday by my father and brother in the mountains. In addition to the tiger bone, there's also this." Noticing Liang Zhenguo's apparent interest, Chen Meifeng unwrapped a bundle to reveal a whip. Whether it was indeed a tiger whip, she could not say, but she trusted her sisterly instincts not to deceive him. For even an untrained eye could discern the genuine article. Fortune had smiled upon Liang Zhenguo tonight. He felt a surge of joy. Having failed to catch anything on the mountain, he had not anticipated such a windfall in the black market. "Sister, I'll take both the tiger bone and the tiger whip. How much do you want for them?" Liang Zhenguo stated directly. Chen Meifeng pondered for a moment, a hint of hesitation in her voice as she replied, "I was hoping to trade for fine grains. Do you have any?" Both she and her husband were employed and had no children, so their rations were sufficient, with a surplus. However, they primarily had coarse grains, and she wished to exchange some for finer grains. Yet, she recalled that the young man had mentioned he was on a business trip from elsewhere, making it unlikely he would carry such provisions. As for money or meat, they were not in short supply. Her father and brother, being hunters, occasionally delivered meat to their home. Thus, she had no intention of trading for those items. To her surprise, Liang Zhenguo nodded in response and asked, "Fine grains are not a problem. Sister, name your price for the exchange." "You truly have them?" Chen Meifeng exclaimed in astonishment, initially wanting to question how he could possess such provisions while on a business trip, but she caught herself mid-sentence. They were merely acquaintances, and such personal inquiries felt intrusive. Moreover, it was not crucial, so she paused to consider how much fine grain would be appropriate for the exchange. The tiger bone and whip had been sent to her by her father for her husband, as they had been married for years without children, and her father was becoming somewhat anxious. After successfully hunting a tiger, he had sent the bone and whip, hoping they might serve some purpose. However, unbeknownst to him, the couple had already acquired a tiger whip at great expense a couple of years prior, which had proven ineffective for their needs, whether for making medicine or otherwise. Thus, they had decided to exchange it for fine grains in the black market to avoid waste. Since her husband had a foot injury, she had ventured to the black market alone, having visited it more than a few times, and her husband had no cause for concern. "Little brother, I'll sell you this tiger bone and whip at a discount, 200 pounds of fine grain, plus $300. After careful consideration, Chen Meifeng stated her price. While it seemed high at first glance, 200 pounds of grain would last the two of them for several months. However, she was not being unreasonable. Those knowledgeable about such matters understood that the most valuable parts of a tiger were indeed the bone and whip, and her pricing in the black market was quite fair. They had spent several hundred on the tiger whip alone, depleting their savings significantly. Taking into account the current scarcity of food and the fact that the young man was not local, she only requested 200 pounds of grain, with the remainder in cash. Liang Zhenguo frowned slightly, surprised at the steep price of the tiger bone and whip. He mentally probed Chen Meifeng's expression through the dark cloth covering her face, scrutinizing her demeanor for any signs of avarice or deceit. After several seconds of observation, he found no trace of greed or trickery, only sincerity and a hint of anticipation. It seemed that the tiger bone and whip were indeed worth the price in the black market, at least in this region. "All right," Liang Zhenguo nodded affirmatively, confirming that the woman was not attempting to deceive him. He had no desire to haggle. He simply did not wish to be taken for a fool. However, regarding the $300, he proposed, could that be converted entirely into fine grain? "I have no shortage of grain on my end." Calculating the market price of fine grain in the black market, he continued, "If I add that 200 pounds, I will give you 600 pounds in total. Does that sound agreeable?" 200 for 600, you mean you would give me 800 pounds? Chen Meifeng's eyes widened. The arithmetic indeed checked out. But very few individuals in the black market possessed the means to procure such a substantial quantity of fine grain. Who was this young man, truly? Before she could revel in her astonishment, her heart began to race. Anyone capable of offering such a large quantity of fine grain, and fine grain at that, could not possibly be an ordinary person. She had seen his face, and he had seen hers. He even knew the general location of her home. What should she do? She lamented that she should have feigned ignorance about his identity. Chapter 289. Transactions outside the black market. In such substantial and illicit dealings, the greatest taboo was knowing the other party's identity. Moreover, the sheer volume posed a challenge. Her small cart outside could hardly accommodate 800 pounds of grain, especially considering the proximity of her cart to the black market, making such a large quantity a target for unwanted attention. Furthermore, should this seemingly amiable young man harbor ulterior motives after the transaction, whether to renege on the deal or report her afterward, she would be left to bear the consequences. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Chun Meifeng felt her resolve waver, yet she was reluctant to back down, berating herself internally for her lack of foresight. After all, if the transaction proceeds smoothly, not only will my family enjoy considerable wealth, but I can also send back a substantial amount of fine grains to my parents. When Liang Zhenguo quoted a high price, Chun Meifeng did not display any signs of joy. Instead, her expression fluctuated dramatically, resembling a theatrical performance. What is there to be so conflicted about? It was only when he noticed the worry etched on her face that he grasped the situation. Dear sister, 800 pounds may seem like a lot to you, but for me, it's a trivial matter. Moreover, the origin of the grains is entirely legitimate. You need not concern yourself with any dubious details. Furthermore, although we have met before, I shall be leaving Yen City tomorrow, and I cannot say when I might return, so you may rest easy. He added, of course, this is predicated on your discretion. I despise unnecessary complications. While he could evade any repercussions if he denied everything, he still issued a silent warning. Upon hearing Liang Zhenguo's words, Chun Meifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, particularly at his final caution. Everyone fears complications, thus ensuring that this minor transaction would proceed without a hitch. All right, little brother, I promise to keep my mouth shut, Chun Meifeng affirmed without hesitation. Then, how shall we conduct this transaction? Liang Zhenguo pondered for a moment and then decided, let us meet near the latrine where we encountered each other before. I will bring the grains, and if you feel uneasy, you may bring a family member along. Chun Meifeng felt reassured. The prospect of receiving the grains in a familiar environment alleviated her concerns about potential treachery. That sounds perfect. Thank you, little brother. She expressed her gratitude, recognizing his consideration. Just a small matter. Liang Zhenguo waved his hand dismissively and produced a small bag of cornmeal from his satchel, presenting it to Chun Meifeng. This cornmeal is of good quality, isn't it? With one hand supporting herself, Chun Meifeng leaned forward to accept the bag, her pronounced curves becoming even more captivating, prompting Liang Zhenguo to steal another glance. It appeared his previous judgment had been somewhat flawed. This woman's allure was far more substantial than he had anticipated. Noticing Liang Zhenguo's gaze lingering on her, Chun Meifeng felt a sense of pride rather than irritation. Look at you, previously unmoved by my allure. And I thought you were indifferent to women. She puffed her chest and opened the bag, subsequently returning it to Liang Zhenguo with satisfaction. The quality is indeed impeccable. When shall we conduct the trade, little brother? Let us wait for half an hour, Liang Zhenguo replied, glancing at the time. It was still not yet the hour agreed upon with Zhao Deshan. Very well, Chun Meifeng did not press further. Instead, wrapping up the tiger bones and tiger whip at her stall, then organizing other trinkets, which included small bone carvings, white plaques, and some rather attractive beads. Liang Zhenguo examined these trinkets closely. They appeared somewhat aged. Little brother, would you like to pick a couple as a gift? Chun Meifeng offered, noticing his interest. These trinkets were collected by her male relatives from unknown sources. They deemed them cumbersome and brought them to the black market in hopes of selling them to antique dealers. Moreover, as she intended to sell the tiger bones and tiger whip, she figured that selling a few trinkets would be a bonus if things did not go as planned. Oh, let me take a look. In the past, Liang Zhenguo would have declined, but now he found himself intrigued by the antiquated items. So he casually picked them up to examine. However, despite their aged appearance, none elicited a response from his spatial awareness as he inspected them. When he picked up the least conspicuous and unremarkable plaque, a faint reaction emanated from his spatial awareness. His hand, which was about to set it down, paused. Upon further examination, he discerned that this seemingly ordinary plaque indeed contained a special energy. Liang Zhenguo rubbed it between his fingers, unable to identify the material. Perhaps it was jade or bone, but from the vague inscription, it appeared to be an identity token. Sister, may I keep this to play with? Having confirmed it was a valuable item, he did not wish to let it slip away, even though the energy it contained was the weakest compared to the antiques he had previously acquired. Yet, even the smallest of gains is still a gain. Consider it a gift. Chun Meifeng replied without a glance, generously inquiring, would you not choose a couple more? After all, these items were of no use to her at home, and since Liang Zhenguo had taken all her tiger bones and whip, it was only fitting to offer some small tokens in return. No, thank you, dear sister. I have no interest in those fakes. Liang Zhenguo placed the token into his satchel, not in a hurry to absorb it into his space. Previously, he had never personally entered his space and was unaware of how it absorbed energy from antiques. This time, he intended to observe closely. Before long, Chen Meifeng had tidied up everything at her stall, while Liang Zhenguo had already procured all the mountain goods that piqued his interest. He looked at Chen Meifeng, momentarily unsure of what to do next, and she too felt hesitant to leave first, leading to a rather casual conversation between them. Fortunately, after a few minutes, Liang Zhenguo spotted a familiar figure in the distance, Niu Shan. Sister Feng, I see my friend. I will inform him and then take my leave from the black market. They exchanged names for a few minutes, both understandingly withholding their full names, with Liang Zhenguo only knowing that the voluptuous woman before him was named Feng Jie, while he merely provided his surname. All right, brother Liang, Chen Meifeng readily agreed. The sooner the transaction was completed, the sooner she could rest easy. Liang Zhenguo quickly approached Niu Shan, tapping him on the shoulder. Da Shan, Zhenguo, how did you know it was me? Niu Shan, equally masked, turned with a puzzled expression upon hearing Liang Zhenguo's voice. Liang Zhenguo merely scanned him with a knowing glance. It was evident that, with his robust physique, he was unmistakable even in the black market. Da Shan, I am going to buy some grains from someone, but outside the black market. Please inform Uncle Zhao not to wait for me. Liang Zhenguo stated plainly, offering a small fabrication by characterizing Chen Meifeng as a grain seller. Should I accompany you? I have nothing left to buy, Niu Shan proposed, not particularly astute, yet aware of the risks associated with transactions outside the black market. Losing money was minor compared to the danger of losing one's life. No need. She is a woman, and having too many people will only raise her suspicions. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on her. The transaction will take place near the guest house, where no one dares to cause trouble. He added, moreover, if you accompany me, who will inform Uncle Zhao? That makes sense. Go ahead, Niu Shan nodded in understanding. Realizing that the vicinity of the guest house was indeed a safe zone since it was adjacent to the police station. After clarifying with Niu Shan, Liang Zhenguo returned to Chen Meifeng's stall. Sister Feng, let us leave the black market now. Very well. Upon noticing that Liang Zhenguo had not brought the burly man along, Chen Meifeng's smile appeared even more relaxed. She slung her bag over her shoulder. The weight of the tiger bones and those inferior counterfeit antiques tightened her loose clothing, accentuating her ample bosom. So when the two of them left the black market, the few people who were responsible for keeping watch were all staring straight at her, as if they wanted to strip her naked to their hard-ass content. Chen Meifeng unconsciously moved closer to Liang Zhenguo, but the distance was a bit too close enough that he could feel his right arm occasionally brushing against a soft mass while walking. Liang Zhenguo glanced at her. She is intentionally bumping into me. This woman is really something, he shouted in his heart, not knowing whether she did it on purpose or by accident. But his body honestly didn't avoid her. After all, he wouldn't lose out. Fengjia, try to come to the black market less. These people, when caught in a rush of blood, might do something excessive to you. If that happens, you'll suffer a big loss. After all, honest men like me aren't that common. After putting some distance between them, Liang Zhenguo said jokingly. His warning wasn't baseless. The glances of those few people just now were far too aggressive. The reason they hadn't even dared to harass her was because he was by her side. Fengjia is not one to be messed with either. Chen Meifeng took a small knife from her waist, and then put it back. She then shot Liang Zhenguo a sharp glance from her phoenix-like eyes. Brother, you're not that innocent either. Your arm kept brushing against me just now, taking advantage of me. What were you hoping to, under the black cloth? Chen Meifeng's face flushed slightly. Her body had already reacted to the earlier contact. Though she found the young man attractive, she was too shy to speak so bluntly. Even though she had indeed been feeling a bit lonely recently, Liang Zhenguo smiled slightly, showing no trace of childish shyness or embarrassment. Since she leaned against him, he naturally responded. Moreover, he glanced at Chen Meifeng. Under the black cloth, her face showed a faint flush, her eyes revealed a subtle charm. And there was no trace of annoyance at being taken advantage of. If anything, she seemed to be enjoying it. This woman seemed to take pleasure in it. However, wasn't her body too sensitive? Such a simple touch had caused this reaction? Liang Zhenguo just laughed it off, neither confirming nor denying it. But faced with such a proactive, pretty, full-figured, and mature woman, any decent man would have thoughts, unless the man was abnormal. So, as a normal and decent man, even if he had originally rejected her earlier seduction, now he felt the most primitive human impulse. But he had to suppress it. While they were talking, they found the cart Chen Meifeng had prepared in advance. Chen Meifeng didn't call for Liang Zhenguo's help. She bent down and started moving the items onto the cart herself. Fengjia, I'll help you. Liang Zhenguo instinctively stepped forward to assist. But he didn't make Chen Meifeng let go of the cart. He only added a bit of strength from the side, making it easy for her to pull. Thank you. Brother Liang. You're welcome. Liang Zhenguo replied casually. As his gaze fell on Chun Meifeng again, he suddenly paused. No special reason, just that his incredible eyesight wasn't hindered by the dim night light. Chun Meifeng, bending over, displayed her perfectly rounded curves right before him. To be honest, his hand itched a little. If the woman before him were his wife or Qin Shaozi, he wouldn't have been able to control himself. The black market wasn't close to where they had met at the toilet. Plus, Chun Meifeng was pushing the cart. So the return journey took significantly longer than when they came from the guest house. However, Liang Zhenguo didn't feel bored. They chatted along the way, and he occasionally admired the alluring sway of her full, round hips, which was quite entertaining. At first, Chun Meifeng hadn't noticed Liang Zhenguo's gaze, as she was focused on his witty conversation. But his frequent pauses made her look back curiously, and she immediately caught the obvious glance aimed at her shapely figure. Brother, you find it attractive? Chun Meifeng spoke softly. Yes. Liang Zhenguo, momentarily careless, answered honestly. He looked up and saw Feng Jie had already turned back toward him. Chun Meifeng bit her lip lightly, unable to guess this young man's intentions. What does this guy mean? He seemed clueless about her subtle hints, pretending not to understand her meaning. But he occasionally took advantage of her. For example, just now, his gaze had been shamelessly bold. She didn't believe he wasn't interested in her. Could it be desire without courage? Chun Meifeng glanced around. Unknowingly, the two had already returned near her home's toilet. Tomorrow, this young man would leave Yanshi. Chun Meifeng clenched her fists and her gaze flickered with unreadable light. Her mind was lost in thought, but finally, she exhaled lightly, as if making a decision. She put down the cart, then fixed her beautiful eyes on Liang Zhenguo. Her slender fingers tapped his chest, daringly asking directly, "Brother, do you want to or have the courage to touch me? Or are you not capable?" Her tone was clearly seductive and teasing. Liang Zhenguo looked at Chun Meifeng in astonishment. She was no longer the fierce woman from their first meeting, but was now filled with charm. Although she had teased him before, he could tell that it had been spontaneous. But now, it seemed she was serious. Moreover, a woman of this age wasn't like a naive young girl. She was direct and bold. Liang Zhenguo's lips curled slightly. He was picky with women. Most didn't even catch his eye, even for a fleeting fling. By his standards, Chun Meifeng's looks didn't fully meet his expectations. But she had obvious advantages. A curvy figure with full breasts and hips. Along the way, his desire had been stoked, and standards could always be lowered a little. Besides, how could a man say no? He had to give her a lesson. Chapter 291. Committing thief-like acts. Liang Zhenguo didn't reply to Chun Meifeng's words verbally, but proved himself through action. He allowed her hand to rest on his chest. One hand lightly wrapped around her slightly soft waist, while the other, as she wished, slowly slid down along her waist. When his palm covered her firm, elastic hips, he felt Chun Meifeng's body tense. Liang Zhenguo's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. This reaction was purely instinctive, showing she wasn't used to such intimate contact. TSK. He had thought this older sister was experienced, but she could still get nervous. This piqued his interest, and he added a little more pressure with his palm. If she had slender arms like a 1,000-person pillow, he would have felt awkward. "Are you married?" he asked. Some things needed to be clarified. "Yes, I'm married." Chun Meifeng lost her earlier boldness, twisting her body uncomfortably. She knew what Liang Zhenguo wanted to ask and shyly continued. "My husband has some physical issues, so I haven't been active since then." One reason she had no psychological burden in wanting to do something with Liang Zhenguo, even actively seduce him, was that it was rare to see a young man both good-looking and matching her preferences. Another reason was that her husband's condition was due to him going out with his unsavory friends. Because of his fault, she couldn't remain a widow forever. God knows how she had endured these past few years. If not for the fact that everyone around her was unattractive and she knew them, she wouldn't have held out this long. Regarding her husband's incapacity, she had never told her parents, only vaguely mentioning that he had no fertility. If he couldn't even perform sexually, how could he father children? Liang Zhenguo nodded. If she hadn't had the earlier instinctive reaction, he wouldn't have believed that this bold older sister hadn't been fooling around outside. After all, she was very daring and uninhibited in front of him. Moreover, according to what she said, she wasn't a widow. There was a man at home, just that he was incapable. So now, was he committing an act akin to a thief? Was this appropriate? Before he could think it through, his body suddenly froze, then instinctively bent back slightly. His eyes widened as he looked at Chun Meifeng, whose face was flushed. This woman, where exactly is she touching? Why is she more impatient than a man? Brother bought tiger bones and tiger whip. Is it also because of incapacity? Chun Meifeng whispered in his ear, her breath like orchids. If that was the reason, it would be a pity. His initiative would have been in vain. Humph. You'll see soon enough. Being questioned didn't anger Liang Zhenguo. He just smacked her firm buttocks with a clap, disregarding whether she had a husband. A mysterious excitement ignited in him. almost sparking a surge of lust. He then glanced around. The two of them left the cart behind and went toward the back of the toilet, where the smell wasn't too great. But at least it was hidden. Moreover, their minds were already full of lewd thoughts, pushing the previously agreed-upon trait aside. They didn't care about such trivial details. Fengjie, wait a moment, just like this. A muffled voice came from behind the toilet. If someone could see through the toilet, they would see him pressing down on Chen Meifeng's shoulders with both hands. Chen Meifeng didn't understand, but still followed his lead and squatted down. What is he planning to do? Listen to me, I'll teach you. A mischievous smile appeared at the corner of Liang Zhenguo's mouth. Soon, Chen Meifeng reluctantly got busy. After a long while, she stood up with a hint of grievance. This guy, so young, where had he learned all these chaotic things? In front of him, she felt like a novice who didn't know anything. However, she was seducing him not just for him to enjoy it alone. Before she could complain, Liang Zhenguo made her turn around. Over the next half hour, Chen Meifeng completely forgot her earlier dissatisfaction. When Liang Zhenguo emerged from behind the toilet again, he felt completely refreshed, a look of contentment on his face. He could only say, Fengjie had a special charm. He had 2 women, but some things and methods, both Qin Shaozi and his young wife weren't willing to try. They found them unsanitary. Out of care for them, he hadn't forced it. But tonight, Fengjie had thoroughly satisfied him. Although she had resisted initially, the two of them simply had mutual needs and liked each other's appearance. He wouldn't indulge in excessive gentleness if he had ideas. He had to try them. If it didn't work, he would persuade with force. In the end, both enjoyed themselves. After all, in the end, her soft gasps were almost uncontrollable. When Liang Zhenguo came out, Chen Meifeng slowly walked out step by step, her movements a little unsteady. In the darkness, Liang Zhenguo could clearly see the lingering blush on her face. Fengjie still dare to doubt me? Liang Zhenguo teased upon seeing her. Chen Meifeng rolled her eyes at him, but couldn't argue. She had just begged him moments ago. This beast, didn't know how to restrain himself, like a wild bull. But the wonderful feeling just now told her that she particularly liked him this way. Soft and feeble would be boring. After experiencing this, she felt the previous years had been wasted. Even when her husband had just married her, he wasn't half as capable as this young man in any aspect. Her judgment this time had been accurate. Chen Meifeng felt secretly pleased. This brother really wasn't like her husband, looking good but useless. And even the looks weren't as good as his. Thinking that Liang Zhenguo would leave Yanshi tomorrow, she felt a little reluctant. She wouldn't have access to this pleasure again, but deep down, she also felt relieved. After all, if a person stayed in Yanshi, she wouldn't be able to resist seeking him out, and walking alone at night always risked encountering ghosts. Little brother, let us keep this between us. Don't tell anyone. I know. Liang Zhenguo naturally patted her firm curves, then pulled out the corner of her clothes tucked into his pants, and helped fasten the 2 buttons in the middle of her chest, ones he had undone earlier for better access. This woman wasn't careful at all, otherwise, it would have been exposed back home. As for keeping it secret, regarding hunting pleasures, he never boasted. There was no benefit, only potential trouble. Fengjie, rest here for a bit. I'll bring the grain over. After both had enjoyed themselves, it was time to handle business. Okay. Chen Meifeng tidied her clothes again, making sure nothing was visibly out of place. After hearing Liang Zhenguo, she nodded. She had no strength left to help. In those final minutes, just now, if he hadn't been holding her, she wouldn't have been able to stand steadily. Chapter 292. Not losing out this woman was really something. Liang Zhenguo stopped in the neighboring alley, savoring the recent pleasure. Fengjie wasn't a young girl full of youthful vigor, but she was extremely smooth. He could now fully confirm that Chen Meifeng hadn't lied. She was indeed in a state of long drought meeting sweet rain, and very inexperienced. Like a novice in worldly matters. Perhaps her husband could only awaken her to that level. Liang Zhenguo shook his head, scolding himself inwardly. Although he hadn't initiated it, he had still capped someone, now secretly recounting it was truly improper. He smoked 2 cigarettes in the alley, then took out the second-hand cart he had bought earlier. It was already stacked with 8 sacks of cornmeal from the trade, each 100 jin, no more, no less. Although the two had been intimate, Liang Zhenguo didn't intend to give Chen Meifeng extra weight. It wasn't stinginess, it was respect. After all, that would change the nature of it. He wasn't like someone buying favors at a half-open door. Of course, if Chen Meifeng's family were struggling, he would consider it. But even without asking, he knew her living conditions were good. After all, everything that needed exploring had been explored, and her skin texture showed she hadn't endured hardship regularly. Moreover, he was sure that given Chen Meifeng's bold personality, if he dared give extra grain as payment for the earlier intimacy, she would probably hit his head with a brick, just like before. The cart wasn't large. The 8 sacks of cornmeal were stacked 2 layers high. For an ordinary strong man, moving this cart to the neighboring alley would be exhausting. Even a small slope would be tough. But for Liang Zhenguo, it was no problem. Even when he was previously 4 times stronger, this was trivial, let alone now. If the cart were sturdy enough, he could even run while pulling the 800 gene of grain. So when Liang Zhenguo returned to the place where they had been trading, casually pulling the grain alone, he was met with Chun Meifeng's look of complete surprise. She was acutely aware of Liang Zhenguo's strength, having just experienced it firsthand, especially when he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. However, she was taken aback by the extent of his prowess. Pulling several hundred to nearly 1,000 pounds felt as effortless as lifting mere dozens. Such a charming little man. Sister Feng, here are 8 bags, each weighing 100 pounds. Please inspect them. All right. Chen Meifeng reluctantly pulled her gaze away from Liang Zhenguo. She refrained from uttering any polite remarks about not needing to check. Although their relationship had transcended mere friendship, 800 pounds of grain was no trifling matter. Especially fine grain, which held significant importance for her. She could not afford to be careless. As she opened the first bag of cornmeal and retrieved a flashlight, the beam illuminated the contents, and she was momentarily stunned. This cornmeal appeared to be of a far superior quality than the sample Liang Zhenguo had previously provided on the black market. It resembled pure ground corn kernels without a trace of impurities. She blinked uncertainly, thinking she might be experiencing a mirage from her earlier excitement, yet the cornmeal remained unchanged. Finally, she reached in and grasped a handful to bring close to her eyes. This was markedly different from what had been previously described. The quality of this cornmeal could easily outweigh the previous 2 bags she had received, perhaps even 1.5 bags. Continuing her inspection of the remaining 7 bags, she discovered they were all of the same exceptional quality as the first. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she glanced back at Liang Zhenguo, feeling a twinge of emotion. Brother, are you sure this is correct? How does it differ so greatly from what was previously mentioned? What, are you dissatisfied? Liang Zhenguo inquired with a knowing smile. He did not increase the weight he provided, but he had no qualms about offering a slight improvement in quality. After all, he had plenty of grain at his disposal, and whether or not to mix in other substances was entirely at his discretion, on the black market or in the pigeon market. He had added some impurities to avoid drawing too much attention, as it aligned with the current living conditions of the populace. The food he consumed was the finest. Hence, although he harbored no feelings for this mature woman and would likely not have further interactions with her, she had at least afforded him a rare moment of pleasure, and he felt it appropriate to reciprocate with this gesture. It made him appear less heartless, transitioning from intimate exchange to businesslike demeanor. It's just that I'm too satisfied. Which worries me. Chun Meifeng, regardless of whether Liang Zhenguo could see it, shot him a flirty eye roll. To express dissatisfaction with such quality would surely invite divine retribution. Yet, while her heart brimmed with gratitude, she also feared it might trouble Liang Zhenguo. To her, being able to present such a substantial quantity of premium fine grain indicated that there was likely more than just Liang Zhenguo behind it, considering his youth. Moreover, given his remarkable strength, it was evident that the tiger bones and tiger whips he purchased were not intended for his use. Perhaps it was someone behind him who had advised him to be cautious. If he were to procure these goods on behalf of others, any ensuing complications could lead to significant trouble for him. As long as you are satisfied. Liang Zhenguo glanced at the alluringly flushed face of the mature woman, unable to resist pinching her cheek, and then placed his hand on her shoulder, shaking his head as he spoke. You needn't worry about the grain. I am fully capable of managing this. Although he was unaware of Chun Meifeng's thoughts, the fact that this woman could contemplate such matters without being blinded by immediate gain, instead showing concern for him, brought him a sense of comfort. She was a thoughtful individual. Is that so? Chun Meifeng regarded Liang Zhenguo with a hint of skepticism. It is indeed true. His calm confidence compelled her to trust him, and her gaze revealed a trace of admiration. Women are naturally drawn to strength. How many men in this era could procure such an abundance of grain? She had never even heard of such a thing before. Truly, he was a man from the 49 city. In all honesty, she was thoroughly captivated by the little man before her, who possessed wealth, charm, and strength. Whether she was currently a mature woman or had once been an innocent maiden, she felt unworthy of him. She considered her fleeting encounter with him a stroke of fortune. Certainly not a loss. Thank you, brother. Chun Meifeng spoke softly, leaning slightly against Liang Zhenguo, the robust presence of his arm pressing against her. What relationship do we share? No need for formality, Liang Zhenguo replied, though his hand, resting on her shoulder, subconsciously began to slide down, probing beneath her collar. What captivated him most about Sister Feng were her ample curves, followed closely by her figure, which was delightfully resilient. After toying with her, he felt an undeniable urge rising within him, but he stifled it, reminding himself that while the mature woman possessed remarkable recuperative abilities, she would not easily recover from the vigorous encounter they had just shared. His enhanced physique was no jest, especially as he had abstained for over a week. Chapter 293, Going to Sister Feng's home. Having not consumed meat for a while, he was not preoccupied with such thoughts. However, now that he had indulged, his self-control in the face of temptation had sharply declined. Just a brief interaction had rekindled his interest. Regrettably, as he gazed at Chun Meifeng, who was nestled against him, he realized there were no rivals left. If he were to engage with her once more, it could lead to dire consequences. Chun Meifeng, her cheeks flushed, extricated Liang Zhenguo's hand from her grasp. With her bold personality, she was not excessively bashful. Her flushed complexion was not from shyness, but rather from a fervent heat coursing through her. Her body was highly sensitive, and after being restrained for so many years, though their encounter had just concluded, Liang Zhenguo's teasing had left her in a state of delightful disarray. Yet, she wisely chose to halt any further advances. I can't take it anymore. At that moment, her legs felt weak, accompanied by an indescribable sense of discomfort. Sister Feng, would you like me to help you deliver the grain home? Aware that there would be no further developments, Liang Zhenguo took a deep breath, dismissing the distracting thoughts in his mind and adopting a serious demeanor. Chun Meifeng inwardly sighed in relief. Had this little man insisted, she might have found it hard to refuse. Fortunately, he was not entirely oblivious to the needs of women. Without overthinking Liang Zhenguo's proposal, she nodded, saying, I would appreciate it, brother. My home is just a short distance away. Exhausted from their earlier escapades, she realized that moving 800 pounds of grain would require several trips. Had this been before their intimate encounter, she might have hesitated to burden him. Considering they were strangers, however, now she felt far less apprehensive. When she saw her agreement, Liang Zhenguo was taken aback. This mature woman was quite bold, allowing him to deliver the grain to her home, risking the chance of her husband discovering them. Did she truly not fear that her husband might suspect something? In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman together, would her husband not entertain any doubts? Since she showed no trepidation, he felt no shame either. Under her guidance, they soon arrived at a modest dwelling. This is my home, Chun Meifeng said casually, as if introducing him to a friend. She then retrieved a spare key from a crevice in the wall, showing no caution towards Liang Zhenguo. With a click, she unlocked the door and swung it open wide, allowing Liang Zhenguo to step inside without hesitation, pulling the cart along. Where should I place this, Sister Feng? Liang Zhenguo surveyed her home, which consisted of 2 rooms and a rudimentary kitchen and a small yard, yet it was relatively nice under the circumstances. Just set it down in the corner of the yard. Tomorrow, I will have my husband move it. Very well. Liang Zhenguo said little more and proceeded to unload the bags of grain in the designated spot. Who is it? A phone. As he set down the last bag, the door in the middle of the room swung open abruptly, and a voice filled with confusion rang out. Chun Meifeng, startled by the sudden sound, turned to discover her husband emerging with a swaying oil lamp in hand. She instinctively placed a hand on her chest, which was heaving from the fright, and shot an annoyed glare at the approaching man, exclaiming, What is the matter with you? Shouting so loudly in the middle of the night could give someone a heart attack. I thought a thief had entered our home. Besides, I didn't shout that loudly. Her husband stammered in explanation, but as he caught sight of her displeased expression, his voice dwindled to a murmur. Chun Meifeng cast a glance at his somewhat dazed eyes, her irritation escalating. Even if a thief had indeed intruded, in his drunken stupor, what could he possibly do? He would simply topple over with the slightest touch. If someone were to steal his wife, he would be utterly useless standing by. As she continued her tirade, a flicker of guilt washed over her. For it was true that someone had indeed stolen her away, though it was of her own volition. Yet, seeing her husband still inebriated and meekly accepting her scolding, she regained her righteous indignation. After all, he had known he was headed to the black market tonight, and still chose to drink to the point where she couldn't rouse him, insisting that he had ventured out alone before without incident, and that he could manage on his own this time. In truth, she had suffered no loss. She had even made a profit of several hundred million. Chun Meifeng turned to glance behind her, only to find Liang Zhenguo, the man who had delivered her windfall, standing quietly with an amused expression. He had noticed when her husband got up, so his sudden appearance held no surprise for him. Rather, he was somewhat mischievous, anticipating Sister Feng's reaction. Initially, seeing her startled had led him to believe she was flustered, but her subsequent behavior left him utterly astonished. Chun Meifeng felt flustered, for she had become accustomed to scolding and momentarily forgot Liang Zhenguo was present. She couldn't help but compare the two men. However, one must weigh the worth of goods. A man in his 30s was no match for a sprightly young lad. Who is this? How did he end up in our home? As Chun Meifeng turned, her husband finally noticed the tall, young figure in the courtyard, his tone laced with confusion and suspicion. Before Liang Zhenguo could speak, Chun Meifeng's voice cut through the air, tinged with discontent. What is with that tone, Yang Wei? Are you questioning something? Her tone not only exhibited dissatisfaction, but also a clear sense of grievance. No. Upon sensing his wife's ire, Her husband quickly waved his hands, the oil lamp in his grip swaying dangerously. It seemed he had overthought the situation. After all, who could blame him for being concerned about his wife, who, despite her age, was increasingly captivating? The sudden appearance of a strange young man would naturally unsettle him, especially considering he knew their circumstances all too well. Who doesn't he know that Afeng is the most virtuous? Why would I think otherwise? He hastily reassured, fearful that Chen Meifeng would become further enraged. Liang Zhenguo watched silently, pitying the man for a fleeting moment before giving Sister Feng an internal thumbs up. Truly, she was a master in managing her husband. One glare from her, and he instinctively lowered his voice, aligning with her sentiments. It was truly a domestic reign. Moreover, one must admit that women are born performers. Her earlier display of grievance appeared remarkably genuine, as if she had been truly misjudged. Humph, Chen Meifeng scoffed, signaling that her annoyance had yet to dissipate. She then impatiently clarified, this young man is merely helping us deliver grain. Oh, and the tiger bones and tiger whip were purchased from him. All of this is corn flour, 800 pounds. Oh, I see. My apologies, young man, her husband replied, momentarily taken aback before hastily apologizing to Liang Zhenguo. This apology, however, left Liang Zhenguo feeling slightly awkward, having just had a pleasant exchange with the man's wife. Comrade Yang Wei, we are all comrades here. There's no need for formality, Liang Zhenguo replied, recognizing the shared camaraderie. After all, he had not been particularly formal either. Yet, Yang Wei appeared more captivated by the pile of grain bags beside Liang Zhenguo than anything else. Chen Meifeng had not been mistaken. These were indeed fine grains. And 800 pounds was quite a substantial amount. Yang Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement. Afeng is truly capable. She found a buyer overnight and secured such a high price. And all for grain. Thank you, young man. I'd like to move the grain into the house. Could you lend a hand? He requested, feeling uneasy about leaving such a significant quantity outside overnight. If it were stolen, he would be heartbroken. They were strangers, yet Yang Wei was unabashed. Liang Zhenguo cast a sidelong glance at him, refraining from refusal. If it were any other trading partner, would any substantial grain supplier heed his request to labor? They would likely turn and walk away. He wasn't endowed with the privileges that Sister Feng possessed. Whether Yang Wei lacked discernment or simply perceived Liang Zhenguo as young and amiable was uncertain. Furthermore, he seemed rather carefree. In the black market, transactions were typically veiled. Yet here he was, familiar with their home, showing little caution. Observing his dazed expression, could he be slightly tipsy? All right, Comrade Yang Wei. But you may simply call me Comrade. I'm not a child. Sister Feng knows this, right? Liang Zhenguo said, wearing a half-smile, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Yang Wei, indeed still somewhat inebriated, found the young man's words peculiar. Moreover, why did he refer to Afeng so intimately as Sister Feng? Thus, he instinctively looked to his wife for clarification. Chen Meifeng shot Liang Zhenguo a discreet glare, though her gaze subtly assessed him as well. Indeed, he could not be referred to as a mere young comrade. She then turned to Yang Wei, speaking naturally. Indeed, while he may be young, his strength surpasses that of several grown men. Are you referring to his strength? Yang Wei murmured, tapping his slightly foggy head, not delving further into thought. Content that the young man was willing to assist. Unexpectedly, Afeng interjected again. He has already helped deliver it to our home. Why are you being so stubborn? Are you really going to make him carry it inside alone? At this rate, can you even lift a bag? In the end, it will still be him doing all the work. Wait until tomorrow when you've sobered up to move it. Yang Wei felt a headache coming on. Though he was accustomed to her chiding, tonight Afeng seemed particularly displeased, leaving him no face in front of others. It's just a few extra steps. Open the door, and I'll help you carry it inside. Liang Zhenguo interjected, effortlessly lifting a bag of corn flour. Fine, Chen Meifeng relented, not wishing to impose further, but finding it hard to resist. After several trips, Liang Zhenguo had efficiently moved all the bags without breaking a sweat. During this time, Yang Wei had tentatively attempted to lift a bag, but, upon realizing it was unmanageable, naturally turned to Liang Zhenguo for assistance. All right, you can go rest now, Chen Meifeng said, exasperated by her husband's demeanor. What's the matter with you? Yang Wei chuckled awkwardly. He too worked in a factory, and while 100 pounds was heavy, he was not incapable of lifting a single bag if he truly wished to. He simply found it tiresome. Moreover, the lingering effects of the alcohol had not yet worn off, and though lying down felt fine, the cool air outside had left him feeling slightly dizzy. Let Liang Zhenguo handle it alone. The comrade expressed his gratitude, but the sentiment was somewhat insincere. Thus, Liang Zhenguo glanced towards the position of Chen Meifeng, who stood just slightly ahead of him, separated by half a body's length, while Yang Wei was directly opposite him. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Liang Zhenguo extended his right hand, concealed from view by Chen Meifeng's figure, and playfully touched her rounded form. Then, feigning nonchalance, he waved his hand dismissively, as if it were merely a trivial effort. Chun Meifeng's body shuddered, her ears instantly flushed with warmth. Fortunately, the dim glow of the kerosene lamp in Yang Wei's hand rendered her embarrassment undetectable to him. This man is exceedingly audacious. However, observing Yang Wei's demeanor, marked only by a hint of inebriation, she surmised he remained blissfully unaware of certain actions. Clearing her throat, she suppressed the impulse to glare at him and called Yang Wei back into the house, gesturing towards the room where the grain was stored. She now essentially slept alone there. After all, the couple had long ceased to engage in any marital intimacy, and she found greater comfort in sleeping separately. Indeed, it is only right to offer the comrade a glass of water, Yang Wei replied courteously before retreating to the house with somewhat unsteady steps, leaving them behind. Liang Zhenguo observed his departing figure in bemusement. This fellow, who once harbored suspicions about him and his wife, now seemed entirely at ease, trusting them both to remain unsupervised. Chun Meifeng rolled her eyes in exasperation. Her insistence that he return indoors stemmed from a desire to prevent him from lingering, worried that the little man might cause further mischief, which would be disastrous if discovered. Yet, his carefree return to the house ignited a flicker of irritation within her. This fool is utterly oblivious. Earlier that afternoon, he had brazenly brought several colleagues from the factory to their home for drinks, completely oblivious to the fact that those so-called friends were covertly ogling her. Moreover, those men were not newcomers. Ever since their initial visit, they had frequently invited Yang Wei to drink, mostly at her home. Each time they came, their furtive glances were unmistakable. Yet, he naively assumed they were merely fond of him, entirely oblivious to their true intentions of admiring his wife. Nevertheless, those men were all talk and no action. Too timid to act on their desires, so she chose to pretend she hadn't noticed. She had warned Yang Wei before, but he merely laughed, dismissing her concerns as excessive sensitivity. Hence, she had grown weary of addressing the issue. Besides, those men were all rather unappealing, and she had no desire to give them any more attention. If one of them happened to be Liang Zhenguo, she feared he would have been met with a rather unkempt appearance. "What are you thinking about, Sister Feng?" Liang Zhenguo inquired, noticing Chun Meifeng lost in thought. He gently patted her, albeit habitually on the more ample parts of her physique. Chun Meifeng trembled again, turning to him with a playful pout. "I wasn't even scolding you. I was just worried you might get caught. I was paying attention." Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile, ensuring he wouldn't put this mature woman in an awkward position. Noticing the time, he remarked, "There's no need for water. I should head back. Otherwise, if I linger too long, what had started as mere teasing took an unexpected turn," when she responded thoughtfully, glancing back at the now closed door to Yang Wei's room. Biting her lip gently, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "I know what you're thinking. Consider this a reward for your earlier assistance." Liang Zhenguo's farewell words caught in his throat as Chun Meifeng pulled him aside, positioning herself just a wall away from Yang Wei's room. It's still early. Returning to the guest house later wouldn't be a problem," Liang Zhenguo silently mused. Half an hour later, he stealthily bid farewell to the reluctant Chun Meifeng. Upon departing her home, he stored the cart and the exchanged tiger bones and whips in his space, casting a glance back. He couldn't help but wonder if they would ever meet again. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of reluctance. This mature woman had brought him unforgettable joy, particularly during that half hour, which had unfolded like a classic scene from a romantic drama. Sister Feng's reward was truly unforgettable. Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but shake his head in reflection, savoring the memory. As for Sister Feng's behavior, he refrained from judgment, as he was the primary beneficiary. It was evident that Chun Meifeng harbored little affection for Yang Wei. Perhaps she had long harbored grievances against him. Moreover, her actions that evening, though driven by desire, also bore a hint of revenge. Otherwise, why would she offer him verbal and tactile rewards just a wall apart? Liang Zhenguo shook his head. Regardless, his allegiance was unwavering. He would always support Sister Feng. Yet, it seemed there would be no further opportunities for such support. What a pity. While lost in thought, he soon arrived near the guest house. Contemplating, he conjured a bag containing 70 to 80 pounds of flour, though not cornmeal, but wheat flour. After all, pure cornmeal was rather scarce these days, most being processed into coarser grains, commonly known as cornmeal. He had grown accustomed to trading cornmeal, but this time, for the sake of discretion, he had opted for wheat flour instead. Previously, he had mentioned to Niu Shan that he would be purchasing grain with Chun Meifeng, so he needed to bring something back. As expected, upon returning to the guest house, he spotted Zhao Deshun and Niu Shan on the first floor. "Zhenguo, was everything smooth?" Zhao Deshun inquired with a smile upon seeing Liang Zhenguo, though a trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. This lad truly caused him concern. A day spent hunting in the mountains, a trip to the black market, and he returned so late. If this boy were his son, he would have felt compelled to give him a good thrashing. How utterly worrisome. Liang Zhenguo caught sight of Zhao Deshun's expression and offered an awkward smile. Indeed, today had not been the ideal time for hunting, and there was no need to dwell on it. Initially, the evening had been about trading, but it had veered off course. Indulging in his own pleasures while making his colleagues worry was truly inappropriate. He chastised himself inwardly. Yet, should the opportunity arise again, he knew he would still succumb to temptation. He could only blame his current physical desires for being so easily swayed. Uncle Zhao, Dashan, the evening went reasonably well. Though I did take longer than expected, he offered, reluctantly fabricating an excuse. Zhao Deshun glanced at the matron behind the counter, who was now awake and curiously observing the sack on Liang Zhenguo's back. Recognizing that this was not the place for an extended conversation, he suggested, "Let us head upstairs to rest. We have to hit the road early tomorrow." He nodded at the matron, indicating for Liang Zhenguo and Niu Shan to follow him. Upon reaching the second floor, they found only the security personnel from the protection department still awake. The drivers, including old Wang, had already retired for the night. However, this was to be expected, as they were set to depart the following day, and having visited the black market in the dead of night, they surely needed to rest to prepare for the journey ahead. After all, driving was solely their responsibility, with no one available to relieve them. As for Liang Zhenguo, should any misfortune truly befall him, Zhao Deshun and the others would naturally raise the alarm, rather than lingering idly here. Zhenguo, after all, is the one who procured the grain, and quite a substantial amount at that. What did he exchange for it? Upon their arrival, Deng Haihua and the others inquired briefly, and upon noticing the burlap sack he carried, Niu Shan merely mentioned that he had gone to purchase grain, but was unsure of what had been acquired. However, given the size of the sack, they felt it was certainly worth the risk to make the journey. Among them, aside from Niu Shan, each had exchanged for a considerable quantity of coarse grains, yet even the largest amount barely reached 30 jin, which paled in comparison to what Liang Zhenguo had obtained. Without hesitation, Liang Zhenguo entered Zhao Deshun's resting quarters and opened the sack, revealing a fortunate bounty of over 80 jin of wheat flour. He turned to Zhao Deshun and said, "Uncle Zhao, I only require 40 jin from this. The remainder is for you. Just pay me the standard price." This evening, they had all enjoyed a fruitful venture. According to their unspoken rules, he was under no obligation to share further, yet he chose to extend his generosity. After all, they were all part of the same group, and it was always commendable to show consideration. He had no shortage of such provisions. Yet even a mere additional 7 or 8 jin of flour was a delightful surprise for Zhao Deshun and the others. After all, it was fine grain, rather rare and of high quality, with 7 or 8 jin equating to the 20+ jin of coarse grain they had traded. "Then we shall not stand on ceremony," Zhao Deshun exclaimed. "The aroma of pancakes made from this wheat flour is simply irresistible." He glanced at the flour within the sack, unable to find any words of refusal. Who would ever complain about an excess of food? His face lit up with joy. Deng Haihua and the others shared in his elation. Most were married with families to feed, and any additional grain meant their loved ones could enjoy a fuller meal. They understood that Liang Zhenguo's family was relatively well off. After all, a household capable of trading 1,000 jin of meat for work quotas could hardly be in dire straits. Thus, they accepted Liang Zhenguo's goodwill without much hesitation, their fondness for him naturally increasing. Who wouldn't he appreciate a capable colleague who also knew how to navigate such matters? The 40+ jin of flour was quickly divided among the 6 of them, and Zhao Deshun handed over the remaining 40 jin along with the payment for the flour to Liang Zhenguo. They exchanged a price for the flour that was slightly above the black market rate, as they put it. This flour was of superior quality compared to anything they had previously encountered, making it worth the price. While this was true, Liang Zhenguo knew that if they were purchasing from others, they would certainly haggle, so it was unlikely they would willingly inflate the price. Nevertheless, he graciously accepted the payment. Aware that they all had their share of money, being formal workers with decent salaries, what they lacked was a reliable channel for grain procurement. As for not distributing to Lao Wang and the others, it was not due to their impatience in waiting for him. He was not so trivial. Rather, it was due to the sheer number of people, and the flour he had brought back could not be excessive. Naturally, he prioritized sharing with Zhao Deshun and his colleagues. Besides, among the group, apart from Lao Wang and Tu, he was not particularly familiar with the others. "Let us all rest for a few hours. We'll head back tomorrow morning." With everyone gathered and the grain divided, Zhao Deshun urged them to take their leave. Chapter 296, Departing from Yin City. Under Zhao Deshun's encouragement, Liang Zhenguo and Niu Shan returned to their guest room. "Dashan, let me share some more with you." Back in the room, Liang Zhenguo picked up the grain sack that Niu Shan had left on the table, and much to Niu Shan's astonishment, he poured out about 10 jin from his own sack. He He realized that Niushan always sought fine grains, indicating that such high quality, refined grain was not easily attainable. Given that Niushan had assisted him significantly today, it was only right to show his gratitude. Before Niushan could respond, Liang Zhenguo continued, "Next time, bring me some good tea. No need to fetch your father's Dahong Pao. Anything else will suffice." He feared Niushan might be cast out for offering up his father's limited stock of Dahong Pao. Not a problem. Niushan smiled and nodded. While he would not have taken Liang Zhenguo's grain for free, he was more than willing to accept a gesture of reciprocity. After a long day and a night of labor, Liang Zhenguo was beginning to feel weary. Therefore, the two exchanged no further words and simply lay down to sleep. Though the bed was a bit small and uncomfortable for their feet, it was far better than being crammed together to the point where they could barely turn. As dawn broke, the two were awakened by the clamor outside their door. Liang Zhenguo opened his still drowsy eyes and reluctantly got up. Typically, he was quite energetic. Even when bustling between the young wives and Qin's sister-in-law in the courtyard, a simple nap would rejuvenate him. Yesterday's work with Chun Meifeng was not particularly taxing for him. It was a minor affair, mainly due to the energy drained from his sudden teleportation. Niushan also awoke, but he appeared more refreshed than Liang Zhenguo. Having spent the day since returning from Mingshui village either eating or sleeping, thus restoring his vigor, the two quickly tidied up their belongings, hastily washed their faces, and opened the door. "Awake? I was just about to call for you. Let us grab something to eat and pack some for the road." Zhao Deshun greeted them as soon as the door swung open. "Let us go." With that, the group made their way to a nearby breakfast shop, enjoying a meal while also packing a generous amount to take along. Upon returning to the guest house, they gathered their belongings. While Zhao Deshun and Lao Wang approached the front desk to settle their accommodation fees, check out, and receive a receipt. This can be reimbursed at the factory. All set. Then we're ready to head back. Everyone replied, confirming they had collected all their items. During their 2 nights in the black market, aside from grain, they also exchanged for plenty of mountain goods, each carrying various bundles, making for quite a fruitful haul. This was an invisible benefit of their arduous business trip. Liang Zhenguo was no exception, carrying his remaining 20-odd jin of flour along with a package of wild ginseng, which he couldn't store away discreetly. "All right, let us head to the grain station," Zhao Deshun and Lao Wang stated, as their transport vehicles were parked at the local grain station. The group departed under the watchful gaze of another ant from the guest house. Just as they left the guest house, Liang Zhenguo suddenly turned to glance in a particular direction, spotting a familiar figure watching him. It was Qin Meifeng. Liang Zhenguo was not surprised that she had deduced his location, having previously inquired about the guest house's whereabouts. It was not unexpected for her to deduce he was staying there. What caught him off guard was her presence to see him off, even if only to wave goodbye. Was his charm truly so potent? Regardless, her thoughtful gesture brought him a sense of joy. Thus, he took a couple of steps back, smiling as he waved elegantly at her. Qin Meifeng appeared taken aback at being noticed by Liang Zhenguo, but after a moment of surprise, she responded with a warm smile and waved back. He did not halt his stride. After all, Qin Meifeng was a married woman. Though she may seem fierce in the eyes of others, he wished to avoid any gossip, regardless of their past entanglement. Therefore, after bidding her farewell with a wave, he returned to the group. As for Qin Meifeng, she hurried to her clothing factory only after Liang Zhenguo's figure had completely disappeared from view. Knowing he would depart from Yin City that morning, she could hardly resist the urge to catch a glimpse of him, even if she was nearly late. In less than a day of acquaintance, Liang Zhenguo's impression had been indelibly etched in her mind, even though their paths were unlikely to cross again. The others were oblivious to Liang Zhenguo's earlier actions as the group swiftly arrived at the grain depot in Yin City. He rode in Old Wang's vehicle, their partnership being long-standing. After placing their luggage onto the car, Old Wang and the other drivers set about starting the engines, while the security personnel took the thermos to fetch hot water from the grain station. Soon, everything was ready for the return journey, with Old Wang's words echoing. The horn blared abruptly as the convoy began to move, departing Yin City. Throughout the day, the convoy encountered no malfunctions, and the fuel tank, filled to capacity, still held a considerable amount of gas, although the speed of the empty return trip was not significantly faster due to the road conditions. The reduced load indeed saved a fair amount of fuel. As night fell, the convoy found a spacious spot to park and rest for the night. They were not far from Lujiagu and Beizhong town, and with just over an hour's drive ahead, lodging would not pose a problem, especially given their previous successful communication with the police station in Beizhong. However, considering the late hour, they felt it would be inconsiderate to disturb the townsfolk. So they decided to make do with a night's rest and replenish their supplies the following day. Once the convoy was parked, the group gathered to prepare a meal. The food consisted of steamed buns packed in Yin City that could simply be heated up, accompanied by wolf meat they had procured from the black market. They had been fortunate, as there had been sellers in the black market recently. Despite it being wolf meat, they had bought some for the journey. A large pot was set up for cooking, and Liang Zhenguo, feeling that the plain wolf meat would be lacking in flavor, rummaged through his versatile bag for some spices to enhance the dish. With this fellow around, we are indeed in for a treat. Old Wang chuckled, inhaling the aromatic steam wafting from the pot. This meat, paired with the warm, soft buns, is infinitely better than the usual buns with pickles. Earlier, he had found the chatter of the younger crowd quite bothersome, but now, with just over a dozen of them left, the atmosphere felt rather desolate. During the meal, Zhao Deshun couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, I initially thought we should hurry and get them to their destination, but after a couple of days on the road, one grows accustomed to it. It's been a week since we left, we ought to get back soon. Old Wang nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhenguo, sitting beside him, smiled and reminded, Old Wang, I recall you mentioning before that there was no rush to travel. The longer we take, the more allowances we can claim. Why the sudden urgency to return now? The driver's travel allowances were indeed linked to the duration of their trips. The longer they were away, the more they earned. Unembarrassed by his earlier thoughts of taking advantage of the situation, Old Wang chuckled and sighed. I thought that way at first. But the time spent out here isn't too long or too short. Home is where the heart is. He shook his head, adding, You're young. You wouldn't quite understand. Who doesn't understand that? It's all about the warmth of home with the wife and kids, Liang Zhenguo retorted. Haha, you know nothing. You've only been married for a few days and have no children yet. All you young folks think about is the bed with your wives, Old Wang laughed, patting Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder with a mischievous grin. Zhao Deshun and several other drivers in their 40s joined in the laughter. Liang Zhenguo took Old Wang's teasing in stride. Although he had no children of his own, he had raised his two younger sisters as if they were his daughters, which was a far cry from the lack of concern he received from his own father. He feigned a murmur, You may not want to, but perhaps you feel powerless. Being middle-aged now, his voice was low but just audible enough for them to catch it. Old Wang's laughter faltered, and he turned to Liang Zhenguo with a bemused expression. Is that something you can say in front of a middle-aged man? That's downright heartless. Zhao Deshun and the others pretended not to hear, as it was directed at Old Wang. Nevertheless, Liang Zhenguo's words reminded them of the scenes of returning home to deliver grain, causing a slight ache in their waists. The younger ones, however, could not suppress their laughter, especially Deng Haihua, whose loud guffaws left no dignity for Old Wang. Ha ha ha. Old Wang, I was just joking. Your health is just fine, Liang Zhenguo earnestly assured him. Old Wang rolled his eyes in response, muttering, Just keep that mouth of yours in check. Although he felt a bit exasperated, he couldn't get truly angry at Liang Zhenguo, as he had started the banter in the first place. This time when you return, your factory should give you a few days off. Don't go back to work like a weakling, Old Wang finally retorted. Ha ha ha, at least 3 days off this time. Zhenguo, take it easy. The other middle-aged men chimed in. Liang Zhenguo smirked, I'm not like you old fogies. I don't have a wife, let alone two. Yet, out of consideration for their feelings, he refrained from further digging into their wounds. However, among men, whether young or middle-aged, once the topic was opened, it was hard to stop. They began to discuss which young women from their steel mill or the grain depot were attractive, and who had lively wives. Their conversations were light-hearted and devoid of malice, at most a blend of both crude and refined humor. Uncle Zhao, are we really getting 3 days off this time? Liang Zhenguo inquired after the topic of women had concluded. If they received a few days off, he intended to return to Shilling Village, having been away for over half a month and missing the two elderly folks at home. Additionally, he needed to purchase a radio, fulfilling a promise made to his grandmother, which he had previously framed as a reward that wouldn't cost him a dime. Moreover, regarding his grandparents, the grain he had sent them was likely long gone, as conditions in their area were quite harsh. Now that he had a stable job, he planned to visit them again and bring more supplies of grain and meat. He also needed to take his young wife, Qin Wan, back to her family. According to tradition, they should have returned to her family on the 3rd day after their wedding, but he had postponed it due to work-related issues. Although his wife and her family understood, it was time to take her back to avoid any rumors that he had run off with their daughter or sister. Otherwise, he might find himself on the receiving end of a beating from her 3 older brothers. Most likely, Zhao Deshun replied with a smile. Typically, if a mission lasted over a week, they would receive a few days off upon returning, barring any unexpected duties, such as the sudden capture of adversaries, in which case Chief Huang would grant them a break. Liang Zhenguo felt reassured. Uncle Zhao was always prudent, so if he said it was likely, it probably was. As they continued eating and chatting, they eventually filled their stomachs. Finally, Deng Haihua and Jean Debao took the pot to wash it, while the rest settled in for the night, some keeping watch and others drifting off to sleep. Due to the fact that there were only a few of them, there was little to guard over, so 2 individuals were assigned to keep watch during the night. Liang Zhenguo took the initiative to volunteer for the latter half of the night, as he had not had the chance to see the two little wolf cubs all day. Although he had been feeding them mentally throughout the day, he still felt it would be better for him to go in and feed them in person during the night to foster a bond. Thus, the little white and little black cubs were now howling in the space. However, their callous master feigned ignorance, with someone volunteering for the night watch. Zhao Deshun and the others had no objections. In the latter half of the night, Eugene Jun roused the half-asleep Liang Zhenguo. Stretching languidly, he climbed atop the roof of the vehicle. After sitting there for half an hour and confirming that everyone was asleep, he took the antique token gifted by Chun Meifeng and swiftly entered the space. Upon appearing in the quaint farmhouse courtyard, he found himself famished and lethargic. The two black and white bundles of fur, who had been lying on the ground, perked up their ears the moment they sensed his presence. Upon seeing him, they immediately stood up and hurried toward him on their short little legs. Watching little white and little black nuzzling against his calves while whimpering affectionately, Liang Zhenguo smiled and knelt down to pat their little heads. "I know you're hungry. Just wait a moment." He poured the prepared rice porridge and minced meat into their dog bowls and placed two bones beside them for them to chew on after their meal. Observing their food, Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but comment, "You two are fortunate to have me as your master. You haven't been relegated to mere rations. And you eat better than I do." Indeed, they feasted on fine rice and had meat at every meal, far superior to his own fare. Chapter 298, Conducting Experiments on Little White and Little Black. Now, don't rush, little ones. After filling their bowls, Liang Zhenguo did not immediately allow them to eat. Instead, he aimed to train them with a command for feeding. The two wolf cubs, eager for their meal, were each time pulled back whenever they attempted to dive into their food. This time, however, they refrained from showing their teeth at him. After a good 10 minutes of coaxing, the two little ones began to vaguely understand that they could only eat when their master issued the command. "Go ahead and eat." Seeing the initial results manifest, Liang Zhenguo finally released the little ones, knowing that with a bit more training, they would soon comprehend simple commands. Finally able to indulge in their meal, the two wolf cubs dove into their food with the fervor of famished souls. "Oh, I nearly forgot about this." Liang Zhenguo observed the two little ones eating and suddenly remembered the token in his pocket that he had yet to retrieve. Taking out the token, he directed it to float to the center of the space, and then, just as he had perceived when he could not enter the space, threads of energy began to be drawn out slowly. Some of this energy was absorbed by the space, while some drifted toward him. Previously, he could only sense the energy being absorbed directly into his body, but now, within the confines of the space, he was acutely aware that he could completely control this portion of energy. Of course, direct absorption was also perfectly feasible. He had never had this instinct before. It seemed the prerequisite for mastery was to be within the space. Gazing at the energy gathering in his hand, he pondered for a moment, but chose not to directly channel it into his body, as this amount of energy would not significantly enhance his physical capabilities, perhaps only 2 units, whereas 25 units were required to double his physical prowess. Thus, it was somewhat superfluous. He had initially decided to acquire it simply because it was a gift after all. After studying it for a while, he found that he could not deduce any clear conclusions. This supernatural energy was enigmatic and beyond his comprehension. Aside from enhancing physical strength, what other functions could it serve? So far, this energy had only shown to bolster his physical and mental faculties, and, through him, had the capacity to enhance women's physicality during the process. Qin Wan and Sister Qin were prime examples. Beyond that, there seemed to be no other applications. It should be applicable to others, Liang Zhenguo mused. Previously, he had not considered this aspect, as the energy was beyond his control and his physical enhancement had been passive. Now, however, possibilities seemed to unfold before him. He first thought of his family, and those women connected to him were not a concern, as they could still be enhanced through that method. But others were different. Although it appeared that his family, be they the elderly or the few children like Xiao Yuer, were all healthy, strengthening their physiques could never be harmful. Naturally, the degree of enhancement should not be excessive. However, presently, he was unable to control the energy externally, meaning that the enhancement targets would also need to be within the space. This posed a dilemma. The secrets of the space were crucial. Most importantly, he was apprehensive about any potential risks from this enhancement. He did not wish for his good intentions to result in lifelong regret. Although the cases of himself, his little wife, and Sister Qin indicated that the chances of danger were minimal, he dared not proceed without experimentation. As for the subjects for experimentation, using people was out of the question, as it contravened humanitarian principles. Other options were more viable. For instance, he had no shortage of subjects among the animals in his space. Liang Zhenguo's gaze first fell upon the breeding area of the ranch: chickens, ducks, rabbits, wild boars, and the few beautiful birds kept in the farmhouse courtyard for ornamental purposes. After some consideration, he felt that utilizing this precious energy on them was not worth it. even if merely for experimentation. After all, such resources were hard-earned and lacked a stable source. Ultimately, Liang Zhenguo's gaze settled on the two wolf cubs still indulging in their meal. As his pets, and ones that were eating even better than he was. They seemed to be a worthy choice for this energy's application. As for any mishaps, surely they would be minimal? Besides, given the potential benefits and their contribution to their master, they would likely consent. Having made his decision, Liang Zhenguo approached, squatting down to stroke their little heads. The two wolf cubs looked up at him, wagging their tails like little dogs, before returning to lick the remnants of food in their bowl. Calling you starving souls is hardly an exaggeration, Liang Zhenguo chuckled, shaking his head. Placing his hands on their backs, he enveloped their bodies with his mental energy, penetrating every part of them, for in the space, he was the omnipotent master. Thus, both wolf cubs, from their external fur to their internal bones, flesh, and organs, were under his meticulous scrutiny, allowing him to detect any changes immediately. Once prepared, the energy divided evenly into two portions, floating above Little White and Little Black under his control before gradually merging with them. Initially, the energy required his guidance. But the moment it made contact with Little White and Little Black, their bodies instinctively began to absorb the energy ravenously, as if igniting their very bloodlines, causing every cell within them to boil with vigor. They paused their licking of the bowl, and Liang Zhenguo thought they might have sensed some discomfort. However, to his surprise, they both blissfully squinted their eyes, wagging their tails even more vigorously, while emitting a series of soft, contented purrs, clearly reveling in the comfort coursing through them. Seeing Liang Zhenguo's hand resting on their backs, they mistakenly believed this delightful sensation stemmed from his caress and turned to nuzzle affectionately against him. At that moment, Liang Zhenguo was too preoccupied to indulge in playful antics, as his mental energy continued to meticulously observe the transformations occurring within their bodies following the energy's entry. Under his meticulous observation, there was no discernible change in the sizes of Little White and Little Black. However, their fur had indeed grown more lustrous. He could not help but run his hand over it, and the texture was undeniably delightful and comforting. This was merely a superficial manifestation. The transformations occurring within them were far more profound. Firstly, their sinews and bones had become significantly tougher and more resilient due to the refining energy. Their internal organs had also undergone a reinforcement, thereby enhancing all their vital indicators. This was akin to an elevation in their physical constitution, perhaps due to their youth. Even with limited energy, the overall strengthening effect was remarkably evident. Although it would not enable these diminutive creatures to topple an adult wolf or inflict any substantial harm. To put it plainly, this enhancement had solidified their foundation. In essence, Little White and Little Black were innately superior to other wolf cubs. As they matured, whether in strength, speed, or even size, they would undoubtedly surpass their contemporaries. In the future, they would stand as the equivalent of wolf kings within their pack. Could it be that he had inadvertently birthed two little wolf kings? Yet, as Liang Zhenguo gazed down at these two adorably innocent and utterly charming cubs, he found it difficult to envision them as majestic and commanding wolf kings in their adulthood. Have you had your fill? He gently patted their little tummies, which were somewhat round. They were not completely full, but close enough. A woo. Upon hearing his voice, Little White tilted its head and responded with a few yips that were irresistibly cute. What are you yipping about? Liang Zhenguo lifted it up, gazing into its sparkling eyes, and noticed that its gaze seemed much more animated than before, lacking the previous naive and silly expression. He also examined Little Black, who exhibited the same lively sparkle in its eyes. Had they grown more intelligent? He naturally did not assume that Little White understood his words, as he had only been teaching them for 2 days. However, their bright eyes indeed indicated a marked increase in their awareness. It appeared that this energy could also enhance their mental acuity, and as animals, this manifested in their apparent sentience, akin to a spark of intelligence. Upon returning, he imagined that old Chow had once again procured a batch of antiques for him. He could allow Little White and Little Black to absorb some of that energy to further solidify their foundations and sharpen their minds. After all, a touch of sentience would make training them far more manageable, and even when exposed to the outside world, they would not be prone to biting indiscriminately. They would instinctively know to protect their master in times of danger. After playing with them for a while, and confirming that their intelligence had indeed improved, though they still retained a hint of bewilderment, he noted that they listened intently during their interactions, seemingly striving to comprehend his words. As it was his turn to stand watch, he could not linger inside for too long, so he eventually stepped out with Little White in his arms. Upon entering the outside world, Little White momentarily froze, and just as it seemed poised to express its unease, Liang Zhenguo swiftly covered its mouth to silence it. Shoo, he whispered softly before releasing it, cradling it while stroking its silky fur, perhaps drawn by his familiar scent. Little White emitted a couple of soft, milk-like murmurs from its throat, then settled quietly on his lap, allowing him to pet it. Its curious little eyes scanned the surroundings, its nose twitching occasionally as it tried to comprehend how it had suddenly found itself in this unfamiliar place, and where its companions had vanished to. Had it not been for the comforting scent of its master, it would have surely succumbed to anxiety in this strange environment. Liang Zhenguo did not allow it to remain outside for too long. After indulging in some affectionate petting, he returned Little White to the space for companionship with Little Black. A quiet night ensued. Liang Zhenguo prepared a meal in the space before dawn, eating his fill while the others remained asleep. Once they awoke, he merely nibbled on some dry rations to tide him over. He could not endure a meager diet for long. He needed to find an opportunity to treat himself to a proper meal, especially since his appetite was quite substantial. After the rest of the group had their fill, they conducted a thorough inspection of their vehicles before setting off once more. As the convoy progressed, Liang Zhenguo closed his eyes for a brief respite. It was not long before they arrived at the vicinity of Lijiagu. Originally, they had not intended to traverse Lijiagu, but out of curiosity, they made a slight detour. It's almost flattened. However, when they reached the area of Lijiagu, the sight before them caused them all to pause in astonishment. Liang Zhenguo heard Old Wang's voice from the driver's seat and opened his eyes to gaze outside. He beheld the remnants of what was once a village. Most of the houses had been demolished, leaving only 2 or 3 solitary structures standing. Not only had the buildings in Lijiagu been razed, but even the surrounding woods had been nearly leveled, creating an overwhelmingly desolate scene. Old Wang opened his mouth, clicking his tongue in disbelief. If I weren't so familiar with this place, I might have thought we took a wrong turn. In just a few days, it has changed so drastically. Liang Zhenguo nodded in agreement. The speed of such transformation was indeed remarkable. As for the razing of this area, they found no reason to be surprised. After all, the events that had transpired here were of such magnitude that they were steeped in sin. It was an occurrence that even the local police station or commune could not conceal. The neighboring villages within a 10-mile radius would surely harbor superstitions about this place, avoiding it altogether, let alone contemplating a relocation here. Thus, it was likely that the area had fallen into desolation. It would be better to level it entirely, effectively cleansing the final remnants of evil. Without Lijiagu, the repercussions of the events that transpired here would gradually fade, and people would forget more swiftly. As they spoke, Old Wang reduced the speed of the vehicle, ultimately halting in a clearing at the village entrance. Subsequently, the group disembarked, gathering together to gaze at the desolation not far ahead. Should we go take a look? Let us go? Despite the chilling nature of the incidents that had occurred here, the group was composed entirely of sturdy men. None were timid, whether they were security personnel or seasoned drivers. Regardless of their age, curiosity was a universal trait. Thus, when one person voiced the suggestion, the others nodded in agreement and began to walk towards the village entrance. After meandering through the village, they found that the ground, having been leveled, appeared remarkably compact and even. It seemed that there were intentions not to leave this extensive area completely abandoned, though they could not discern its future purpose. From this moment forth, Lijiagu would cease to exist. Zhao Deshun could not help but exclaim, recalling the warm hospitality of Lu Dajiao and his companions. Who could have imagined they were all devils in human guise? Since the convoy's supplies and belongings were still in place, they did not linger for long, sharing their sentiments before moving on, finding little else of interest. Upon returning to their vehicles, they discussed their next steps, deciding to halt in Beijing town to replenish their supplies and visit the local police station, as they had previously established a rapport there. Once the plan was settled, the convoy swiftly resumed its journey. At the Beijing police station, Ma Hongtao welcomed Liang Zhenguo and his companions warmly, ushering them into the main hall before leading Liang Zhenguo, Zhao Deshun, and Old Wang to his office. His office did not outright deny entry to Deng Haihua and the others. Rather, their numbers were too numerous, making it more prudent for them to remain in the lobby to rest. Before entering, Liang Zhenguo paused momentarily, noticing that the nameplate at the entrance of Ma Hongtao's office had been changed to that of Deputy Director. Chapter 300, Return to the City of 49. Initially, seeing Director Ma's beaming smile led Liang Zhenguo to believe that he would continue in his position without issue. However, it appeared he had indeed faced repercussions. Zhao Deshun and Old Wang exchanged glances, having also observed this change, yet no one dared to mention it, instead engaging in casual conversation over tea in the office. From Director Ma's demeanor, it was evident that he accepted the punishment without any dissent. Inevitably, their conversation drifted towards the handling of the remaining individuals from Lijiagu. The higher-ups exhibited a swift and decisive approach regarding Lijiagu, with the resolution arriving merely 2 days after their departure from Beijing town. All those who had ascended the mountain with Lu Dajiao were executed without exception. As for the others left in the village, Regardless of whether they had willingly collaborated or were coerced, they could not escape the gravity of such a significant case and were all sent for re-education. The duration of this re-education was unspecified by Director Ma, but given the sternness of the higher-ups, it was likely they would spend the remainder of their lives in labor reform. Regarding Huang Min, they refrained from inquiring further, assuming her fate would not be much better. He speculated that she would share a similar destiny with the villagers of Lijiagu. However, he believed that due to Huang Min's cooperation and disclosures, her son would be adequately cared for and would not suffer from starvation. The group conversed for over an hour until those sent out to replenish supplies returned, prompting them to bid farewell to Ma Hongtao. Since you're in a hurry to return, I shall not detain you further, Ma Hongtao insisted, repeatedly urging them to have lunch before leaving. When they continued to decline, he rose to escort them to the door. Next time, do stay a few more days so we can enjoy a proper meal together, he called out, waving from the entrance of the police station. Absolutely, Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile, as he was the one among the group most familiar with Ma Hongtao. Yet, he was acutely aware that it might be quite some time before their next visit. Zhao Deshun and the others waved in acknowledgement, grateful for Ma Hongtao's thoughtful hospitality. After departing from Beijing town, the convoy, aside from brief rests during the evening and meal times, pressed on with determination towards home. Time slipped away quietly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. They finally returned after 5 days, arriving at the outskirts of the city of 49 around 6 in the evening. At last, we are home, Old Wang exclaimed, a smile breaking through his weary countenance. Liang Zhenguo mirrored his joy, gazing at the familiar outline of 49 city with deep affection. This journey had taken several days longer than he had anticipated. Nearly 2 weeks. His hair had grown considerably during this time, while Old Wang and the others, having neglected grooming, appeared somewhat unkempt. The convoy halted before entering 49 city, and soon, Zhao Deshun and the others from the steel mill boarded Old Wang's vehicle. The rest returned to their respective stations, while Old Wang first drove Liang Zhenguo and the others back to the steel mill, as the convoy lacked vehicles for that purpose. If it weren't getting late, I would have driven straight to the barber's for a good grooming. I can't return looking like this, or my wife will surely complain, Old Wang chuckled, glancing at his reflection in the rearview mirror. The anticipation of returning home lightened his spirits, and his tone was buoyant. There's always tomorrow for that. Right now, I just want to get home and enjoy a good night's sleep. Liang Zhenguo shook his head, not particularly fatigued himself since he wasn't the one driving. Yet he deeply longed for home, especially concerned for his 2 younger sisters, having been away for quite some time. You've done well. Unlike those young ones who can't bear a few days on the road, this journey was indeed a bit grueling. I was nearly at my limit, Old Wang remarked, grinning and acknowledging Liang Zhenguo's resilience. He had not trained apprentices himself, but he knew of veteran drivers in the grain station who had brought apprentices along. And those young ones would complain incessantly after just 3 or 4 days on the road. With a honk of the horn, the vehicles slowly entered the city, the following vehicles doing the same, almost as if announcing their return. Not long after entering the city, the convoy diverged at an intersection, with Old Wang steering them directly towards the steel mill. Liang Zhenguo and the others wished to head straight home, but protocol dictated they first check in at the factory. After dropping them off at the steel mill, Old Wang waved goodbye and turned around to leave. Upon arriving at the steel mill, Huang Fei received word of their return and made his way out to greet them before they even entered the factory. Section Chief, I guessed it was you upon hearing the vehicle. Come in, you've worked hard, Huang Fei said, patting each of them on the shoulder. It was no wonder that the security personnel held Huang Fei in such high regard. He genuinely cared for his subordinates. Noticing their large bags, Huang Fei continued. You all go back to your office and wait for me. There's no rush to head home, since the finance department is still staffed. I'll fetch your salaries from last month. Their absence coincided perfectly with the payroll period. Sure, they replied, unconcerned about the wait. Once inside the factory, although burdened with their bags, the sparse presence of people made them inconspicuous, as it was already past working hours. After exchanging greetings with the other security staff on duty, they returned to their office. This place feels so much more comfortable, Deng Haihua sighed as he slumped into his chair. After a month in the factory, you'll soon be complaining of boredom again, Lu Yang laughed, perching on his desk. Ah, we're all the same, Deng Haihua chuckled, admitting he would soon grow restless from inactivity. After a brief chat, Huang Fei returned with several envelopes. Sign here to collect your salaries, he instructed, handing each of them an envelope containing their wages from the previous month. Seeing this, Zhao Deshun and the others eagerly accepted their envelopes, reveling in one of the happiest moments of the month, payday. Chapter 301, Longing for Home. Liang Zhenguo took his envelope, feeling its weight, which was not particularly thin. However, upon probing with his mind, he discovered it contained only a little over 20 yuan, along with some vouchers, such as grain tickets. The exact amount of his salary was inconsequential to him, as his financial sustenance did not rely on it. Nevertheless, being his first month's wages, he happily signed his name. As for your bonuses, they will be distributed along with next month's salary, Huang Fei added. Zhao Deshun and the others nodded, smiling. Their bonuses differed from those of old Wang and his group, as they were determined by the circumstances of their trip. With a reliable leader like Huang Fei advocating for them, they had no concerns about being shortchanged by the factory. It seems you've all returned with quite a bounty, Huang Fei remarked, glancing at the assorted bags they had placed on the table. We were quite fortunate this time, Section Chief. If there's anything you need, we can exchange some of these for you. These are all from outside the borders, they offered. No need for that. You should keep them for yourselves, Huang Fei replied. Upon hearing this, Huang Fei waved his hand dismissively. If it were another department head, they might not have been so courteous. However, his family circumstances were quite favorable, rendering such gestures unnecessary, even though he too was required to provide financial support to Zhao Deshun and the others. Sensing this, Zhao Deshun and his companions ceased their formalities, clearly aware that Huang Fei would not accept any compensation. Though their understanding of Huang Fei's family background was somewhat limited, it was evident from his ease of conversation with any leader at the steel mill that he was not merely an ordinary department head. Huang Fei then gleaned a brief overview of the events surrounding the transport and remarked, I know you are all eager to return. Please ensure your firearms are properly stored and logged before heading home. By the way, your leave extends until next Monday. He added, next Monday, which means a total of 4 days off, counting today, Wednesday. A look of delight spread across Liang Zhenguo's face. It appeared Zhao Shu had been correct. With this 3-day break, plus Sunday, they indeed had 4 days to rest. All right, then, we shall take our leave, Chief, the others chimed in, even those like Deng Haihua, who typically found it difficult to stay home. The prospect of a break until the following week left them all beaming, as the recent transport had indeed been arduous and warranted a period of rest. Wait, Zhenguo, stay for a moment. Haihua, please assist him in returning the firearms to storage. Just as Liang Zhenguo intended to leave, Huang Fei called out to him unexpectedly. Passing the gun to Deng Haihua, Liang Zhenguo cast a puzzled glance at Huang Fei, wondering why he was being retained when it should have been Zhao Shu, their team leader. Once the others departed, Huang Fei regarded Liang Zhenguo with curiosity. Well, this young man is quite adept at keeping secrets. Had it not been for Lao Sun's initiative to inform me, I would not have realized that he is still serving as a public security officer. Though this public security role was somewhat atypical, it still afforded him a position and a salary. Huang Fei pondered how he managed such a feat, even if he was exceptionally talented and caught the attention of higher-ups. It was unusual for someone to merely hold a title instead of being directly recruited for a public security position. Holding dual roles in different institutions was indeed a rarity. He had previously inquired about this from Sun Zhengwen, but the latter had been reticent to divulge details, leaving Huang Fei to suppress his curiosity. Chief, is there something you need? Liang Zhenguo, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Huang Fei's gaze and eager to return home, could not help but ask. Nothing of great import. But why didn't you mention to me that you still hold a position with Lao Sun? Huang Fei clapped Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder, slightly exasperated. Well, it's not exactly a trivial matter, and it doesn't interfere with my work at the mill, Liang Zhenguo replied. Surprised that Sun had shared this information with Huang Fei so swiftly, he had assumed it would only come up when he was needed again. Huang Fei sighed. Is it truly not a trivial matter? Nevertheless, you are indeed a capable individual, able to speak with such confidence. Each time they ventured out, he always seemed to garner some form of credit. Although they had glossed over the events in Lijiagu, Huang Fei had gleaned some insights from Sun Zhengwen, and it was evident that the recognition had reached the Gulu police station, indicating it was of significant magnitude. Continuing their conversation, Huang Fei sought to subtly inquire how Liang Zhenguo had managed to assist the public security department and consequently secure his position. Liang Zhenguo felt somewhat exasperated. Why was Huang Fei so inquisitive? Was it solely for this matter that he had been kept back? Yet, he refrained from making any explicit remarks, knowing that invoking Tang Qingshan's name would not reflect well on him. He merely hinted that assistance had been provided, realizing he would not extract any further information. Huang Fei relented. His curiosity about how a simple rural lad, who once had to barter with flesh for job quotas, had attained such influence was piqued. However, he was astute enough to recognize that if Lao Sun was unwilling to speak, then Liang Zhenguo's connections must be substantial, undoubtedly linked to the public security system, though he remained uncertain about which prominent leader was involved. All right then, seeing that your mind seems elsewhere, I shall not keep you any longer. Make sure to rest well in the coming days, Huang Fei concluded, dismissing Liang Zhenguo to allow him to return home. He had his own evening arrangements to finalize and was preparing to leave as well. Sure thing, Chief. See you next week. Liang Zhenguo cheerfully waved goodbye to Huang Fei. hefting a few parcels and shouldering his bag as he exited the office. After nodding to colleagues at the entrance, he departed the steel mill, making his way home. Having spent nearly half a month away, he found himself longing for his family. He hoped that little Yuer would obediently heed her sister-in-law's guidance. Otherwise, Qin Wan and Qin's sister-in-law would surely have their hands full, as both were too fond to scold or strike her. However, despite his eagerness, he refrained from resorting to any sensational means of transportation. It was rush hour, and the streets were teeming with people. Should he be discovered, the news would undoubtedly spread across the entire city by morning. Merging two steps into one, he took over 20 minutes to return to Dongbukyo Hutong. Upon sighting the familiar number 12 courtyard in the distance, his pace quickened further. Yet, as he approached the entrance of the communal residence, he suddenly slowed. For he spotted a small figure squatting by the side, engrossed in play. Chapter 302. Ergua, you finally returned. The diminutive silhouette was unmistakable to him. After all, he had just been thinking of her. That little one was none other than Yuer. Liang Zhenguo tiptoed softly, gradually approaching her from behind. Bending down, he noticed that Yuer was crouched on the ground, sketching something in the dirt with a twig. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that, despite the abstract nature of her drawing, she was indeed depicting figures, 3 stick figures, with the central one possessing a notably larger head, flanked by 2 smaller ones. Did you learn this from watching Xiaoyu's picture books? He mused. Were this drawing the work of anyone else, he might have chosen to refrain from commenting, lest he inadvertently dampen a child's spirit. Yet, since it was his sister's creation, he found it beautiful, no matter how abstract. After observing for a moment, Liang Zhenguo gently set down his parcels and crouched beside her. Before he could speak, he heard the little girl muttering, "Ergua, why haven't you come back yet?" As she murmured, her small face was etched with a look of grievance. Liang Zhenguo's heart softened at the sight. He placed his large hand atop Yuer's head, ruffling her hair affectionately, and replied softly, "I'm back now, Yuer. Why are you out here playing all alone?" I think I heard Ergua's voice." Yuer paused her drawing and quickly turned her head. Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo, her little lips formed a pout, and she promptly dropped the twig, launching herself into his embrace. "Ergua, you finally come back." Woo. The expression of distress on her face tugged at Liang Zhenguo's heartstrings. There, no need to cry." He soothed gently, patting her back, as her small hands clung tightly to him. After comforting her for a while, she finally managed to stifle her tears, though her nose still twitched adorably. "Did you miss Ergua?" he asked, wiping her cheeks and wearing a tender smile as he feigned ignorance. "Yes," Yuer nodded vigorously, her expression earnest. "I missed you too," Liang Zhenguo said affectionately, planting a kiss on her cheek and rubbing his stubbled chin against her forehead, prompting her to giggle with delight. Seeing her smile return, Liang Zhenguo felt a weight lift from his heart. He cherished her innocent laughter and hoped she would remain joyful every day. "Why are you out here playing alone at the gate?" he inquired again, noting that she usually trailed closely behind Xiaoyu, so it was unusual for her to venture out on her own today. Xiaoyu nestled against him, her voice soft and sweet as she spoke. "Sister is in the courtyard. I wish to come out and see if Ergua has returned. I have been waiting for you for several days now. Every time, sister-in-law says you will be back soon, yet you remain absent for such an extended period." Her words, tinged with a hint of complaint, stirred a deeper affection within Liang Zhenguo. This little one always remained closest to him. Fortunately, although she missed him, she did not resort to the tears and tantrums of the past when he was away for a few days. This indicated that she had developed a greater sense of security, no longer relying solely on him and Xiaoyu as her only sources of comfort and emotional support. Previously, in Shilling Village, while she had some feelings for her grandparents, her youthful heart found its closest bonds only with him and Xiaoyu, who accompanied her daily. However, it was evident that after spending considerable time with his young wife, Qin Wan, and sister-in-law Qin, who treated her and Xiaoyu as their own daughters, her affections had naturally deepened, along with her bond with her godparents. He felt quite gratified by these changes. Of course, while he wished for more people to cherish his sister, Xiaoyu always placed him in the most significant position, which brought him the utmost joy. "Come, let us return home for a meal. Ergua has brought you some delicious treats this time." Liang Zhenguo released Xiaoyu and was about to lead her into the courtyard when Xiaoyu dashed out from the entrance. "Ergua, you're back." Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo, Xiaoyu rushed forward and embraced him, her little face alight with joy. She had noticed her sister running to the door several times over the past few days. Understanding that her sister missed Ergua, hence, she hadn't stopped her, but had checked on her periodically at sister-in-law's request, who was concerned about Xiaoyu wandering off. Yet today, Ergua had returned. "Sister misses Ergua, and I miss you just as much." Did you behave well at home, Xiaoyu?" Liang Zhenguo gently ruffled Xiaoyu's hair and pinched her cheek. The little girl looked radiant and seemed to have grown a tad taller. Previously, due to poor nutrition, she was a bit shorter than her peers. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Let us return home. All right, ergo. I will help you carry it. Xiao Yu cheerfully took hold of a small package. Liang Zhenguo did not object, as the package was light. And if she wished to assist, he welcomed her help. Inside the small parcel were the delicious snacks he had prepared for them. Pork jerky, some mountain goods he had exchanged in the black market of Yin City, and the crispy fried fish he had made during his journey back. Specially sealed in a jar for preservation over a few days. He wondered if the girls would enjoy them. Yes, let us go home for a meal. Xiao Yu nodded. Yet she refused to climb down from Liang Zhenguo's embrace. He chuckled and tapped her forehead, realizing that she wished to be carried inside. Since she had waited at the door for him, he decided to indulge her small request. Zhenguo is back. As they entered the courtyard, neighbors greeted him warmly. They were aware of his absence due to a business trip. Moreover, everyone in the courtyard knew that Liang Zhenguo worked as a security guard at the steel factory, earning significantly better than those in smaller establishments. Not to mention, he was well acquainted with a leader who owned a car, certainly a beneficial association. Yes, I just returned this afternoon. Regardless of the thoughts others harbored, Liang Zhenguo responded with a smile to each greeting. Upon reaching the central courtyard, he encountered Old Li and Aunt Zheng Mei, who were engaged in conversation. Old Li, you seem quite spirited today. Aunt Zheng, have you eaten? He was particularly warm towards Old Li, yet after a brief chat, he excused himself to the back courtyard. There awaited several lovely ladies, and he preferred not to linger with the elderly. As he entered the back courtyard, Xiao Yu sprinted joyfully towards the house, clutching the small package and calling out, "Sister-in-law, godmother, ergo is back. Anne is here too." It seemed these two girls were well behaved, thanks to Lin Shu's influence. This familial connection was certainly rewarding. Watching his sister dash into their home, Liang Zhenguo smiled and shook his head. She had become much livelier than before. Once inside the back courtyard, he felt no urgency. Holding Xiao Yu as he gazed towards Suya's home, he had initially assumed she would either be cooking or dining at this hour, only to find her door shut and no smoke rising from the kitchen. Is she not home? Liang Zhenguo mused softly, wondering why a teacher would be absent at this time. Ergua, are you looking for Sister Suya? Xiao Yu, nestled in his arms, followed his gaze and tilted her head in inquiry. Yes, Liang Zhenguo replied honestly, lifting her slightly as she had gained a bit of weight. Sister Suya isn't home today, and neither is Zhou Ziyuan. Even the child is gone. Upon entering the courtyard, he hadn't noticed whether Xiao Ziyuan was present. It appeared Suya's absence had nothing to do with school matters. As for the reason for her unavailability, he didn't ponder too deeply. His wife would surely know. However, Xiao Yu must call him Brother Ziyuan. You cannot simply call Zhou Ziyuan, understood? He had not previously paid attention to this detail, so he corrected Xiao Yu now. As for the complexities of how to address Zhou Ziyuan as brother and his mother as sister-in-law, he chose to overlook that. I think sister calls him just Zhou Ziyuan. The little girl pouted slightly, seemingly reluctant to address others as brother. Yet, under Liang Zhenguo's guidance, she eventually nodded in acquiescence. Since Suya was not home, Liang Zhenguo carried Xiao Yu back to their residence. He planned to spend the evening with his wife and sister-in-law, but he worried that if he didn't even glance at her upon his return, this affectionate woman might feel neglected, risking the harmonious agreement they had established. With her absence, he had to rein in his thoughts. As he entered his home, he spotted Qin Wan approaching him, clad in an apron. Her graceful features lit up with a radiant smile that could not be concealed. You're back. Hearing his young wife's simple greeting warmed his heart, and he replied with a grin, I'm back. Did you miss me? Although they had shared their feelings openly many times, Liang Zhenguo's straightforward question still made her blush slightly. Yet, gazing at his sun-kissed, handsome face, she couldn't help but nod. I did. Ha ha. Observing his somewhat bashful young wife, Liang Zhenguo laughed heartily, holding Xiao Yu as he leaned in to plant a hearty kiss on her lovely face. Oh dear. Qin Wan covered her face and quickly glanced outside, ensuring no one was watching before casting him a shy glare. Embarrassment aside, the joy in her eyes was even more pronounced. Zhenguo, you only know how to tease your own wife and never consider the presence of others. Suddenly, Lin Shu's voice chimed in from behind. Oh, he had forgotten that Aunt Lin was also present, caught up in playfully teasing his wife. He had completely overlooked the others standing nearby. Not only was Lin Shu there, but sister-in-law Qin was also smiling at him, along with Xiao Hua, Xiao Lan, and a few other girls. Yet, Aunt Lin's remark was a bit off. Shouldn't he be teasing his own wife rather than someone else's? At this moment, the graceful figure of Suya emerged in his mind, seemingly a prelude to Qin Wan's blushing countenance as she rushed out of the kitchen upon hearing Xiao Yu announce that her second brother had returned. Had it merely been her sister present, a light-hearted tease would have sufficed, as they shared a camaraderie that left little room for embarrassment. However, Being observed by the elders rendered the situation somewhat mortifying, especially considering that they had been seen in close proximity. Liang Zhenguo, with his thick skin, felt only a fleeting moment of awkwardness before breaking into a smile and addressing Lin Shu. "Ah, Auntie is here too, Sister Wei." After Lin Shu nodded with a smile, he greeted Sister Qin, usually referring to her as sister, but in the presence of Lin Shu, it felt more appropriate to use sister. Calling her aunt would have been overly formal. Following the exchange, he discreetly winked at Sister Qin, wishing to share a moment of intimacy. But the presence of others necessitated restraint. Sister Qin responded with a gentle smile, fully aware of Liang Zhenguo's intentions, but not pressing for more. Content with the life they currently led. Upon entering the city, she realized that securing a formal job was far more challenging than she had anticipated, especially as an ordinary rural girl. Now, with a place to stay in the city, a formal job, and even in the process of obtaining an urban household registration, she felt grateful for the small man who had provided her with these opportunities. After exchanging playful glances with Sister Qin, Xiao Hua and Xiao Lan hurried over, clinging to his legs and expressing their affection. "All right, Zhenguo, please set your things down. I'll head back to the kitchen to prepare more food," Sister Qin said, stroking her daughter who was firmly attached to Liang Zhenguo's thigh. Her daughter's growing affection for him was truly delightful. Yes, I'll help out and prepare more dishes." The little wife, tapping her head in realization, quickly added, "We didn't know Brother Zhenguo was back, so we didn't make his meal." "Wait a moment, my dear," Liang Zhenguo called out as he noticed the two sisters heading for the kitchen, hastily handing them the items he had brought. Of course, during his journey back, he had already stored most of the tiger bones, tiger whip, and the majority of the wild ginseng he purchased in Ming Shui village into his space, leaving only a few for the family to make soup. The remainder consisted of mountain goods he had acquired from the black market and supplies from his space. "Here are 3 old hens I exchanged. You can keep one for Auntie," he said, handing a sack to Qin Wan. Although they already had hens at home, there was no harm in having more, especially with several children around. If they couldn't bear to slaughter them for meat, they could always enjoy fresh eggs instead. "I understand," Qin Wan nodded. "Sister Wei, this is the grain and mountain goods I brought back from over there. Please store them in the kitchen." He had brought back 50 or 60 pounds of grain to replenish what had been consumed previously. "All right," Sister Qin replied, her face lighting up as she accepted the grain and mountain goods, noting that their own exchanged goods paled in comparison to what he had brought back. Lin Shu, having spent several days in the household, was not surprised, as she was well aware that all the fine grains in the house were sourced by Zhenguo. What he brought back was quite normal and not excessive, at least not in relation to their current means. Chapter 304, The Indulgent Brother. However, she felt a sense of comfort knowing that this boy did not regard her as an outsider. Moreover, having spent time with the children and Xiao Wan, she gradually began to see them as family, growing increasingly fond of the lively domestic atmosphere. Unlike before, when Tang Qingshan was busy with work, she would often find herself bored at home, unable to experience the warmth of a harmonious family life. It was indeed fortunate that he had managed to exchange for a substantial amount of grain. It seemed that the region he visited was indeed more prosperous than others. Lin Shu smiled as he finished his explanation. "Yes, I visited a village there, and the living conditions of the villagers were significantly better than ours," Liang Zhenguo replied, noting the stark contrast between Xiling village and Ming Shui village's living standards. Observing Lin Shu's lack of surprise at the grain indicated that what he brought back did not astonish her. Yet, she could hardly fathom that he could procure even more grain. He merely brought back a token amount, mindful of the bustling crowd in the courtyard to avoid inciting envy. Lin Shu nodded, having traveled to numerous places and thus possessing some knowledge about various regions. "Ergua, didn't you say you brought me some treats?" At this moment, Xiao Yu had already climbed down from Liang Zhenguo's embrace and, noticing him distributing items, tugged at his hand to remind him. "I remember. The package that Sister brought contained snacks for you, but you must ask Sister for them when you want to eat." Liang Zhenguo affectionately ruffled her hair, accepting the small package from Xiao Yu, from which he retrieved a jar containing pork jerky. He opened the lid and distributed a piece to each of the girls. Had it been in the modern era, he might have worried about additives or the quality of the pork being unsuitable for children, but this was his own creation. With pigs he raised himself, seasoned with only a few flavor-enhancing spices, truly wholesome fare. The girls curiously accepted the treat, having never encountered such a snack before. Not to mention, even the worldly wise Lin Shu had never seen anything like it. "Is this made from meat?" Lin Shu inquired, observing the jerky's color and daring to guess. "Yes, it's made from pork," Liang Zhenguo replied naturally, encouraging the girls, "Give it a try and see if you like it. Auntie, you should try it too." Lin Shu couldn't help but think, as expected, if it were anyone else, even if they saw the snack resembling meat, they would never associate it with actual meat. For during these times, households would scarcely have a few ounces of meat to spare. Who would be so extravagant as to convert meat into snacks for children? Only this indulgent brother would be so generous, simultaneously possessing the means to do so. She had observed during her stay that their household rarely lacked meat at every meal. Moreover, as Xiaowan mentioned, this was something Zhenguo had specifically arranged before his business trip. Although some of the meat had been brought by her, even without it, their family had enough jerky and smoked meat to last a considerable time. Lin Shu did not hesitate to take a piece and taste it. Indeed, it was made from pork, with a texture slightly different from what she was accustomed to, yet it possessed a unique flavor that children would likely enjoy. It's delicious. Both Qin Wan and Sister Qin nodded in agreement after sampling a piece. Xiao Yu and the others eagerly finished their pieces and glanced expectantly at Liang Zhenguo. One more piece will suffice. We still need to eat dinner later, Liang Zhenguo said, noticing their eager eyes, and handed them another piece. Okay, the girls, understanding the situation, accepted the last piece of pork jerky and savored it in small bites. Wife, auntie, do you want some? Liang Zhenguo asked. But both the little wife and Sister Qin shook their heads, and Lin Shu also declined, feeling too shy to compete with the children for snacks. However, Lin Shu couldn't help but glance at Sister Qin, recalling how synchronized their movements had been when Zhenguo referred to her as wife. Yet, she dismissed the thought, attributing it to mere coincidence. Well then, please keep it safe, Liang Zhenguo said, handing the entire package to Qin Wan. All right, you and Annie take a seat. We'll add some more dishes. Sure, but don't make too much. After the young bride had tidied everything up, she accompanied Sister Qin into the kitchen, while Liang Zhenguo engaged in conversation with Lin Shu in the courtyard. Lin Shu, noticing that little Yuer always wanted to be near Liang Zhenguo while eating, couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Xiao Yu and this little girl have been frequently asking when you would return, especially the little one. Each time she hears that you haven't come back yet, she remains gloomy for quite some time. Indeed, this trip had taken longer than anticipated. Before Liang Zhenguo could respond, little Yuer chimed in. Yes, the second brother has been away for too long. Ha ha ha, it seems the little one has quite the opinion. We must also express our gratitude to Aunt for visiting them more often. Lin Shu promptly rolled her eyes at him, saying, I am their godmother. Isn't it only natural for me to check on them? Just don't think ill of me for coming to stay at your house. How could that be? If I had more rooms, I would gladly have you stay indefinitely, Liang Zhenguo quickly replied. Given Lin Shu and Tang Qingshan's character and status, it was inconceivable that they would take advantage of their hospitality. He was certain that what Lin Shu brought with her would far exceed what she consumed during her stay. As for his earlier remark about wanting her to stay, that was merely a polite expression. After all, having Lin Shu around would complicate matters for him. His own secrets and the delicate nature of his relationship with Sister Qin were not meant for many to know, especially as he was still preoccupied with the notion of bringing Suya into the fold. This was something Lin Shu could never discover. You certainly know how to flatter, Lin Shu said with a light laugh. The rooms here are indeed limited, but your uncle mentioned that you have accomplished notable feats. He is currently looking into the possibility of securing an independent courtyard for you, or perhaps a smaller Sihiyuan with fewer occupants. The reason Tang Qingshan was so proactive in addressing this matter was largely due to his concern for her frequent travels, which had proven somewhat arduous. Otherwise, he would not have been so eager to facilitate it. Fortunately, Zhenguo had proven himself, just days ago. He had mentioned to Qingshan that he had undertaken a trip beyond the borders and garnered some merit, coupled with the previous accomplishment involving the enemy agents. If there were suitable targets, facilitating this endeavor would be entirely feasible. I am immensely grateful to Uncle, Liang Zhenguo exclaimed, a surge of joy coursing through him. He had initially planned to subtly remind Tang Qingshan of his contributions during his next successful venture, but before he could even utter a word, the man was already assisting him. This was truly fortuitous. No need for such formality. I also desire to be closer to you. This way, our families can maintain a more convenient relationship. In due time, little Yuer and the others can visit us more frequently, Lin Shu added in her heart. Which daughter could possibly spend even a single day away from home? As the evening approached, Lin Shu remarked, it's getting late. I should be on my way to deliver dinner to your uncle. I want to be staying the night. She glanced at her watch before rising and addressing Liang Zhenguo. Aunt, aren't you going to finish your meal first? Liang Zhenguo quickly inquired. It was not surprising that she would return home in the evening, as living together would be quite cramped and inconvenient. No, the meals for him and me have already been packed. Typically, when I am here, I have lunch here. And in the evenings, for convenience, I prepare dinner here as well, though I will take the two of our meals back to eat with Tang Qingshan. All right then, Liang Zhenguo conceded, noticing that she had indeed prepared the meals in advance. It seemed that this old married couple shared a rather harmonious bond, dining together each day. By the way, Aunt, I have a few days off. Does Uncle have time tomorrow? I would like to take little Yuer and the others for a visit. Liang Zhenguo considered the assistance Tang Qingshan had provided him recently, and since their families had acknowledged their relationship, he had yet to visit their home, making it the perfect opportunity to pay a social call during his break. That would be splendid. Tomorrow morning he is free, and we can have lunch together at our place. Xiao Wei will be at the restaurant, so remember to bring the children along. Liang Zhenguo was naturally pleased at the prospect of visiting, as reciprocity in social visits fosters closeness. Of course, he replied. Lin Shu, satisfied, entered the kitchen and soon emerged with several food containers. Upon seeing this, Liang Zhenguo realized she had not merely feigned politeness. She had genuinely prepared the meals. Lin Shu approached and pinched little Yuer's cheek, saying, Godmother wants to be sleeping with you and your sister tonight. You must come to visit Godmother tomorrow, all right? Godmother. Little Yuer nodded, reluctantly wrapping her arms around Lin Shu's leg. Goodbye, Godmother, Xiao Yu chimed in. Over the days they had spent together, the sisters had developed a rapidly blossoming affection for Lin Shu. For two children lacking maternal love, the gentle and kind-hearted Lin Shu easily won their hearts. Farewell, dear, Lin Shu said with a smile, ruffling Xiao Yu's hair before exchanging a few words with Xiao Hua and Xiao Lan before departing the backyard. Your aunt truly adores children, Liang Zhenguo observed from the side, fully aware of the sentiment. Perhaps it was due to her fondness for the daughters she had come to recognize that she had remained here without reservation these past few days. It was important to note that she was not an ordinary woman, but rather the wife of the director. After this reflection, he remembered that the promised hen Lin Shu had not taken with her. However, since he would be visiting tomorrow, he could easily take it along then. Liang Zhenguo turned and entered the house to put away his bag, just as little Yuer followed him in like a small shadow. He couldn't help but smile as he patted her little tuft of hair. Go play with your sisters and Xiao Lan. I will assist in the kitchen. But the second brother must tell us a story tonight. This little girl was beginning to make requests. However, he had no intention of refusing this small request. Seeing Liang Zhenguo agree, little Yuer joyfully scampered off to play with Xiao Lan. Xiao Yu and Xiao Hua, being the older ones, took the initiative to wash the bowls and set the table for dinner upon seeing Liang Zhenguo enter the kitchen. Children from impoverished families often grew up quickly. They had frequently helped at home, so it was no different now that they were in the city. In truth, Liang Zhenguo did not enter the kitchen to lend a hand. With Sister Qin and the young bride present, there was little for him to contribute. Thus, he simply spent some time chatting and checking in with one and then the other, taking advantage of the situation. When they eventually brought the dishes out from the kitchen, their faces were all flushed, though it was unclear whether it was due to the heat or the playful teasing from someone. The meal was rather sumptuous, featuring fish and meat. The fish, a salted dried variety brought back from Qingdao, was nearly gone, while the meat was the deer meat he had previously brought home. Under his influence, although they expressed concern over their limited resources, they still generously used oil in their cooking, resulting in a meal that, while not composed of fresh ingredients, was still quite delectable. Thanks to his return, dinner was particularly warm and inviting, especially with the girls being more talkative than usual, chattering animatedly. Although their lively chatter made his head spin, he found it far from bothersome. Instead, it provided an unusual sense of tranquility. Sister Qin and the young bride inquired about his business trip, and knowing their curiosity was innocent, Liang Zhenguo shared everything he could, except for details he could not disclose. The matter involving Lu Jiago, however, was strictly off-limits. Not only were there confidentiality clauses, but he also feared it might frighten them, given the gruesome nature of the events. Particularly since the younger girls were listening intently with eager ears. Another matter that cannot be disclosed is undoubtedly the affair with Chen Meifeng. He expressed his concern that he might not even be able to enter the door tonight, let alone share a bed. The family finished their meal amidst laughter and joviality. After washing up, Liang Zhenguo transformed into a storyteller, visiting the rooms of several young girls to regale them with tales to lull them to sleep, compensating for the companionship he had lacked during this period. However, the girls seemed particularly spirited tonight, especially Xiao Yu, who had an abundance of questions. He narrated stories for a full 2 hours before they finally succumbed to slumber. Observing the 4 sleeping girls, Liang Zhenguo let out a sigh of relief, tucking in their blankets before stealthily closing the door behind him. Noticing the lights still aglow in the 2 adjacent rooms, Liang Zhenguo found himself in a quandary over which room to enter. After some contemplation, he decided to push open the door of the main room. Given his understanding of Sister Qin, he surmised that on his first night back, she would certainly expect him to come to the main room, thus alleviating his indecision. Ideally, he thought it would be most convenient for them to all sleep together. The more, the merrier. Alas, that was likely not feasible at the moment. Zhenguo, are Xiao Yu and the others particularly lively tonight? Upon his entrance, Qin Wan set aside her book, noting that the girls typically retired by 8. Yet it was now past 9. Indeed, Liang Zhenguo removed his outer garment, picking up the book his wife had just set down, recognizing it as one of the volumes he had bought at the Xinhua bookstore. Have you finished reading all the ones I purchased before? Not yet. There's still one left unread. Once you've finished it, I will take you to the bookstore again. Choose any book you wish. Aware of her modest passion for reading, Liang Zhenguo was keen to indulge her. All right. Qin Wan smiled sweetly, feeling fortunate to have married Zhenguo, moving directly into the city, and no longer needing to toil from dawn till dusk in the fields or mountains for a meager meal. Each day afforded her leisure to read, and most importantly, he treated her extraordinarily well. As she beamed at him, Liang Zhenguo's attention shifted, and he quietly placed her book aside before slipping under the covers. Wife, let us engage in something far more intriguing than reading. What do you mean? Qin Wan, still processing what could possibly be more exciting than reading, was suddenly caught off guard as Liang Zhenguo pressed against her. First, let us extinguish the light. No, it's better to see clearly. After an hour of playful antics, Qin Wan lay breathless upon Liang Zhenguo's chest. While their intimate encounter had proven to be more exhilarating than reading, it had also left her utterly drained. She felt as if she could not even move her toes. Liang Zhenguo lit a cigarette, comfortably exhaling a plume of smoke, his other hand gently caressing her fair skin. It must be said, absence truly makes the heart grow fonder. His young wife's vibrant and alluring figure left him utterly captivated. I have a few days off. After visiting Annie tomorrow, we shall return to the village for a few days. That sounds splendid. Humph, you previously claimed you would return within 10 days. Yet you have been away for so long. Your factory ought to grant you some time off. Qin Wan raised her head in delight, then began to voice her complaints. Liang Zhenguo enjoyed watching her in her feminine demeanor, though he recognized her as a true young lady, often gentle and serene, perfectly aligned with her name. Only in his presence, especially during intimate moments, did she reveal a contrasting side. Indeed, she resembles her sister. One can only say they are indeed sisters. However, she was merely youthful. Her figure mature, comparable to her sister's, unlike those frail young girls. She fits my aesthetic perfectly. To put it plainly, he preferred women with a fuller figure. Feeling the gentle pressure of her soft body against his chest, Liang Zhenguo leaned down to plant a kiss on her rosy lips. Have you missed me during my absence? Yes, I have, Qin Wan responded, unable to suppress a soft sigh, only to immediately sense his heightened desire. She grew a bit anxious, shifting her body to avoid reigniting the fervor. She was already exhausted. Was his physique made of iron? She recalled the village women saying, only a dead horse is not ridden hard. Bah! She no longer believed such nonsense. Liang Zhenguo tightened his embrace around her, but refrained from any further actions. He understood her condition well. Initially, after a prolonged absence, a mere suggestion ignited her passion. However, after 2 rounds, her fire had been extinguished, leaving her utterly fatigued. While her stamina had certainly improved, akin to that of a strong man, he was no ordinary individual and could not be easily matched. Zhenguo, how long shall we remain in the village? My sister still has work these next few days. Noticing his silence, she continued to inquire. Perhaps until Saturday afternoon. Liang Zhenguo pondered. He had previously discussed delaying transactions with old Chow, but after 2 consecutive weeks of absence, it had been long enough. If he failed to engage in transactions this week, old Chow might think something had happened to him. If the antiques he had commissioned were returned, he would have quite the trouble on his hands. Thus, it was best to meet with him this Saturday to reassure him. We will return tomorrow, the day after. I will take you to your family. If I don't, I fear your parents may scold me for taking away their precious daughter. Not at all. Qin Wan gently tapped his shoulder, though her heart swelled with sweetness. She found herself missing her parents a bit, but with her sister at home, the yearning for her natal family had somewhat diminished. She understood Liang Zhenguo's workload. His recent business trip had lasted over 10 days, and with his new police position, he would likely be even busier in the future. Hence, she had never broached the topic of visiting her family. Yet she was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had been considering it all along. This time, we will also bring some grains and meat for your parents, as well as a flashlight for your father, Liang Zhenguo added. After all, he had not just superficially married their youngest daughter, their eldest daughter was also with him. So treating them well was only right. Even if the truth were to come to light later, they would hardly have the heart to reproach him. That might be unnecessary. Qin Wan hesitated. The flashlight is fine as previously agreed upon. While we have ample grain, there are many mouths to feed, and my family is not destitute. I don't want to burden you too much. Do not worry about the grain. Today I encountered many people in the courtyard, so I did not bring back all the exchanged grain, but left it with friends. I shall transport it back tomorrow when we return to the village. Zhenguo, you are truly remarkable. Qin Wan exclaimed in delight, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The challenges others faced in procuring grain were non-existent with her capable husband. Given this, she felt no need to hold back. She was delighted that her husband could support her family, wishing for her parents to live comfortably. Am I not impressive? Did you not just experience it firsthand? Liang Zhenguo grinned mischievously. You are insufferable. They playfully bantered before embracing and sharing heartfelt words. Suddenly, Qin Wan tapped Liang Zhenguo's shoulder again. Zhenguo, why don't you spend the night at my sister's place? She understood that her sister had also been longing for him these past few days. Tomorrow, they would return to Shilling Village, leaving him little time to be with her sister, and she did not want to monopolize Liang Zhenguo's attention. Moreover, as the two embraced, they were aware of his enduring vitality. He treated himself so well that she could not bear to see him in discomfort. Though she felt powerless, she found solace in the presence of comrades who could share the burden. This way, he would not be left unfulfilled, and with the prospect of tomorrow's exertions. She was mindful that she might not be able to rest adequately. While this situation was indeed delightful, she certainly did not wish to be exhausted to the point of being unable to rise from her bed. Upon hearing the words of his little wife, Liang Zhenguo was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her sudden proclamation. However, considering their return to the village the next day, it would be inappropriate not to spend time with Sister Qin tonight. This girl had a keen sense of perception. Yet, he did not leave immediately, adjusting his position to continue holding this considerate little wife. I shall hold you until you fall asleep. Qin Wan smiled knowingly, not urging him, content to nestle in his embrace. Liang Zhenguo gently caressed her smooth back, perhaps due to fatigue. It was not long before he noticed that Qin Wan's breathing had become even, soft, and prolonged. After a while, he cast a glance at her peaceful, sleeping visage, then carefully supported her head and lifted his arm that had been pinned beneath her. After rising with grace, he casually donned a garment, leaned down to tuck the blanket around her, and quietly exited the room. He then turned to head next door. Chapter 307, Toil. The light in Sister Qin's room had already been extinguished. Liang Zhenguo did not rush to knock. Instead, he extended his mental energy to peer inside, discovering that Sister Qin had already lain down. However, from the sound of her breathing, she seemed not to have drifted into slumber. Tentatively, he knocked on the door, prompting Sister Qin to raise her head in confusion. Only then did Liang Zhenguo feel reassured enough to continue knocking and softly call out, Sister, it's me. Upon hearing Liang Zhenguo's voice, Sister Qin let out a sigh of relief, hurriedly rising to illuminate the oil lamp and move to open the door. What brings you here? Why aren't you with Xiaowan? Liang Zhenguo did not respond immediately. After entering, he closed the door behind him and guided Sister Qin back to the bed. At this juncture, he noticed that her attire was somewhat disheveled, revealing a glimpse of her springtime beauty. Sister Qin, aware of Liang Zhenguo's gaze, glanced down and her cheeks flushed in an instant. Typically, she might have playfully chided him, for they were far too familiar with one another. However, she now felt a touch of guilt, as the walls between their rooms were thin, and the sounds of their earlier frolic had been quite audible. As she lay in bed, she had listened to the muffled moans and gasps from the other side. As the sounds lingered, the images from that side began to materialize in her mind, igniting a warmth within her. It was only natural that she had not satisfied her own desires for many days. Thus, her hands began to wander in a rather uncontrolled manner until the sounds finally ceased. Liang Zhenguo lifted his gaze and caught the fleeting glimpse of embarrassment and shyness in Sister Qin's eyes, prompting him to smile widely. What are you laughing at? Hurry back and keep Xiaowan company. You can come again tomorrow. Sister Qin, perceiving his expression, understood that his thoughts were wandering, and she playfully pushed him away in embarrassment. Yet, her feeble attempt was utterly ineffectual against Liang Zhenguo, who, due to her leaning, was treated to an even more enchanting view. Such a slippery shoulder. Xiaowan has fallen asleep, and she is the one who sent me to you. Liang Zhenguo chuckled lightly, taking hold of Sister Qin's hand as she attempted to adjust her clothing, and effortlessly pulled her into the embrace of the blankets. Feigning a sigh of exasperation, assuming a look of distress, I truly lead a laborious life, a night of toil awaits me, then perish. Sister Qin was no longer the innocent Sister Qin of before, observing his antics, especially with the emphasis he placed on the word toil. She instantly grasped that he was teasing her yet again. Thus, in a fit of embarrassment and indignation, she playfully nipped at his shoulder. However, her bite was neither painful nor serious. She could not bear to truly bite him. In that moment of her release, Liang Zhenguo leaned in. After a kiss, their garments vanished without a trace, and Liang Zhenguo truly showcased his unparalleled skill in unwrapping her. What transpired next was, as one might expect, unspoken. After a considerable time, the entwined figures within the room gradually separated. You came over when Xiaowan called you. You could have simply waited until tomorrow. Sister Qin appeared as though she had been bathed in spring rain, her cheeks adorned with a gentle blush. Her brows softened, her skin seemed even more delicate, and her voice, when she spoke, was considerably softer, imbued with a sense of tranquility and satisfaction. Woman, Your earlier demeanor was hardly as you claimed. Liang Zhenguo practiced a bit of Tai Chi, laughing softly. Isn't it your fault? I had no desire for such matters. Sister Qin's complexion deepened in hue as she continued to feign indifference. After teasing her a few more times, Liang Zhenguo finally said, I will rest for a few days. Tomorrow I plan to return to the village with Xiao Wan, and I shall visit my in-laws as well to bring them some provisions. Otherwise, once they discover that I have even taken their eldest daughter, they may very well come to the city to settle accounts with me. It is my own volition to be with you. What abduction are you speaking of? Moreover, they are quite satisfied with you as their son-in-law, even if they find out. It should not pose a significant problem, correct? Sister Qin's confidence began to waver as she spoke. She was uncertain how her parents would react upon learning that she was with Liang Zhenguo. Nevertheless, regardless of the future, she would not harbor regrets. If it truly comes to light, I will speak to my parents. I will handle it. Liang Zhenguo gently tousled her hair, assuring her that such matters were far off. And a man of his stature would not allow her to face them alone. You can rest easy. I shall take care of it. He was not so cowardly as to hide behind her, and even if her parents found out, they would not make a public spectacle of it. In due course, he would appeal to their emotions and reason. Surely, they would come to an understanding. However, all of this was yet to come. Sister Qin felt warmth in her heart at his words, yet replied, still a big man? You are but a little man. Oh, how daring of you to question me. Liang Zhenguo rolled over, pinning her down, initially intending to teach her a lesson, but upon considering that she had to work at the restaurant the next day, he merely planted a fierce kiss on her lips, then pulled her close and playfully slapped her rear twice, signaling a reprimand. Today, I shall let you off the hook. Sister Qin shot him a flirtatious glare. For how many days will you be returning to the village? Saturday, Liang Zhenguo replied. Xiao Wan is returning as well. We shall bring Xiao Lan along, as I worry about her being alone at home while you are at work. All right, Sister Qin nodded. Had it been previously, she might have worried whether her daughter would want to accompany him back, but now, it seemed unlikely to be an issue, especially with her aunt around. By the way, when I returned today, I noticed that Sister Suya's house was empty. Is there something going on with her? Liang Zhenguo suddenly recalled Suya and inquired. Originally, he had intended to ask Qin Wan, as she was closer to Suya and had been home all along, but he had been too preoccupied at the time and forgotten. I actually know a bit about that. Sister Qin adjusted her position, lying comfortably in Liang Zhenguo's embrace before continuing. I heard from Xiao Wan that Xiao Ziyuan's grandfather seems to hold a significant position in the transportation department. I'm not clear on the specifics, but he is quite an official. Apparently, he has arranged a small courtyard for Sister Suya and her mother, hoping they would move in. This courtyard had been arranged previously, but at that time, Sister Suya was concerned about her job and the fact that Xiao Ziyuan would be alone at home, without a household to share meals with. It was impractical for them to relocate. However, previously, when Xiao Ziyuan encountered a mishap, his grandfather sought out Sister Suya again, urging her to move over, as the environment there was less complicated and considerably safer than the chaotic courtyard. Initially, Sister Suya hesitated, but it appears she has now decided to relocate. As she took Xiao Ziyuan there today, Liang Zhenguo furrowed his brow. He was aware of the incident involving Zhou Ziyuan, which was related to the previous trafficking incident. Yet, he was in the midst of a passionate affair with Suya, on the verge of winning her heart. So why was she suddenly contemplating a move at this moment? It should not be the case, right? Chapter 308. Have you taken a fancy to Sister Suya? Even considering her son's safety, it shouldn't lead to a relocation at this juncture. After all, as she mentioned, once she returns to work, Xiao Ziyuan would be left home alone. How would he manage his meals without neighbors? Moreover, having a child at home might not be any safer than in the chaotic courtyard. Previously, this was not a concern. But now that they have moved into the courtyard, regardless of the potential deepening of his relationship with her or her connection with his wife, it would be sensible for him to keep an eye on her son or simply provide some food for Xiao Ziyuan to join them for meals. His wife would undoubtedly agree to this arrangement. He would certainly not refuse. After all, once she became involved with him, that little one was practically his son as well. With their care, wouldn't it be safer than moving to an unfamiliar place? Liang Zhenguo felt somewhat perplexed, but according to Qin Saizi, Suya had not yet officially moved, and she would likely inform him of her reasons later. Surely, she wouldn't suddenly change her mind, would she? Nevertheless, he was not willing to let such a beauty slip away so easily. Unable to fathom the reason behind this, Liang Zhenguo temporarily set aside his doubts. At this moment, nestled in his embrace, Qin Saizi looked up, unexpectedly speaking. Are you perhaps smitten with Sister Suya? Liang Zhenguo exclaimed, surprised as he glanced down at her. Observing his expression, Qin Saizi's initial doubts solidified into certainty, yet surprisingly, she did not display anger. Instead, she gave a playful huff and teased. I knew you were up to no good. How did you figure that out? Liang Zhenguo, sensing her lack of strong resistance, boldly admitted his feelings. Qin Saizi rolled her eyes at him and replied with mock annoyance. Is it really that hard to see? It's not just me. Xiaowan has noticed too. Liang Zhenguo was genuinely taken aback. He had intended to find an opportunity to speak with the sisters about it in the coming days. Yet he hadn't even broached the subject, and they were already aware. Had he been that obvious in his interactions with Suya? When did you both realize? Liang Zhenguo inquired curiously, only to receive another eye roll from Qin Saizi. In a playful manner, he planted a few kisses on her fair cheeks. Having spent over half a month in the city without working in the fields, her complexion had become even fairer. Humph. Qin Saizi huffed playfully, pretending to wipe her face. Yet considering his good attitude and the unwavering affection he showed to her and her sister, she continued, your demeanor towards Sister Suya is distinctly different. Is it? How could it not be? There are young brides and widows in the village, and many women of various ages in the courtyard. Yet I haven't seen you show any warmth towards them, not even exchanging more than a few words. But Sister Suya is different. Although she is merely a neighbor in the back courtyard, your kindness towards her is evident, and you have grown quite close. At times, you've even teased her, occasionally gazing at her in a rather suggestive manner. Doesn't that stand out? You are rather mischievous. So it comes as no surprise that you have taken a liking to Sister Suya? Qin Saizi remarked, pinching his waist in a playful manner. Having understood Suya's circumstances, she began to worry. After all, Sister Suya was indeed beautiful, rivaling her and her sister in both appearance and figure. They were well aware of Liang Zhenguo's affections for them, and Suya's figure, particularly her bosom, was striking. If she wore fitted clothing, it would undoubtedly attract much attention. Most importantly, Sister Suya's situation mirrored her own. Both were widows with children. Initially, she had been uncertain if he had any particular inclinations. But upon witnessing his extraordinary interest in Suya, she surmised he might be smitten with her. Although Qin Saizi's playful pinch was not painful, Liang Zhenguo feigned a dramatic yelp and comforted her, knowing that discussing this topic stirred some resentment within her. Nonetheless, it was a conversation that would eventually need to be had. However, they both understood that despite any dissatisfaction, they did not express outright opposition, indicating a tacit acceptance of the situation. This surprised him, yet filled him with joy. He certainly did not wish for turmoil in his household. Moving forward, he would need to show them more affection. After all, he wouldn't want to betray their generous understanding. After Qin Saizi's remarks, he acknowledged that his feelings for Suya were indeed different. He seldom conversed with the other young brides in the courtyard. Firstly, they did not align with his aesthetic preferences, and secondly, he was not truly interested in them. His shift in attitude towards Suya began when he realized she was without a man. Undoubtedly, Suya captivated him. Moreover, it's quite apparent that Sister Suya has some feelings for you as well. One wonders what qualities you possess, Suya remarked at that moment. Yet, she was keenly aware of Liang Zhenguo's worth. Just in terms of looks, he could charm many girls, and he was a capable man, holding not one but two jobs in the city, adept at hunting, and able to procure food. He was not merely a desirable match for country girls, but also a prime candidate for those from the city. Most importantly, he was a man who cherished his wife. The affection he showed to both her and her sister was impeccable, save for the minor flaw of being somewhat fickle. You are aware of this? Liang Zhenguo pondered, realizing he might have underestimated the cleverness of the two sisters or the intuition of women in general. We guessed it, Qin Saizi replied with a hint of pride, lifting her chin slightly. Although Sister Suya shared a strong bond with Xiaowan, possessing common interests, her closeness with Xiaowan seemed a touch excessive. Xiaowan remarked it appeared to have begun at some point. She couldn't recall when. At times, it seemed intentional, but Suya's character evidently did not accommodate such behavior, making Xiaowan acutely aware of it. Perhaps because Xiaowan was his wife, Suya occasionally felt a bit self-conscious and unnatural, and coupled with Liang Zhenguo's demeanor, it led them to conclude that Suya harbored thoughts of him as well. Well, he had indeed underestimated the perceptiveness of these two sisters. Chapter 309. Is this vow potent enough? Liang Zhenguo reflected on Suya's past interactions with the other young brides, and in his recollection, he did not discern anything amiss. He felt Suya interacted quite naturally with them. Regardless, he could not perceive the intentional intimacy that Qin Saizi spoke of. To him, it seemed that ever since Suya met his wife, they had forged a bond akin to that of long-lost friends, their relationship surpassing that of ordinary neighbors. Perhaps a woman's intuition truly is remarkable. The intentional intimacy they mentioned likely emerged after Suya agreed to become involved with him. Although he believed he could effectively manage his wife's thoughts on the matter, she still subconsciously sought to leave a good impression on Qin Wan. However, what he could ascertain was that, at the very least, the friendship between them was not hypocritical. The fact that Sister Qin continued to address Suya as Sister Suya after learning of the nature of her relationship with him was indicative of that. Liang Zhenguo's assumptions were indeed correct. Although they felt that Suya's behavior later appeared somewhat deliberate, especially towards Qin Wan, and even slightly ingratiating. There was not a trace of pretense involved. Thus, even after they speculated that Suya harbored feelings for their men, their attitude towards her remained unchanged, devoid of any aversion. Having spent considerable time together, they understood Suya's character well enough to know she was not the type to seduce their partners. Rather, it was their partners who were pursuing her. Signs of this had long been apparent. Lost in thought, Sister Qin playfully bit Liang Zhenguo's chest, only releasing her grip when she heard his slightly pained exclamation. Looking at the faint bite mark on his chest, she smiled with satisfaction. This is just a little punishment for you. Aware of her own culpability, Liang Zhenguo smiled sheepishly, glancing at the mark on his chest before his gaze inadvertently drifted to Sister Qin, where he noticed a similar faint imprint on her. Unable to resist, he teased. Is this your way of getting back at me for biting you earlier? Next time, if you want to bite, just tell me directly. I certainly wouldn't have the heart to refuse you. Ah, you truly have no shame. Sister Qin's cheeks flushed as her hand adeptly reached for his waist and gave it a sharp twist. Remembering the tingling sensation from his earlier bite, she realized that her playful retaliation had inadvertently turned into a reward for him. After a brief bout of playful banter, Liang Zhenguo finally surrendered. As for your relationship with Sister Suya, I won't interfere, but you must have a proper conversation with Xiao Wan. With her temperament and feelings for you, she surely won't turn you down. However, you must promise, no matter what happens, you must never let down our sisterhood. In truth, it was not just her sister. If it were as he imagined, as long as it did not overly disturb her, she would not refuse him. Adding another sister to their circle seemed beneficial, as it appeared his desires were growing stronger, and Xiao Wan's resilience needed improvement. Having another person to share the burden would surely lighten her load. Sister Qin unconsciously contemplated such matters, reassuring herself internally. Yet, it was not solely about him. Ever since being with him and enjoying a good life, she had developed a bit of an addiction to such affairs. It was just a bit overwhelming. Liang Zhenguo was oblivious to Sister Qin's wandering thoughts. Upon hearing her words, he immediately placed his hand over his heart and solemnly vowed, I, Liang Zhenguo, promise that I will never let down you sisters. Otherwise, let me be forever cursed. Such a poisonous oath was indeed potent enough for any man, was it not? Spit, spit, spit. Sister Qin hurriedly covered Liang Zhenguo's mouth. Having been influenced by him, she understood the implications of those two words. How could one utter such a grave vow in earnest? Did they not care for their happiness anymore? Moreover, excluding Malin's half-brother, he was the only son left in their family. They still hoped to bear him children to carry on the lineage. Such words should never be spoken again. Sister Qin looked into Liang Zhenguo's eyes. Though slightly bashful, her expression was exceptionally serious. In this lifetime, I recognize only you as my man. Aside from you, I shall not gaze upon anyone else. I also believe you will not let down me and Xiao Wan, so there is no need for such a toxic vow. Very well. Liang Zhenguo felt a stirring in his heart and gently kissed Sister Qin's forehead. Although they had been together for a while, and he knew this woman had feelings for him, her candid declaration was a first. Suddenly, he wondered if he had been too unfaithful. However, that thought vanished almost as quickly as it arose. On one hand, he did acknowledge he had a bit of a roving eye. But to expect a man to be entirely faithful? Perhaps such a notion existed only in the realm of fantasy. He merely acted on his desires. On the other hand, due to his physical constitution, his needs were significantly greater than the average person's. Relying solely on his wife might not bode well for her. And he certainly could not resort to seeking release in a brothel. He had no interest in those women for fear of being ensnared. This was a matter of responsibility towards both himself and his wife. Having rationalized his feelings, the guilt in Liang Zhenguo's heart lessened somewhat. Facing Sister Qin's earnest affection, he replied tenderly, You are my woman. I shall never let you suffer. After a moment's thought, he continued, While I do have feelings for Sister Suya, I never intended to keep it from you. I had planned to discuss it with you both soon, but it seems you were rather astute and discovered it yourselves. He chuckled and shook his head. Upon hearing this, Sister Qin felt inexplicably reassured, thinking that given his intelligence, if he had intended to keep it a secret, it should not have been so easily uncovered by them. Thus, he was not lying. Moreover, if you have a negative impression of Sister Suya, or dislike her, even if I were to like her, I would never disregard your feelings. In my heart, you are the most important, Liang Zhenguo added. Whether it was genuinely true mattered little. What was crucial was the display of his attitude. Liang Zhenguo was a natural at this. Sister Qin tightened her embrace around him. I mentioned before, I do not oppose it. After all, she is also a third party. Xiao Wan is the true wife in this little entanglement. Furthermore, she indeed has a favorable impression of Sister Suya, and Sister Suya has always treated them well. If they were to become sisters, it should not be difficult to get along, which is why I did not object. If it were someone unfamiliar, it would be uncertain if she could suppress any feelings of resistance. Moreover, she was not worried that Sister Suya would usurp his affections. She felt there was still a distinction between herself and Suya. For one, she was Xiao Wan's elder sister, and most importantly, she was the first woman in his life. Chapter 310. Blocked at the door. Liang Zhenguo joyfully kissed her red lips. I knew you were the best, sister. Behave, but you must not act recklessly, otherwise. Xiao Wan and I will not approve. Fine, but not everyone is as captivating as you, sister. I have no interest in them. Humph. Sister Qin huffed playfully, her expression revealing a hint of pride. Only when they were alone did she occasionally exhibit this youthful charm, completely unlike a mother of several children. After their discussion, they moved on from that topic, and Sister Qin began recounting the trivial matters of the courtyard. She mentioned that Xiao Yong from the front courtyard seemed to have been discharged from the hospital, but since he had become somewhat incapacitated, he spent his days lying in bed. She had yet to see him in person. However, despite not having met him, her dislike for Xiao Yong remained unchanged, as she had long heard her sister speak of how that rascal had previously stolen from their home and even harassed her sister. Aside from the news of Xiao Yong's discharge, their conversation drifted to the mundane affairs of each household. After discussing these matters, Liang Zhenguo intended to inquire about her work at the restaurant before heading to sleep. However, before he could speak, Sister Qin suddenly flipped over and sat on his stomach. I'm well rested now. Liang Zhenguo was momentarily taken aback, looking at Sister Qin with confusion. In that moment, she, clad in nothing but her natural allure, appeared shy yet enticing, and he quickly realized what was happening. All right, he didn't want her to feel overly fatigued, but it seemed someone had quite the appetite. Naturally, Liang Zhenguo was more than willing to fulfill her desires. The fireworks were about to ignite. The following morning, as Liang Zhenguo embraced the soft form of Qin Shaozi, lost in a deep slumber, an insistent series of knocks echoed from outside the door, interspersed with the innocent voices of Xiao Yuer and Xiao Lan. What time is it? Why are these two little girls knocking at the door? Liang Zhenguo opened his eyes and glanced outside, realizing that dawn was breaking. After a night of arduous toil and sleeping under the stars, he had succumbed to a particularly deep sleep. Had he not been roused by the persistent knocks, he could have easily indulged in a few more hours of rest. Xiao Yuer, Xiao Lan, go wash your faces first, came the voice of Qin Wan from outside. Get up. Qin Shaozi, still in a daze, was startled awake by the sounds outside and hastily nudged Liang Zhenguo. Don't panic, they don't understand, he reassured her. Noticing her flustered attempt to dress, a smile spread across his face as he recalled the haughty demeanor she had displayed the previous night, only to be humbled by him, ultimately begging for mercy. The price for such a night was a sleep that lasted until dawn. In contrast to Qin Shaozi's urgency, Liang Zhenguo remained unperturbed, reclining comfortably with his hands behind his head, savoring the rare sight of a beautiful woman adorning herself. After all, the door was securely fastened from the inside, preventing Xiao Yuer and her companion from entering. As he watched Qin Shaozi's fair form gradually cloaked by her garments, he reluctantly diverted his gaze. Though the little girls were still oblivious, it would be inappropriate to discuss such matters in their presence. Once Qin Shaozi finished dressing, she shot Liang Zhenguo a playful glare before pulling him from the bed. He rose, retrieving his clothes from the foot of the bed. Ergo, are you inside? Xiao Yuer called from outside while getting dressed. Yes, Xiao Yuer, stop knocking. I'll be out in a moment, Liang Zhenguo replied, not wanting the little one to persist with her calls. Presently, only their family occupied the backyard. Otherwise, Xiao Yuer's shouts would have attracted the attention of their neighbors. If anyone were to peek into their yard, it would surely create quite the stir. Did you hear? Someone just came out of the sister-in-law's room this early in the morning. Within half an hour, such gossip would undoubtedly circulate throughout the nearby streets and alleys. It's taking forever. Xiao Yuer continued her chatter outside. Liang Zhenguo finished dressing and opened the door to find Xiao Yuer and Xiao Lan waiting. While Qin Wan had retreated to the kitchen, he playfully tousled Xiao Yuer's hair and said, Why are you two in such a hurry? Why not go wash your faces with your sisters instead of knocking on your sister-in-law's door? Xiao Yuer remained silent, peeking curiously into the room alongside Xiao Lan. Uncle, why are you in Mama's room? Xiao Lan asked, her innocent eyes wide with curiosity. Indeed, we didn't see you in the other room. Did you come here to play with sister-in-law? Xiao Lan's question prompted a blush to creep up Qin Shaozi's cheeks, despite knowing the children were naive. Having just experienced a night of playful mischief with Liang Zhenguo, she felt a wave of embarrassment at being confronted by the two little girls so early in the morning, especially since one of them was her own daughter. I was just coming over. Today, your sister-in-law is being a lazybones. I came to wake her up. Liang Zhenguo replied, attempting to maintain a semblance of innocence. Is sister-in-law being lazy today? Xiao Yuer queried, her little face scrunching in confusion, as sister-in-law usually woke up early. Your sister-in-law had a long night's rest, so she's sleeping in, Qin Shaozi interjected, trying to follow Liang Zhenguo's lead. Though her expression betrayed her discomfort with the lie, she was relieved that the two little girls, not yet 4 years old, could not see through it. Now, you two be good and go wash your faces with your uncle. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, Qin Shaozi said, affectionately patting her daughter on the head and fixing Xiao Yuer's hair, before casting a reproachful glance at Liang Zhenguo and hurriedly departing the scene. With a slight smile, Liang Zhenguo addressed the two little girls. Let us go, you two. Although their large water vat was filled, he guessed that Xiao Yu and Xiao Hua had gone to the front yard to fetch water, so he led Xiao Yuer and Xiao Lan in that direction. Meanwhile, Qin Shaozi filled a basin with water in the kitchen, then entered to find Qin Wan's steaming buns. Why didn't you stop those two girls? You could have woken me up when you got up. Qin Shaozi scolded playfully. Qin Wan chuckled sheepishly, recalling how Xiao Yuer had previously asked her why Liang Zhenguo was not in the room. She had mistakenly told them he was next door and advised them to wait a moment. As soon as she entered the kitchen, they had dashed off to knock on the door. They don't really understand. Besides, you must have kept them up late last night. You can't blame me for your oversleeping, Qin Wan retorted. Ugh you. Qin Shaozi sighed, knowing she had no recourse against her sister's teasing. She merely complained to avoid further embarrassment from Qin Wan's potential jests about her and Liang Zhenguo's activities when Xiao Yuer had knocked. The two sisters continued their playful banter while preparing breakfast. When Liang Zhenguo returned with the 4 girls from the front yard, breakfast was just being completed. Ergo, when are we going to visit Mama? After settling in at home and placing her towel down, Xiao Yuer eagerly approached with anticipation. So, you've been looking forward to that, huh? We'll go after breakfast, Qin Wan replied, bringing out the morning meal. She now understood why Xiao Yuer had been so eager to find her uncle. It wasn't he just to cling to him, but also to go out and have some fun. For the little ones, the prospect of riding in a carriage meant an adventure. Yet, she understood their excitement. Aside from the outing with their uncle to fish and visit the park, they hadn't had any excursions lately, merely wandering around the neighborhood. After all, managing 4 little girls alone in a park or busy area was no small feat. Let us eat well first, and then we can go, Liang Zhenguo said, gently tapping Xiao Yuer on the head. All right. Xiao Yuer obediently climbed onto her chair, ready for breakfast. Liang Zhenguo also lifted Xiao Lan onto her seat. Since they would be dining at Tang Qingshan's home for lunch and returning to the village in the afternoon, Qin Shaozi prepared a simple breakfast. The adults had a bowl of plain porridge and 2 large buns each, while the children had a small bowl of porridge with a bun and a boiled egg each. Despite its simplicity, this breakfast was undoubtedly the most sumptuous in the courtyard. Though the portions were modest, they were delightful and fine. Not something an ordinary family would indulge in during festive occasions. The girls dove into their meal, having often gone hungry, and were used to whatever was served at home. Never picky, not even little Xiao Yuer, the self-proclaimed foodie. Despite their tender age, they are acutely aware that the culinary offerings at their home are second to none in the courtyard, far surpassing those in the village. For instance, upon her initial days in the city, Xiao Hua was nearly astounded by the sumptuous meals at her cousin's house, to the point of feeling bashful about using her chopsticks, fearing that indulging too much might provoke her cousin's wife's disapproval. Although she was cognizant of her cousin Liang Zhenguo's generosity and kindness prior to her arrival, her parents had discreetly advised her to assist her cousin's wife with household chores and to refrain from gluttony during meals. However, as time passed and she grew accustomed to her cousin's wife's amiable nature, who always served her dishes with warmth, her initial apprehensions dissipated. Presently, the most joyous moments for her revolve around mealtime. Before long, breakfast was completed. Qin Wan and Liang Zhenguo set about preparing a gift to bring to Tang Qingshan's family, while Sister Qin offered a few words of advice to Xiao Lan in the courtyard. After all, it was her daughter's first time away from her. Initially, Xiao Lan felt a twinge of reluctance to part with her mother, but the knowledge that she would return after a couple of days of play, coupled with the company of her aunt, uncle, and the likes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Hua, made her readily agree. They had made a rough preparation of the items to be taken the previous night, so it took little time for the couple to emerge, each riding their bicycles. Isn't there any luggage to take back? Sister Qin inquired, glancing at the items on the bicycles. None. We'll return this afternoon to fetch it, Liang Zhenguo replied, shaking his head. While it may be somewhat inconvenient, it would not do to burden themselves with excessive packages when visiting relatives. After all, most of the items were theirs, lending an air of casualness to the visit. As it was the workday, the neighbors in the courtyard, noticing the family leaving in neat formation, expressed their curiosity. Liang Zhenguo, not one to conceal the truth, candidly stated that they were off to visit relatives. After their departure, some neighbors could be heard grumbling and scoffing. What relatives are there to visit at this time of year, and with a whole bunch of hangers-on? It looks more like they are out to beg for favors. Indeed, the residents were well aware that Liang Zhenguo had relatives in leadership positions, particularly since Lin Shu had lived in the courtyard for quite some time, and most held a favorable view of his family. However, the courtyard was home to a diverse crowd, and jealousy inevitably brewed among some. Although the family never flaunted their fortune before outsiders, Lin Shu had occasionally brought over meat, much to the chagrin of those who watched closely. Old Zhang happened to return from the public restroom, and, witnessing the disdainful expressions of a few, could not help but scold them. Do not speak ill of Liang Zhenguo. Even if he is a hunter, his family has raised game birds and ducks. As for fishing, they have never lacked for meat. Moreover, Liang Zhenguo is a security guard. His salary, along with travel allowances, surpasses that of many in the courtyard. He was no ignorant elder. He had worked in a factory and understood that those who traveled for work could acquire many resources, living much more comfortably than the average worker. It was simply jealousy that prompted such disparagement, a bitterness that arose from seeing others thrive. Upon being reprimanded by old Zhang, the gossips lowered their heads in embarrassment. Although he was not the patriarch of the courtyard, his seniority commanded respect, and his words carried weight. Liang Zhenguo remained blissfully unaware of the whispers behind him. Even if he had known, he would not have cared. Other than a couple of individuals, most were merely acquaintances, and he could not control others' tongues. Besides, he intended to move out in the future, rendering the neighborhood dynamics unimportant to him. With 2 bicycles, Liang Zhenguo rode with his 2 younger sisters. While Qin Wan accompanied Xiao Lan, Xiao Hua, and Sister Qin, they first dropped Sister Qin at the state-run restaurant, where their familiarity allowed Liang Zhenguo to accompany her directly inside. Zhenguo has returned from his trip? Aunt Lu's eyes sparkled upon seeing Liang Zhenguo following Sister Qin, and she approached him with enthusiasm. Despite having acquired some meat recently, the quantity paled in comparison to what Liang Zhenguo had sold previously, leading to a noticeable decline in business for the restaurant. Good morning, Aunt Lu. Liang Zhenguo engaged in light conversation with her and then caught up with Manager Lu, exchanging pleasantries before departing. Observing their hesitant expressions as he left, he couldn't help but chuckle. Manager Lu, I just returned last night and am unsure if those friends of mine have gone to the mountains lately. I'm heading back to the village in a couple of days, and if they happen to catch anything, I can help sell it at our restaurant. Ah, that would be wonderful, Zhenguo. Manager Lu and Aunt Lu expressed their gratitude, though their minds were preoccupied with a different matter. They had intended to discuss the issue of their nephew pestering Qin Wei, but with her present, they were uncertain how to broach the subject, unsure if she had mentioned it to Liang Zhenguo or how she had framed it. Chapter 312, The Courtyard. Familiarity breeds comfort. Liang Zhenguo waved his hand dismissively, glancing at his watch before stating, I shan't keep you any longer. And remember, Aunt, you must not let anyone bully my sister-in-law in your territory. He jestingly remarked before making his exit from the restaurant. Though he spoke in jest, Aunt Lu and the others interpreted it as an indication that Liang Zhenguo was aware of the situation but was too courteous to address it directly. Once he left, they exchanged glances, both resolved to warn the nephew should he return to the restaurant. They had previously cautioned him against pursuing someone who was not interested, especially given her family's connections. Yet, the young man had not heeded their advice and had continued to visit, albeit with a degree of restraint. From an outsider's perspective, it was clear that while Qin Wei had not uttered any harsh words, her disdain for him was unmistakable, and they were all acutely aware of it. They did not wish to offend Liang Zhenguo over a cousin with whom they shared only a distant relation. Not only did he have a reputable background, but they were also keen to foster a good relationship with him, as individuals of merit often garnered greater respect. After departing from the state-run restaurant, Liang Zhenguo and his companions rode directly toward Tang Qingshan's residence. He had yet to visit Tang Qingshan's home, but his wife had accompanied Xiao Yu and others there once, so she was familiar with the route. However, he had previously returned from Yoshan and knew that their families were neighbors, suggesting that Tang Qingshan's home must be nearby. Along the way, the 2 sisters chattered incessantly, with Xiao Yu occasionally tugging at Liang Zhenguo's clothing to converse, making the journey quite joyful. Second uncle, that is my godmother's house, Xiao Yu exclaimed as they neared Yoshan's home. Just as Liang Zhenguo was about to ask Qin Wan for directions, Xiao Yu pointed ahead, her small hand directing him. Following her gesture, he noticed that it was indeed the courtyard where he had encountered Lin Shu previously, situated not far from Yoshan's residence. Glancing at Yoshan's house, he noted that the front gate was ajar, indicating that someone was home, yet it was not the right time to make a greeting. After praising Xiao Yu, he followed the sister's urging and approached the independent courtyard. Xiao Yu was the first to alight from the vehicle, and she gently lifted Xiao Yu down as well, for her little short legs made it quite a challenge for her to descend alone. Once they had disembarked, the 2 of them hurried forward to knock on the door, cheerfully exclaiming, Godmother, Godfather, we've come to see you. Xiao Hua and the others also exited the car, but they did not join in the knocking. Instead, they trailed behind. Liang Zhenguo chuckled and shook his head. noticing that the two girls were not being rude in their fervent knocking, so he refrained from intervening. However, the voices of the two girls were rather loud, and before their godparents emerged, he saw a head peek out from the entrance of the Niu family home. It was a matron, her demeanor reminiscent of Lin Shu, leading him to wonder if she was Niu Shan's mother. Noticing that the matron was appraising their group, Liang Zhenguo politely nodded in her direction. Even if she was not Niu Shan's mother, she was clearly a person of close relation at this hour. Given his amicable relationship with Niu Shan, it was only courteous to acknowledge her. The matron paused momentarily, then smiled back and nodded at him, just as she was about to inquire. The courtyard door that the two little girls had been knocking on swung open. At this moment, Liang Zhenguo turned to greet Lin Shu with a cheerful, "Auntie, auntie," echoed Qin Wan from the side. "Hey, come in and sit. Little girls, hurry inside," Lin Shu called out, not forgetting to beckon Xiao Hua and the others. As for Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu'er, after a quick embrace with Lin Shu upon her opening the door, they scampered into the courtyard. Liang Zhenguo pushed the cart through the heavy black lacquered door, his gaze instinctively wandering over the independent courtyard. It was a well-ordered courtyard with a classic layout. Though not as grand as those from antiquity, it still retained a dignified structure. The yard was square, the ground paved with old bluestone slabs, meticulously cleaned, devoid of the haphazard constructions typical of crowded tenements, presenting a pleasant sight. In one corner of the yard stood an ancient locust tree, beneath which sat a stone table, suggesting that enjoying tea in its shade during leisure would be quite a delightful experience. The northern house comprised 3 spacious and bright main rooms, likely the place where Lin Shu and her family hosted guests, complemented by east and west wing rooms, a rear house, as well as a separate kitchen and restroom. In contrast to the cacophony of crowded tenements, this independent small courtyard, when closed off, formed a serene little world of its own, allowing for a leisurely lifestyle. A harmonious balance of activity and tranquility, embodying both decorum and the comforts of home. Upon surveying the surroundings, Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. This standalone courtyard was far superior to the communal tenement where they resided. To summarize, it offered abundant rooms, a spacious yard, excellent privacy, and a minimalist yet elegant style. The presence of a private restroom was particularly significant. In the tenement, they had only a shared latrine, which was not only unpleasant but also posed safety risks, with incidents of individuals drowning in the latrine reported, albeit rare. Nonetheless, it had indeed occurred. Furthermore, every visit to the restroom required queuing, a point that both his wife and sister Qin had complained about. He found this arrangement more bothersome than when they lived in the countryside, where the worst scenario was merely ducking into the bushes. Liang Zhenguo's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the courtyard. Previously, he had not been eager to seek assistance from Tang Qingshan for an independent courtyard, as he was merely an ordinary security guard, and also held a regular public security identity. Even if he had accomplished some merits, the prospect of being allocated an independent courtyard seemed somewhat daunting. After all, he did not wish for Tang Qingshan to exert himself on his behalf to procure a standalone courtyard, as it would not conform to regulations and might not entirely be in his best interest. However, upon comparing the two living situations, he felt it was not unreasonable to strive for a change. He did not disdain the communal tenement's vibrant atmosphere, as there were benefits to its liveliness. And in courtyard number 12, no family boasted better living conditions than his own, which he found quite satisfactory. Yet he harbored a significant secret, constantly bringing items home from outside. With so many eyes around, it was only a matter of time before someone reported him surreptitiously. Even if he could manage the situation, it would still be a nuisance. He despised complications, even potential ones. An independent courtyard would greatly reduce the risk of his secrets being exposed, allowing for a more comfortable living arrangement. And wouldn't it be splendid to quietly enjoy a good life? Moreover, with his relationship with Sister Qin, who would notice if they closed the doors behind them, he resolved to expedite his application for an independent courtyard. Chapter 313, Cohabitation. I want a standalone courtyard. At this moment, Liang Zhenguo was consumed by a singular thought. At the very least, once he secured that independent courtyard, he would conduct a thorough sweep of the entire city of Shijiazhuang. He would meticulously cleanse the city of its enemies and traitors. Surely that would earn him enough merit, wouldn't it? But would this not be too ostentatious? Why are you just standing in the courtyard, lost in thought? Come inside and sit. As Liang Zhenguo was lost in his musings, Tang Qingshan had already emerged from his study upon hearing the commotion. Spotting him in a daze, he called out. Immediately, Xiao Yu'er and Xiao Yu greeted him sweetly, prompting Tang Qingshan to break into a warm smile, clearly delighted by their arrival. Xiao Hua and the others followed suit, calling out to him. They had met Tang Qingshan before, so while they were not particularly close, they were not overly shy either. After all, Children do not ponder as deeply as adults and do not overly concern themselves with his status. In contrast, Liang Zhenguo's second uncle might not have been able to display such ease and lack of pressure in front of Tang Qingshan. You come to visit, and yet you bring things? After exchanging greetings with the girls, Tang Qingshan noticed the items they had brought and reproached them. Just a hen. And some ginseng and mushrooms from outside the pass. Nothing particularly valuable. It's for Auntie's soup. Liang Zhenguo was unconcerned. As he and Qin began to unload the items, the things he brought were indeed not many. The most valuable were 4 wild ginseng roots, one of which was 50 years old. He had collected 2 50-year-old roots in Mingshui village. This time, he thought it best not to bring too much. Having already brought the items, Tang Qingshan had no choice but to accept them. All right. After a brief exchange, they made their way to the living room. Unlike Liang Zhenguo's home, Tang Qingshan's living room was well furnished, complete with upholstered sofas. Once seated, Lin Shu busied herself, swiftly arranging a variety of sliced apples and an assortment of candies and pastries on the table. The little girls sat on the sofa, enjoying the treats with evident pleasure. Auntie, you needn't tea fuss, they're not lacking in food. Qin quickly stood up as Lin Shu prepared to head out again. It's no trouble, no trouble. You just sit. Lin Shu waved her hand, fetching some tea leaves for Tang Qingshan, then prepared some malt extract for Xiao Yu and the others before finally taking a seat herself. How was your trip? Smooth sailing? As Tang Qingshan brewed the tea, he interacted with Xiao Yu and the others, only inquiring about Liang Zhenguo and Qin's journey after pouring them each a cup. Fairly well, though it was a bit lengthy. Liang Zhenguo nodded. Isn't it just that you can't stay still and love to roam? Tang Qingshan shook his head, clearly wishing for him to take his role in public security more seriously, but Liang Zhenguo regarded the job of a security guard with great esteem. Liang Zhenguo smiled slightly, but remained silent. He simply could not accept being confined to a desk in the office. It's beneficial for the young to travel more and broaden their horizons. Lin Shu defended him. It's just that it took too long. Xiao Yu, munching on an apple, suddenly interjected. She likely understood that her godfather was inquiring about her second brother's departure from home, prompting her to immediately express her discontent. Ha ha. He has been gone for far too long, little fish remarked, eliciting laughter from those present. Next time, if your second brother dares to leave for such an extended period again, how about we tie him up at home? Tang Qingshan teased her with a smile. Yes, yes. Tie him up at home, little fish responded decisively, causing another round of laughter. The other girls, not fully grasping the situation, joined in the mirth with their innocent giggles. You little rascal, if your second brother doesn't work, how will there be any meat to eat at home? Liang Zhenguo chuckled, pinching Little Fish's cheek. Little Fish tilted her head thoughtfully and then looked at Tang Qingshan, saying, if Godfather has meat, he should share it. Then how about you come and live with Godfather and Godmother? If you don't, Godfather might not share, Tang Qingshan playfully remarked. Then I want to eat meat. Little Fish pouted, resolutely declining. Ha ha ha, you just love to tease this girl. Lin Shuji cast a sidelong glance at Tang Qingshan, yet could not suppress her laughter at Little Fish's expression. Don't listen to your godfather. Tell Godmother what you wish to eat, and she will bring it to you. Yes, yes, Godmother is truly wonderful, Little Fish beamed, tilting her little face up towards Lin Shuji, then puffing her cheeks at Tang Qingshan, now fully aware that Godfather was merely jesting with her. As the group continued their amiable chatter, Liang Zhenguo could not help but inquire, Uncle, Andy mentioned you are helping us apply for a small courtyard. Is there much hope for that? Qin also looked up at Tang Qingshan. Having visited twice and feeling daunted by the prospect of such a large independent courtyard, yet she would not disdain a smaller one. Tang Qingshan sipped his tea before responding. Given your commendable efforts during this business trip, there should be no significant issues. Liang Zhenguo's spirits soared at this news. However, Tang Qingshan added, though it is indeed a courtyard, to prevent any gossip, the one I am helping you apply for currently houses another family. Liang Zhenguo's brow furrowed. If it was a shared residence, he felt it might be better to remain in his current dwelling at number 12. Although number 12 was a bustling compound, at least the backyard was occupied solely by his family and Suya and her son. After all, Suya was close to their family, and if she had no plans to move, it would not be long before their two families became one, effectively making the backyard theirs alone. All things considered, living with strangers in the same courtyard would be less desirable. If that family proved difficult to coexist with, their living situation would be uncomfortable. Liang Zhenguo hesitated to refuse, feeling that rejecting Tang Qingshan's goodwill would seem overly demanding. Tang Qingshan took another sip of tea, noticing Liang Zhenguo's indecisive demeanor, and chuckled. Are you reluctant to live with others? Liang Zhenguo felt a bit shy, but nodded. Coexisting with others was not ideal for him. His circumstances were not suitable, and he preferred to wait until conditions were more favorable before applying again. Tang Qingshan nodded, but suddenly asked, how do you get along with your neighbors in the courtyard? Although Liang Zhenguo found the question somewhat perplexing, he responded, "Our interactions with the other neighbors have been average, especially since we have only recently moved in." After a moment of reflection, he added, "However, we have gotten along quite well with the neighbor in the backyard. A teacher who shares a good rapport with Xiao Wan and Sister Wei. They converse quite amiably. I am not averse to living with others. But I fear encountering unfriendly neighbors, as when I am at work, only Xiao Wan and the little ones are home." Hearing this, Tang Qingshan shrugged and laughed lightly. "Then that is settled." "What do you mean?" Liang Zhenguo was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit dazed. "Uncle, are you implying that the other household is Suya and her son?" Qin Wan's eyes sparkled with realization. Liang Zhenguo immediately turned to Tang Qingshan. Although he had learned the previous day that Suya intended to leave the bustling compound, he had not considered this possibility initially. After all, it seemed too coincidental. Could it be that he had uncovered something? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. As he and Suya had never appeared before them simultaneously, the possibility of discovery did not exist. Lin Shuji also looked at Tang Qingshan. The application for the courtyard was a recent matter, and she was unaware of the specifics, only knowing that it had been approved. But after discussing Little Fish's visit yesterday, she had forgotten to inquire further. Seeing their expressions, Tang Qingshan ceased to be cryptic and nodded. "That household is indeed your neighbor in the backyard." Noting Liang Zhenguo and Qin Wan's lingering confusion, he smiled and explained, "The courtyard I selected for you is right here, less than 100 meters away." "You mean that courtyard?" Lin Shuji exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Having lived here for some time, she was well acquainted with her surroundings and knew there was an empty courtyard nearby. She had heard that the family residing there had recently been relocated from the 4th and 9th cities. Otherwise, someone would have moved in long ago. Many sought to reside in this area. However, I recall that courtyard was unoccupied. Lin Shuji continued. "I had paid attention to that place a few days ago, and there were no signs of anyone living there." "Suya is preparing to move in the next few days," Qin Wan interjected, indicating that they were indeed on the right track. A smile graced her lips. When she first learned of Suya's impending move, she felt quite reluctant. As when Liang Zhenguo and her sister began working, she would be alone in the backyard with only the children for company. Yet, since Suya had fewer classes, they often kept each other company. If Suya moved away, she would lose a good friend in number 12. Now, the prospect of being assigned to the same small courtyard was truly delightful. But it was not merely a pleasant surprise for her, undoubtedly. It would bring great joy to brother Zhenguo as well. During breakfast, her sister had shared with her all the details of their conversation from the previous night. She was now quite aware of his little feelings. As for his earlier claim of not wanting to live with others, soon, Suya would no longer be considered other people. With these thoughts in mind, she glanced at Liang Zhenguo, and indeed found that apart from surprise, his expression was nearly beaming with joy. A twinge of jealousy stirred within Qin Wan. Had it not been for her uncle and aunt's presence, she would have playfully pinched him. At that moment, Tang Qingshan nodded and continued, "When I submitted the application, I happened to hear that someone else was also applying for that courtyard. Upon inquiry, I discovered it was a deputy minister from the Ministry of Transport applying for it. And it was indeed for the neighbors of your courtyard, so it seems they will be moving in the next few days, as Xiao Wan mentioned." Upon hearing Ministry of Transport, Liang Zhenguo was certain it was indeed Suya, as just yesterday. Qin's sister-in-law had informed him that Xiao Yuan's grandfather was a leader within the ministry. The position was quite significant, a deputy minister. He was uncertain what the current hierarchy of the Ministry of Transport entailed, but it must be comparable to Tang Qingshan's standing, albeit under a different system. After inquiring further, he initially intended to submit a separate application for them, but it was reported that the household consisted solely of her and her son, and they could be divided into two households. Considering that they had previously been neighbors, he decided not to pursue a different arrangement. Tang Qingshan continued. Knowing that Liang Zhenguo preferred to avoid drawing attention, having an entire courtyard to themselves in this area would inevitably invite gossip, especially since he had received this arrangement due to his connections. Additionally, when applying for that courtyard, he had indicated that it could be shared with others. However, he anticipated that the approval process would not be expedited too quickly, allowing Liang Zhenguo some time to establish himself further. By the time the courtyard was fully granted to them, no one would dare to voice any objections. Who would have imagined that someone applied for that courtyard? And it turned out to be their neighbor from that bustling communal residence. During previous casual conversations, he had learned that their neighborhood relations were quite amicable, which is why he refrained from submitting a separate application. Of course, another reason was that Liang Zhenguo's neighbor had substantial connections. Fostering a good relationship between the two families would undoubtedly benefit Liang Zhenguo's prospects. However, even if it did not provide direct assistance to Liang Zhenguo, it mattered little, for he belonged to the public security system, and as long as Liang Zhenguo navigated within that realm, even without active support, there were numerous latent advantages available to him. Liang Zhenguo nodded in understanding. Regardless, he was immensely grateful for Tang Qingshan's assistance, and serendipitously, this outcome was the most perfect for him. After all, even though they could have a standalone courtyard, if he wished for Suya to move in with him, it would be utterly impossible. There was simply no justification for it. Their relationship was not one to be publicly acknowledged, making it impossible to broach the subject. Otherwise, if Xiao Ziyuan's grandfather found out that he intended to take in his daughter-in-law, he might very well have to flee in haste. The wrath of a high-ranking official is not to be trifled with. But now, fortuitously, he need not trouble himself with such matters. He also wondered if Suya was aware that her new neighbor was, in fact, him. If she was not, then this must be a fated connection. She could not escape it. Yet, Liang Zhenguo felt a twinge of curiosity. His uncle-in-law, Suya's father-in-law, was the deputy minister of the Ministry of Transport. Why did she and her son not reside with their family? Was there discord within the family? Given their circumstances, they could certainly provide a better living environment for her and her son, so it seemed implausible that they would end up in a communal residence. Now moving yet again to a new courtyard. How would I know? Tang Qingshan replied, somewhat speechless. He had the ability to inquire into such matters, but being preoccupied with official duties all day left him little time for family gossip. Moreover, every family has its own burdens to bear. However, pausing for a moment, Tang Qingshan shifted the conversation, mentioning that he had heard from Xiao Wu that Minister Zhou had applied for the courtyard on behalf of that mother and son. His son? Wasn't he already deceased? Before Liang Zhenguo could ask, Tang Qingshan continued. Yes, his son was an officer. But he sacrificed his life in the line of duty many years ago. There was a hint of regret in Tang Qingshan's tone. Though he did not know the Zhou family personally, any soldier who dies for their country is a true hero, deserving of respect. Liang Zhenguo nodded in agreement. It was entirely reasonable for the families of martyrs, especially those from distinguished backgrounds, to receive certain privileges. As for why Suya did not return to the Zhou household, he was no longer curious. At that moment, he felt a little guilty. He had once been a soldier himself and naturally held a fondness for those who serve, particularly those who sacrifice for their nation. Yet here he was, pursuing Suya, whose ex-husband was also a soldier. If this were to be discovered, his reputation might very well be irreparably damaged, even though he had been unaware of this fact beforehand. Liang Zhenguo felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have exercised more restraint. Now, having taken all the advantages he could, he was just a step away from his goal, and halting now would serve little purpose. Chapter 315. Has something happened? However, upon reconsideration, he thought that he was not demeaning her. Moreover, their feelings for each other were genuine. Even if Suya was a widow of a martyr, could that not be forgiven? Furthermore, Suya was still young and would eventually remarry, and he was undoubtedly a worthy man to whom she could entrust her heart. With this thought, Liang Zhenguo felt somewhat relieved. So, you are indeed determined to take that courtyard, correct? Tang Qingshan returned to the previous topic. Yes. Suya and Qian won't have a good relationship, and Xiao Yu and the others also like her. There would be no issue with them living together in the same courtyard, Liang Zhenguo quickly replied. Qin Wan nodded in agreement, but internally rolled her eyes. While he spoke truthfully, it was he who was most fond of Suya. As for Xiao Yu and the others, those girls could hardly sit still in the living room, and had already dashed outside to play while they spoke. That settles it. Tang Qingshan nodded. You can move over in the next few days then. The former communal residence can be left for others in need. You'll need to coordinate with the neighborhood office, as housing in the capital is rather scarce. Of course, Liang Zhenguo acknowledged. While the house now belongs to them, it is not privately owned, and once they move, it will certainly be returned to the neighborhood office. Lin Shu smiled broadly. I will take Qian Wan and the others to check out that courtyard shortly. She hoped that Liang Zhenguo and his family could move in, making their homes just a few dozen meters apart and allowing for more convenient visits. There would be no more back and forth that wasted time and effort. Moreover, Xiao Yu and the others could easily switch residences between the two houses, given their proximity. Tang Qingshan looked at Lin Shu with a smile and said, It's still early. You can take Qian Wan and a few of the girls to see the new home, explore the surroundings, and meet the neighboring residents. That sounds great. I will take them out to explore now and prepare lunch later, Lin Shu replied with a smile as she stood up, taking Qian Wan's hand as they exited the living room, accompanied by a few girls. Having been married for many years, they understood that Tang Qingshan had matters to discuss with Liang Zhenguo, likely of a professional nature. Uncle, is there something you wish to discuss with me? After Lin Shu and the others left, Liang Zhenguo inquired. Not being naive, he knew Tang Qingshan had personal matters to address. Tang Qingshan looked at Liang Zhenguo with admiration before stating, Indeed, there are a few matters. Is it regarding a case? Liang Zhenguo's interest piqued immediately. He believed that one does not receive rewards without merit, and he felt that he was still unworthy of having a private courtyard. Thus, he was more eager than ever for opportunities to contribute. However, his motivations for wanting to excel lay not in climbing the ranks, but in ensuring that being assigned a courtyard was not a loss for him. Regrettably, Tang Qingshan shook his head, surveying Liang Zhenguo closely, and asked, "Have you trained in martial arts before?" Liang Zhenguo was taken aback. Tang Qingshan would not ask such a question without reason. Suddenly, he recalled the encounter he had with a man and a woman while with Tang Qingshan. After pondering, Liang Zhenguo shook his head. "No, I have not. Just learned a few moves from a militia member in the village." He was not lying. In his memory, he had indeed learned some military techniques from a militia member at the age of 12 or 13. The individual had been to war and was quite skilled, well known in the village. As a boy, he had always been interested in such things and had pestered the man for a while to teach him. However, as for the original owner's talent, it could only be described as mediocre. He had only scratched the surface, and if he exerted himself too much, he might injure himself. Let alone speak of practicality. In the subsequent years, he had completely forgotten everything. But how well he had learned was now irrelevant, as the militia member had passed away several years prior, reportedly due to a recurrence of old battle wounds. Thus, even if Tang Qingshan later discovered that he practiced military boxing, he could easily attribute it to that militia member. Natural talent, after all, must have its advantages. Tang Qingshan regarded Liang Zhenguo with some skepticism. After all, Bai Lin had admitted that she could not compare to him. As for Bai Lin's capabilities, he was not fully aware, but anyone who could enter that department must possess a certain level of competence. Moreover, she was a prized disciple of Du Wu. Earning the approval of someone so devoted to traditional martial arts, as Du Wu carried considerable weight in their circles. Could it be that Bai Lin had mistaken him for another? Tang Qingshan harbored a fleeting doubt. However, the girl's unwavering demeanor at that moment did not strike him as feigned, especially considering he was well aware of her other talent. "You truly cannot. Absolutely cannot," Liang Zhenguo asserted with conviction. He genuinely possessed no such skills. All he knew were the military boxing techniques and combat methods imparted by the army of later years. At most, he had developed a set of personalized techniques and experiences through extensive combat. How could he possibly know anything about those so-called martial arts? Very well. Tang Qingshan could not discern the lie, yet he clearly had not relinquished his inquiry. He shifted his questioning. "Did you go out on the Saturday night before your business trip?" "I did," Liang Zhenguo replied without hesitation, nodding. His wife was aware of this, and there was nothing to conceal. Moreover, if his aunt had inquired with Qin Wan, then there was even less point in hiding it, as it would only make him appear guilty and suspicious. Nevertheless, he was now certain that a problem had arisen, leading the man and woman who previously appeared in Tang Qingshan's office to harbor doubts about him. He recalled that he had not revealed any flaws. He had not uttered a single word. It certainly was not his voice that gave him away. If there was any exposure, it was merely his eyes. Yet it had been pitch dark at the time, and they were not close enough to discern his gaze. Unless those two possessed extraordinary vision, it was impossible for them to see his eyes clearly. Liang Zhenguo mulled over the situation repeatedly, utterly baffled as to where he had erred. Regardless, he adamantly refused to admit to anything, although he had taken the lives of petty criminals, who knew what trouble it might bring upon him. "Did you encounter any unusual circumstances that night?" Tang Qingshan continued to probe, though he did not delve deeply, as he was not interrogating a suspect. He merely wished to confirm whether the adept mentioned by Bai Lin was indeed Liang Zhenguo. Does hearing gunfire in Pigeon City count? We're all on the same side, so there's no need to lie about going to Pigeon City." In truth, he had not entered Pigeon City at all, but had gone directly to trade antiques with old Chow. And then I was frightened and ran home. Tang Qingshan studied Liang Zhenguo intently for a few moments before suddenly bursting into laughter. Chapter 316. A display, perhaps? Initially, he pondered whether he might have misjudged the situation. However, Liang Zhenguo's statement rekindled his skepticism. If an ordinary citizen were to encounter gunfire, their instinctive reaction would be to flee, which was reasonable. But who was he? He was Liang Zhenguo. In the previous case, he had boldly searched the city for enemy agents without fear. Even prior to that, he had left bandits trembling in their boots on the way to Shenshur. Would such a person truly be frightened away by a few gunshots? Certainly. While it would not be surprising for a coward to run, he had a commendable history of rescuing children from enemy agents and apprehending traffickers at the station. From what Tang Qingshan now understood about Liang Zhenguo, these few points alone were sufficient to confirm he was a responsible, courageous young man, imbued with a strong sense of justice. There was no way he would be scared off. Had Liang Zhenguo been privy to Tang Qingshan's thoughts, he might have felt a twinge of embarrassment. If memory served, upon hearing gunfire in Pigeon City, he had deliberately taken a detour to avoid that area, wishing to steer clear of unnecessary entanglements. As for his earlier acts of heroism, they had merely been spontaneous. After all, He harbored no fondness for enemy agents or traffickers, those vile beings who could be likened to creatures born without anuses. However, to expect him to recklessly risk his life for strangers as he had in his previous life was out of the question. He was no longer a solitary figure. Yet, although Liang Zhenguo was unaware of Tang Qingshan's inner thoughts, he suddenly realized that he had perhaps overplayed his role. Zhenguo, do not deceive me. Bai Lin has already informed me that you were the one who dealt with those two petty criminals that night, even assisting in capturing one. What petty criminals? I would have liked to kill them, but there was simply no opportunity. Liang Zhenguo retorted without a moment's thought. Regardless of whether Tang Qingshan had guessed the truth, he would steadfastly deny it. After all, Tang Qingshan would not broach the subject without a purpose, and there was undoubtedly more to come. If it were a matter concerning a case, apprehending enemy agents or investigating criminals, then he would have no qualms about acting decisively. But when it came to other matters, he had an inkling of impending trouble. Liang Zhenguo vehemently denied any wrongdoing, yet Tang Qingshan, observing the shift in his demeanor and subtle expressions, was 90% certain that Bai Lin's suspicions were not unfounded. Are you not even going to ask me who Bai Lin is? Liang Zhenguo feigned ignorance. Oh right. Who is this Bai Lin? How could such an act of heroism be casually attributed to me? That would only overshadow her. Oh you. Tang Qingshan laughed, pointing at Liang Zhenguo, comprehending the implication behind his words. Thus, Tang Qingshan refrained from pressing further, instead offering a reminder. Remember, regardless of who inquires, you must respond thus. Though it was a commendable act, it ultimately breaches protocol, especially now that you hold a position in public security. You must be cautious, lest you draw the attention of those with ulterior motives, particularly if you aspire for advancement. Liang Zhenguo cast a surprised glance at Tang Qingshan, recognizing his subtle guidance. He held a newfound respect for his benevolent uncle and felt no need to conceal matters from him. After some contemplation, he nodded affirmatively. Uncle, I understand. Tang Qingshan nodded in satisfaction, then curiously inquired, the last time you encountered Bai Lin, she claimed your skills surpassed hers significantly. Is that true? Bai Lin was indeed the name of that woman. He recalled her well, sun-kissed skin and quite pleasant in appearance, albeit somewhat cold. The name Bai Lin evoked an impression of icy sharpness, true to its essence. Yes, she is my niece. I have not sparred with her, so it remains uncertain who is superior. Besides, no matter how skilled one is, it ultimately comes down to the efficacy of a gun. Liang Zhenguo did not perceive any merit in boasting about being superior to her. Times have changed. No matter how advanced one's martial arts, one must still fear a butcher's knife. No matter how adept one is at evasion, a brick can still bring one down. No matter how formidable one's skills, facing an armed enemy with bare hands is a daunting challenge. If one bullet is ineffective, then two will suffice. If two fail, then empty the magazine. Not to mention ordinary individuals, even with tenfold physical prowess, amidst a hail of bullets, the only recourse is to find cover. A display, perhaps? Tang Qingshan expressed keen interest. Liang Zhenguo was at a loss for words. Without an opponent, what could he possibly demonstrate? How could he compare himself when he was the only one performing? This was hardly a fair assessment. Scanning the living room, his gaze fell upon the tea table, a moderately sized piece of solid wood, estimated to weigh between 50 to 60 kilograms. Then, under the astonished gaze of Tang Qingshan, he grasped one corner of the tea table with one hand and effortlessly lifted it. The table still held 2 cups of tea, and as he raised it, the water within merely swayed slightly, indicating that the action posed little challenge for him. Tang Qingshan's expression was one of sheer astonishment. For an adult man, lifting a 100-pound tea table was not particularly arduous. Yet, to hold one corner and elevate it steadily was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Moreover, Liang Zhenguo appeared to exert minimal effort. Once Liang Zhenguo set the tea table down, Tang Qingshan attempted to lift it himself. Though he succeeded in moving it slightly, he found it utterly impossible to raise it fully. Chapter 317, Special Assignment. Tang Qingshan awkwardly withdrew his hand. He did not harbor the illusion that he could lift the tea table merely by grasping one corner, as Liang Zhenguo did, while simultaneously maintaining the equilibrium of the tea and cups atop it. That notion was utterly absurd. He had no intention of underestimating Liang Zhenguo's seemingly mundane action, for it was evident that this simple gesture revealed Liang Zhenguo's extraordinary unilateral strength, remarkable stability, and exceptional grip control. This feat was undoubtedly tenfold more challenging than raising the tea table with both hands. Achieving such a level of prowess, not to mention he himself, even the renowned martial artists of the North and South, Du Wu, would find it insurmountable. In a moment of disbelief, he instinctively attempted it without much thought, resulting in the table shifting slightly, nearly toppling the tea and cups. You are truly astonishing. Tang Qingshan couldn't help but exclaim, ceasing any further demonstrations from Liang Zhenguo. Just this one display was enough for him to believe that Liang Zhenguo was at least not inferior to his niece. One strength can surpass 10 techniques. Moreover, Liang Zhenguo exhibited more than just brute force. From the subtle evidence he witnessed, it was clear that Liang Zhenguo's physique was far more formidable than it initially appeared. Had you not performed that feat, I would have never suspected such immense power lay concealed within your slender frame, Tang Qingshan remarked, casting another appraising glance at the subtly defined muscles of Liang Zhenguo's arms, genuinely impressed. If Liang Zhenguo had possessed the burly physique of Niu Shan, with muscles rippling like a bull, his astonishment would not have reached the level of shock. Though he stood at around 1.8 meters tall, he did not exude the aura of a robust individual. He merely appeared sturdier than a mere sapling. His satisfaction with Liang Zhenguo continued to grow, for this newly acknowledged nephew never failed to surprise him with each encounter. Exceptional reconnaissance skills, coupled with the astonishing marksmanship described in his records. And now this display of extraordinary physical prowess. What a revelation. Reflecting upon it, had he not initially encouraged Liang Zhenguo to assist the police in solving cases, he would have remained oblivious to these capabilities. Indeed, he was a master of concealment. Given his character, it was likely that very few were aware of his true abilities. In light of this, he seemed exceptionally well suited for the environment in which Bai Lin resided. However, he wondered if this young man possessed any other undisclosed talents. Tang Qingshan's gaze towards Liang Zhenguo bore an inquisitive intensity. Liang Zhenguo felt a shiver run down his spine under the scrutiny of the two older men. Ahem. Perhaps it's a matter of talent, Tang Qingshan mused, retracting his gaze with a chuckle, acknowledging that there was indeed some innate gift. Though whether there were additional factors remained a mystery, while his curiosity lingered, he felt no need for further investigation. It sufficed to ascertain that Liang Zhenguo was a reliable individual. Having established this familial connection, even without expressly instructing an inquiry into Liang Zhenguo, the intricate web of relationships surrounding him was evident on his desk. Clearly, there were no issues on that front. Their acquaintance was purely serendipitous, even stemming from the initiative of his and his wife's desire to forge a bond. Let us not digress, Tang Qingshan interjected, waving his hand. Adopting a more serious tone, there is a matter I must discuss with you, seeking your consent in the process. Here it comes, Liang Zhenguo thought with resignation. What is it? His mind raced, uncertain what required a discussion between the two of them. What else with that expression? Tang Qingshan observed his demeanor, suppressing laughter. The matter hadn't even been disclosed yet, and Liang Zhenguo's mind was already darting about, likely concocting excuses to deflect. Did he truly think he would be put in a difficult position? If those young recruits in the military received an invitation from that department, they would be overjoyed. Yet here Liang Zhenguo was, acting as if he were dodging a calamity before even hearing the proposal, just like when he had been asked to join the police force. This thought irked Tang Qingshan anew. Why did this young man lack ambition? He pondered whether this situation would unfold similarly. Not dwelling on it, Tang Qingshan shot him a glare before continuing. Let us return to the matter at hand. Due to your previous intervention, Bai Lin's department has taken an interest in you. They wish to recruit you. Which department? What business do they have targeting me? Liang Zhenguo exclaimed, alarmed. He sensed trouble brewing. Not trouble. In fact, this presents a splendid opportunity for you. Uncle, I already juggle 2 positions. I can't stretch myself any thinner. Liang Zhenguo shook his head vehemently. He was content with his current situation. Why would he add more complications? Moreover, any department that sought him through Tang Qingshan would undoubtedly be part of the bureaucratic system, imposing even greater restrictions than his current role as a police officer. At the very least, under Sun Deyi's command, he only needed to step in when cases arose, enjoying a considerable degree of freedom. Tang Qingshan furrowed his brow. While he had anticipated Liang Zhenguo might refuse, he hadn't expected him to dismiss the inquiry about the department entirely. What do you mean by juggling? He felt exasperated. He could hardly believe Liang Zhenguo's lack of ambition. He was aware that his nephew was a talent worth nurturing, having already been recognized for his capabilities by many. Had he not previously declined Bai Lin's request to recruit Liang Zhenguo, he would have pushed for it. However, he had also weighed the situation. Liang Zhenguo's abilities warranted a position far beyond that of an ordinary police officer. As his uncle, he believed Liang Zhenguo deserved a platform more suited to his skills for his future development. Even a transitional period would be better than remaining complacent. Uncle, please reconsider. I'm merely a lowly security guard. Surely they wouldn't go to such lengths to recruit me? Tang Qingshan felt a headache coming on. If this were his son, he would have taken off his belt by now. He could only humor Liang Zhenguo's words, trying to intimidate him. Oh, that is not certain. They highly value talent. And don't forget, you previously took a life under their watch. There was an old saying, a hero violates the law. They could very well use that incident to compel you to cooperate with them. What hero? I'm a police officer. Liang Zhenguo scoffed. Besides, when did I kill anyone? They can't accuse me without evidence. That would be an injustice. He was utterly unafraid of baseless allegations. Chapter 318, Red Shield. If they wanted to question him, they could have done so long ago, whether out of respect for his uncle or simply deeming it unnecessary. It was clear that the department in question held no such intentions at present. He was not so easily intimidated by Tang Qingshan. Observing Liang Zhenguo's resolute demeanor, Tang Qingshan felt a surge of frustration. Others would leap at the chance to join that department. Yet here Liang Zhenguo was resisting at every turn. It was infuriating. After a moment, he managed to calm himself. He couldn't strike him, nor could he win in a confrontation. He could only express his exasperation. You're still quite young. Why the lack of ambition? At your age, shouldn't you be bold and striving for more? Liang Zhenguo sighed softly, his tone sincere. Uncle, one can contribute to the nation from any position. Take my role at the steel mill. As a security guard, I protect national assets from sabotage by hostile elements, thus contributing to the nation's development. As a law enforcement officer, I am dedicated to apprehending all criminals while simultaneously contributing to the stability of the nation. However, at this juncture, I am reluctant to engage in overly perilous endeavors. With aging parents, and, although my wife has yet to bear a child, I am responsible for 2 younger sisters. Seeking stability is paramount. Should I encounter any misfortune, who would be there to support them? You are aware of my circumstances and should comprehend the nature of my father. Relying on him is akin to depending on a pig. Furthermore, there are the dependencies of Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu on me. Should anything befall me, their heartbreak would be profound. While he remains oblivious to the precise nature of the department that has shown interest in him, he has a general understanding. He was recognized for his purported skills, and it is evident that the role he would fulfill there is not one of mere clerical duties in an office. Despite his aversion to such dangers, Tang Qingshan found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Liang Zhenguo spoke a truth. Their family's current improvement in circumstances arose only after he instigated a separation and turned to hunting for sustenance. While his absence would not spell doom for them, it would undoubtedly lead to a less favorable existence, an assertion Tang Qingshan could not dispute. The responsibilities of that department are indeed far more hazardous than those of a police officer, and it would be unwise to place him in such a position. Tang Qingshan's thoughts trailed along the lines of Liang Zhenguo's words, yet he was no ordinary individual. It did not take long for him to regain his composure. With a glare, he could not suppress a light-hearted retort. Hey, is this your strategy? Are you trying to corner me with words? Is what you are doing devoid of risk? How long have you been a security guard? Has any task been simple? If you were truly afraid of these dangers, would you still be so eager to volunteer for every assignment? Tang Qingshan's counterarguments were as explosive as firecrackers, culminating in, moreover, I am the godfather to Xiaoyu and her peers. If anything were to happen to them because of our struggles, your aunt would surely have my skin for it. Although contributing to the organization often involves sacrifice, the word death carries a certain weight, one that he refrained from uttering. Liang Zhenguo chuckled awkwardly at this exchange. He was indeed unafraid of dangerous tasks, for his spatial abilities provided him with immense confidence, as long as he did not act recklessly. Real threats to his life were few. He had faced numerous perilous missions in his previous life without flinching, and now, he was exponentially stronger. Fear was not an option. He expressed this merely to dissuade Tang Qingshan from attempting to persuade him. As for his own development, ascending too high at this juncture might not bode well. He believed that remaining in the steel mill as a security guard was the most prudent course. His previous concerns about forming ties with Tang Qingshan stemmed from a fear of future entanglements, yet he ultimately acquiesced, considering the 2 girls. Very well. I shall not press you further. This is not a decision to be made hastily. Take your time to ponder it. I am merely relaying a message. However, one of the leaders from their department wishes to meet with you. Tang Qingshan let out a resigned sigh, realizing he was merely facilitating a connection for Bai Lin. Whether Liang Zhenguo would join them would depend solely on his capabilities. He sought to engage him in a conversation not out of mere obligation, but because he could not bear to see Liang Zhenguo squander his talents. It would be a shame for such a promising young man to lack ambition. Nonetheless, Liang Zhenguo's hesitations were not without merit. He had many concerns, and his reluctance to embrace risk was entirely reasonable. Tang Qingshan respected his apprehensions, but would not force him into a decision. Very well. I shall not burden myself with their troubles. Let Liang Zhenguo handle it. Understood, uncle. Liang Zhenguo felt a sense of relief. He could not refuse a meeting with the leader, and it would merely be a formality. By the way, which department are we discussing? His curiosity piqued. At this moment, Tang Qingshan could not help but roll his eyes dramatically, a reaction quite unbecoming of his usual demeanor. Why inquire about it if you have no intention of joining? What purpose does it serve? This prompted Liang Zhenguo to swallow the word deal and instead express. I'm merely seeking to understand the context to avoid any faux pas during our meeting. I certainly wouldn't want to embarrass you. Enough of that. I have no interest in losing face. Tang Qingshan, unwilling to tolerate Liang Zhenguo's demeanor, dismissed the notion that he had mistakenly found him increasingly agreeable. I shall refrain from divulging specifics. They will clarify everything with you when the time comes. In truth, the department lacked an official title, and few were privy to its existence. Externally, however, they operated under a unified name, the Red Shield. Red Shield? The Red Shield Bureau? Liang Zhenguo muttered. Having never heard of it before, it seemed somewhat enigmatic, stirring his curiosity, for curiosity is a natural human trait. Upon hearing Liang Zhenguo's murmur, Tang Qingshan shook his head and corrected him. It is the Red Shield Group. Chapter 319. The background of the Red Shield Group, the Red Shield Group. Liang Zhenguo repeated the name twice in his mind. Whether in this life or the last, he had never encountered this department, although he had achieved considerable merit previously. His lack of connections rendered it unsurprising that he had not accessed classified documents of high secrecy. Uncle, what is the primary function of the Red Shield Group? Does it belong to the public security system? Tang Qingshan shook his head. No, I will take you there on Sunday. They will explain everything in detail then, and you will understand its purpose. However, I can provide you with a brief overview. While his status was not insignificant, his understanding of the inner workings of the Red Shield was limited. Liang Zhenguo sat up straight, eager to absorb the information. Let us begin with the origins of the Red Shield. In the early days of the revolution, participants hailed from various backgrounds: farmers, workers, doctors, teachers, and students, among others. Among them were also individuals from the so-called underworld. Within the myriad of professions, many possessed advanced ideologies and shared common goals. Some had leadership potential, achieving notable success if they were still alive today. Those without such talents, or lacking significant interest in that sphere, yet possessing formidable combat skills and the courage to fight, were ultimately organized into a unique department by the higher-ups. This was the Red Shield. Their primary responsibility is to serve as the final line of defense while also addressing particularly challenging issues. As Tang Qingshan spoke, Liang Zhenguo began to grasp the background of the Red Shield, understanding why he had caught the attention of its members merely by showcasing his speed and dispatching a few adversaries. It was not surprising that a department populated by martial artists would take interest in an unfamiliar skilled individual. Furthermore, the recruitment process for the Red Shield was not as straightforward as he had imagined. The opportunity presented to him arose from the exaggerated reports of Bai Lin and Huang He, which piqued the interest of their direct superior. Additionally, his clear background and connection to Tang Qingshan, who held a position within the public security apparatus, effectively filtered him as a suitable candidate, indicating that his political and ideological stance was aligned. Thus, this was the situation. Initially, he had shown little interest in the Red Shield, but the more Tang Qingshan elaborated, the more his curiosity grew. Uncle, to what extent are the individuals within the Red Shield skilled? Is every member proficient in martial arts? Surely, they cannot all be mere showpieces. His question stemmed from prior exposure to various traditional martial arts masters and their disciples, some of whom, such as Ma Baoguo from the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji School and the practitioners of Tongbei Quan, had left much to be desired. The Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji School may be an enigma, yet Tongbei Quan is undeniably a martial art steeped in antiquity, possessing a comprehensive theoretical framework and distinctive combat characteristics. However, the self-proclaimed seventh-generation heir, who is rather fond of pigeon-keeping, leaves much to be desired in terms of evaluation. Tang Qingshan, perplexed by Liang Zhenguo's musings, suddenly chuckled in response to his inquiry. This very question was once posed by Niu Shan's father, and in the presence of Du Wu no less, only to be met with a thorough lesson. Would you care to pose it again this Sunday? He recalled the sight of Niu Da, battered and bruised. Liang Zhenguo, at a loss for words, had not anticipated Tang Qingshan's penchant for jest, and he would not be so naive as to question in front of others. Forget it. I fear you might also face a thrashing. Tang Qingshan chuckled lightly, then continued. Though the members of the Red Shield may not be capable of the fantastical feats described in tales, scaling walls, or impervious to blades, they are formidable in their own right. Each one capable of taking on multiple opponents, ranking among the elite in the military. Do you really consider them mere window dressing? Moreover, the Red Shield is currently recruiting from the military, with exceedingly stringent criteria. Do you truly believe that such carefully selected individuals could be incompetent? Acknowledging Tang Qingshan's retort with a nod, Liang Zhenguo ceased his skepticism. His doubts did not concern the presence of skilled practitioners within such a department, but rather the potential existence of superficial figures. After all, as Tang Qingshan pointed out, to seek a gilded position within, one must possess substantial merit. Otherwise, it would be nothing more than self-humiliation. But why has this department never been mentioned before? With so many experts gathered, what responsibilities do they hold? Liang Zhenguo pressed on. Such an organization should, by all rights, be renowned, yet not a whisper of its existence has surfaced. What monumental tasks could require so many skilled individuals? Tang Qingshan shook his head, opting not to provide a direct explanation, but instead posed a question of his own. You surely have not heard of the Central Security Brigade, have you? Liang Zhenguo nodded. He was familiar with this entity, which gained notoriety in later years. If one were unaware of the Central Security Brigade, they would certainly recognize its even more illustrious name in the future, the South Central Bodyguard. Given its affiliation, a certain degree of mystery surrounding it is understandable. Considering the significance of the groups they interact with, failure is not an option. Tang Qingshan nodded in satisfaction, relieved that this young man was not completely oblivious. Good. The Central Security Brigade is referred to internally as the Inner Guard, and all members of the Inner Guard are selected after receiving training from the Red Shield. With that said, you should now grasp the essence of the Red Shield's purpose, correct? Oh, Liang Zhenguo exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. So the Red Shield is responsible for security training, and those who qualify are sent to the Inner Guard? Tang Qingshan's expression darkened slightly at this interpretation. While he had not encountered the term security before, it seemed rather inadequate and ill-fitting for the Red Shield. Moreover, Liang Zhenguo's understanding was rather superficial. What do you mean by responsible for training? If that were the case, it would be quite an underutilization of resources. I am unsure. Perhaps you should inquire with Du Wu in a few days. Tang Qingshan, somewhat weary of the barrage of questions, preferred not to delve deeper. He initially intended merely to introduce the background of the Red Shield to provide Liang Zhenguo with a conceptual framework. As some matters were not meant to be divulged from his lips, it was against protocol. He had already shared more than enough information. Ultimately, this young man had agreed to meet with Du Wu, thus fulfilling his promise to Bai Lin. As a result, Tang Qingshan adopted a stance of feigned ignorance. You've mentioned this Director Du several times. Is he the leader of the Red Shield group? You can ask him that in a few days. Uncle, you mentioned that the Red Shield does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau. Which department oversees it then? In a few days, you will find out. Having posed several questions, Liang Zhenguo was met with evasive responses from Tang Qingshan. Though somewhat exasperated, he understood that the confidentiality surrounding the Red Shield was paramount. Thus, the topic came to an end. Despite his lingering curiosity about the Red Shield, he could only suppress it for now. Whether he would inquire about Director Du in a few days depended on the circumstances. He certainly did not wish to entangle himself due to mere curiosity. The two then seamlessly transitioned to other subjects of conversation, sharing a mutual understanding as Tang Qingshan had emerged from the ravages of war, and Liang Zhenguo had been a soldier in his past life. Indeed, their shared experiences were plentiful, rendering the atmosphere far from dull. Around 10 o'clock, Lin Shu returned with Qin Wan and a few other girls. Erguo, I have bananas. Would you like some? Xiao Yu exclaimed, bounding over with bananas seemingly acquired from nowhere, her eyes sparkling with delight. Where did you get those? Liang Zhenguo inquired, glancing at Lin Shu and his wife, recalling that they had left empty-handed. Notably, bananas were abundant in the Guangdong province, yet scarce in the city of Beijing, especially given the limitations of transportation and the absence of cold chain logistics at this time, rendering them a rarity. They were considered a luxury. Lin Shu smiled as she explained, after I took them to see the courtyard, we passed by Deshan's house, and his mother happened to see us. We sat with her for a while, and on our way back, she gifted the girls some bananas. Your uncle and Deshan's father are friends, and they will be neighbors in the future. Accepting the gift is only natural, especially since you and Deshan are colleagues. Liang Zhenguo nodded, noting that not only the girls had bananas, his wife held a few as well. He thought to himself that once the tiger bone wine was ready, he would ensure to give Deshan's family a bottle in return for their generosity, as he could not simply take without reciprocating. After all, Deshan had assisted him on numerous occasions. Erguo, you should eat, Xiao Yu insisted, pressing the banana towards Liang Zhenguo when he seemed unresponsive. All right. Liang Zhenguo chuckled, not rejecting the young girl's kind gesture. He took a small bite before leaving the rest for her. Seeing this, Xiao Yu and the others also wanted to share with him. Ahem. At that moment, Tang Qingshan coughed lightly, drawing the girl's attention towards him. Xiao Yu, poised to take a bite of her banana, tilted her head in his direction. Liang Zhenguo stifled a laugh, realizing that the old man was perhaps feeling a tinge of envy, not over the banana, but rather over the affectionate attention of the girls, who had seemingly forgotten about him. Standing just a step away, though the girls were young, they quickly discerned Tang Qingshan's unintentional gaze toward the bananas in their hands. Without hesitation, they extended their small hands toward him, with Xiao Yu asking, Godfather, would you like some? At this, Tang Qingshan's face lit up with a smile. As he accepted the banana from Xiao Yu, he cast a glance at Liang Zhenguo, then symbolically broke off a small piece, declaring, a bit of this is enough for your godfather. You all can finish the rest. Hom. They were clearly engaged in a light-hearted contest of sorts. Lin Shu cast a silent glance at Tang Qingshan, who had taken to competing with the younger generation. As for the behavior of Xiao Yuer and the others in sharing with Liang Zhenguo first, she found it perfectly normal, considering that those girls were closest to him. Yet, what brought her solace was that upon receiving the bananas, they immediately took the initiative to share with her and Xiao Wan, a testament to her significance in their hearts. Especially with her two daughters, she could sense that they genuinely regarded her as their own mother now, devoid of the initial awkwardness that had once lingered in their affectionate closeness. Thus, feeling quite satisfied, she chose to disregard Tang Qingshan's childish antics, allowing Xiao Yuer and the others to play in the yard while she proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. "Auntie, I'll help you," Qinwan volunteered, placing the bananas in the fruit basket before following Lin Shu into the kitchen. All right. Lin Shu welcomed her assistance without any pretense, as they had previously cooked together. Moreover, she recognized that leaving Qinwan idly sitting would only make her feel more uncomfortable. The lunch they enjoyed was quite sumptuous, featuring a dish of hen soup made with the old hen brought by Liang Zhenguo, along with scrambled eggs, stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, and a generous portion of sauerkraut fish. The method of preparing sauerkraut fish was a rarity in this era, or rather, the authentic approach was nearly unheard of. At least, Liang Zhenguo had yet to encounter it. He had always been fond of sauerkraut fish, recalling that its origins seemed to trace back to Chongqing, particularly during the 70s and 80s. Initially, Lin Shu did not intend to prepare sauerkraut fish, but merely planned to steam the fish. However, after Liang Zhenguo took a stroll through their kitchen, he discovered they had purchased base, and there was also sauerkraut from Chongqing, along with plenty of other ingredients and seasonings. Inspired by the discovery, he decided to attempt making sauerkraut fish. Lin Shu did not object. During her first visit to Liang Zhenguo's home, she had witnessed his culinary skills. Although he could not rival a professional chef, the dishes he prepared were undeniably delicious. She had no fear of him wasting ingredients. Instead, she and Qinwan eagerly lent him a hand, hoping to learn in the process, so they could add another delightful dish to their repertoire, should it prove tasty. Given the number of children present, he opted for a garlicky version of sauerkraut fish. Unsurprisingly, the meal left both adults and children thoroughly satisfied. However, Liang Zhenguo noted that while Lin Shu and her husband frequently praised the sauerkraut fish, they particularly relished the hen soup. This indicated that he could regularly bring some over for them, especially since he had gathered quite a bit of dry goods on his recent trip, including a substantial quantity of mushrooms. He had also brought over a considerable amount today, sufficient for several rounds of soup. Among those who enjoyed sauerkraut fish the most were Qinwan and Xiao Yu, as they had taken the most bites. After they were well fed, they engaged in light conversation. Liang Zhenguo then took the initiative to say, "Annie, uncle, we should head back now to tidy up. We need to take Xiao Yuer and the others back to the village this afternoon." "All right, please convey our regards to the two elders," Tang Qingshan nodded. With their families now living closer together, there was no need to prolong their stay. There would be plenty of time in the future. Furthermore, he had some official business to attend to that afternoon, necessitating a tight schedule. Okay, Lin Shu made a brief trip to the kitchen, packing most of the sauerkraut gifted to them for the girls. Liang Zhenguo could tell that Qinwan and his sister had a fondness for sauerkraut fish, and she was well aware of it too. "Thank you, auntie." Qinwan feigned reluctance, but after Liang Zhenguo insisted a couple of times, she graciously accepted. He himself rather enjoyed the taste of that sauerkraut. "You should take a leaf out of Zhenguo's book, my dear girl. There's no need to be so polite with us," Lin Shu remarked, holding Qinwan's hand and smiling. "All right, next time I won't hold back." Qinwan replied with a light laugh, nodding her head, acknowledging it as an instinctive response. After exchanging a few more words with the girls, Lin Shu accompanied Tang Qingshan to the door to see them off. "Auntie, uncle, we'll see you in a few days." All right. It was merely a matter of 2 or 3 days before they would meet again, as they had confirmed their move to this side on Sunday. Goodbye, godmother and godfather. Goodbye, auntie and uncle. Goodbye, girls. Once the little ones in the back waved their farewells to Lin Shu, Liang Zhenguo, and Qinwan pedaled away on their bicycles. The term auntie and uncle had been coined by Xiao Lan. Previously, when she was less aware, she had followed Xiao Hua in calling Lin Shu auntie. But after being corrected by Sister Qin, she had adjusted her address. As they passed by the Niushan family home, Xiao Yuer, sitting behind him, pointed out, "Second brother. That delicious banana was given by the lady from that house." "Yes, she must really like Xiao Yuer, doesn't she?" Xiao Yuer nodded earnestly from the back seat. "Yes. She pinched my face, and my sister's too. Ha. She is indeed quite charming." And adults express their fondness for children through gentle gestures like patting heads or pinching cheeks. The siblings spoke loudly enough that Qinwan, riding beside them, overheard and chuckled. However, she felt that while that lady favored Xiao Yuer and the others, She might have a slight bias towards boys. Upon meeting the girls, she had casually remarked that it was a pity there were no boys around, suggesting that adopting a boy would make things perfect. It was evident that she preferred boys. Yet, it was not her place to judge. Carrying on the family line was a significant concern, and every household hoped for a male heir. As long as it didn't resemble the situation with Zhenguo's stepmother, Malin, who constantly referred to them as burdens, it was acceptable. Moreover, after spending considerable time together, she was well aware of the Andy's attitude towards Xiao Yuer and the others. That lady's remarks had no bearing on Andy's feelings. She chose not to mention this trivial matter to Liang Zhenguo. However, even if he were to learn of it, he would likely refrain from passing judgment. For even in the decades to come, the concept of gender preference would still linger. He did not concern himself with others' beliefs. As long as his sister was not treated unjustly, evidently, Niu-Shan's mother was quite discreet, having not uttered any unpleasant words. Otherwise, Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yu would certainly have developed some resentment towards her. A mere piece of fruit would not easily earn their favor. Noticing that the door of Niu-Shan's house was ajar, he refrained from greeting them, knowing that they would soon be living nearby, with plenty of time ahead. After riding a short distance further, Qinwan slowed down as they approached a courtyard, finally coming to a steady stop at the entrance. "Is this the courtyard that uncle applied for us?" Liang Zhenguo inquired upon noticing the scene. Yes. Second brother's godmother said this will be our home from now on," Xiao Yu declared from behind. "Indeed. Would you like to take a look inside?" Qinwan smiled and nodded. "Then let us go in and have a look." Although he could have utilized his spiritual perception to thoroughly explore the courtyard from the outside, he deemed it more respectful to enter in person. Once the girls dismounted their bicycles, they secured their rides and pushed the door open to enter. It appeared that uncle had arranged for someone to tidy up the place. As the door was not tightly shut, Qinwan explained. Liang Zhenguo nodded, and then turned his gaze to the courtyard, which would soon become their home. Before them stood a shadow wall, constructed from gray bricks, immaculate in appearance, effectively shielding the interior from prying eyes. The courtyard itself was square, with an old blue brick floor, occasionally sprouting tufts of green moss between the cracks, all swept clean and orderly. Similar to Tang Qingshan's home, there were no extravagant decorations, and any that might have existed had likely been taken by the previous residents, unless they were fixtures of the courtyard itself. In the courtyard, there stood 2 trees, albeit desiccated and sparse in foliage. Liang Zhenguo cast a cursory glance around. Their size and specifications were not dissimilar to those of the Tang Qingshan family's. After all, that household was of no ordinary standing. However, the desolation was palpable, likely attributed to the absence of inhabitants. Yet, he found contentment in this space. Chapter 322. Before returning to the village, Liang Zhenguo nodded in satisfaction, a smile illuminating his face. He was thoroughly pleased with this quadrangle residence. It had everything one could desire: an independent toilet, a kitchen, and ample rooms. Even if half of them belonged to Suya, it was still a significant improvement over their previous abode in Courtyard 12, allowing the children to reside more comfortably without being crammed into a single room. Although they enjoyed sleeping together, as they grew older, such arrangements would become untenable. After conducting a thorough mental scan, he found no safety hazards within or outside the premises, nor any treasures left behind by the former occupants. What delighted him further was that the electrical wiring throughout the quadrangle was intact, sparing him the hassle of seeking repairs. Once they moved in, their home would have immediate access to electricity. To be honest, he found the initial days without power somewhat disconcerting and inconvenient. Recalling something, Liang Zhenguo inspected each room, discovering no signs of previous residents, no luggage or clothing, indicating that Suya and her child had not stayed here last night. They must have gone to Grandpa Zhou home. "Brother Zhenguo, this place is simply wonderful." Qinwan, following closely behind, echoed his sentiments. Although she had visited with Lin Shu before, her face now radiated joy. She adored this courtyard immensely. As a rural girl, she had never envisioned living in such a splendid residence in the city. "Indeed, it is quite splendid. Do you like it?" "Of course I do," Qinwan replied with a playful roll of her eyes. Who could possibly dislike living in a private quadrangle? Moreover, she and her sister were not the type to revel in boisterous company. They preferred to lead a modest life at their own pace. They meandered through the entire courtyard, with the 4 young girls trailing behind like playful shadows, exploring every nook and cranny, their delight in the new home evident. "Brother, if we move here, will we still go back to the other place?" Xiao Yu suddenly inquired, pondering the consequences of relocating to this new residence, as it meant fewer opportunities to frolic with her friends in the communal quarters. Gently ruffling her hair, Liang Zhenguo reassured her, "We won't return, but in the future, Xiao Ziyuan and your sister Suya will also move over. Plus, you and Xiao Hua will be attending school next year, where you can make many more friends. Perhaps some of the children from the courtyard will attend the same school as you." Oh, I see. Xiaoyu nodded, comforted by the prospect of reuniting with her former playmates at school, allowing her to put her worries aside. Brother, can I still stay here with you? She asked timidly upon hearing her name mentioned. Uncertain if she would be allowed to remain after the move, Liang Zhenguo smiled warmly. Of course. This will always be your home. After all, she was his little cousin, and the family would not lack for a girl-less presence at the table. Most importantly, staying in the city for her education was far superior to remaining in the village, and Xiaoyu would surely miss not being able to return. What about me and mother? Little Lan, following closely behind Xiaoyu, eagerly raised her hand to ask. Of course, you and your mother will stay together. We want to be separated, Qin Wan replied, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Yay, little Lan beamed, her joy evident. Yes, I want to sleep with you. Xiaoyu chimed in, tilting her head up. Knowing that everyone would be moving together, the girls resumed their cheerful chatter. After surveying the courtyard, Liang Zhenguo concluded that no repairs were necessary. However, given the number of children, it would be prudent to create a designated play area for them. The swings he had previously made for Xiaoyu and her friends could now be brought out, as the two trees in the courtyard were perfectly positioned for them. As for the puppies, Xiao Bai and Xiao He, he would find an appropriate time to introduce them to the courtyard as guardians, even though they were still quite young. After all, nurturing them from a young age was essential. Moreover, they would serve as delightful companions for the girls. Unbeknownst to the two little wolf cubs slumbering in the space, their master had already devised a well-structured plan for them. Throughout the day, Liang Zhenguo found no opportunity to enter the space, resorting to his mental focus to provide them with sustenance, ensuring they did not go hungry while confined. After exploring their future home, Liang Zhenguo and Qin Wan lingered for a short while before returning to Nanlo Guxiang with Xiaoyu and the others. Upon arriving at Courtyard 12, Liang Zhenguo deliberately glanced towards Suya's residence, noting that it remained unoccupied. Wife, please tidy up a bit. There's no need to take the grain back with us. My friend has stored enough for Grandpa and Grandma, as well as for your parents and Uncle Air, totaling nearly 200 pounds. Qin Wan's face registered astonishment. He had mentioned the grain at his friend's place the previous night, but she hadn't anticipated such a substantial amount. 200 pounds was nearly equivalent to their current stock. However, trusting Liang Zhenguo implicitly, she did not question the source or inquire further, simply nodding in agreement with a smile. In the past, she might have harbored some concerns, fearing that Liang Zhenguo had procured the grain through unscrupulous means, perhaps from unscrupulous traders. Although dealings in the pigeon market or black market were also illicit, they were tacitly accepted in her view, thus not considered truly unlawful. Yet, with Liang Zhenguo's explicit assurance that the grain was above board and acquired through legitimate means, she no longer dwelled on it. She had faith in her husband. Liang Zhenguo felt a sense of satisfaction with his wife's inclination not to pry into matters, as he would not reveal the secret of the space unless absolutely necessary. There's no rush to tidy up, take your time. There's still plenty of time left, he said, noticing Qin Wan preparing to organize their belongings. He had plans to return with a substantial load. It's fine, I'll get things ready first. Brother Zhenguo, do you have anything else to attend to? Qin Wan shook her head. With time on her hands, she felt a bit restless, especially with the anticipation of returning to the village and her maternal home. Her excitement surpassed even that of the previous evening when she first learned of the move. Not just her, but Xiaohua and Xiaoyu shared her eagerness. Xiaohua looked forward to studying in the city with Xiaoyu, dreaming of staying in the city like Brother Zhenguo when she grew up. However, it was natural for a girl of their age to miss home. Having been in the bustling city for so long, she inevitably yearned for her parents. Thankfully, she was residing with her cousin, who had visited her on 2 occasions. If she felt homesick, she could return with them, though at that time, she had been too engrossed in play to even consider it. As for Xiaoyu and the others, aside from their previous visit to their eldest sister's home, they had never left Xiling village, making the prospect of returning to the village all the more exhilarating. Right, I should go buy some things. Buy things? What else do we need? Qin Wan mused, considering that their home seemed sufficiently stocked. The radio. It's for Grandma. We mustn't forget the radio we promised her.